I am the fated villain. Chapter 650 to Chapter 699. Whose orders are you following? How dare you lure us here? On the ancient warship, all the experts from the upper realm felt a chill run down their spines. They stared at Xianxia with murderous intent and anger. At this time, even the stupidest person realized that rescuing the ancestors was a lie. Luring all of them here to prevent them from returning to the upper realm before the cosmic tunnel closed was the real reason. At this point, all of them would probably be buried here, following the living beings of this world and becoming nutrients for the sacrifice. Xianxia's face was elegant and beautiful, and her figure was slender and graceful. She stood at the top of the ancient warship. At this moment, she was exceptionally calm. Her hair danced in the wind, and her face was like jade. She was indescribably beautiful. She looked at the dark land and then smiled gently. Until now, you still can't see who's behind all this? You mean, could it be Xianxia? It's him. It's definitely him. Other than him, no one has such guts to bear such great karmic fire and sin. Hearing this, many ancient quasi-emperors were stunned at first. Then, they reacted, and their expressions changed drastically. They were filled with fear and disbelief. They almost instantly concluded that Xianxia was working for Xianxia. Even if a heaven-defying figure appeared in the sword-black world, he wouldn't dare to scheme against everyone like this. Therefore, after thinking about it, they thought of Xianxia. Because after the ancient mystic ruins disappeared, Xianxia never appeared again, and no one knew if he had returned to the upper realm. Other than Xianxia, no one could do all this. Why would he do this? Is he not afraid of the great karma? How dare he? On the ancient warship, many young supreme beings who had not left this world were filled with fear. They didn't want to die here. There was still a bright future waiting for them. In the future, they would reach the Tao and look down on all eternity, becoming invincible. Now, this world was about to be destroyed, and a catastrophe was coming. Even if they had great talent, they would die here and turn into dust. Xianxia gently shook her head. Her gaze was filled with pity as she looked at this group of young supreme beings. Even now, they still couldn't figure it out. This wasn't a question of whether they dared or not. It was just that the two of them were no longer on the same level. In Xianxia's eyes, everyone was no different from ants. It was just that he had become a tool for further advancement on the path. Originally, when he was in the upper realm, Xianxia did not dare to reveal such a thing. However, in this sword-profound great world, was there anything that he did not dare to do? In that case, the ancestors of the various clans who disappeared before were actually killed by Xianxia? Even the Grand Emperor of your great celestial dynasty was killed by him, so why are you still helping him? Many people were furious. Their words were filled with fear and despair. They couldn't understand Xianxia's actions at all. She didn't care about such a huge grudge and even obeyed Xianxia's orders to lure the various orthodoxy's armies here. What were his intentions? However, Xianxia was not in the mood to answer them. She raised her head and looked at the sky. The terrifying and vast aura of destruction was slowly descending. Countless runes rushed out from the surrounding ancient warships and turned into surging energy in an attempt to resist, but it was futile. Everything was collapsing and disintegrating quickly. Countless runes were being obliterated. The terrifying millstone of destruction was incomparably huge. It spanned between heaven and earth and was entwined with billions of red rays of light as it slowly crushed down. The void collapsed. Heavenly flames and meteors fell continuously, burning everything into ashes. The ancient warships tried to escape, but they were quickly swept away by the shockwaves. Everyone was in fear and despair. Their bodies kept collapsing and were engulfed by the flames. Then, they were burned to ashes, along with their divine souls. Even the sword-profound great world was collapsing. The void collapsed inch by inch, the earth collapsed, and volcanoes erupted. Cultivators and living beings could forget about surviving. In all directions, ancient sacrificial runes were ignited. Vaguely, there were ancient gods and demons sitting at the end of heaven and earth, chanting for the sake of reincarnation. These scenes were too horrifying. Dark fog descended, covering all of the light. Ignite the sacrificial runes, sacrifice everyone, and then condense the origin of this world. It seems that this is his ultimate goal. Yuffie sighed softly. She watched as the ancient warships around her collapsed quickly. The light shield was fragmented and then shattered like broken eggs. This kind of power was not something that could be stopped by a human. Perhaps only a true immortal could resist it. What is this place? At the same time, in that deep and dark space, the mighty army of the sword profound great world arrived. They broke through all the obstacles and finally saw this place. However, when everyone saw those terrifying dark cages, they were stunned. They could not help but tremble. Their bodies were cold, and they were terrified to the extreme. As far as the eye could see, the dark cages seemed to be suspended in the deepest hell. The surroundings were filled with a destructive aura. Black fog surged, and the end could not be seen. It made one's heart palpitate. That is a Grandmaster of my Kongshan mountain. He was captured and brought here. Grandmaster, I have come to save you. In the army, a middle-aged man wearing a Daoist robe said with a trembling voice. He recognized the figure imprisoned in the cage not far away. It was a Grandmaster who was taken away by the red chains that fell from the sky a few days ago. His cultivation had already stepped into the sword immortal of the land for many years, and he had been in seclusion all this time. But now, that figure was as thin as firewood. His body was surrounded by black divine flames. He let out a silent miserable howl, and his eyes were filled with incomparable despair and fear. In addition, in the surrounding cages, everyone gradually saw familiar figures. Even the expressions of Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others changed. They saw many of their old acquaintances who were now suffering from torture and were in a daze. This place was like the legendary Nine Nether Hell, filled with despair and destruction. Everyone trembled with fear. These cages can't be broken. There are terrifying restrictions on them. Seeing this, someone tried to go forward and rescue the many sword immortals of the land imprisoned in the cages. However, before they could get close, they were struck by silver lightning from the depths of the darkness and turned into ashes. They did not even have time to scream. Graceful Sword Immortal and the others were all shocked. They hurriedly told everyone to stop, not daring to touch it again. Even the sword immortals of the land who were imprisoned were unable to escape. As people from the outside world, they probably had no way to escape. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch as the seniors are trapped inside and suffer? Princess Xianxia saw her own ancestor in a dark cage. He also had a miserable appearance. She could not bear it and could not help but ask. Forcefully opening it is definitely not possible. Since they were captured by the will of the heavenly Tao back then, there must be a way to save them. Right now, the most important thing is to find the location of the will of the heavenly Tao and destroy or seal it. Snow Sword Immortal lightly shook his head, indicating that Princess Xianxia, Qing, and the others should not be anxious. Seeing that her master had already said so, Princess Xianxia did not continue asking. However, for some reason, she felt uneasy in her heart. Although all the forces and experts that the sword profound great world could gather were gathered here. However, that feeling of danger and uneasiness always lingered in her heart, unable to be erased. I heard that you are looking for my location? Right at this moment, in the depths of this serene space, a cold and terrifying voice suddenly sounded out, bringing with it the might of the heavens. The void trembled as vast and mighty silver lightning descended from the sky. It was like a world-destroying dragon that wanted to engulf the world. A tall and cold figure appeared. His black hair was thick and his eyes were deep. His body was surrounded by a blurry world light, as if he was a god that was respected by all. He walked out from the sea of silver lightning. The terrifying aura caused everyone's expression to change, and they were about to suffocate. Formed from the will of the heavenly Tao? During this period of time, Xianxia had flipped through many ancient books, so he was able to determine at a glance that the figure in front of him was definitely the will of the heavenly Tao that they had been bitterly searching for. In the beginning, they had placed their hopes of resisting the heavenly demons on him. However, they never thought that the will of the heavenly Tao was even colder and more terrifying than the heavenly demons. It actually planned to destroy the world and destroy this world. It's this person who tried to destroy this world that once gave birth to countless cultivators. The expressions of the other Earth Sword Immortals also became serious as they stared fixedly at the figure that had appeared. As long as we destroy him or seal him, everything will return to its original state. Someone growled, deep hatred appearing in his eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Their killing intent soared, as if they wanted to shatter this world. They didn't know why the will of the heavenly Tao wanted to destroy all of this, and they didn't want to know. To them, it was the person in front of them who wanted to destroy their home, destroy their family and friends. The reason why the current sword profound great world had become like this was because of the person in front of them. Lowly ants, becoming the nourishment and sacrifice of this world is your last honor, yet you still want to resist. The will of the heavenly Tao swept across everyone with a cold and detached expression, completely different from the fearful expression he had when he was in front of Xianxia. Even those who had achieved the Tao were only so in his eyes, not to mention the group of Earth Sword immortals in front of him. They were no different from ants. Since the ancestors were able to seal you, we can do the same. Don't underestimate us. Evil will not prevail over good, man will prevail over the heavens. A veteran Earth Sword immortal shouted in a low voice. His entire body shone brightly as sword chi clanged. There were at least 10 million of them as they slashed towards the will of the heavenly Tao, wanting to fight to the death with him. Kill. The rest of the Earth Sword immortals also shouted angrily as they turned into streams of light and charged forward. A vast killing intent swept through the entire space like a vast ocean. Our bodies contain special powers. As long as we work together, we can definitely defeat the heavenly Tao. The graceful sword immortal's entire body was also glowing, the top of his head was resplendent, the sword chi was biting cold, a green Tao sword in his hand released endless brilliance, as if it could flatten the heavens and destroy all living things. In an instant, the boundless army charged forward. There were over 100 billion of them, and terrifying rays of light blossomed. There was a huge amount of runes interweaving, and a powerful aura filled the air. Everyone's blood and bones were shining brightly. The essence, energy, and spirit contained in the deepest part of their divine soul were all activated, wanting to fight to the death with the will of the heavenly Tao. This was an aura that was like a torrent bursting through a dam, like mountains and rivers rolling in reverse, suppressing heaven and earth, breaking through all rules. The dark cages floating here also trembled continuously, as if they were about to fall. It's this damned ancestral symbol again. Seeing this scene, the expression of the will of the heavenly Tao finally changed a little, not as casual as before. A long, long time ago, he had actually suffered such a loss. The bodies of the living beings of the sword mysterious world contained innate spirit swords. This innate spirit sword was actually formed from an innate ancestral symbol from an extremely ancient era. That innate ancestral symbol was extremely mysterious. Some people even said that it was the door to all wonders, the image of all living beings, and could evolve everything. However, no one knew what it was exactly. However, for some reason, that ancestral symbol shattered in one day, turning into countless fragments that flew in all directions and merged with the blood of all living beings in the world. Back then, the ancestor of the ancient profound God dynasty had also discovered this secret, which was why he gathered the power of all living beings to destroy the heavens and seal him. Even if we can seal me again, what's the use? When you find out the truth, you will only feel more despair. All of this has long been destined, and there is no possibility of changing it. Even I am just a chess piece, and in the end, it will be a wedding dress for you. The will of the heavenly Tao said coldly. A huge black hand swept across the sky, and a terrifying millstone appeared behind it. 6 doors flickered with brilliance, and endless mysteries appeared. This was the manifestation of the heavenly Tao's authority. The millstone of destruction crushed all the rules and order that rushed over, quickly shattering them. 6 of the doors opened, like 6 ancient demons opening their huge mouths, capable of swallowing the universe and destroying all the incoming sword lights. Although they felt that the will of the heavenly Tao's words were a little strange, at this time, everyone could not care so much, and their hearts were supported by a killing intent. The graceful sword fairy, the snow sword fairy, and the others were in a frenzy, and their eyes were full of hatred. They did not care about anything else, and were determined to fight to the death with the will of the heavenly Tao today. This was an overwhelming difference in strength. When the huge black hand slapped down, it was like a monstrous wave from the deep sea. A large number of cultivators exploded into a bloody mist before they could even let out a groan. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they turned into boundless energy that merged into this space. This battle was incomparably tragic, and it lasted for far too long. Everyone was charging over fearlessly, but they could not even touch a corner of the will of the heavenly Tao's robe. In the end, many people were in despair, and they could not see the slightest chance of survival. Kill. The eyes of the graceful sword fairy and the others had long turned red, and their bodies were covered in wounds and blood. They roared and charged, disregarding life and death. At this time, their essence, energy, and spirit faintly resonated, as if there was a mountain torrent flowing, and the sea roaring. Everyone's chi and blood seemed to be connected together, penetrating the heavens like the legendary galaxy, incomparably magnificent. Boom! A blurry ancient god wearing a beast skin dress and holding an ancient stone artifact was actually condensing and appearing at this moment. It was incomparably tall, as if it was standing at the peak of the dark clouds, about to fight with the will of the heavens. Ancestral symbol rebirth? The expression of the will of the heavens changed as it once again saw the scene that had once suppressed him. Graceful Sword Immortal and the rest were also stunned. They never thought that they would actually be able to summon such a peerless figure at this time. That kind of aura that could swallow the ancient times was truly shocking. However, they did not have time to think too much about it. The peerless figure that appeared in front of them had already started fighting with the will of the heavens. In just an instant, an even more terrifying shockwave swept over, directly piercing through this space, allowing them to see the tragic scene of the sword profound great world in the outside world. Countless sacrificial runes lit up everywhere. All of the living beings and cultivators that had died turned into surging energy, becoming sacrifices for this world. So the power that sealed the will of the heavens came from here. It seems like this is the key to the origin of the world. The so-called sacrificial offering is just a primer. Xianxia stood in the deepest part of the space, watching everything from afar. His expression did not change at all. In his opinion, this peerless figure that had been condensed was clearly the origin that permeated all parts of this world. In the next moment, he raised his palm and slammed it down. Immediately, a vast sound of the world reverberated, covering thousands of miles. Wang! Chains as thick as mountains stretched across the heavens and earth, passing through this universe, as if they were rooted in the deepest part of this world. Towards the end, dazzling and resplendent runes began to appear on the surface of these chains. Balls of rules and order turned into brilliance and were wrapped up by them, being absorbed from all over the world. Above all of the chains, there was a ball of misty light. It was only the size of a fist, but there was a majestic aura like that of a world surging and fluctuating, able to crush everything. The embryonic form of the world's origin, but it's still lacking. Perhaps this is just right. Xianxia looked at the misty light above the chains and gently shook his head. Then, he took a step out of the space. As he walked, a deep and dark path extended out, swallowing up the many dark cages on both sides. The many figures imprisoned within were instantly swallowed up, leaving nothing behind. Vast amounts of energy were guided by the sacrificial runes and converged here. In the depths of this space, the peerless figure that was fighting with the will of the heavens was also affected by this dark aura at this moment. His figure became blurry and could not continue to condense. Not good. The moment he sensed this aura approaching, the expression of the will of the heavens immediately changed. There was some anger and unwillingness. You promised me that as long as I work for you, you will not erase my intelligence. He immediately understood Xianxia's intentions. His face was almost twisted as he stared at the depths of the darkness, revealing fear and anger. Everyone in the sword mystery world, including the sword fairy E and the snow sword fairy, looked at this scene in shock, completely unable to understand what had happened. Why would the will of the heavens, who was fighting with this peerless figure, let out such a voice of despair and unwillingness? Such a voice truly caused them to tremble in fear. How much unwillingness and deep despair was contained within this voice? I never said that I would let you go. You seem to be thinking too much. Furthermore, you have already borne the karma that you should bear. You don't have the value for me to continue keeping you. Xianxia lightly shook his head, his expression seemed to be somewhat regretful, as his figure slowly walked out of the darkness. He spoke casually, as if he was merely stating a simple fact. However, the information contained within his words caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. They were terrified to the extreme, and even their souls seemed to have been frozen. Sword Fairy Snow Sword Fairy, Princess Xianxia and the others were all stunned, unable to believe everything that was happening before their eyes. I captured everyone for you and bore all the karma for you. After the matter is done, you burn the bridge after crossing the river. You are truly ruthless. Seeing that Xianxia had no intention of letting him go, the will of the heavens let out a bitter laugh that was filled with dense resentment and unwillingness. His body continued to collapse, turning into a rain of light that dissipated. Originally, his life and death were controlled by Xianxia. But now, Xianxia only needed a thought to destroy his will and turn him into dust. Even if he controlled the authority of the heavens and had an enormous amount of mana and power, it was still useless. Bang, the heavens and earth were overturned, and 10,000 tribulations turned to dust. In this space, all the rules and order were collapsing and shattering into ashes. An endless sea of lightning interweaved and filled the air. The will of the heavens continued to melt, and its voice gradually disappeared. In the eyes of everyone, that final roar of unwillingness was like an ancient giant letting out a roar of despair and unwillingness, angrily denouncing the unfairness of the world. However, everything had already been settled, and there were no surprises. Such a terrifying and monstrous will of the heavens that viewed all living things as ants, that was practically undefeatable, turned into a rain of light and dissipated before everyone's eyes. Is it over? Is everything over? The will of the heavens has been destroyed, and our world has returned to normal? Someone muttered in a low voice, his mind already unclear. This scene was too inconceivable. It was like a dream, causing everyone in the sword profound great world to tremble in fear. They found it hard to believe that this was real. Everyone looked at Xianxia, who was calmly walking over, their faces filled with unconcealable fear and disbelief. Xianxia, Snow Sword Immortal, Princess Xianxia and the others could be considered to have a better understanding of Xianxia. However, at this moment, they could not help but tremble slightly, their entire bodies turning cold. This feeling was even more terrifying than facing the will of the heavens. If not for Xianxia's sudden appearance, they would not even dare to imagine it. All of this was actually controlled by Xianxia from behind the scenes. Even the will of the heavens was nothing more than a pitiful chess piece in his hands. Now that the value of this chess piece had been exhausted, it was heartlessly abandoned by Xianxia. So the reason why young Master Gu let us go back then was for this day? Xianxia, Snow Sword Immortal and the rest had bitter expressions on their faces, as they thought about the scene when they were imprisoned in the extraterritorial demon dungeon. At that time, he had kindly thought that it was because Xianxia was merciful and did not want to kill anymore. But he never thought that all of this was within Xianxia's control and plan. The reason why he let them go was so that they could lead the army here and become the sacrifice. Everyone was his pawns and tools. Looks like you guys aren't stupid. What, even now, are you still thinking of resisting? Xianxia gently shook his head. His expression was calm, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Whether it was in the past or now, these so-called land sword immortals were no different from ants in his eyes. He could destroy them with a wave of his hand. There was no need for him to stand in the same world as them and talk about principles. Is our resistance still useful? The eyes of Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal and the others were filled with despair and dejection. Princess Xianxia, Qing and the rest were also slightly pale as they looked at Xianxia, who was a stranger to them. It turned out that all of this was just their own wishful thinking. From the very beginning, Xianxia had come to this world with a purpose. It was just that they were too stupid to realize it. Xianxia had been plotting this scheme for too long, so long that everyone had fallen into it without realizing it. They couldn't help but shiver. They were terrified to the extreme. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? Perhaps you can give it a try. After all, there is still hope. Xianxia smiled lightly and slowly walked over. Darkness spread behind him, but the depths of his eyes were cold. Young Master Gu, why are you doing this? Princess Xianxia and the others laughed bitterly, unable to accept this fact. However, Xianxia's gaze did not fall on them. From the beginning to the end, it was as if he had not heard these words. He was cold and indifferent. Kill. A land sword immortal's eyes turned red as he roared and rushed forward. His entire body turned into a dazzling sword light. He ignored the surrounding people and wanted to fight Xianxia to the death. He watched as the dark cages were engulfed by the flames. The many figures imprisoned in them disappeared without even being able to scream. How could he bear such a scene, now that he knew that the culprit was Xianxia? The only thought in his mind was to kill Xianxia. However, before this land sword immortal could get close to Xianxia, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He swept his spear horizontally and pointed it to the south. It was as fast as lightning and pierced through his forehead in an instant. Then, he turned his wrist and the body flew out, exploding into pieces in the air. He died on the spot. Ada appeared with a cold expression. He was wearing the hell iron armor, like a war god from the depths of hell. His eyes were slightly red. He slowly glanced at the people in front of him. He didn't say a word and just stood in front of Xianxia. All of the living beings and cultivators who wanted to attack felt their hearts tremble when they saw the shocking scene. Not to mention Xianxia, his subordinate alone was enough to defeat everyone here. At this point, they finally understood why the will of the heavenly path said that when they knew the truth, they would only be more desperate. Because everything was already destined. Facing an enemy like Xianxia, was there any hope of resisting? Even if we know that there's no hope, we still have to fight. Otherwise, how can we face the seniors who died here? How can we face the blood they shed? Seeing that the morale was low and despair shrouded everyone's heads, an incomparably old land sword immortal roared. He took a step forward, away from the army, and ignited the last of his essence, energy, and spirit. He turned into a ball of flames and charged forward without fear of death. That's right, we can't despair yet. We still have one last chance. Wasn't it the same just now? Seeing this, someone suddenly came to his senses and recovered from his despair. He gritted his teeth and roared, igniting the light of hope once again. That's right, how can we say that there's no hope until the last moment? Hope is in the hearts of people. The graceful sword immortal also roared. He swept away the despair and dejection from before and charged forward with the other land sword immortals. And at this time, as if affected by everyone's emotions, the matchless figure that had already become faint and was filled with darkness suddenly released an immeasurable amount of light, becoming more and more resplendent. For a moment, even the strands of hair became denser and denser. Each strand was like a river of stars, shining brilliantly and incomparably large. They hung there, surrounded by an immeasurable amount of light. Kill. Everyone couldn't help but look at the matchless figure standing at the top of the dark clouds, their eyes filled with hope. This was an existence that was summoned when everyone's essence, energy, and spirit were connected together, containing everyone's unyielding will. Just a moment ago, he had fought with the will of the heavens for thousands of rounds, and was almost invincible. Now, his aura was even more powerful and terrifying. With a raise of his hand, endless multicolored light and auspicious chi interweaved and resonated. The ancestral symbol that the will of the heavens spoke of might be formed from the source of an existence that had once stepped into the immortal realm. Looking at the ancient figure wearing a beast skin dress and holding a white bone club, Xianxia suddenly understood. The reason why the will of the heavens was born in the sword mystic world was very likely because this world was created by an immortal realm existence or a world that was born from the corpse of a dead immortal realm existence. After understanding all of this, Xianxia did not continue to hold back and directly raised his hand and pressed forward. Vast mana fluctuations surged, turning into a monstrous demonic cloud that instantly engulfed the space. All of the cultivators and living beings that rushed over collapsed under this power. Their bodies and spirits were destroyed, and their bodies collapsed, turning into a bloody mist. Compared to the battle with the will of the heavens just now, this battle was clearly even more tragic. Large numbers of cultivators and living beings rushed towards Xianxia. However, before they could get close to him, they were crushed by the majestic power. They couldn't even let out a groan and directly exploded. It was like a withered leaf in the sea that was crushed by the waves. It couldn't even stir up a wave and was incomparably small. This was an absolute crushing power. The void collapsed and the world withered. Terrifying chains that were like mountain ridges extended from the depths of the darkness, absorbing the origin power of this world. The hazy brilliance was also rapidly condensing and growing, slowly transforming from an embryonic form to a mature form. Guchunga's gaze was indifferent as he watched the many runes around him being ignited. Then, they turned into energy and gathered over. However, in his opinion, this world's origin power was still lacking something. It seems that I still need to devour you in the end for this world's origin power to reach perfection. Guchunga took the initiative to attack. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd slashed down horizontally like a light of destruction. It had an invincible might that could overturn eternity and break the river of time. Clang, 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 in the void, endless halberd light appeared and bloomed. It was terrifying and vast, and a single strand could destroy a universe. Bang! In just an instant, all the rules and living beings in front of him were destroyed, turning into ashes and vanishing into thin air. This kind of divine might was difficult for even the universe to endure, let alone living beings. The graceful sword immortal and the others who were attacking exploded at the first moment. Their divine souls were destroyed, not leaving anything behind. Rumble, in the darkness, great stars rotated and condensed one after another. Then, they all fell down together. The matchless figure formed from the ancestral symbol's power had a gaze as cold as a blade. It descended towards him, as if it was about to awaken from some distant and unknown dimension. It was as if he heard the prayers of all life in this world. He gathered the faith and hope of all life and walked out from the passage of time. The sound of the great Tao resonated. All kinds of astronomical phenomena appeared. There were ancient saints kneeling and groups of demons bowing their heads. Demon Slayer. A muffled sound came from his mouth. It was hard to hear clearly, not because the language of this era was too ancient. However, everyone could understand the meaning behind those words. Boom, he was attacking towards Guchunga. Boundless symbols revolved around his body. Endless light transformed into divine weapons. They were resplendent to the extreme as they surged over together. This was the might of the great apocalypse. It was unfathomable and difficult to describe with simple words. Wang, a halberd light swept across. It was incomparably cold. Millions of strands of demonic chi swirled and swept out, directly shattering these symbols. The 8 Desolation demon halberd slashed down. It instantly crossed the distance of millions of li and slashed through the cracks of space and time. You are already a dead person. Even if you reappear in this world, what is the use? As Guchunga stepped forward, this space that was already decaying immediately collapsed. A terrifying phenomenon appeared beside him. All kinds of chaotic light intertwined. His palm was bright and clear like 7-colored divine glass. All kinds of ancient and powerful Dharma images appeared. In front of him was the golden palace path. In front of him was a dark fog. Holiness and demonic nature coexisted. He was like a god overlooking the heavens with a cold majesty. However, the figure formed by the ancestral symbol was equally terrifying. All kinds of ancient strange beasts seemed to appear under his feet. He reappeared in this world and let out a world-shattering roar. He stretched out his claws and flapped his wings, attacking Guchunga. As expected, it is the aura of the immortal Tao domain, Guchunga softly muttered to himself. Facing this kind of existence who stepped into this realm countless years ago, he didn't use many Tao tools. There was definitely not a single level difference between this level of experts and those who had achieved the Tao. Ordinary methods couldn't destroy and devour them. However, in his opinion, this battle was already predetermined. There was no second possibility. Destroying the other party was only a matter of time. Rumble, endless battle fluctuations spread out. This space was collapsing. Separated by indescribable time and space, Guchunga and the other party exchanged blows. The sky and earth were turned upside down. It could overturn everything. His gaze was cold and calm. He stood at the end of the darkness. Thick dark fog shrouded him. He was active and powerful. The great Tao treasure bottle appeared. Boundless runes fell, devouring everything. All the rules and order were destroyed and then sucked in. Thick chaotic mist spread outwards, natural laws collapsing. This place became extremely chaotic, all of the creatures disappearing, only leaving behind boundless light. Guchunga waved the halberd again, and the terrible brilliance seemed to tear apart the endless universe, destroying and destroying everything. Destroy. His expression was cold. There was only one word from his mouth. Vast fluctuations spread out. Worlds collapsed. The matchless figure standing in the dark clouds began to break inch by inch. This scene made everyone despair. They couldn't see a ray of light anymore. Time stopped. Space fell silent. All fluctuations were disappearing. Only a vast expanse of chaos was left between heaven and earth. It wasn't wrong to say that this place was the beginning of heaven and earth. This was because the 8 wastelands were vast and boundless. Only the vast and majestic world aura surged under his feet. It was as if there was an ancient world being nurtured. An incomparably ancient and tall ancient warship that was like a continent slowly swept across this vast expanse. Xianxia stood at the bow of the ship. His white clothes were whiter than snow. He was untainted by a speck of dust. He was like a transcendent deity. He looked at the sword-profound world that had already turned into chaos under his feet. He gently shook his head. His eyes were calm and without ripples. After condensing and taking away the world's origin, he didn't destroy the many true spirits scattered in this world. In other words, after a few years, perhaps hundreds of millions of years, or even longer, this world would evolve again. Everything would go back to reincarnation, and the cycle would repeat. Every world's reincarnation means a new life from destruction. Perhaps this is the true reincarnation. Behind Xianxia, a slender and graceful figure slowly walked over. There was a complicated expression on her elegant and beautiful face. It was the great Celestial dynasty's eldest princess, Xianxia. She was actually a little surprised. Xianxia actually kept his promise and didn't kill her. However, on second thought, Xianxia understood. This was because her living identity was more useful to Xianxia. Especially after the many orthodoxies from the upper realm that came to this world this time were all destroyed and buried here. Destruction after rebirth, and rebirth after destruction. Is this really reincarnation? Xianxia smiled gently. He retracted his gaze and disappeared from the bow of the ship. He had obtained the world's origin. He had to start refining and devouring it. After returning to the upper realm, there would be a lot of trouble to face. In the upper realm's heavenly region, where the great Celestial dynasty's imperial capital was located, various imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects had gathered. Unknowingly, the smell of war filled the air. Swords were drawn and bows were on the verge of breaking out. Everyone was trembling in fear, feeling extremely uneasy. Numerous blurry and terrifying figures stood in the depths of the great Celestial dynasty's imperial palace. They looked at the current emperor coldly, demanding an explanation from him. Some time ago, the space passage to the Sword Arcane Great World was suddenly closed. Many cultivators guarding there tried to reopen the Great Universe passage, but they all failed. Some boundary emperors took action, but it was all in vain. They could not find the space node of that world and could not open the passage. This caused a huge commotion. Many orthodoxies around the heavenly region immediately sent their elites over. This was because their enlightened patriarchs and the current generation's successors had already gone there. If they were trapped in that world, it would be difficult for them to escape. To them, that was an immeasurable loss. Just as the various forces were discussing how to open the spatial passage, a terrifying piece of news that shook the entire world suddenly spread. The soul lamps left behind by the various forces' patriarchs when they descended were extinguished. Their auras disappeared, and they died in that world. This news shook the entire heavenly region. Whether it was ordinary cultivators or disciples of the major orthodoxies, they all trembled in fear and disbelief. In this era, enlightened patriarchs were already at the peak of existence. Their cultivation was unparalleled, and they looked down on the world. To put it bluntly, as long as a force had an enlightened patriarch, they would not have to worry about it for millions of years. No one would dare to provoke them. However, such a powerful existence had actually lost his life in a crusade against a lower realm, and it was not just one person, but all of them. What exactly was hidden in that great world? What kind of terrifying dangers did it contain? This news was too shocking. Everyone who heard the news widened their eyes, wondering if they had heard wrongly. After that, the authenticity of this news was confirmed. Not only did the enlightened patriarchs who descended to that world die, but the rest of the army that went with them were also annihilated. Like a stone falling into the deep sea, no news was sent back. Without a doubt, this news caused the various orthodoxies to be furious. Many elites immediately rushed to the Great Yu Celestial dynasty to ask for an explanation. After all, the entrance to the Great World was discovered by the Great Yu Celestial dynasty. That location was also within the Great Yu Celestial dynasty. It could be said that the Great Yu Celestial dynasty was to blame for such a huge incident. Even though the foundation of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty was extremely deep, it was difficult to see the truth. However, for such a huge matter to happen, one had to bear a lot of pressure. It was impossible to pretend that nothing had happened. Moreover, the Great Yu Celestial dynasty's ancestor, who had the strength of a Dao attainment expert, had also perished there. Speaking of which, the Great Yu Celestial dynasty also didn't want to see such a thing happen. Fellow Taoists, please calm down. We didn't want to see such a big thing happen. Not only were the patriarchs behind you killed, but the life jade of one of Great Yu's imperial patriarchs who had attained the Tao was also shattered. In the Great Yu Imperial Palace, Emperor Yu wore a purple and gold crown. He was tall and sturdy, and his face was dignified. But now, with a worried look on his face, he cupped his fists and apologized to the experts from the various orthodoxies. Everyone here was the leader of their respective orthodoxies. They were either clan masters or sacred lords. Their identities were unimaginable. He couldn't put on airs and look down on them too much. It happened in your Great Yu Celestial dynasty anyway. Back then, it was also Great Yu that spread the news that a great world was about to appear. Now that such a big thing has happened, your Great Yu Celestial dynasty can't escape the blame. An ancient being from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain said with dissatisfaction. One of his most promising descendants was also in the army heading to the Sword Arcane Great World. Now that he had perished there, his heart was bleeding. All the efforts he had put in to nurture him had turned into a drop of water that flowed down the drain. How could he be satisfied? The other experts from the various clans also had ugly looks on their faces. Not only did they not gain anything from this trip to the lower realm, but they also lost many young Skype rides and a Dao attainment expert. It was a heavy loss. Emperor Yu also sighed in his heart when he heard that. He understood that this matter couldn't be settled peacefully. He also didn't know what happened in the Sword Arcane Great World that caused the Dao attainment experts from various forces to perish. Even the Great Universe tunnel that led to the Great World was closed. Haha, Emperor Yu, you have to think carefully. It's only us who came. That person from the Gu clan seemed to have also gone there. Now, his whereabouts are unknown, and his fate is unknown. If even he perishes there, I'm afraid your Great Yu Celestial dynasty won't be able to bear the wrath of the Gu clan. An old man from the Divine Spirit Mountain said with a sneer in his eyes. He couldn't hide the ridicule in his voice. As soon as these words were said, Emperor Yu's expression immediately turned ugly. Under his robe, his fists couldn't help but clench tightly. In fact, this was also what he was most worried about. After all, among the younger generation that came to the lower realm together, Guchanga was among them. Although Guchanga was powerful, and even a Dao attainment expert was no match for him. However, no one knew what happened in the Sword Arcane Great World. With so many accidents, who could guarantee that Guchanga would definitely be alive? Guchanga was now only the young master of the Gu clan. On a certain level, he was no different from the Gu clan master. Moreover, his talent was terrifying, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was unprecedented. It was only a matter of time before he reached the immortal realm. Once Guchanga perished, the impact would definitely be countless times more shocking than the death of a Dao attainment expert. At that time, the Longevity Gu clan would definitely start a longevity war with the Great Yu Celestial dynasty. Not to mention the other eternal forces that would be involved, including Guchanga's mother's lineage, the Primordium demonic sect, and his fiancée's peerless celestial dynasty. There were just too many. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle and feel uneasy. Emperor Yu, you should think about how to deal with this big trouble. Otherwise, your Great Yu Celestial dynasty will definitely be in trouble this time. The ancient existence from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain shook his head and spoke. There was some pity in his eyes. Although the Heavenly Emperor Mountain suffered a great loss, compared to the Great Yu Celestial dynasty, it was much better. Now, in the various heavens of the upper realm, many orthodoxies and forces were paying close attention to the situation here. If the Great Yu celestial dynasty did not handle it well, when the time came, the forces that would attack them would definitely not be just these few. And just as many powerhouses were discussing this matter, a vast pressure suddenly appeared between heaven and earth at the border of the Great Yu celestial dynasty. Rumble. The sky trembled, and the wind and clouds changed color. An extremely terrifying crack suddenly appeared in the sky above, as if it was torn open by a pair of invisible giant hands. Endless light and primal chaos chi gushed out from the crack, instantly spreading out in all directions. This place seemed to be torn apart by an eternal light. All kinds of runes rushed into the sky and lit up the sky. Even the cold and dark depths of the universe were as bright as day for a moment. An ancient and majestic warship came rumbling over, as if it had broken all the rules and order from the vast land and rushed out with blood on its bones. This is the ancient warship of the Great Yu celestial dynasty. Why is it rushing out from here? No, this seems to be an army that is heading to that great world. Such a great momentum and movement immediately alarmed all the nearby cultivators and living beings. Divine rainbow swept across the sky and landed here. Looking at this scene, they could not help but be shocked. What happened in the sword mystery world had not been completely spread in the Great Yu celestial dynasty, but there were many rumors. So many cultivators did not know that the various orthodoxies of the lower worlds had suffered heavy losses and could be said to have lost everything. What's going on? What happened? Quickly send the news back and inform His Majesty Emperor Yu that the ancient warship of the Great Yu celestial dynasty has returned safely. In the dark, many spies of the Great Yu celestial dynasty reacted immediately after the initial shock and quickly spread the news here. It's really back. This familiar aura of heaven and earth, on the ancient warship, Great Yu's eldest princess, Xianxia, had a complicated expression on her face, but she also felt somewhat at ease. However, she was still clear that although things seemed to have settled down, there were more troubles to be faced next. This was because Xianxia would not appear, and as the leader of the younger generation of the Great Yu celestial dynasty who went to the lower worlds, she naturally had to bear the brunt and bear the anger and blame of various forces. It was also because of this that Xianxia chose to let her live. The Nirvana Path Realm is also known as the Path Realm. Although entering this realm is divided into early, middle, and late stages, it is actually just a difference in how far one goes in this realm. In a palace deep in the ancient warship, Xianxia sat cross-legged without moving. His face was calm, and his body was like a rock. Wisps of black light fell from the top of his head and then flowed down from every pore, like billions of stars intertwining. After devouring and refining the world origin of the sword profound world, his cultivation had indeed increased by a large margin compared to before. Previously, he could only be considered to be in the early stage, but now he was close to the late stage. Of course, in terms of strength, the improvement was even more obvious. Even Xianxia was not sure how strong he was now. Although the peerless figure formed by the ancestral symbol in the sword mystery world had the power of the immortal Tao, it was ultimately just an illusion and not the real body. It could not be compared to a perfected immortal. However, it was still much stronger than a remnant immortal. The Heavenly Heart brand and the sword Tao Saint Heart, these two things are indeed not very useful to me now, but it's better than nothing. Then, Xianxia looked at the Heavenly Tao reward dropped after killing the two Sons of Destiny, Duoba Xiaoyao and Lin En. He opened the Heavenly Tao treasure chest to check it after leaving the sword mystery world. The Heavenly Heart brand was something similar to the Heavenly Tao mark. It was golden and extremely misty and needed to be used in conjunction with an ownerless small world. It could be used to refine that world into one's own world incarnation and wield the authority of the Heavenly Tao. However, it was still extremely useless to Xianxia. He planned to give this item to Yu Mingkong when he had the time. The unparalleled immortal dynasty was proficient in the spatial world Tao. Its use in this aspect could be said to be unique in the upper realm. As for the sword Tao Saint Heart, it was a kind of sword Tao talent that could be used to nurture disciples or juniors. This was even more useless to Xianxia, but it was still kept. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. With such a big thing happening in the sword mystery world, it's impossible for the upper realm to not pay attention. I still have to lie low for a while. If there's anything, let Yufia handle it first. Guchanga put away the two items and came to the ancient warship, looking down. They were now in the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty and would be able to return to the imperial capital soon. There were a total of 5 people who had attained the Tao in the Sword Mystery world, involving 5 imperishable great sects and orthodoxies. Therefore, if this matter was not dealt with properly, it might lead to a longevity war. After all, the fall of those who had attained the Tao was a big deal for any faction. I can take advantage of this opportunity to let Yu Tianjing make his move. It's time for the Great Yu dynasty to change masters. Many thoughts flashed through Guchanga's mind, and his eyes suddenly became extremely deep. At this time, in the Great Yu dynasty, there were definitely powerhouses from various factions gathered. If the Great Yu dynasty's emperor fell at this time, what would happen? Presumably, no matter who it was, they would immediately suspect the various forces. At the same time, in the imperial capital of the Great Yu dynasty, Emperor Yu, who was discussing this matter with the powerhouses of various factions, was also the first to know that the ancient warship of the Great Yu dynasty had returned safely. He was stunned at first, then after a moment of shock, he was in deep disbelief and could not believe it. What? The ancient warship of the Great Yu dynasty has returned safely? The powerhouses of various factions beside him naturally heard this, and their expressions suddenly changed. Some were shocked, some were angry, and some were suspicious. In many people's opinion, all the factions were buried, and only the ancient warship of the Great Yu dynasty had escaped. What did this mean? Could it be that the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty had killed them? Brothers, please don't worry and don't be impatient. I've only just found out about this matter. Just in time, when the army returns to the imperial capital, we can ask what happened. I don't think everyone is in a hurry. Emperor Yu was also a smart person. He instantly understood the thoughts in everyone's hearts and hurriedly spoke to calm them down. Is this an order for me to take action? In a cave somewhere in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Emperor Yu was looking at the letter in his hand. He looked excited and worried at the same time. He was Yu Tianjing, the uncle who lost the fight for the throne with Emperor Yu. All this while, he had been following Guchanga's orders and hiding here, waiting for the right time to take action. Now that Guchanga had sent someone to send him a letter, how could he not be excited? He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. It's time for the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty to change hands. He sneered, then turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the place. He planned to order the spies he had set up all these years to take action. Now that the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was in troubled times, everyone was anxious, and it was the perfect time to start a war. We should inform the house master about the return of the young master. Half a year ago, the young master ordered that after his return, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion should take over Stupa and Hell. After Yu Tianjing left, 2 figures that were as faint as gray fog slowly appeared in the void and were talking softly. They seemed to have merged with the world, but there was always a faint murderous aura around them as they walked, as if they could kill all the young kings. The safe return of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's ancient warship shocked everyone in an instant. Whether it was the various forces in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty or the forces that sent spies to keep a close eye on this matter, they were all shocked. Many cultivators immediately went to the Great Yu Imperial capital to find out if it was true or not. At such a critical moment, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's ancient warship actually returned safe and sound, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Under the influence of some people, a rumor of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty killing various orthodoxies spread quietly. For a time, undercurrents were surging, and murderous intents were hidden. In the Great Yu Imperial capital, many armies received orders and rushed from various places to guard and patrol the area. Now that it was troubled times, no one knew if a great war would suddenly break out in the imperial capital. Before the experts from various orthodoxies arrived, there was a fluctuation of Tao attainment artifacts that had awakened, and it shocked countless cultivators. Rumble, an ancient warship covered in blood and bones rolled across the sky, its flag fluttering in the wind as it slowly landed in the depths of the Great Yu Imperial capital, attracting the attention of all parties. It seems that the rumors are true. The ancient warship of the Great Yu Imperial capital has returned safely from that world, but this is the only one left. What kind of dangers does that world contain? It actually caused so many people to die tragically. Even those who had attained the Tao were not spared. The imperial capital of the Great Yu dynasty occupied an area of 1,000,000 miles, standing tall like an ancient divine mountain. Mist rose from it, and colorful clouds curled around it. It was brilliant and dazzling. Flying waterfalls, spirit springs, immortal mountains, incomparably grand and majestic. Within the many pavilions and halls, many cultivators and living beings watched this scene with different emotions. Some were alarmed and uneasy, while others were gloating. According to the news, Xianxia also went to that world. Do you think he died there? In a pavilion, many young geniuses were having a small gathering. There were people from all different clans. Their bodies were surrounded by precious splendor, and they were all quite extraordinary. Among them, one of them had a strange expression as if he had thought of something. He couldn't help but laugh softly, and then asked. At this time, mentioning this in such a way seemed to be gloating. If others heard it and spread it, they might even offend Xianxia. However, this was what everyone was thinking. If Xianxia really died in that world like the other Tao attainments, it could be considered a blessing for all the young people. All these years, Xianxia was like a terrifying demonic mountain that stretched across the heads of this generation of people. Even the ancient freaks who were born were pressured by him to the point that they couldn't breathe and couldn't see a trace of hope. It was completely sad to be in the same world as such a person. They didn't even have the qualifications to be a foil. You underestimate young Master Xianxia too much. When he was in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, he alone suppressed the Tao attainments of that world so much that they didn't dare to leave the city. He will die in such a lower world? It's simply the biggest joke in the world. You haven't seen that scene with your own eyes, so you have no idea how terrifying he is. If you ask me, even if everyone dies in that world, nothing will happen to young Master Xianxia. However, upon hearing this, another young woman suddenly shook her head and sneered. She was very disdainful of the person who asked just now. When the upper world was fighting in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, she happened to be among them. She witnessed the terrifying scene of Xianxia holding the Taoist instrument and fighting many Tao attainments of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Therefore, she was very sure that Xianxia would never have an accident. Such a person was destined to be the protagonist of heaven and earth, an immortal existence that led several eras. How could anything happen to him? While many young supreme masters were talking, a ray of light flashed in the void in front of the Great Yu Imperial Palace. Then, several vague and terrifying figures stepped out. Each of them had an extremely monstrous aura, and their eyes were shining brightly, suppressing the surrounding rules to the point of collapse. They stood there like gods. All kinds of visions flashed in their eyes as they waited for the ancient worship of Great Yu to land. The leader was the current Emperor Yu. Behind him were many ministers of the Great Yu dynasty. They all looked solemn as they watched the ancient worship slowly land in the distance. Now, they all wanted to know what had happened in that world. Now, the survivors on this ancient worship might be able to tell them all the answers. Greetings, Father, and all the seniors. Soon, the ancient worship landed. Xianxia led the army and walked down first. There was a serious look on her demure face. The eldest princess of Great Yu is still alive. It seems that we should be able to find out what happened in that world from her. The experts of various clans also looked over and stared at Xianxia. In particular, the terrifying figures standing at the entrance of the imperial palace looked like the scene of stars falling and the moon falling in their eyes. Xianxia, you don't have to be so courteous. I'm relieved that you're safe and sound. What happened in that world? Tell us in detail. You don't know that I've been worrying about this for the past few days. I don't know how to explain it to all of you. Emperor Yu saw that Xianxia was safe and sound. He sighed in relief and then said with a gentle smile. He glanced around and found that less than 1/10 of the army that went to the Sword Mystery World had returned. It was obvious how tragic it was. Xianxia had expected such a scene. When she thought of Xianxia's instructions, she put on a solemn expression again and said, Father, the appearance of that great world is actually a bait. Its purpose is to attract all of us to go there. I'm sure that except for me, the people of the other orthodoxies have been buried there. What? Bait? As soon as she said that, there was an uproar. Everyone was stunned at first. When they came to their senses, they could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Who would be so bold as to use such a great world as bait to attract everyone to go there and bury everyone? They really did not dare to imagine. Even in the current upper realm, who would dare to do such a thing? What do you mean by that? Emperor Yu frowned. He was puzzled and was about to ask. However, the supreme powerhouses of the other forces had already taken a step forward. They stared at Xianxia with intimidating gazes. They did not believe Xianxia's words. They did not think that there was anyone in this world who dared to scheme against them. Seniors, if you don't believe me, you can take a look at this shadow recording stone. This is what happened in the sword mystery world back then. The will of the heavenly axiom revived and wanted to sacrifice the entire world to transcend. All the orthodoxies who went to the lower realm became nourishment and were buried there. Xianxia's expression was solemn. As she spoke, she took out the shadow recording stone that she had prepared long ago. The many powerhouses present only needed to take a look to know whether the image in the shadow recording stone was real or fake. She had already thought of other explanations and did not leave any loopholes. The will of the heavenly axiom revived and planned to transcend? Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present turned cold. Their bodies trembled as they understood that this was not a small matter. Especially the supreme powerhouses of the various clans. They were experienced and knowledgeable and knew how terrifying the will of the heavenly axiom was. So that's the reason? Emperor Yu did not think that his daughter would lie, and his expression became incomparably solemn. At that moment, they picked up the shadow recording stone in Xianxia's hand and carefully investigated what happened in it. Then, they all widened their eyes and gasped. They personally witnessed the sword mystery world's collapse and the shocking scene of all living beings joining forces to fight against the heavens. That kind of monstrous power made even those who had attained the Tao feel a wave of palpitations. Some trembled from the bottom of their souls. This kind of power, even from the image at that time, makes one's heart palpitate. It shouldn't be wrong. The heavenly axiom of that world actually had such plans. It's not strange that the various forces would be buried there because of this. After the supreme powerhouses of the various clans saw the image, they were all silent for a long time. They were shocked. They were very sure that the will of the heavenly axiom of that world had definitely touched the threshold of the immortal realm. If they were to transcend, it was very likely that they would threaten the upper realm. To put it bluntly, even they did not have the slightest chance of survival in the face of such a terrifying will of the heavens. Begging for fresh flowers 0-inch after descending to the lower realm, who would have thought that there would be such a huge trap waiting for all of us? Then, seeing that no one was doubtful about this matter, Xianxia sighed again and began to narrate the many details of what had happened. Xianxia did not mention these things, but she still thought of a way to cover up all traces. However, from beginning to end, Xianxia had always been a behind-the-scenes existence. Even the will of the heavenly Tao had become a wedding dress for his disciple. Therefore, she didn't need to think too much about how to cover it up. In the end, how did you all escape? Then, there were some supreme beings who were confused, asking with puzzled eyes. How did Xianxia and the others manage to escape safely, tear open the great universe tunnel, and return to the upper realm? There were many doubtful points in this. Emperor Yu originally heaved a sigh of relief because he knew that this matter had nothing to do with the great Yu celestial dynasty, but when he heard this question, his heart still tightened. In fact, he also wanted to know how Xianxia and the others managed to escape from that dangerous place. How could the will of the heavenly Tao, which possessed strength close to that of the immortal path, let them leave safely? Xianxia's expression did not change much when she heard this, as if she already knew that everyone would ask this question. She sighed softly, and said with some lingering fear and luck, "Speaking of this, it's all thanks to young Master Xianxia. If he hadn't helped at the critical moment, I'm afraid we would have died in that world together." Young Master Xianxia? Everyone's expression was stunned, and many people only reacted now. Xianxia had also descended to that world together with the army. However, until now, there had been no news of Xianxia's death from the Longevity Gu family. From the looks of it, Xianxia should be safe and sound, and there was no danger to his life. Thinking of this, the expressions of many supreme experts became solemn. They really wanted to know what had happened and where Xianxia was now. It's good that young Master Xianxia is fine. Emperor Yu had always been worried that the longevity Gu family would vent their anger on Guchanga after something happened to him. Now that he heard this news, the stone in his heart finally fell, and a smile appeared on his face. Where is young Master Chang'e now? Didn't he return to the upper realm with you? The supreme expert of the Sky Emperor Mountain asked with a strange look in his eyes. He wanted to know Guchanga's current whereabouts. Young Master Chang'e is in the ancient warship, but his current condition is not good, and he has suffered heavy injuries, Euphia answered according to Guchanga's request. Then, she told everyone the truth. When that realm collapsed, it was Guchanga who took action to resist the will of the heavenly Tao of that realm. Then, he drifted in the vast expanse with them, searching for the spatial coordinates of the upper realm. However, when fighting with the will of the heavenly Tao, Guchanga injured his origin. Later, he forcefully tore open the universe tunnel, and his injuries worsened. During this period of time, he had been recuperating on the ancient warship, so he did not show himself. Young Master Chang'e is injured? Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and they did not believe it. However, it made sense. After all, no matter how strong Guchanga was, it was impossible for him to fight against the will of the heavenly Tao, which was comparable to the immortal realm. It was already unimaginable that he could escape safely. If it was any other person who had achieved the Tao, they would have died long ago, not to mention that they had the means to tear open the universe tunnel and return to the upper realm. Euphia's words dispelled the doubts in many people's hearts. The reason why they were able to escape unscathed was because of Guchanga. However, some people still had doubts in their hearts and did not completely believe Euphia's words. Then, everyone discussed for a while and decided to go to the ancient warship to visit Guchanga personally to check on his current condition. Euphia had received Guchanga's instructions, so she was not surprised. She led the way in front and led everyone to visit Guchanga. In the palace that was shrouded in dazzling multicolored light and surging spiritual fog, Guchanga was dressed in snow-white clothes. His black hair was as clear as ink and was tied with a simple hairband. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed. His face was slightly pale, but his expression was extremely calm as he looked at the supreme powerhouses of various clans who were walking toward him. "Greetings, brothers," he said softly, as if he was not surprised. "We heard that young Master Chang'e was seriously injured after the battle with the will of the heavenly Tao of that realm, so we came to visit. I hope young Master Chang'e won't take offense." The supreme powerhouse of the heavenly Emperor Mountain spoke. His body was full of demonic aura, and his eyes were bright. Ancient runes of the great Tao flashed as he carefully sized up Guchanga's current condition. As he spoke, he took out a sparkling purple jade box as a gift. It contained a million-year-old king medicine. Even for those who had achieved the Tao, it was an extremely precious healing item. 2. It was very quiet in the palace. Only the incense burner at the side emitted a faint green smoke. Guchanga's white clothes were whiter than snow, and his face was handsome. Although his face was a little pale, he did not lose his extraordinary appearance, like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. He waved his sleeve and accepted the jade box in the hands of the supreme expert of the Sky Emperor Mountain. He nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your visit. My injuries are much better now." His words were calm, and his eyes were so deep that no one could see the truth. However, many of the supreme experts present were existences that stood at the peak of this world. Their eyesight was astonishing, and they could naturally see that Guchanga was currently in a state of qi and blood deficit, and his origin was damaged. They looked at each other with strange expressions. All kinds of thoughts flashed through their minds, and then they took out the things they wanted to see. No matter what, at this time, no one dared to easily offend Guchanga, even if he was injured. "In that case, we won't disturb young Master Chang'e any longer. We'll take our leave first. Regarding the Sword Profound World, the great Yu Princess has already told us clearly. There are also some details. It seems that we can only wait for young Master Chang'e to recover from his injuries before asking. Farewell." After sending the visiting gifts, the supreme experts of the various clans also left with their own thoughts. They did not stay for long. Although they still had many doubts in their hearts, they already believed what Euphia said. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already searched his soul to find out many details. However, Euphia had the great Yu celestial dynasty behind her, and her status was very noble. Guchanga was even more so. In the current upper realm, who would dare to say that they would search a sea of consciousness, that was tantamount to provoking the longevity Gu clan and Guchanga, and it would trigger the longevity war. Brothers, take care. Guchanga's expression did not change much as he nodded and said. After the supreme experts of the various clans left, Emperor Yu, who was still in the palace, could not help but ask, young Master Chang'e, are you not going to inform the longevity Gu clan behind you about your current situation? No matter what, Guchanga was currently injured. It was inevitable that there would be some monsters or enemies in the dark who would dare to make a move against him. Hearing this, Guchanga smiled faintly and said, it doesn't matter. Even if I am injured now, ordinary people are not my opponent. You worry too much. Hearing Guchanga's words, Emperor Yu still didn't quite believe it. In his opinion, Guchanga's injuries were not simple. He had already injured his core. However, the average person that Guchanga spoke of was definitely not an average person. At the very least, they had entered the level of Dao attainment. Since Guchanga did not care about what he said, there was nothing he could do. Since that's the case, this emperor will not disturb young Master Chang'e any further. Soon after, Emperor Yu also cupped his hands and planned to take his leave. However, before he left, he glanced at his daughter with a strange look in his eyes. After this trip to the lower realms, Xianxia seemed to have gotten closer to Guchanga. This was naturally something that Emperor Yu wanted to see. Until now, he had not agreed to the Juyin royal court's request for a marriage alliance because of this layer of consideration. How's everything going? Soon, only Guchanga and Xianxia were left in the hall. He casually glanced at Xianxia and asked. Everything is according to young master's instructions. There is not the slightest mistake, Xianxia replied respectfully, completely different from her demure and elegant appearance in front of outsiders. After experiencing the lower realms, she had also thought through many things. Therefore, she no longer dared to be like before, talking to Guchanga as a peer and appearing cautious and fearful. That's good. Guchanga looked at the many jade boxes in his hand, then smiled lightly. It was not the first time that he had done something like pretending to be seriously injured. Whether it was in the past or now, it had a miraculous effect. The current Great Yu Celestial dynasty was a mess. Now that news of his serious injuries spread, many forces in the dark would be eager to make a move, and it would be difficult to contain them. This was also the situation that Guchanga wanted to see the most now. In the next few days, many news about the Sword Arcane Great World spread from the Great Yu Celestial dynasty, causing a commotion in the upper realms. The awakening of the heavenly Daos will wanted to sacrifice all living beings, bury a realm, and achieve transcendence. The various forces that went to the lower realms suffered heavy losses, and none of them survived. Even those who had achieved Dao died in it. Even Guchanga almost lost his life in it. Now that he was seriously injured, he was recuperating in the Great Yu Celestial dynasty. The impact caused by this was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea, causing endless waves. Every cultivator who knew about this was shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. The shadow recording stone regarding this matter also spread in the various merchant alliances and markets, and was bought by the various imperishable sects and supreme Daoist orthodoxies at high prices. For a time, the Great Yu Celestial dynasty was pushed to the forefront of the storm again. Supreme experts tried to deduce the lower realms that belonged to Hongmeng. But in the end, they failed. They couldn't deduce its location, and they couldn't even sense its location. This made people vigilant. If that great world really succeeded in transcendence, it was very likely that an existence comparable to a perfected immortal would be born, and it would threaten the current upper realms. In another ancient world that was an endless distance away from the Great Yu Celestial dynasty, another imperishable celestial dynasty stood. Even if the lightning was exhausted and the universe was destroyed, it never showed any signs of weakening. It was eternal and immortal. It was where the Wushuang Celestial dynasty was located. An incomparably beautiful woman in a phoenix robe was flipping through memorials in the palace. Her beautiful face frowned slightly, and then she said lightly, "Got it. Secretly send 1,000,000 Shoulu away to wait outside the Great Yu Celestial dynasty." Emperor Chu, this? The female official kneeling below the palace was shocked and puzzled. Xiaoluwei was a terrifying force that Emperor Chu had secretly cultivated all these years. It was extremely powerful and was like a sharp blade that could cut through anything. Wherever it passed, gods and demons would be beheaded. Xiaoluwei was the one who dealt with many things that couldn't be exposed. Now, he was going to mobilize 1,000,000 Xiaoluwei. This was an unimaginable matter. You don't have to worry about this. Just send Xiaoluwei over. Yu Mingkong waved her hand gently. Her eyes were calm and deep, and her body carried a terrifying majesty. Yes. The female official didn't dare to say anything else. She hurriedly left with the order. Looks like he's planning to attack the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Yu Mingkong put down the memorials in her hand. She couldn't hide the longing in her eyes. News of Guchanga's severe injuries came from the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. However, Yu Mingkong, who knew Guchanga very well, knew that it was just a pretense. Someone as strong as Guchanga would never do something that he wasn't competent in, so it was impossible for him to be severely injured. The will of the heavenly Tao, which many orthodoxies were afraid of, had probably been dealt with by Guchanga. Even the various experts who had died in the lower realm were likely to have been killed by Guchanga. Judging from the chaotic situation in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Guchanga would probably attack the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. That was why she sent someone to send Xiaoluwei over. These Xiaoluwei were trained by her according to the training method Guchanga had given her. They were extremely powerful. I miss you so much after parting with you. Then, Yu Mingkong gently picked up a brush and ink. She began to write a letter to express her lovesickness. A faint smile flashed across her bright eyes. She planned to tell Guchanga about Xiaoluwei. Apart from that, she was almost done with the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts that Guchanga sent over from the Sword Arcane Great World. Once the time was right, she would be able to open the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Although the commotion in the Sword Arcane Great World had subsided, there were still undercurrents. During this period, several princes and princesses were assassinated and almost lost their lives. Even the future successor of Emperor Yu, Yu Lai, was almost killed. This incident happened in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial capital, right under Emperor Yu's nose. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was furious, and Emperor Yu immediately ordered a lockdown of the imperial capital to capture those assassins. Such an act was undoubtedly audacious, and it made the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty very angry. However, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial capital was now a mixed bag of good and bad people. All the imperishable sects and orthodoxies had supreme experts here with terrifying forbidden weapons. Therefore, the search became extremely difficult, and they might even offend other orthodoxies. Therefore, after a few days of fruitless searching, Emperor Yu could only give up. Buzz. At the same time, in the northeast corner of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial capital, there was a spacious street. A group of knights was walking slowly, and behind them was a carriage decorated with true dragons, divine phoenixes, and other figures. Runes flickered, and brilliance filled the air, making it look extremely noble. However, at this moment, the void trembled slightly, and a grayish-black sword chief flashed past here. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent, and the space here seemed to have frozen. After a few breaths, the street returned to its usual bustling and lively state. Bang! However, in the next moment, a muffled groan suddenly sounded from within the carriage, and a rain of blood poured out, instantly dyeing the surroundings red. Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor! This sudden turn of events alarmed all of the cultivators and living beings on the street. The many knights who were in charge of guarding the carriage were stunned on the spot. After regaining their senses, they hurriedly roared and sealed off all directions, wanting to capture the culprit. One should know that the person sitting in the carriage was one of Emperor Yu's most beloved sons. Although he was not as highly regarded as Crown Prince Yu Lai, he was still much more important than the other princesses and princes. Now that something had happened to him here, everyone could not absolve themselves from the blame. The assassin must have been waiting here for a long time. He didn't even activate the life-saving jade talisman that His Majesty gave to the 6th prince. How despicable. These assassins are too arrogant. They don't respect us at all. Many of the knights were furious, but they could not find the assassin's whereabouts. The depths of their eyes were filled with ruthlessness and murderous intent. Situations like this had been happening for the past few days, and it made them wonder if the various orthodoxies were targeting Great Yu together. The waters were too muddy, and they did not know which faction was targeting Great Yu. Scenes like this had been happening all over Great Yu's imperial capital recently. At first, it was the princes and princesses who were assassinated. Later on, even some of the important ministers and their family members were assassinated, and many of them died tragically. The entire Great Yu celestial dynasty was in a state of panic. When the ministers went to court, they would send a large number of people to protect them. There were also rumors that Great Yu celestial dynasty had provoked public anger, and now the various orthodoxies were discussing how to deal with it. The assassinations in the past few days were only a precursor. Emperor Yu was angry about this, but he was also worried. He could not figure out where the problem came from. Could it be that someone was planning to attack Great Yu? At this time, the instigator of this incident, Xianxia, was still recuperating in a quiet courtyard in Great Yu's imperial capital. 1,000,000 Shilua Wei, Ming Kong knows me best. There was a gentle smile in his eyes as he read the letter in his hand. Although cultivators were far away from each other, they would send messages through message talismans. It was rare for them to send messages in the form of letters. However, every time Yu Mingkong told him something, she would write it down personally. Her graceful and sharp handwriting faintly emitted the aura of an empress. It suppressed the surroundings, was peerless in her generation, and captivated one's soul. With this 1,000,000 Shilua Wei and the backup plans I made during this time, it's enough for me to change the owner of Great Yu. Guchanga gently put away the letter as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Although Yu Tianjing was just a chess piece, he was much easier to control than Emperor Yu, who had been hiding in Great Yu's imperial capital. Of course, the most important reason was that he had planted a slave seal on Yu Tianjing. Yu Tianjing controlled Yu Tianjing's life and death. If Yu Tianjing was in charge of Great Yu celestial dynasty, it would mean that Guchanga was in charge of this everlasting celestial dynasty behind the scenes. After all, it was not suitable to fight head-on, and there was no guarantee that it would succeed. Great Yu celestial dynasty had a deep foundation. There might be a self-sealed remnant immortal or even a complete immortal artifact in the depths of their ancestral land. It was not possible to shake their foundation with just this little bit of power. Therefore, the only remaining method was to see if it could be disintegrated from the inside. Whether it was Emperor Yu or Yu Tianjing, they were both of Great Yu's bloodline. Even if the many patriarchs did not want to see such a situation, they would not think of stopping it. After that, Guchanga ordered people to send the heavenly core seal that he had obtained a few days ago to Yu Mingkong. He also told her about the situation on his side and told her not to worry. Once the matter at Great Yu celestial dynasty was settled, he would go to Wushuang celestial dynasty to discuss the wedding date with her. The Great Yu celestial dynasty was in complete chaos. Ever since many princes and princesses, as well as important officials and family members, were killed by assassins. Flames of war were lit all over the territory, and killing intent rose everywhere. Some of the dukes and marquises started to set up their own territories, trying to build a country within a country. The Great Yu celestial dynasty was an undying celestial dynasty that had existed since the ancient era, and had produced immortals before. Its territory was vast and boundless. There were simply too many dukes and marquises that were bestowed upon them. Today, within the Great Yu imperial capital, there were also disasters everywhere. Emperor Yu was so busy every day that even if he wanted to send an army to suppress them, it was too far away. The various dukes and marquises also saw the situation and felt that the Great Yu celestial dynasty was facing an unprecedented disaster and was showing signs of falling apart. Thus, they all set up their own territories and tried to take advantage of the situation. Young master, I have already followed your instructions and ordered the various armies to come. When the time comes, I will ask Emperor Yu to give up his throne in the name of cleaning up the chaos. If he doesn't, I will fight him in the imperial capital. I am 80% confident that I can kill him. Great Yu imperial capital, in a quiet courtyard. Guchanga stood under an ancient tree with red mulberry leaves and nodded lightly. His white clothes were whiter than snow, his figure was tall, and his hair was as black as ink, giving off a lustrous glow. There were 3,000 worlds around him, and he seemed to be standing in the legendary celestial realm. In front of him, Yu Tianjing said respectfully, his eyes filled with respect and fear. Today, he finally understood how terrifying Guchang's methods were. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe that Guchanga was actually safe and sound. It wasn't like what the outside world said about his origin being damaged and being heavily injured. This also meant that what he said about being injured to go against the will of the heavenly path and being heavily injured to help Princess Xianxia were all fake. In Yu Tianjing's opinion, the destruction of the so-called lower world could have been caused by Guchanga. It was simply terrifying and made him shudder. Do you really have 80% confidence in dealing with Emperor Yu? Guchanga's gaze was calm as she looked at Yu Tianjing from the falling mulberry leaves. Reporting to young master, I know Emperor Yu very well. I know very well what kind of methods he has. I have 80% confidence in this battle. Yu Tianjing solemnly promised. His original plan was to infiltrate Great Yu's imperial capital and assassinate Emperor Yu. However, when Guchanga found out about this, he told him to give up on this plan. From Guchanga's point of view, Yu's imperial capital was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Especially in the imperial palace. Emperor Yu had been overseeing the imperial palace for many years, so he definitely had a deep understanding of the many restrictive spells within it. Moreover, the imperial palace was close to the forbidden land of Great Yu. If a battle broke out, it was impossible not to alarm the many ancient existences sleeping within. The success rate of the assassination was very small, close to zero. Therefore, rather than assassinate Emperor Yu, it would be better to take advantage of the chaos and set things right in the name of supporting the world. In this way, even the ancient existences of Great Yu could not stop them, as they would not be able to hold their ground. Your 80% confidence, in my opinion, is only 10%. Guchanga gently shook her head. She looked at Yu Tianjing from head to toe and then said. In terms of cultivation, Yu Tianjing was indeed slightly stronger than Emperor Yu. However, in terms of methods, timing, location, and people, the two were not on the same level. Young master, Yu Tianjing was stunned. He did not understand why Guchanga said this and why he only had a 10% chance of winning against the current Emperor Yu. However, he did not dare to question Guchanga's judgment. In terms of strength, it would be easier for Guchanga to kill him than to kill an ant. I will bestow you with a secret technique. In a few days, you will be able to kill Emperor Yu in the duel. Guchanga casually glanced at Yu Tianjing, not intending to explain further. Then, he pointed his finger and a faint light appeared. There were many ancient and mysterious runes of the Great Tao flickering within. Then, it turned into a ray of light that shot into Yu Tianjing's forehead. Suddenly, an extremely obscure, ancient, and terrifying scripture filled with demonic nature appeared in his mind. Every word was as bright as a demonic star, shining with a dazzling brilliance that illuminated and washed the sky. In a daze, Yu Tianjing saw boundless demonic energy appear, vast and endless, drowning the world. He was extremely shocked and felt his mind tremble. There was a great sense of fear, as if his soul was being devoured by this scripture. Thank you, young master. Yu Tianjing's forehead was full of cold sweat. His mind could not calm down, and incomparable waves appeared. He knew that this scripture was absolutely terrifying and had an unimaginable origin. He did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly thanked him respectfully. Since it was bestowed by Guchanga, it was naturally not simple. He had a deeper grasp of the life and death battle with Emperor Yu in a few days. After Yu Tianjing left, Guchanga retracted his gaze and looked thoughtful. The secret technique bestowed by young master is probably not that simple, right? At this time, a sweet-sounding, gentle, and seductive voice sounded from the side. A white-clothed woman quietly hugged her 9 soft and fluffy fox tails as she stood behind Guchanga. There was some doubt on her indescribably beautiful face. She was tall and slender, her face was fair, her skin was delicate and snow-white, and her eyes were sparkling. She had an enchanting beauty that shook one's soul. She was the 9-tailed fox clan's heavenly daughter, Yin Mei, who had rushed here after learning that Guchanga had returned to the upper realm. It's just an early overdraft of his remaining life. But for him, this is enough. This is the last value he can bring to me. Guchanga lightly shook his head. Young Master 513, you're still as cold-blooded and heartless as usual. Yin Mei pursed her lips and smiled. She did not seem surprised. She did not think that this Yu Tianjing could bring much value to Guchanga. This is not cold-bloodedness. It's just making use of trash. I need a suitable chess piece to control Great Yu. Yu Tianjing is ambitious and skilled, but he lacks luck. And I happen to be able to give him the luck that he lacks. Guchanga smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. He would not hide such things in front of his woman. I understand. Then I'll arrange for the Commerce Alliance to take over all the trade routes in Great Yu. Mei tilted her head as her lustrous eyes focused on his face. She revealed an expression of admiration and reverence as she said, "Young master, it seems like you've gained quite a bit from your trip down to the lower dimensions this time. I feel that even the remnant immortals of the various eternal orthodoxies are probably no match for you." This was her intuition. Although she had never seen Guchanga fight, she could guess a thing or two from what happened in the sword mystery world. Guchanga's hand fell on her silky hair and smiled. He did not comment. By the way, young master, Miss Xianxia seems to have disappeared during this time. There's no sign of her anywhere in the upper realm. Soon after, Mei seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said with a worried expression on her face. Guchanga's expression changed slightly at Mei's words. He asked, what happened to Xianxia? Although he had not returned to the Gu family for a long time, he had sent people to keep an eye on the whereabouts of the people around him. Gu Xianxia had returned to Peach Village after the trip to Mount Kuan. She had gone to a certain place to train according to the request of her masters. Judging from the richness of her luck, there should not be any danger. Therefore, Guchanga did not pay much attention to it. I guess Miss Xianxia might be trapped in a secret realm. I haven't heard anything about her in this period of time, Mei replied. She knew that Gu Xianxia was very important to Guchanga, so she paid special attention to this matter. Trapped in a secret realm? Guchanga was slightly stunned. He had a strange feeling in his heart. How could Gu Xianxia be trapped in a secret realm? It was obvious that some kind of opportunity that belonged to her had appeared. However, he shook his head and put this matter aside for the time being. Gu Xianxia should not be in any danger in the short term. After all, her masters were not easy to deal with. Moreover, she still had Tao Yao's mark on her. If any accident happened, with Tao Yao's ability, rescuing her would be a piece of cake. Guchanga planned to consider this matter after the matter in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was settled. Soon, a few days passed. During this period, a matter that shook the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty also happened. It shocked countless cultivators and living beings. The ministers all trembled in disbelief. A golden letter of challenge flew in from thousands of miles away and unfolded in the sky above the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. A monstrous and terrifying imperial aura appeared. In the letter of challenge, there was only one word that was condensed from ancient characters. It was like the gathering of millions of stars, dazzling and shining in the sky. The battle intent that was displayed caused everyone to tremble in fear. Even the stars in the outer region were trembling, as if they were about to fall. It was obvious that this was from an extraordinary figure who had at least stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, judging from his aura, he belonged to the royal family of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. At a time when the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was in chaos, the arrival of a letter of challenge shocked everyone. The various orthodoxies stationed in the imperial capital were also shocked, trying to guess who the culprit was. It's Yu Tianjing. After so many years, he still hasn't given up. He actually dares to issue a challenge in front of so many cultivators? Looks like he has a lot of confidence. Many of the ministers in the Great Yu imperial capital had solemn looks in their eyes. They immediately recognized who had written this letter of challenge. Speaking of which, Yu Tianjing and the current Emperor Yu were brothers and had a very deep relationship. Back when he was fighting for the throne, he was only one move behind and lost. And now, Yu Tianjing had made a comeback. He even brought a challenge letter with him in front of the various orthodoxies. It seemed like he was going to fight Emperor Yu to the death. Yu Tianjing actually issued a challenge? Could it be that the chaos during this period is actually related to him? In the imperial palace, an old eunuch with a white beard stood behind Emperor Yu. He looked at the scene with a solemn expression. Soon, he reached out with his hand. Hundreds of millions of strands of dragon chi surrounded him and covered the sky. He directly took down the challenge letter in the void. In front of the entire city and countless cultivators, he could not choose to back down. In his opinion, all of this was probably Yu Tianjing's doing. If he could defeat him openly, he would be able to resolve the chaos in the great Yu celestial dynasty. Since Yu Tianjing wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. After all these years of hiding, it's time to settle the grudge between us. Emperor Yu laughed coldly. He was extremely confident in his own strength. It was not that he underestimated Yu Tianjing. But all these years, as the ruler of the great Yu celestial dynasty, he had mastered many Dao techniques and divine abilities. Especially in the great Yu celestial dynasty's territory, he could be said to have the right time, place, and people. Even if Yu Tianjing had heaven-defying opportunities, he did not have the slightest chance of winning in front of him. Your Majesty, you still have to be careful. Since Yu Tianjing dares to issue a challenge letter at this time, he must be confident. In this old servant's opinion, you should not underestimate your opponent. It's better to be fully prepared. The old eunuch beside Emperor Yu said softly. Seeing that Emperor Yu did not seem to care much about this, he was slightly worried. I naturally know this. But that Yu Tianjing fellow has always been headstrong and self-opinionated. Now that he dares to issue a challenge to me, he must have arranged everything. It's just right for me to catch him in one fell swoop. Emperor Yu nodded. His eyes were full of confidence as he waved his hand. Seeing this, the old eunuch did not dare to say anything more. The date and location of the challenge letter was 7 days later at the peak of the imperial palace. In his opinion, Yu Tianjing definitely had some confidence to make such a choice when he knew that he did not have the slightest advantage in coming to the imperial palace to fight. Emperor Yu to the death. So after leaving the imperial palace, he went straight into the depths of the palace to report this matter to the various old ancestors. A battle for the throne was actually very normal. However, compared to Yu Tianjing, Emperor Yu was more suitable to take the throne. He had assisted several previous emperors, so his judgment was astonishing. This invitation battle was clearly filled with an extremely obvious aura of conspiracy. Someone is going to make a move against Great Yu. Who is it? The old eunuch's figure gradually disappeared into the depths of the imperial palace, entering an extremely dark cemetery. 7 days later, the news of Yu Tianjing and Emperor Yu's battle to the death quickly spread throughout Great Yu's imperial palace, causing a huge commotion. Many cultivators and living beings did not know Yu Tianjing's identity. They only felt that this person was too daring and courting death. Emperor Yu was an invincible figure who controlled an area of the everlasting celestial dynasty. A stomp of his foot could cause a huge earthquake. In the current upper realm, only the sacred lords of the everlasting celestial dynasty and the patriarchs of the everlasting celestial dynasty were qualified to stand side by side with him. Then who was Yu Tianjing? However, many of the older generation who understood the current battle for the throne of Great Yu celestial dynasty did not think so. When Yu Tianjing was young, he had always been superior to Emperor Yu. If he had not been plotted against by Emperor Yu in the previous battle for the throne, the Great Yu celestial dynasty would have been controlled by him. In terms of cultivation talent, Emperor Yu was not as good as Yu Tianjing. In these few days, a large number of rebel troops gathered from all over Great Yu celestial dynasty. Smoke rose into the sky, and blood chi covered all directions, shattering the clouds as they approached Great Yu's imperial palace. This was an extremely frightening faction. Even some quasi-emperors would frown in fear. However, many people did not notice that within this terrifying army, there was a torrent that was like a demon from hell. The cavalry moved in an orderly manner, and a monstrous murderous aura filled the air. Along the way, the cultivators trembled in fear as if they had seen a ghost army. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The battle at Great Yu's imperial palace attracted the attention of various orthodoxies. Every day, a large number of powerful cultivators and living beings rushed from all over to witness this battle with their own eyes. In the face of a battle of this level, the battle between the younger generation was no different from a child's play. It was even worse than playing house. Many cultivators and living beings even felt that a major event was about to happen in Great Yu celestial dynasty that would be recorded in the annals of history. Even in the past, no one dared to challenge the ruler of the celestial dynasty to a battle like this. 7 days passed in a flash. The imperial capital of Great Yu was bustling with activity today. The mighty army descended outside the city and stood in the clouds. Black fog billowed, and a murderous aura filled the sky. Armored horses galloped, ready to charge into the imperial city at any time. Armies were quickly assembled from all over Great Yu. They held heavenly weapons and war armor, waiting outside the city walls. Both sides were Great Yu's armies, but they belonged to different people. Many of Great Yu's experts did not want to see the two armies fighting. The best way was to wait for the battle to end and for everything to be settled. After the news spread, countless cultivators swarmed in from all over the ancient cities. They crowded the inns, pavilions, and halls of Great Yu's imperial city and watched from afar. Some supreme cultivators scanned the area with their divine thoughts and were shocked. Today, billions of cultivators gathered in this ancient city, the ancient royal family, the supreme sects, the imperishable orthodoxies, the everlasting families, the celestial dynasties. These towering powers all had disciples and ancient existences that appeared. It was almost impossible to find any of them in normal times. The ancient street, which was thousands of meters wide, was bustling with people and carriages. Pishio, Taotai, Fire Sparrow, Azure Dragon. These primordial, ferocious beasts that were rarely seen could be seen. There were also ancient beasts and flying ships coming from all over to witness the battle. It was reasonable for the throne of the imperishable celestial dynasty to change hands, but it touched on a secret of Great Yu celestial dynasty. It could lead to a reversal of the situation, and change the situation of the orthodoxies. It was important to take it seriously. Many of Great Yu's ministers had been waiting in various places. They sent experts from the 513 clan to guard the surroundings to prevent people with bad intentions from sneaking in. In addition, many of Great Yu's emperor's concubines and children had also gathered to witness the battle. In their opinion, Emperor Yu was the master of Great Yu celestial dynasty. He ruled over endless and vast territories, and he could make heaven and earth tremble and tremble. Anyone who dared to provoke him would pay a terrible price and die tragically here. They were already impatient to see the scene of Yu Tianjing being personally killed by Emperor Yu. That Yu Tianjing is merely someone who lost to imperial father back then. He actually dares to come here and throw away his life. He truly does not know the meaning of death. A young prince who was already showing off his abilities said, full of hatred and disdain for Yu Tianjing. There were many princes and princesses standing around him. All of them had extraordinary auras. Their bodies contained divine light, and their eyes were brilliant. Their strength was terrifying. However, they didn't say anything. They just silently looked in the direction of the city wall, as if waiting for something. Time passed slowly. The sun set in the west and the full moon rose in the east. All was silent. The entire imperial capital was shrouded in a layer of hazy multicolored light. Formation patterns lit up everywhere, resplendent and dazzling. Multicolored light rose into the air, making it look like a city of immortals from legends. Countless gazes fell upon the summit of the imperial capital. All of them held their breaths and didn't dare to say anything. Even the ancient existences of the various imperishable great sects frowned, not saying anything out of fear of disturbing all of this. Cough, cough, but at this moment, at the end of the quiet street, a light cough suddenly sounded, breaking the deathly silence in the surroundings. Many cultivators and living beings subconsciously looked in that direction with astonishment. The people of the ancient royal families, the supreme sects, and the imperishable great sects also shuddered. They thought of something and looked in that direction. Guchanga. He's here. A group of young Nine Heavens Supremes secretly clenched their fists and tensed up. They felt extremely uneasy. In that direction, a young man in a moon-white robe with a slightly pale face was walking toward them. The beautiful woman beside him was wiping the blood on the corner of his mouth with a clean white handkerchief. Almost all the cultivators and living beings on the street subconsciously took a few steps back when they saw this. They didn't dare to block the way and quickly made way for him. Many people had only heard that Guchanga was severely injured and his origin force was damaged. They had never seen him in person. And now, no one had expected that he would actually show up at this time to watch this battle. Even the ancient existences of the various great sects were startled. They suddenly felt uneasy, no longer as casual as before. Even though Guchanga was injured and even coughed up blood in front of everyone, no one dared to underestimate him. Under the circumstances, Guchanga definitely still had the strength to kill those who had achieved the Tao. Looks like we've come at the right time. The battle at the top of the royal city hasn't started yet. Seeing the situation in front of him, Guchanga seemed to be a little surprised. He smiled at Yin Mei, who was next to him. If young master came a little later, wouldn't you have missed it? Yin Mei was wearing a white robe. Her hair was like clouds. She pursed her lips into a charming smile. Her beauty was breathtaking. Many young men looked at her in amazement. They were secretly envious of her. Young Master Chang'e has come at the right time. How can young Master Chang'e miss out on the battle of the royal city? Seeing this, the supreme experts of the various great sects all showed themselves. They invited Guchanga to stand with them at the highest point of the pavilion. They could watch the battle to their heart's content from the most advantageous position. Before this, they were only hiding in the dark and did not reveal their true forms. No one had expected Guchanga to suddenly show up. Everyone knew that he was currently injured. If someone suddenly attacked in a while, then wouldn't they become the target of suspicion because they were hiding in the dark? This scene made many young supremes feel bitter. Then, they were at a loss and in despair. They were still secretly chasing after Guchanga, but even the ancestor-level figures behind them had to be cautious and uneasy in front of Guchanga. Looks like the two sides haven't shown themselves yet. Guchanga stood at the highest point of the pavilion. As the night wind blew, his robes fluttered. He seemed to surpass an immortal. He seemed to be a little surprised. It's time. Looks like Yu Tian doesn't dare to show himself. At this moment, as his words fell, a dignified voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. A tall figure wearing a purple gold crown and a purple gold dragon robe appeared on the city wall. He slowly walked over. Behind him, there seemed to be millions of imperial draconic chi intertwining. They resonated continuously, emitting a terrifying aura that shook heaven and earth. All the cultivators and living beings felt a huge pressure coming. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. It was as if they were facing the collapse of mountains and seas and the collapse of the universe. They simply wanted to prostrate themselves in that direction and prostrate themselves in worship. Even those who had achieved the Tao frowned. Their faces were filled with uncertainty. They felt that the current Emperor Yu seemed to have already reached the Tao realm and not the quasi-emperor realm. Emperor Yu finally showed himself. He casually walked over slowly and landed on the peak of the royal city. Millions of draconic chi surrounded him. Heaven and earth resonated. Many strange phenomena intertwined and resonated. It was powerful and terrifying. He was in an invincible position. However, many ancient existences still felt that there was another powerful force behind Emperor Yu. They guessed that there were probably many old antiques of the great Yu celestial dynasty hiding in the dark. However, they didn't show themselves. They planned to make a move only when some kind of unforeseen accident happened. It seems that Emperor Yu looks relaxed, but he's also quite cautious in secret. Many ancient existences of the imperishable orthodoxies looked over and thought so. Boom. With the appearance of Emperor Yu, the originally quiet great Yu celestial dynasty suddenly became lively. Many officials were excited. They were shouting that His Majesty was invincible and would definitely suppress the enemy. In the eyes of many cultivators and living beings, the great Yu celestial dynasty under Emperor Yu's rule was thriving day by day. The sudden chaos at this time was obviously Yu Tianjing's doing. They naturally hoped that Emperor Yu could eliminate this former competitor and return peace to the great Yu celestial dynasty. It's time. Yu Tianjing, where are you? Emperor Yu stood on the peak of the royal city. His eyes were deep as he lightly shouted. At this moment, his essence, qi, and spirit had already reached a peak. There were faint signs of breaking through the shackles. Many of his subjects were whispering his name. The power of faith gathered, and his strength was even more terrifying. It could be said that he was at the right time, place, and people. How could Yu Tianjing fight against him? It seems that tonight's battle is already destined. Under such circumstances, it's hard to say whether we can defeat Emperor Yu. Moreover, he still has many tricks up his sleeve and the national weapon in his hand. This is a battle without any suspense. A few ancient existences shook their heads. They felt that this battle was already destined. It was a wise decision for Yu Tianjing not to appear. The terrifying army outside the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty would probably be destroyed or subdued very soon. However, there might be some accidents. That Yu Tianjing doesn't look like a fool. If he dares to challenge at this time, he should have some confidence. The other ancient existence didn't agree with this. He had lived for a very long time, and his eyelashes were hollow. That was why he faintly felt that there was an indescribable strangeness to this arranged battle. Things might not be that simple. We just need to wait and see. Young Lord Chang'e, what do you think about this? The other ancient existences all looked at Gu Chang'e, wanting to know his thoughts. Gu Chang'e seemed to have just returned to his senses when he heard this. He smiled in surprise and said, "No matter what the result is, this is an internal matter of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. As outsiders, I feel that it's better for us to watch our words carefully." Boom. Not long after Gu Chang'e finished speaking, a monstrous murderous aura suddenly soared into the sky outside the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. A terrifying figure with an aura that covered the heavens and the earth, collapsing the clouds and shattering the stars in the outer region, was striding toward them. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes flashed with cold lightning. He was like an invincible emperor. With a golden heavenly blade in his hand, he directly split open the array patterns outside the city walls and charged all the way here. "Yu Tianyong, it's time for us to settle this. Today, either you die, or I die." Yu Tianjing finally appeared, coldly looking at Emperor Yu as he spoke. Yu Tianyong was Emperor Yu's real name. It had been many years since anyone called him by this name. Countless gazes gathered at the peak of the imperial capital. Everyone looked at this place and felt incomparably excited. "Today, I'll take your life." The main character of the battle, Yu Tianjing, finally appeared. Cold lightning flashed in his eyes, and his hair danced in the wind. A matchless aura floated and filled every inch of the surrounding void. He walked in the void and charged over with large strides. His momentum was so terrifying that it even caused the surrounding space to tremble. All the cultivators and living beings felt a wave of fear. Their souls seemed to be shaking, and some were trembling in shock. Such a terrifying aura that overflowed the heavens and caused the earth to cave in. Compared to Emperor Yu, it was not inferior at all. In the eyes of some ancient existences, Yu Tianjing's strength was definitely stronger than Emperor Yu's. After all, Emperor Yu was able to reach his current level largely because of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's faith and the uniqueness of the imperial capital. If it was a fair battle, Emperor Yu would definitely not be Yu Tianjing's match. "You really dare to come and disturb the order of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Even if the blood of the imperial family flows in your body, I can't let you live today." Emperor Yu didn't expect Yu Tianjing to actually dare to show up. His face revealed a bit of coldness, and the image of the Son of Heaven appeared above his head. 9 dragons soared into the sky, and immortal phoenixes bowed. He pressed forward, and millions of Tao Emperor's draconic chi intertwined, emitting a terrifying momentum that could collapse mountains and rivers. It was as if there was a matchless true dragon that was about to awaken. "Then you can try. You once used vicious means to seize my throne. Today, it's time to settle the score." Yu Tianjing said coldly, and killing intent and coldness pervaded his body. The golden long blade slashed down, and it was as if a majestic golden rain had poured over, covering everything. It was peerlessly powerful. In just an instant, countless runes and Tao laws intertwined and exploded, bursting out with dazzling brilliance that surged and surged. If it wasn't for the powerful formation patterns around the imperial capital, just the aftermath of the battle would have caused this place to be in a terrible situation. "You're courting death," Emperor Yu said coldly. In terms of appearance, the two were extremely similar. Other than their different temperaments, it was even difficult to distinguish them. But now, they were fighting to the death here to settle the grudge from hundreds of years ago. Both Emperor Yu and Yu Tianjing wanted to kill their opponent. Boom! Endless radiance collided, interweaving, resplendent and terrifying. It was as if great stars were falling from the heavens one after another, exploding here, about to shatter everything. Regardless of whether it was Emperor Yu or Yu Tianjing, at this moment, both of them were truly enraged. They wanted to quickly kill the other party. You were once defeated by me. Even if you used evil tricks to seize the throne, you are still a clown. Yu Tianjing coldly said. Golden blood energy rushed into the heavens, making him look like an unrivaled human emperor. The golden heavenly blade was condensed from endless symbols, its sharpness dazzling. Every slash caused the heavens and earth to tremble as if they were about to explode. Terrifying energy surged out like a vast ocean, wanting to shatter this place. There's no point in saying more. Today, I'll kill you right here and now. Emperor Yu's expression was deep and calm. With the imperial draconic aura around him, he was naturally in an invincible position. Endless energy surged towards him and turned into all kinds of divine weapons. Giant cauldrons, divine bells, heavenly axes, they all attacked Yu Tianjing. This was an incomparably earth-shattering battle. Although both of them had yet to enter the realm of Dao attainment, the shockwaves from their battle did not belong to cultivators of this realm. The place became chaotic. The surrounding cultivators and living beings could not see what was happening. Other than those who had attained the Dao attainment, the rest were not qualified to watch the battle. Great Yu's imperial capital was extremely special. If it was any other place, this level of shockwaves would have already spread to the outer realms, shattering countless stars. No wonder Yu Tianjing has the guts to come here alone and challenge Emperor Yu to a duel. People from various orthodoxies were closely watching this, feeling that they could not underestimate Yu Tianjing. Gu Chang'e seemed to smile faintly. Looks like there will be a good show to watch later. The ancient existence of Heavenly Emperor Mountain was puzzled. He said, Young Lord Chang'e, what do you mean? Although Yu Tianjing's strength is not simple, in Great Yu's imperial capital, even those who have attained the Dao attainment will have their hands and feet tied, unable to display their true strength. He is definitely not Emperor Yu's match. Is that so? Gu Chang'e watched all this with a faint smile on his face. Yin Mei, who was beside him, served him tea. He took a sip and sighed. It's like a needle against an awn. Young master, do you think this battle will be unexpected? Yin Mei chuckled and massaged his shoulders. Gu Chang'e shook his head and glanced at the ancient existences around him. He said, of course there won't be any surprises. After setting up this situation and causing so many orthodoxies to fall into his trap, how could he allow any accidents to happen? It's the end of the world, it's going to be the end of the world. The peak of the imperial capital was dazzling. It was as if the sky was going to be destroyed. Many young cultivators had never seen such a scene. They were so scared that their faces turned white and could not help but scream. The current scene was too frightening. Yu Tianjing's hair danced wildly in the wind. His methods were shocking, and he directly used the stars and the sky as weapons. Patches of starlight covered the sky and the earth. The sky had completely turned into a sea of stars. All the blazing lights finally gathered into a river and entered the top of his head. Then, it hit Emperor Yu in front of him with overwhelming power. Emperor Yu's expression changed slightly. The secret treasure he took out was almost unable to withstand the power, and it let out creaking sounds. However, he was not an ordinary person. Dragon chi surged around his body as if it was about to condense. He opened his mouth and roared, shattering all tangible objects. All of the starlight shattered in front of him, turning into ashes. Yu Tianjing is amazing. He has great courage. He hasn't even taken that step, but he can already use celestial bodies like the stars in the sky as weapons in his palm. It's really amazing. Some ancient existences exclaimed. They felt that if Yu Tianjing were to grow a little more, he would definitely be able to enter the realm of Dao attainment and become a peerless existence. Compared to him, Emperor Yu relied too much on the dragon chi here. He relied too much on external objects. Your Majesty, there is no need for you to take action. Since he is a remnant, it should be us who take action and kill him. Just as Emperor Yu and Yu Tianjing were about to fight to the death, a few cold voices suddenly sounded in the surrounding darkness. A few blurry figures appeared. They wore black robes and seemed to be hidden in the dark fog. They couldn't be seen clearly. They walked over in large strides, like envoys hidden in the depths of hell. They were emitting shocking killing intent. Even the Dao attainment experts were slightly frightened. Their spirits trembled slightly. They felt that these figures were not simple and their origins were extremely mysterious. Yu Tianyong, you actually arranged for people to hide in the dark. But this is really your shameless style. Seeing this scene, Yu Tianjing, who was fighting Emperor Yu, changed his expression. He didn't expect Emperor Yu to be so sinister. He didn't keep his promise and sent so many experts to hide in the dark. The countless cultivators in the surroundings were also in an uproar. They were extremely shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect that at such a critical moment, there would be people coming to destroy this arranged battle. However, this was Great Yu's imperial capital, so they didn't dare to say anything. So, His Majesty actually arranged such a backup plan. It seems that it's foolproof. We worried too much. Many of Great Yu's ministers were shocked. Then, they reacted. They felt that Emperor Yu had arranged for these people to be foolproof. Although doing so would indeed lose some prestige, as long as they could kill Yu Tianjing, who would dare to say anything. It seems that this old servant worried too much. His Majesty has already arranged for this. The old eunuch, who had been following Emperor Yu, breathed a sigh of relief. For this matter, he specially went to the depths of the clan and asked a few old emperors. In the end, the old emperors said that this was an internal matter of the imperial family. They couldn't interfere and break the rules of the imperial family. Whether it was Yu Tianjing or Emperor Yu, they were both their descendants and had their blood flowing in their veins. As for who became the emperor, it was the same to them. It wouldn't affect their status and identity. However, Emperor Yu, who was fighting Yu Tianjing, frowned. He was also puzzled. Although he was somewhat unscrupulous, he didn't need to go to this extent to deal with Yu Tianjing. Moreover, he was very confident in his own strength. Therefore, he didn't arrange for others to hide in the dark. In his opinion, this should be arranged by the few old emperors of the imperial family. They were worried that something would happen to him. Therefore, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind and focused on dealing with Yu Tianjing. The sudden appearance of a few black-cloaked men instantly rushed over and joined the battle. In an instant, the already chaotic scene became even more blurred. It was also at this moment that the world darkened. A thick fog floated in from nowhere and covered the area. It even began to devour this place. All the cultivators and living beings' expressions changed. They felt that something was wrong. Chills ran all over their bodies and they retreated into the distance. What happened? Where did this fog come from? Is someone going to attack? Many people were shocked and didn't know what was going on. In the highest pavilion, many ancient existences shouted coldly. They reached out with their hands, wanting to disperse the fog. However, in the next moment, a dazzling sword light pierced through the fog. It directly shattered their hands and slashed towards them. How dare you? Some people's expressions changed. They were extremely furious. Their eyes were cold and murderous. They didn't expect that someone would attack at this juncture. However, what made them even more shocked was that the target of these sword lights was actually Guchunga, who was at the side. Young master! Yin Mei exclaimed. Her small face lost color and was a little pale. Oh no, someone is going to attack the heavily injured Guchunga. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was really bold. They actually dared to do this in front of everyone. Many ancient existences were shocked. They didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to disregard the consequences and kill the heavily injured Guchunga. Their first reaction was that the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty did it. After all, those black-cloaked men didn't just want to kill Yu Tianjing, they also wanted to kill Guchunga. If something were to happen to Guchunga, they might be implicated as well and get into trouble. You actually dare to attack me? Guchunga raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was extremely surprised. He rolled up his sleeves, and the void in front of him trembled and became blurry. Then, the sword lights that were in front of him were all broken into pieces. Begging for fresh flowers zero, this was a vast and mighty force. It was the miraculous use of the laws of space, and it could sever mountains and rivers and split the universe. These people are really crazy. They don't care about the consequences. Crazy, they're all crazy. The ancient existences all had ugly expressions on their faces. They felt that the situation had become troublesome. After all, no one had a way to clear their suspicions. Who could guarantee that the power behind him didn't make a move against Xianxia? Immediately, someone disappeared from where he was and directly passed through the fog in front of him. He wanted to capture the group of black-cloaked people and interrogate them about their origins. This sudden scene was too shocking. Many of the cultivators' faces were still pale, and they felt a lingering fear. They actually dared to attack the heavily injured young Master Xianxia. Could it be that they really intend to kill him at this time? Tonight's matter will definitely shake the entire upper realm. It's hard to imagine. Many cultivators were shocked and had a premonition that something big was about to happen. This fog swept over from an unknown place. It was incomparably dense and contained terrifying laws that could blind the five senses of cultivators. Many people couldn't see the scene in front of them clearly and could only retreat into the distance. I'd like to see who dares to attack me. Xianxia's face seemed to be cold. He looked in the direction where the black-cloaked people disappeared, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then, he stepped out from the pavilion and quickly chased after them, disappearing into the fog. Clang, the peak of the dynasty was now in chaos. Although Emperor Yu was shocked, he couldn't care less about what was happening around him. He shouted in a low voice, and a light flashed between his eyebrows. A small golden sword about an inch long shot out and slashed towards Yu Tianjing. It was peerlessly sharp, and thousands of strands of chaotic dragon chi fell. It was extremely terrifying. In the distance, Yu Tianjing let out a long roar and used the secret technique Xianxia gave him. He began to burn, and his skin, flesh, bones, and blood became bright and dazzling. In particular, a fiery red star bell flew out from between his eyebrows and collided with the path sword. A blazing light exploded between the two and swept in all directions. The surrounding buildings and palaces were reduced to ashes as if they were made of paper. The fog was thick and surging. Everyone had already hidden further away, afraid that they would be affected. They were extremely shocked. Clang, the sound of the yellow bell reverberated through heaven and earth. The fiery red bell shone brightly and quickly enlarged. It hung above Yu Tianjing's head and hummed slowly. This star bell was a quasi-emperor weapon. It was even forming and interweaving emperor patterns. It was extremely terrifying. On the opposite side, Emperor Yu's body was surrounded by imperial qi. He stood with his sword in hand. The path sword that flew out from between his eyebrows was dozens of feet long. He was like an invincible emperor with divine might. This sword was made from the chaotic divine rock and could naturally attract chaotic qi. It was engraved with runes that gathered Diyu's fate. Now, it had turned into a shocking path sword that could cut through anything. He roared and slashed with the chaotic path sword in his hand, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, his hair was flying wildly, and his eyes were terrifying. He was like a human emperor who could devour the universe. Boom, Yu Tianjing spat out blood and flew backward, almost exploding. He could only face it head-on. The bell above his head was also made of divine material. It was made of Daluo silver essence. Although it was not as good as the chaotic path sword, it was still extremely terrifying. Now that he used the secret technique, his entire body was dyed red by the crimson light. It was dazzling. The two of them finally used their most terrifying techniques. They destroyed the void in an instant, turning it into a vacuum. Poof, Yu Tianjing's face turned pale. Even with the path technique that Xianxia gave him, he was no match for the current Emperor Yu. The quasi-emperor weapon cracked, and terrifying cracks appeared. The chaotic path sword was the national weapon of Diyu Celestial Dynasty. In some ways, it was comparable to an immortal weapon. Although it had not fully recovered, its power was boundless and mysterious. It was difficult to resist. You should understand the difference between you and me. Emperor Yu looked at him coldly. His entire body was glowing. The chaotic path sword was about to slash down and kill Yu Tianjing. Yu Tianjing was covered in blood. He was on the verge of death. He was defeated and looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. He laughed bitterly. He did not expect to be defeated even after using everything he had, including the secret technique that Xianxia gave him. It was not that he was weaker than Emperor Yu, but he was inferior in terms of weapon. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. He even suspected that he had seen wrongly. Young Master Gu, Yu Tianjing was about to lose all hope. However, he did not expect a slender figure to slowly walk over. Although he was in the fog, there was a sense of transcendence. He could not help but cry out. Hope rekindled in his heart. What a piece of trash. Gu Changge looked at the defeated Yu Tianjing and shook his head. His eyes were calm and emotionless. It's you. Why are you here? Looking at Gu Changge, who was walking over, Emperor Yu's expression changed drastically. There was a sense of fear on his face. He was no longer as calm and indifferent as before. He really didn't expect that Gu Changge would appear at such a critical moment. Wasn't he seriously injured and was about to be killed? Gu Changge had no intention of explaining to him. His eyes were deep and cold. From today onwards, you will have a change of master. From today onwards, great, you will have a new master. Emperor Yu's expression changed drastically. His entire body was filled with coldness, and he felt his limbs turn cold. He stood in the thick fog, not daring to move at all. He looked at Gu Changge, who was slowly walking over. His soul seemed to be frozen, and he felt like he was suffocating. It was simply horrifying. Before this, he had never doubted Gu Changge, and even wanted his daughter, Xianxia, to get closer to him. However, he never expected that Gu Changge would appear at this moment and say such words. Could it be that those black-clothed men who attacked Gu Changge just now were also arranged by him? Even the matter of him being heavily injured was actually just a disguise to deceive others? Thinking of these things, Emperor Yu's scalp went numb, and he couldn't help but tremble. Even as the master of the everlasting celestial dynasty, he was also terrified. What kind of terrifying method was this to secretly control everything? I didn't expect that the one behind you was actually Gu Changge. It seems that the recent chaos was all because of you? You're the mastermind behind the scenes? You actually hid so deeply. I really didn't expect. Gu Changge, you're the biggest disaster in this world. After all, Emperor Yu wasn't an ordinary person. After laughing bitterly, he quickly calmed himself down and looked at Yu Tianjing and Gu Changge. He knew that with Gu Changge's character, since he dared to appear so openly, he definitely had nothing to fear and wasn't worried that he would escape. In tonight's battle, he probably wouldn't survive. Gu Changge's strength was so strong that he could even fight against the will of the heavenly Tao that was close to immortal. Killing him was as easy as flipping his hand. Unless he could completely awaken the nation armament in his hand, there was no way he could contend against Gu Changge. Looks like you're not stupid. Great, you should have been handed over to me long ago. Yu Tianjing quickly swallowed a few divine medicines to recover his injuries. His body shone brightly, and his aura quickly recovered. He couldn't help but sneer. Gu Changge appeared here. In his opinion, everything was a foregone conclusion. There would not be any accidents. Even if Emperor Yu still had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, he would still die here, his blood splattering across the sky. You've really taken refuge with Gu Changge a long time ago. Are you planning to hand over Great Yu's territory to him? Hearing those words, Emperor Yu's face was filled with rage. His tone was somewhat resentful, but more than that, it was filled with unwillingness. If not for Gu Changge's interference in this battle, he would have already killed Yu Tianjing by now. Why would there be so many problems? In the end, all of this was because he was too stupid. He was played in the palm of Gu Changge's hand and did not know that Gu Changge was plotting against him. Gu Changge's eyes were deep and cold. He gently shook his head and said, "Do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to do it?" He should have believed Fei Ye's words a long time ago. Emperor Yu's expression was unsightly. He was very regretful as he recalled Yu Fei Ye's warning to be careful of Gu Changge. Since Gu Changge was pretending to be heavily injured, then the things that happened in the sword-profound world were probably a lot of secrets. How the Daos of various races were buried had also become a mystery. It's useless to say more. Today, I'll kill you. No one can save you today. Yu Tianjing roared furiously. The blood and qi in his body burned and boiled again. Endless runes appeared as he was about to attack Emperor Yu again. Boom! This place exploded once again. The boundless fluctuations were simply like a reenactment of this world. Kill. I'll fight it out with you today. Emperor Yu knew that he would not be able to escape death today. with a roar, endless blood light rushed out. He planned to use all his strength to revive the Tao-suppressing sword. The endless sword light seemed to split open the darkness and spread out, directly slashing towards the sky. In the depths of the sky, chaotic dragon chi filled the air. The Tao sword emitted endless light. Its edge was faintly discernible, rising and falling. It was like the chi of the sovereign that suppressed the creation of heaven and earth. It descended, wanting to protect Emperor Yu. This was the great Yu celestial dynasty's nation treasure. Its refinement was extremely special and was not inferior to immortal artifacts. Now, the deity within was awakened by Emperor Yu's blood. It was brilliant and covered the surroundings. It was about to come out, kill all enemies, and suppress the world. Buzz. However, in the next moment, an ancient and mysterious rune flew out from the void. The power of the great Tao filled the air. It was like a sky-devouring black hole, directly causing the nation-suppressing sword to tremble. The movement of the deity that was about to awaken also gradually subsided. What exactly is this? Emperor Yu was horrified. His voice was filled with fear. No matter what method he used, it was futile to awaken the deity within. This method was simply mysterious and unimaginable. Looks like you're about to die, and you're still thinking of resisting? You don't know the difference between life and death. Gu Chang's voice was cold. He raised his palm and extended it. His eyes were deep and seemed to contain a vast galaxy, bottomless. The void in front of him suddenly collapsed. Endless astral winds rushed out, and chaotic light exploded, shattering all tangible things. Yu Tianjing felt a chill all over his body. He felt that he was as insignificant as dust. If he did not dodge, he would definitely be shocked to death by the aftermath of this palm. Was this Gu Chang's true strength? He was incomparably terrified. He deeply understood what despair was. Emperor Yu's courage was torn apart. He roared angrily. Billions of strands of dragon chi circled around him. The sea of laws was boiling, and the pattern on the sleeve of his robe was about to awaken. It was an ancient treasure that was about to appear to resist this attack. However, facing Gu Chang's palm, it was still powerless and pale. It collapsed in an instant, turning into dust that filled the sky. This was an absolute suppression and gap, like the difference between immortals and mortals. Boom! The sky was filled with bloody light, but it was quickly engulfed by the surrounding fog, and was annihilated. Emperor Yu was incomparably desperate. Under this palm, even if he used all his means, he would still explode into pieces. His body and soul would be destroyed. Even his divine soul was turned into ashes and no longer existed. As the master of the great Yu celestial dynasty, he had many life-saving treasures. Especially with the protection of the national suppressing sword, he was in an invincible position. Unfortunately, he encountered Gu Chang'e. This battle was already destined, and there would not be the slightest accident. Thank you for your help, young Master Gu. Yu Tianjing's face was red because of excitement. His whole body was trembling non-stop. Although he did not personally kill Emperor Yu, to personally witness the death of Emperor Yu in front of him, this was already enough for him. After so many years of hatred, it finally came to an end. Gu Chang'e, on the other hand, did not show much of a change in expression. Casually killing Emperor Yu would not have any effect on him. Apart from the influence of his identity, it was actually no different from crushing an ant. Although Emperor Yu had the national suppressing sword, he was still a quasi-emperor and had not stepped into the ranks of the Tao. Don't let me down for the rest of the matter. Gu Chang'e glanced at Yu Tianjing indifferently. His figure quickly disappeared, as if he had never appeared. The chaos of the great Yu celestial dynasty was only the beginning, and he was only secretly promoting everything. With Emperor Yu's death, there would be endless disasters everywhere. It was also an opportunity for Yu Tianjing to establish his power and take control of all directions. Apart from Yu Tianjing, no one knew what had happened tonight, and even less that Emperor Yu had died tragically at his hands. To the outside world, Gu Chang'e was currently injured and was even attacked by an unknown black-cloaked man. How could it be related to the matter of killing Emperor Yu? No one would make any guesses about him. Young Master Gu, please rest assured. Leave the rest to me. Yu Tianjing nodded seriously and said in the direction that Gu Chang'e had left. Then, he fervently glanced at the many things left in front of him. With Emperor Yu's death, the national suppressing sword and other items left behind naturally fell into his hands. After all, he and Emperor Yu cultivated the same cultivation technique, so he could naturally control the sword. Therefore, other cultivators, even those who had attained the Tao, could forget about taking away the national weapon of the great Yu celestial dynasty. Guchanga would definitely not take these things away. On one hand, he did not lack them. On the other hand, if he took these things away, it would very likely expose that he was the culprit. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages, and the losses outweighed the gains. That's for the best. It seems that those black-clothed men were arranged by young Master Gu. This way, it will help me. Many people will definitely guess that it was arranged by Emperor Yu. The dead tell no tales. Yu Tianjing's gaze slowly swept through the fog below with a cold smile on his face. The ripples of the battle here had long been wiped out by Guchanga. Therefore, even if those who had attained the Tao used a secret technique to trace back, they would not be able to find anything. This way, it would give everyone the misconception that he had used some kind of terrifying method to kill Emperor Yu. Chi. The fog was still spreading in all directions, surging and tumbling violently. No one knew where it came from, but it covered the sky of the imperial capital, blinding the five senses of the cultivators. At this time, even those who had attained the Tao could not see the scene clearly, and they were inexplicably shocked. The other cultivators had long felt that they had fallen into darkness, and they could not see their own fingers in front of them. They only wanted to escape far away, and they had no idea what was happening. However, when Emperor Yu fell, there was still a strange phenomenon, and a rain of blood fell from the depths of the sky. Many terrifying scenes were reflected in the sky above Great Yu. Gods and demons wept together, immortals and Buddhas kowtowed, and the stars were destroyed and the moon sank. As the emperor of this generation of Great Yu, his life was closely related to the fate and faith of the billions of cultivators in the Great Yu celestial dynasty. The implications were simply unimaginable. At this moment, countless cultivators in the imperial capital were stunned, and they even suspected that what they were seeing was an illusion. All the princes and princesses were also stunned. And their heads buzzed. This, how is this possible? Did His Majesty fall? Some of the ministers who had regained their senses were stunned, and their voices were trembling with fear and sadness. They could not believe that all this was real. In their opinion, there was no suspense in this battle, and even Emperor Yu could easily kill Yu Tianjing. Moreover, Emperor Yu had a backup plan. How could he fall? For a moment, the imperial capital of Great Yu was filled with cries of grief. No one dared to believe that their invincible emperor had fallen in this battle, killed by his competitor of hundreds of years. His life and death were gone, and his body and soul were destroyed. Many people were crying out in extreme sorrow, and some of them almost fainted. The cultivators of the various orthodoxies were also shocked, and their emotions were incomparably complicated. Who would have thought that the result of this battle would be like this? How could Imperial Father have fallen? This is impossible. Yufia's face was pale, and her 5 fingers were clenched so tightly that a crisp sound was heard. Emperor Yu was extremely selfish, and only valued the interests of the imperial family, and used her as a bargaining chip. However, he was still her father. Now that he had fallen, it made her dizzy, and she almost lost her balance. This night was destined to not be a peaceful one for the Great Yu celestial dynasty. Emperor Yu's death was felt by the heavens and earth. An endless rain of blood fell from the sky, bringing with it endless sorrow and death. In the imperial capital, all the cultivators and living beings were crying. They couldn't believe that this was real. Emperor Yu was the master of the Great Yu celestial dynasty. He had billions of dragon qi in his body, and his strength was unimaginable. How could he have fallen here? However, this was the truth. It happened in front of everyone, and it couldn't be changed. At this time, many forces and orthodoxies felt that something unexpected had happened. Otherwise, with Emperor Yu's means and strength, he wouldn't have died so easily. However, the fog in the Great Yu celestial dynasty was so thick that everyone couldn't see their surroundings clearly. Some of the older generation tried to deduce the origin of the fog, but they suffered a backlash in the next moment. Their expressions changed drastically, and they spat out blood. They were sent flying, and their souls were almost destroyed. Unbelievable, who set this up and attacked the great Celestial dynasty? If we investigate, it will cause great terror and destroy both body and soul. The faces of those from the older generation were pale, and they were filled with terror and lingering fear. They really didn't dare to imagine who had the guts to scheme against the great Celestial dynasty, which was immortal and ancient, since it had existed until now. The great Celestial dynasty will probably be in chaos during this period, the higher-ups of various orthodoxies sighed softly. They planned to leave this place before the water was muddy. 17-inch Yu Tianyong is already dead. You should give up. At this time a loud laugh rang through the sky. At the peak of the imperial capital, Yu Tianjing walked out slowly with blood on his body and disheveled hair. Although he was heavily injured, his aura frightened everyone, and they couldn't help but retreat. The nation-suppressing sword is in his hands. A minister recognized the Chaos Daoist sword in Yu Tianjing's hand and said with a trembling voice. This was the great Celestial dynasty's nation-suppressing weapon. It was formed by gathering fate and faith, and it could suppress the dynasty's foundation. If it was fully recovered, it could overturn millions of miles of territory. Such a nation-suppressing weapon could only be used by the master of the great Celestial dynasty. Now that it had fallen into Yu Tianjing's hands, it clearly explained the situation of that battle. This caused many cultivators who held the last strand of hope in their hearts to turn pale and lose, completely extinguishing that strand of hope. If Emperor Yu hadn't fallen, how would he allow this weapon to land in Yu Tianjing's hands? Kill him and avenge his majesty. In front of the imperial capital, there were ministers whose eyes were red as they roared in anger. They ordered their subordinates behind them to take action and kill Yu Tianjing. In another direction, a large number of soldiers also appeared. Their silver armor was dazzling, and they were like celestial soldiers and generals. They surged over with murderous intent. At this moment, the entire Great Yu Empire was in complete chaos. There were shouts and murderous cries everywhere. Even some of the princes could not help but roar as they stepped forward, wanting to avenge their father. However, Yu Tianjing had clearly anticipated all of this. With a cold laugh, he crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Outside the imperial capital, shouts of war resounded into the heavens. The great army that had arrived a long time ago stirred on divine rainbows and great mists as they rushed over. They were like an unstoppable flood as they engulfed everything. Apart from that, the backup plan that Yu Tianjing had set up over the years was finally revealed. Many of Emperor Yu's loyal subjects, in the eyes of many, turned against him at this moment, killing the many soldiers within the imperial capital. Such a scene shocked everyone. Emperor Yu is dead. A new emperor should be appointed. Emperor Yu has lost his virtue. We should support the new emperor. Many ministers shouted. Even a general who was in charge of the military had secretly pledged allegiance to Yu Tianjing. For a moment, there were battles and killings everywhere. No one was spared. Some cultivators and living beings who did not manage to escape in time were also swept in. Why is the imperial court's formation runes and restrictions not activated? At this moment, Xianxia and the others who were standing in front of the imperial palace finally realized an extremely serious matter. Their expressions changed drastically. Since the great Yu Celestial dynasty had existed until now, there were countless formation runes and restrictions engraved in the imperial capital. Because of the existence of these formation runes and restrictions, even if the other imperishable orthodoxies attacked, the imperial capital could be said to be impregnable. However, today, all of the formation runes and restrictions seem to have fallen silent. It seems that he has been preparing all of this for a long time. The person in charge of maintaining the formation runes has also pledged allegiance to him. How could Yu Tianjing have such a method? There must be someone else behind him. Xianxia's expression turned cold as she came to a realization. While the imperial capital of the great Yu Celestial dynasty was in chaos due to the great battle, the ultimate powerhouses of various orthodoxies who were chasing after the men in black also sensed that something was amiss and stopped where they were. This place was already outside the boundaries of the imperial capital of the great Yu Celestial dynasty. It was a desolate place with stars hanging high in the sky. The vast galaxy surged, and the surroundings were filled with fog. In the sky, one could even see the stars moving slowly, and there was a majestic aura fluctuating. This was a desolate galaxy, and there were many uninhabited planets around it that lacked vitality. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Those men in black fled really quickly. I can't even catch up to them. An ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain frowned as he stood in the sky. With his strength as a Taoist, it was easy for him to cross the galaxy with just a single step. However, he lost track of those men in black very quickly. He had no idea where they had fled to. This kind of speed really made him surprised and bewildered. After cultivating for millions of years, his intuition was very accurate, and it had even saved his life a few times. Hence, he quickly sensed that something was amiss. Those men in black were obviously going to take Yu Tianjing's life, but why did they start to flee after killing Guchanga? If they were real assassins, even if they failed to kill and fled, they would not have left behind such a big commotion. It was as if they were purposely luring them to come here and kill them. Oh no, we've fallen into their trap. The ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain's expression changed, and an endless chill suddenly appeared. The real purpose of this group of men in black was perhaps not to kill Guchanga, but to use this opportunity to draw all of them out. As for the purpose of luring us out, could it be that they want to ambush and kill us? The ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain quickly figured it all out. His boundless divine sense swept out like a surging ocean, about to drown this galaxy. Seems like there are still smart people, you actually sensed it. A faint voice suddenly rang out in this silent star field. It's you, how is that possible? Weren't you heavily injured? The expression of the ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain changed again. His eyes widened as he looked in that direction in disbelief, revealing a bit of fear. A man in white slowly walked over, neither fast nor slow. His sparkling hair casually draped over his shoulders, his eyes were like the sea, his body was as clear as jade, and he could be described as an immortal. It was Guchanga. His walking speed was not fast, but the space seemed to shrink under his feet. In an instant, he crossed the endless mountains and seas. So that's how it is. You are not injured at all. Everything was arranged by you? The ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain stared at the flawless man in front of him, his voice trembling slightly. It was completely different from the pale and weak appearance from before. The current Guchanga was extraordinary, his skin was like jade, and his appearance was flawless, causing all the women in the heavens to be jealous. His figure was tall, his black hair danced in the wind, and his entire body flowed with treasure light. His entire body was one with the universe, as if he was standing in the endless celestial domain. This appearance, no matter how one looked at it, didn't look like he was injured. The ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain felt extremely vigilant and uneasy. Of course I am not injured. In this world, there is no one who can injure me. Guchanga's expression did not change. He only shook his head lightly. The person behind you Tianjing is also you? The chaos in Du this time was all arranged by you? Those black-clothed men are also your subordinates. Did you deliberately lure us out? The ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain felt a chill run down his spine. When he heard this, he instantly understood many things. His voice couldn't help but tremble. Ever since he achieved the Tao, he hadn't felt such fear for a long time. How ambitious and scheming did he have to be to dare to do such a thing? One had to know that they were Tao achievers, existences who stood at the peak of the upper realm. How could they be toyed with in the palm of his hand? It's not too late for you to understand now. Guchanga smiled. The expression in his eyes was as if he was looking at a dead person. Why did you do this? Are you not willing to accept that after this matter is exposed, you will become the enemy of the entire world? The ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain was filled with fear. He couldn't help but shout sternly, even if you are the future master of the Gu clan, you can't fight against all the orthodoxies by yourself. Since I dared to do this, I am naturally not willing to accept that this matter will be exposed. Moreover, to me, being the enemy of the entire world is just SOSO. Guchanga was still smiling lightly, his expression was very natural. You, the ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain was terrified, as if he was looking at an unimaginable monster. It just so happens that I am lacking a few puppets of the Tao Achiever realm. You came at the right time. Guchanga shook his head and explained his purpose. With his current strength, it was easy for him to split a few strands of his soul, control a few cultivators, and then disguise them as black-clothed men to create this chaos. Xianxia did not kill this supreme expert of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Instead, he destroyed his soul and refined it into a puppet. This process was very smooth, without the slightest obstruction. Although the other party tried his best to escape, in front of Xianxia, there was no other possibility. He was quickly captured. Although this puppet's strength was greatly reduced, it was still in existence at the level of Tao attainment. For cultivators who had not stepped into this realm, it was still a terrifying mountain that was difficult to contend against. They could be destroyed with a raise of their palm. After doing all this, Xianxia stepped out of this star field to find the other Tao attainment experts who were following him. Very quickly, in another desolate star domain, he found a Tao enlightened cultivator from the myriad Tao sacred mountain and refined him into a puppet. In another area, someone was deducing the secrets of heaven and sensed that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically and he tried to escape. However, after Xianxia reached his current realm, his strength was terrifying, and his spiritual sense was even more terrifying. In just an instant, he understood his intentions. He broke through thousands of miles of space and chased after him. The other party was terrified and kept begging for mercy, wanting to live. However, Xianxia's expression did not change at all as he annihilated the fluctuations of his soul. After half a day, he already had 5 Tao attainment level puppets in his hands. According to his true realm, Xianxia was about to enter the late stage of Tao attainment. The origin of ordinary Tao attainment experts no longer had much effect on him. Other than some special world origin, chaos origin, absolute beginning origin. Only the origin of remnant immortals and cultivators of higher realms were useful to him. Therefore, the greatest value of these people was to refine them into puppets. The annihilation of the souls of the Tao attainment experts of various clans is a big matter. I'm afraid that after the news spreads, endless waves will be stirred up in the upper realm again. This matter will cause me a lot of trouble. However, there is a solution to all of this. Before Xianxia left this place, an inexplicable expression flashed across his eyes as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Taking advantage of this chaos, he might be able to make the upper realm even more chaotic. The calamity of the Een heaven, the inheritor of the demonic arts, the immortal path was about to appear. It just so happens that my inner universe is almost complete. Perhaps it's time for the dark celestial court to descend. Xianxia's eyes were calm as he slowly left. In an instant, he traveled thousands of miles and appeared in another place. His soul consciousness scanned the sky and passed many ancient planets. He then noticed a Tao attainment realm expert in Primordial Lake was still following his trail. Immediately, he flicked his sleeve and summoned the 3 Tao attainment puppets that he had refined. They charged towards that region of stars to intercept and kill that person. That life-ancient star was vast and full of vitality. There were trillions of living beings living there. The surrounding ancient forests were lush and tall, incomparably verdant. Many sects and forces stood in great numbers, exuding a desolate and ancient air. However, in Xianxia's perception, the strongest expert on this ancient life star was only at the Supreme Being realm, and had not even stepped into the Quasi-Emperor realm. Of course, there were many life-ancient stars like this in the upper realm. They were as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. It was not surprising that the strongest expert's strength was only at the Supreme Being realm. Not all forces and sects had Tao attainment realm experts. At this moment, outside this life-ancient star, a slender woman in a green dress was frowning. There was a terrifying vision in her eyes. She quickly rushed over and scanned the surroundings with her soul consciousness. She looked very young, but from the vicissitudes of life she revealed, she had definitely cultivated for more than 1,000,000 years. As a Tao attainment realm expert in Primordial Lake, her original form was not that of a human. Instead, she was a green radish divine spirit that was created by heaven and earth. She had been nurtured for hundreds of thousands of years and had the strength of a supreme being as soon as she took form. After millions of years of bitter cultivation, she finally stepped into the ranks of Tao attainment realm experts. To put it bluntly, as a divine spirit, she had been blessed by heaven and earth since she was young, and had gathered a lot of luck. There were even rumors in the upper realm that if a cultivator attacked a divine spirit, he would encounter misfortune and even be punished by heaven. Not to mention that the divine spirit was extremely powerful and had terrifying talents. Ordinary cultivators were no match for them at all. Therefore, many people would stay as far away as possible when they saw a divine spirit being born. They did not want to be contaminated by its aura and karma. I, Celestial Master Green Radish, have been unhindered for millions of years. Now, I can't even track down a few men in black. If this spreads, it will be a disgrace. The eyes of the woman in the green dress were cold. Her soul consciousness was vast and majestic. She did not conceal it as it swept across the many life-ancient stars below. As a Tao Attainment Realm expert, she had chased after a group of men in black. Now, she had lost them, which made her very angry. Although there were life-ancient stars below, she had always been unscrupulous and domineering, so she did not care at all. Immediately, a terrifying pressure shrouded down, trying to find some auras or traces. Boom! This terrifying energy fluctuation swept over the entire life-ancient star in just a blink of an eye. The sky and earth were turned upside down. The sun and the moon trembled. Large patches of clouds were shattered. Almost all the cultivators and living beings were alarmed and trembling. Their divine souls were frightened, and their faces were pale. They could not understand why such a terrifying Tao Attainment Realm expert would come here. The strongest experts of various forces and sects were startled. They flew to the sky with fear on their faces. Many quasi-supreme existences who had been in seclusion were also shocked. They woke up from their seclusion and rushed to the sky, extremely worried and uneasy. Greetings, Senior. May I ask what brings you here? No one dared to breathe too loudly. They could only ask Celestial Master Green Radish cautiously, worried that they would offend a Tao Attainment Realm expert. Have you seen a group of men in black running towards this place? I'm looking for their tracks. Celestial Master Green Radish asked with a cold expression. Although she was a woman, the pressure she carried was like an abyss that made people tremble in fear. Hearing this, all the experts on this life-ancient star were stunned. They then realized that this Tao Attainment Realm expert in front of them was chasing after someone. They immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Reporting to Senior, we did not see any men in black running towards this place. Immediately, they all reported what they had seen and heard with a serious expression. They did not dare to lie or conceal anything. If they did not run towards this place, where did they run to? Celestial Master Green Radish frowned even more. She did not think that this group of people in front of her would dare to lie to her. Moreover, if they were lying to her, she would be able to see through it with a single glance. Therefore, she could not figure out where that group of men in black had run to. They had actually hidden from everyone's perception. Senior, the men in black you are looking for, are they that group of people? At this moment, an old man's voice suddenly trembled slightly. He seemed to be extremely frightened as he looked into the sky. Almost at the same time, Celestial Master Green Radish's expression changed dramatically. She was in disbelief. She felt a terrifying pressure sweep over. It was as if mountains were collapsing and the world was collapsing. The entire world was trembling. Whoosh! Terrifying whistling sounds were like mountains and rivers bursting their banks, flooding over to this place. 3 blurry figures stood in the black fog outside the star domain. They coldly looked in this direction like demon gods slaughtering the heavens. It's them. Celestial Master Green Radish's pupils constricted. Judging from this aura, it was definitely the group of men in black who had ambushed them in the imperial capital. She really did not expect this group of people to be so bold. Not only did they not run away, but they actually came here to kill her. The strength of this group of men in black was also beyond her expectations. 3 Tao Attainment experts, if they fight, this aura will definitely destroy all life stars in the vicinity. Seeing this, all the cultivators on this ancient life star trembled in fear. They felt that a great battle would definitely break out soon. For everyone, it was a terrible disaster. The shockwaves of a battle between Tao Attainment experts were absolutely destructive. They could destroy a star domain and break a star river with a wave of their hand. At that time, not to mention their own ancient life stars, even the surrounding ancient life stars would be destroyed. They would not be able to withstand the shockwaves of a battle between Tao Attainment experts. Listen to the Lord's order and kill her. At this time, the three men in black walked over from the sky. Black fog surged on their bodies. Their eyes were cold and emotionless as they charged towards Celestial Master Green Radish. Damn it, they really are Dao attainment experts. Celestial Master Green Radish's expression changed slightly. She felt that this was a tricky situation. She did not expect these three to be Dao attainment experts. Previously in the imperial capital of Great Yu, she only felt that this group of men in black was extremely strange and could not see through them. However, now that things had come to this, if she fled, they would most likely catch up. The only way was to use the shockwaves of the battle to alert the other Dao attainment experts who were chasing after this group of men in black and have them come here to help. Boom. Thinking of this, Celestial Master Green Radish did not dare to be careless. Green light gushed out of her body. Endless sword light intertwined and condensed in the void, turning into a terrifying wave like a vast sea that charged toward the three men in black. An unimaginable battle instantly broke out here. In the vast sky, great stars were collapsing one after another. In the end, they exploded into dust and were annihilated by these shockwaves. Teleporting from one place to another was like traversing space and time. Her entire body was emitting a brilliant light, and her powerful aura was intimidating. She fought against the three Dao attainment experts. At first, she was not at a disadvantage. She transformed into a green lightning bolt that pierced through the void and launched an earth-shattering battle. This was the collision of Dao skills, the evolution of laws, accompanied by rumbling thunder. Black fog overflowed into the sky. Endless blazing light shot out from their bodies. Dao laws intertwined, causing the stars and moon to dim. Powerful shockwaves rose and fell like a Wanyang, vast and boundless. However, this situation did not last long. Soon, Celestial Master Green Radish was at a disadvantage. She kept coughing blood, and too many cracks appeared on her body as if she was about to explode. She was not a match for the three at all. Impossible, her face was filled with fear and regret. She felt that the three men in black in front of her were not weaker than her in a one-on-one battle. Under a full-force siege, any Dao attainment expert would die. Where did this black-cloaked man come from? Boom. Streaks of spear light pierced through, as if splitting open the universe. A large black hand swept across the sky, slapping her into pieces. She kept coughing blood, and even her Dao attainment artifact had cracks on it. This was a terrifying scene. Boom. All the surrounding planets exploded. Some ancient planets that gave birth to life were also turned to dust under the shockwaves. 10 billion cultivators and living beings were vaporized before they could even scream. The surrounding cultivators on the ancient planets were terrified to the extreme, as if doomsday had arrived. When Dao attainment experts fought, even a wisp of aftershock could shatter planets and evaporate galaxies. Ordinary cultivators would even have their divine souls instantly turned to dust. At this moment, countless cultivators and living beings were praying and wailing, hoping that someone could stop this battle and save them. You don't know what's good for you. How dare you chase after the dark heavenly court, you're courting death, a black-robed figure said coldly, his eyes emotionless. Dark heavenly court. What is that? Am I going to die here? Celestial Master Green Radish was surrounded by three people. Her body was crumbling, and she could no longer maintain her original state. At this time, she had already fallen into despair. She felt that her soul fire had weakened and would extinguish at any time. Moreover, there was no hope at all. She did not see any living beings or cultivators coming to save her. She was extremely regretful. If she had known, she would not have chased after the black-robed men. Boom. Spear light swept across heaven and earth, seemingly descending from a distant latitude. It turned into a vast river of stars that swept across the sky, destroying everything. In this stellar domain, a terrifying great black hand stretched across, slapping down. Raging waves roared, endless and endless. Three black-robed figures stood at the end of heaven and earth, continuously killing Empyrean Green Luo. Their methods were cruel, and there was no emotion in their eyes. This was a world-shaking battle. The terrifying shockwaves destroyed heaven and earth, destroying all the stars and continents in the surroundings. Large areas of life ancient stars were turned into dust under the shockwaves. The cultivators and creatures living on them did not have time to escape and were destroyed in body and soul. It was not an exaggeration to say that all life was in misery and suffering. There were howls and despair everywhere. Cough cough cough, a rain of blood poured down, drowning the sky. Empyrean Green Luo fought against the three mysterious black-robed figures. Her body was torn, and her soul fire was dim. She was on the verge of death. The upper realm had been peaceful for too long. Even though the various imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects had Tao attainments, they were all apprehensive and did not dare to casually make a move. During this period of time, apart from the encirclement of the red-robed demoness from the fiend burial abyss and the longevity battle between the Purple Mansion and the longevity Gu family, there had rarely been such a world-shaking battle between so many Tao attainments. In the eyes of many cultivators, Tao attainments were invincible existences. They looked down on the world like gods, sweeping through the ages. But today, three incomparably terrifying black-robed Tao attainments surrounded Empyrean Green Luo, wanting to kill her here. This scene alarmed too many cultivators who sensed the shockwaves here and quickly rushed over. Everyone was stunned in place. Their bodies were cold, and they did not dare to move. There were even quasi-supreme existences among them, but they were too far away and did not dare to approach, fearing that they would be killed by the shockwaves. What exactly is going on? Why are there three powerful black-robed Tao enlightened cultivators ganging up on one person? Is the upper realm going to fall into chaos again? Someone's voice trembled, containing great fear. They felt that this was too inconceivable. Perhaps in the near future, there would be a terrifying chaos in the upper realm. All the orthodoxies would be swept in. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to escape and would be turned into ashes. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but tremble in fear. Empyrean Green Luo fell into despair. She couldn't help but cry out, her entire body shining. Endless Tao laws and divine multicolored light shone brilliantly, displaying the most powerful Tao methods and divine abilities, wishing to survive. However, their opponents were truly too terrifying. The three of them joined forces at 517, and they could fight any person who had achieved the Tao. Endless radiance surged. Chaotic energy rushed out from this place, drowning over, directly destroying the stellar domain. I can't accept this. Heavenly Venerable Luluo's eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair when she saw the three of them charging toward her and about to kill her soul light. Boom! But at this moment, a clear sword light flashed over from afar. It seemed to have split open the universe and divided the four poles of the world. All of the attacks were cut down by this one sword and were annihilated in the void, as if they had never appeared. Such a scene instantly alarmed everyone. Many cultivators around, including the living beings on the ancient life planets, couldn't help but open their eyes wide in shock, looking in the direction where the sword light had come from. That is. Someone's face was filled with disbelief. His eyes widened and his voice trembled. It's young Master Xianxia. It's actually young Master Xianxia. It's him who has come to save us. Someone recognized the figure that had appeared and couldn't help but shout out in excitement. They felt that the fluctuations of the great battle here had alarmed Gu Xianxia, causing him to appear and save everyone. A slender figure in white was rushing over from the other end of the stellar domain. There was a terrifying vision surging in the depths of his eyes. Stars were collapsing, mountains and seas were collapsing. It's you, one of the three black-cloaked figures looked over. There seemed to be a change of emotion in his cold eyes, and his voice was not as calm as before. Young Master Xianxia, please save me. I will definitely repay you generously. Seeing the person who had appeared, Empyrean Green Luo, who had fallen into despair, was stunned at first. She couldn't believe it, but then her face was filled with surprise and excitement as she shouted. She had never thought that at this time, someone would actually appear and block these attacks for her with a single sword. Moreover, it was Gu Xianxia. Gu Xianxia was an existence who could contend against the immortal realm will of the heavenly Tao. With his help, she would definitely be able to turn this danger into safety and escape. Thinking of this, the flames of hope ignited in the heart of the despairing Empyrean Green Luo. It seems that I'm not too late. Gu Xianxia frowned as he looked at the scene of utter misery and suffering, his expression somewhat solemn. Without hesitation, he stepped over from the other end of the stellar domain. Time swirled beneath his feet, as if the river of time was flowing away from him. Why haven't you all stopped yet? You truly deserve to die for harming life and disregarding all life. Guchunga's eyes were cold as he brandished his sword and attacked. Chi, 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 in an instant, terrifying sword light slashed out, causing many of the surrounding meteors to crumble to dust. All the laws and order were severed. He appeared, holding a dazzling sword in his hand. It was like autumn water, incomparably clear but containing a peerless sharpness. As the sword light slashed out, dazzling like lightning that pierced through the heavens, the expressions of the three black-robed figures changed slightly. They had no choice but to resist, displaying all sorts of tyrannical methods and Dao arts, not daring to underestimate him. Could it be that you still want to rely on your own strength to stop us? Beside them was a great black fog that floated up and down. It was as if they were ancient great worlds that were being pushed forward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Empyrean Green Luo activated a secret technique. Her entire body's qi and blood seemed to burn as she quickly fled into the distance. She swallowed a large amount of recovery divine medicines, not daring to be involved in this terrifying battle again. She was already at the end of her rope and had no more strength to help Guchunga. Young Lord Chunga, be careful. These three are all Dao enlightened experts and cannot be underestimated. She couldn't help but shout out. Although she was very confident in Guchunga's strength, she suddenly remembered that Guchunga's source was damaged, and he was in a heavily injured state. Your source is already injured, yet you still dare to come here and throw away your life. Today, we'll kill you here and solve a great problem for the Lord. A black-robed figure stood in the sky, coldly speaking. He stared at the incoming Guchunga, his eyes cold and merciless. Don't waste words with him. Quickly finish him off while he's heavily injured. We can't let him continue to grow. In the future, he will only ruin the Lord's plans. The other two black-robed figures also showed no mercy. As they spoke, terrifying phenomena that overflowed into the heavens appeared. Like a long river worshipping the heavens, tombstones appeared one after another, crossing the sky and smashing towards Guchunga. Endless brilliance erupted once more, as if the world was collapsing. Boundless chaotic energy wrapped around all sorts of laws and order, falling down and covering everything. Various supreme Dao techniques evolved, peerless divine weapons interweaved, and peerless celestial mountains rose and fell. Huge stars were touched by the aftershocks, constantly turning into dust and vanishing into thin air. 3 Dao attainments, where did you come from? Guchunga stepped forward, and there seemed to be billions of sword lights interweaving around him, turning into a vast sea of swords, covering the sky and the sun. The 3 black-robed Dao attainments also displayed their supreme techniques, forcefully shaking the sky and breaking apart the sea of swords. Guchunga released a clear roar. His body turned into endless light, turning into a surging divine sword that cut down in all directions. It was as resplendent as a streak of lightning, tearing apart the black starry sky. It was incomparably dazzling. All the surrounding cultivators saw this scene. They were incomparably excited but at the same time worried. Many people knew that Guchunga was not in good condition now, and there were rumors everywhere that he was injured. Now, in front of him, there were 3 Dao attainments. Could he stop this disaster and save the surrounding ancient stars? Now that your strength is greatly damaged, are you still a match for the 3 of us? One of the black-robed men shouted coldly. Dark divine light surged around his body, burning fiercely like a demonic furnace, releasing a sea of blood energy and boundless divine force. You'll know when you try. Guchunga's eyes were cold, containing ice-cold killing intent, engulfing the sky, shattering the star field. An unimaginable great battle erupted here again, endless radiance gushing out, blazing and brilliant, as if it could pierce through the universe. Hung Long, Guchunga used a forbidden Dao technique, his entire body shining brilliantly, his hair like a river of stars, draped in chaotic energy, as if his body had turned into an eternal sacred furnace. His aura devoured mountains and rivers, his head of black hair fluttering, drawing out endless Dao trajectories, extraordinary, mysterious and unfathomable. At this moment, every movement of his became its own heavenly law, merging with the Dao. With a clear roar, large amounts of meteors were turned into fine powder. With a shake of his arm, this river of stars was destroyed, chaotic energy flowing in reverse towards the sky, blazing radiance sweeping out, the universe trembling, the stars and moon losing their light. The 3 black-robed figures coughed out blood and were sent flying backwards, as if they were about to be sent flying out of the star field. So this is young Master Xianxia. What terrifying strength. I've never seen him fight before, so I had no idea he was so strong. As expected of an existence that can contend with the will of the heavenly Tao. And this is his heavily injured state. If he was in perfect condition, how terrifying would that be? In the surrounding star fields, many cultivators and creatures witnessed all of this with their own eyes, all of them trembling with excitement, feeling their minds sway. How terrifying. Under the same realm, there is absolutely no one who can match a single palm strike. Even Empyrean Green Luo's beautiful eyes widened, feeling her Tao heart wavering, in disbelief and shock to the extreme. At this time, Xianxia was peerlessly powerful, unstoppable. This star field was almost completely destroyed by him, razed to the ground. Not good, this guy is too strong. The expressions of the three black-robed figures changed dramatically, and they couldn't help but roar. After several exchanges, they were already at a disadvantage, and even if they joined forces, it was still difficult to contend against Xianxia. Qi. Moreover, at this time, Xianxia used a secret Tao technique, guiding the starlight in the sky to fight. The starry river in the sky poured down, causing a vast expanse of white around him. In the end, one could see the sun and moon rotating around him, and countless ancient stars appeared in all directions, surrounding him in the center. This seemed to have evolved into a star field of the universe, and Xianxia was like the lord of the heavenly court, standing at the center, condensing all kinds of light, and finally drowning out. We are not his match, run. Run as far as you can. The expressions of the three black-robed figures changed greatly, as if they were incomparably shocked. Without hesitation, they burned their true souls and essence blood, turning into divine light to escape. However, the aftermath here was too terrifying, as if a part of the universe was about to be destroyed. The sky collapsed, the earth caved in, and the universe collapsed. In an instant, chaos rushed in all directions, and nothing could be seen clearly. This is simply the end of the world. It's too terrifying. Anyone who steps into a battle between Tao attainments will be destroyed in body and soul, vanishing into thin air. All the cultivators and living beings were shocked and trembling. Their divine souls were trembling, and they were extremely frightened. Great, we're saved. However, more cultivators and living beings cheered, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. From this situation, it seemed that the three mysterious Tao attainments had been defeated by Xianxia, and all the surrounding star fields were safe. They were extremely grateful to Xianxia. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, divine rainbows flew into the sky from all directions. They were the top experts on each star. Before this, they were watching from afar and did not dare to go forward. Now that the crisis was over, they all rushed forward, carefully avoiding the aftermath of the battle that had not yet spread. Thank you, young Master Xianxia, for your help. They all cupped their hands and expressed their gratitude to Xianxia. Thank you, young Master Xianxia. If it weren't for young Master Xianxia today, I'm afraid all of us would have died tragically, and the surrounding star fields would have been destroyed. Many female cultivators' eyes were filled with astonishing splendor. Their minds swayed as they looked at the tall figure standing at the end of the sky, unable to calm down for a long time. Even Empyrean Green Luo found it difficult to calm down, and her Tao heart was greatly affected. If not for Xianxia's sudden appearance today, she was afraid she would have died here. Xianxia seemed to come to his senses when he heard this, and he withdrew his gaze from the direction the three men in black had fled. Everyone, there's no need to be like this. How can we sit idly by when we see such a scene? He waved his hand with a calm and composed expression. It was as if he was a completely different person from the powerful and peerless figure just now. However, just as Xianxia finished speaking, he suddenly frowned, and then his figure swayed slightly. With a muffled groan, a few strands of blood with divinity flowed out from the corners of his mouth. What, young Master Xianxia, are you all right? Seeing this, everyone here suddenly turned pale with fright and worry. Many people recalled that Xianxia had been heavily injured in battle just now, and they felt even more grateful and almost knelt down and kowtowed. I'm fine. It's just that the battle just now affected my injuries. If I didn't have these injuries, it wouldn't have been so easy for those three to escape like this. Xianxia calmly waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to worry. But as he finished speaking, he still couldn't conceal his regret. Young Master Chang'e, I have. Emperor Green Luo worriedly took out a jade box and was about to hand it to Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e didn't take it and shook his head. Ordinary healing items won't work on my injuries, and your injuries aren't light either. Keep it for yourself. Emperor Green Luo was deeply moved. She hadn't expected Gu Chang'e to be so considerate of her at this time. She had never interacted with Gu Chang'e before, but from his actions today, she could see that he was truly as gentle and refined as jade. I just don't know where those men in black came from. For them to act so brazenly, the faction behind them is probably unimaginable. Then, as if she had thought of something, Gu Chang'e looked puzzled and muttered to herself. Emperor Green Luo suddenly shuddered as she recalled what had happened. She gravely said, at the time, those men in black believed that I couldn't escape and said a few things. They seemed to be from some place called the Dark Celestial Court and were following the orders of some great figure to kill us all. She had been very shocked at the time, so these words had left a deep impression on her. Dark Celestial Court? What's that? I've never heard of it before. How dare they intercept and kill the accomplished cultivators of various orthodoxies? Hearing this, everyone in the surroundings was extremely shocked, and huge waves surged in their hearts. They had a premonition that this mysterious Dark Celestial Court was about to shake the entire upper realm. This was the first time many of the cultivators had heard of the Dark Heavenly Court, but they felt a sense of fear in their spirits. It was as if some kind of unimaginable true force had transcended time and space and landed here, shocking everyone's minds. These 4 words can't be said casually. There will be some kind of reaction from the unseen world, an old man with a high level of cultivation said. His expression was extremely solemn. Many of the cultivators and living beings who had rushed here were also shocked. They looked at each other and wondered what kind of deity or saint this so-called Dark Heavenly Court was. Those black-robed Dao enlightened cultivators were probably from this mysterious faction. They had never heard of such a faction in the upper world before. Even those ancient immortal orthodoxies and supreme sects with extremely long legacies would find it difficult to send out so many enlightened cultivators at once. The Dark Heavenly Court. I've never heard of such a faction before. Could it have just emerged recently? However, my Gu clan has always been standing strong in the upper world. I've never heard of such a faction before. Gu Chang'e frowned. He seemed to be talking to himself with some doubt on his face. Celestial Venerable Green Luo seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said in shock, I think it should be an organization that has existed for a very long time. Judging from the fluctuations of those enlightened cultivators' attacks, the divine powers and cultivation methods they cultivate are all different. They can't possibly be from the same orthodoxy. She also recalled that those black-robed Dao enlightened cultivators had not displayed similar Dao techniques and divine powers when they attacked. Although cultivators who had reached this stage would definitely have differences in their paths, if they were from the same orthodoxy, there would definitely be traces of similarities. An organization? If you say so, that is indeed a possibility. Although those black-robed men seem to be following someone's orders, they don't seem to know each other. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows. He pondered for a moment before nodding slowly, agreeing with Celestial Venerable Green Luo's words. That's too scary. How could there be such an organization that permeates every inch of space like darkness? Celestial Venerable Green Luo was silent for a moment. She suddenly felt a chill run down her spine because of this Dark Heavenly Court. Hearing the conversation between the two, the surrounding cultivators and living beings were all shocked. If the Dark Heavenly Court was truly a mysterious organization, they would have infiltrated many imperishable sects and supreme Taoism factions by now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched so many accomplished cultivators to intercept and kill Celestial Sovereign Emerald Luo and the others. This was simply an unimaginably terrifying matter. If news of this got out, it would definitely shake up the higher realms. Not good. The other few friends also chased out of the Great Yu Imperial capital together. If they split up, they would definitely be in trouble. At this moment, Emperor Green Luo's expression suddenly changed as she recalled the supreme experts of various clans who had left the Great Yu Imperial capital together when they were pursuing the black-robed man. Although they were all people who had attained the Tao and cultivated for more than millions of years, it was enough for them to look down on the world. However, under the joint attack of 3 accomplished Dao masters, even she had almost died just now. If Xianxia hadn't appeared to save her, she would have definitely become a skeleton, dead in body and spirit. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be so lucky. If that's the case, let's hurry over and take a look. I suddenly have a bad feeling in my heart. Xianxia's expression also turned solemn when he heard this. Emperor Green Luo nodded. She also had a bad feeling in her heart. Without hesitation, the two turned into divine rainbows and crossed the star domain, heading into the distance. Looks like something big is about to happen in the higher realms. There are definitely more than just a few accomplished cultivators who broke out in a great battle today. Perhaps something unexpected has already happened. The remaining cultivators and living beings looked at each other and vaguely guessed what was going on. Their hearts were extremely heavy. The terrifying consequences would probably cause a huge commotion. Very soon, news about what happened here spread like wildfire, spreading throughout the upper realm. The first reaction of all the orthodoxies who heard this was to be stunned. Then, they were extremely shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. The words dark heavenly court also spread, causing a huge commotion. Xianxia and Emperor Green Luo appeared in a desolate and barren star domain. The two of them gazed at the scene of battle that was filled with devastation and fell silent. Looks like we've come too late. There are still fluctuations of extinguished soul flames here. An accomplished cultivator had fallen here. Xianxia sighed softly and shook his head, as if he was rather regretful. Without needing him to say anything, Emperor Green Luo also sensed the fluctuations left behind here. The aftermath of a battle between accomplished cultivators would not dissipate even after hundreds of thousands of years. She even felt that the battle here was even more tragic than the one she had fought. From the looks of it, the other fellow Taoists are also in grave danger. Their lives are in danger. What is the Dark Heavenly Court's goal? Why are they constantly killing accomplished cultivators? Even accomplished cultivators have become their hunting targets. Emperor Green Luo shuddered, feeling a sense of unknown fear. A strange look flashed across Xianxia's eyes, and he glanced at her without batting an eyelid. Right now, he was only building momentum for the Dark Heavenly Court. There was still some time before they truly appeared. However, if even accomplished cultivators were so fearful, then the other cultivators would be even more fearful. In fact, this was also true. In his expectations, the Dark Heavenly Court was like a shadow that shrouded the upper realm, seeping into every inch of space and every corner. Even the most ancient forces and clans would fear them as if they were gods. Afterward, Xianxia and Emperor Green Luo went to another star domain and saw a scene very similar to this one. The surrounding stars had collapsed and the river of stars had been broken, turning into dust and ashes. There was not the slightest trace of life left behind. It was a scene of devastation, as if a world-ending battle had occurred. Even the Sea of Thunder had dried up, and chaos overflowed, wanting to break through this star domain. One could only imagine how terrifying a battle had been fought here before. It looks like everyone died, and only I survived by luck. Emperor Green Luo said with some lingering fear. Let's go back. Xianxia sighed softly, as if he could not bear to watch. Emperor Green Luo nodded. Then, the two of them stepped forward, tore through the void, and quickly left, intending to return to the great Celestial dynasty. Soon, the battle that had happened in these places was not hidden and was discovered by many cultivators. The news spread, causing a great commotion again. The appearance of the Dark Heavenly Court had caused a great deal of panic among many orthodoxies. No one had thought that there would be such a terrifying and mysterious organization hidden in the dark. Those accomplished cultivators in black had unfathomable strength, hiding in every corner like shadows. Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Great Celestial Dynasty, Primordial Lake, 10,000 Swords Tao Sect. These orthodoxies were greatly affected, and some of their accomplished cultivators had died. However, although they were angry, there was nothing they could do. They were helpless against the Dark Heavenly Court and did not even know where this organization came from. In the eyes of many cultivators, the chaos in the Great Celestial Dynasty this time was very likely caused by the Dark Heavenly Court. That night, those accomplished cultivators in black suddenly appeared. After failing to kill the severely injured Xianxia, they tore through the void and escaped. After that, the accomplished cultivators of various clans chased after them but were intercepted halfway. Only Emperor Green Luo was saved by Guchunga and luckily survived. The rest of them died tragically in the star domain. If one were to count carefully, there were a total of 4 accomplished cultivators who had died. The upper realm had been peaceful for too long. It had been a long time since such a shocking event had happened. After all, accomplished cultivators were like patriarchs in each orthodoxy. They had a revered status and could suppress the foundation of each orthodoxy. Such a tragic death was really a great blow to the orthodoxies, and it would be difficult for them to recover in a short time. However, through this incident, many cultivators saw one thing clearly. Even though Guchunga was severely injured, he could still fight against 3 accomplished cultivators in black and force them to retreat. To have such terrifying strength at such a young age, it was truly shocking. In every ancient city and ancient star, the cultivators and living beings were discussing this matter. Some even saw the image recording stones of the battle being auctioned in the markets. Some people saw the scene and were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. That battle was too terrifying. The star domain within 1,000,000 miles was sunk. Chaotic energy soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. The surrounding ancient planets were all turned to ashes. If Guchunga hadn't suddenly appeared and forced the 3 accomplished cultivators in black to retreat, the resulting massacre would have been even more terrifying. It could be said that the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Emperor Green Luo of Primordial Lake would have died like the others. Compared to the others, she was too lucky. In the following days, the entire upper realm was discussing this matter. Academies like True Immortal Academy and Dao Heaven Immortal Palace were no exception. Although Guchunga was no longer cultivating there, his deeds were still passed down. Many people of the same generation, for example, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six Crown King, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, and others all became silent after seeing the image recording stone of that battle. Then, they chose to enter deep seclusion. Guchunga had already become an insurmountable mountain in their hearts. In his 20s, he was already able to contend against existences close to immortals. Everyone felt that Guchunga was definitely the reincarnation of some supreme character from ancient times. At his peak, his cultivation was unparalleled in the world, a king among immortals. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Begging for fresh flowers zero during this period of time, the inheritors of demonic arts had also caused a lot of trouble. However, compared to the appearance of the dark heavenly court, they were like small waves that quickly returned to peace. Inheritors of demonic arts still needed time to grow, but this dark heavenly court had long been established. They were hidden in the dark, and it was difficult to find them. This was the most terrifying part. At the same time, in the upper realm's most taboo place, where the Devil Mountain was located. The Devil Mountain was shrouded in demonic clouds, covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles. All kinds of terrifying mountains were surrounded by chaotic fog, as if they had existed since the beginning of time. An ancient and desolate aura pervaded this place, and there were many terrifying ferocious beasts hibernating there. On each mountain peak, there were vague figures. They were either absorbing the chi of Tao law between heaven and earth, condensing the chi of heavenly path, or sitting there cross-legged to comprehend the heavenly secrets in an attempt to improve. Ever since the red-robed devil Chan Hongi was born in the devil burial abyss, the great demons, ancient demons, and ancient demons from all over the upper realm had followed her here and occupied the Devil Mountain. For a time, this place had even become a forbidden area. Even those who had attained Tao dared not set foot in it, and had to stay far away. During the siege of the Divine City, the red-robed devil had killed countless people, and the various forces and orthodoxies who participated in the battle had all suffered heavy losses. Now, on the highest mountain peak in the deepest part of the Devil Mountain, it was calm and peaceful. There was a thatched cottage, and there was a flowing stream beside it. Many blue stones were suspended in the air, forming stone steps that connected to the cold pond on the other side. The mountain breeze blew, accompanied by some mist, and it was incomparably tranquil and natural. A red-clothed woman of peerless beauty and beauty that shook the soul stood on the limestone. Her gaze was calm and deep as she gazed towards the distance. Her jet-black hair fluttered chaotically, and her skin was white like jade and flickered with a lustrous brilliance. She looked extremely tranquil, like a fairy under the moon. She was neither competitive nor happy, and there was not a trace of ferocity in her. If an outsider was here, they would definitely not believe that this was the red-robed devil Xianxia, who had previously intimidated the upper realm with her ferocity. Now, there was not a trace of devil chi on her body, nor was there a trace of magical power fluctuation. It was more like she had returned to her original state, and the Tao was true to heaven and earth. Behind Xianxia stood a woman in a white dress. Her face was beautiful, and her hair was like a waterfall. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her figure was tall and slender like a jade fairy. She was the inheritor of the devil technique that all the orthodoxies in the upper realm were looking for, Xianxia. However, compared to before, there was a huge difference between the current her and her previous self. She had perfectly merged with the other soul. Ancestral Master, Xianxia said softly, addressing Xianxia as Ancestral Master. Tracing back to the source, her previous other soul was actually the true inheritor of the devil technique. She had fallen into the devil burial abyss, and by chance, she received Xianxia's teachings. After many evolutions, she became the inheritor of the devil technique. It was reasonable for her to address Xianxia as Ancestral Master. Her other soul had also told her that if she encountered a dangerous situation, she could come to the Devil Mountain for protection. Of course, Xianxia would help out on account of the imparting of the Dharma. At first, Xianxia did not believe it. However, because she had killed a successor of a great sect some time ago, she was hunted down by his protector. She had nowhere to run, so she came to the Devil Mountain to seek refuge. Now, she had been hiding for half a year. After seeing Xianxia, Xianxia originally thought that the other party would be as ferocious as the rumors said, slaughtering the heavens. She didn't expect the other party to be so indifferent and aloof. This aura even made her see the shadow of Xianxia in a trance. It was really too similar. "You're leaving?" Xianxia asked faintly. Her eyes were still calm, as if nothing in the world could disturb her. "Yes. Thank you for taking me in, Ancestral Master. The outside world is in chaos, so I should leave," Xianxia replied. Although she was in the Devil Mountain, she knew that the outside world was in chaos because of the dark heavenly court. She also heard that Xianxia was seriously injured, so she could not help but worry. "Then you should go." Xianxia nodded. Although her voice was like the sound of nature, it was calm. "Ancestral Master, before I leave, there's still something I don't understand. The dark heavenly court that has been in chaos in the upper realm recently. Is it related to you?" Xianxia was puzzled and could not help but ask. After all, many rumors speculated that the dark heavenly court was closely related to the inheritors of the devil technique. Xianxia shook her head. She thought for a while and said, "No, but it should be related to him." "Him?" Xianxia was puzzled again. "Of course it's him. You should be familiar with him." Xianxia's lips suddenly curled up, as if she had a purpose. In an instant, she destroyed the tranquility and seemed to have a deeper meaning. 2. Xianxia was stunned. It was her first time seeing Xianxia in such a state. When she looked back, her hair was like a waterfall, dancing wildly in the mountain breeze. Her eyes were deep and cold, but there was a smile at the corner of her mouth. She was so beautiful that it was soul-stirring. She was like a demoness who wreaked havoc in the world, destroying her previous tranquility. Such a Xianxia might be the red-robed demoness that all the immortal orthodoxies and supreme sects in the upper realm were afraid of. The previous tranquility and aloofness was nothing more than a facade. However, Xianxia quickly regained her senses and could not help but ask, "Who is this he that the founder is talking about? Why do I feel so familiar with him?" At this time, Xianxia's expression had returned to normal. She smiled and said, "Of course you know." Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned again. Then, a handsome figure gradually appeared in her mind. She was shocked and in disbelief. Could it be young Master? She almost murmured, thinking that it was impossible. However, after thinking about it carefully, there seemed to be no one else. Although the red-robed demoness appeared in Kuan-Wu City and asked for one of the god stones, Xianxia had fought with her before. His attitude was very natural and casual, as if he was facing an old friend that he had not seen for a long time. However, many cultivators thought that it was because Xianxia had fought with the red-robed demoness in the divine city before. That was why the two of them seemed to be old friends. Xianxia thought so too. However, judging from the current situation, it seemed that there was more to the relationship between the red-robed demoness and Xianxia. Their relationship was definitely not that simple. Qian Hongyi's attitude towards Xianxia was also unusual. In Xianxia's opinion, the bond between the two was very deep, to the extent that it was ingrained. She was very smart and had never asked about this. However, Qian Hongyi suddenly mentioned it to her today. It was obvious that there was a deeper meaning. The dark heavenly court in the present realm was also related to Xianxia. What else was he hiding? The more she knew about him, the more Xianxia felt that Xianxia was unfathomable, like an unfathomable fog. Patriarch, what do you want me to do by telling me all this? Xianxia asked after a moment of silence. She knew that after Qian Hongyi was born in the fiend burial abyss, there was a period of time when she was delirious and filled with malice. During that period of time, countless living beings and cultivators had died at her hands. Qian Hongyi's expression did not change, but a strange light flashed through her eyes. I'm only reminding you of one thing. The greatest calamity of this world is not you, the so-called inheritor of the demonic arts. I know. I never wanted to be a disaster in the past. I just wanted to settle down in this world. This is not up to me. I just want to grasp my own destiny. I don't want to become a fish in that river. Xianxia said with a resolute look on her pretty face. Hearing these words, Qian Hongyi suddenly laughed. Her beauty was soul-stirring, carrying with it a bewitching charm. She was extremely disdainful, her voice emotionless and cold. This is not up to you. Your destiny has long been determined. The person you think you love the most, the person you trust the most, has always been looking down at you coldly from a high place. You think you're moved, but he's only showing it to you. Do you really think he can't see that you have two souls in your body, that you have the inheritance of the demonic arts? Even my abilities were personally taught by him, not to mention your incomplete demonic arts. Ridiculous. She was laughing, her voice was like the sound of nature, but it carried a deep hatred. What? That's impossible. Hearing these words, Xianxia was stunned, as if she was struck by lightning. Her face turned pale, and she could not help but take a few steps back in disbelief. If it was someone else who said this, she would definitely be suspicious. But the person who said this was the red-robed demoness who intimidated the upper realm. How could she lie to her? There was such a deep relationship between Qian Hongyi and Xianxia. Her patriarch was taught by Xianxia himself. Where did he come from? Xianxia had been lying to her all this time, and even helped her hide her identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. Was he the same? Xianxia's reaction was within Qian Hongyi's expectations. Her lips curled into a smile, as if she really wanted to see such a scene. Xianxia wanted to maintain his gentle and aloof image in Xianxia's heart, but she would not let him do as he wished. I'll destroy everything you have with my own hands. Qian Hongyi looked at the end of the sky, and terrifying evil and demonic qi appeared in the depths of her eyes again. But soon, she returned to her aloof and indifferent appearance. These days, the upper realm was getting more and more chaotic. In the eyes of many cultivators, perhaps a terrible disaster would sweep over soon. Many orthodoxies in the various heavens were ordering their disciples to return to their sects and wait for the disaster to end. The appearance of the Yin dynasty and the Yin dynasty swept over the world. Now, there was the even more mysterious dark heavenly court, hiding in the dark like a shadow, which made people feel uneasy. A few days later, the chaos in the great Yu celestial dynasty that shook the various forces in the upper realm gradually came to an end. Emperor Yu fought with his former brother, Yu Tianjing, at the peak of the great Yu celestial dynasty. He was defeated and died. Even the great Yu celestial dynasty's guardian sword fell into his hands. That night, there was a massacre, and blood flowed like a river. A terrible chaos swept through the entire great Yu celestial dynasty. Countless cultivators trembled, feeling despair and horror. Many foreign armies arrived, and the flames of war swept through the endless territories of Great Yu. During this time, many orthodoxies took advantage of the situation. Under the internal and external troubles, many old emperors in the depths of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty had to come out and try to suppress all of this. According to the rules of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty, although Yu Tianjing was banished many years ago, it was an indisputable fact that the blood of the royal family flowed in his body. In addition, in the battle, he killed the previous Emperor Yu, so he naturally had the strength to be the next Emperor Yu. Therefore, the old emperors discussed for a while and decided to let Yu Tianjing take the throne according to the rules of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty. With the support of many ministers, if Yu Tianjing was not worthy and could not bear the heavy responsibility, he would abdicate. Since then, the chaos gradually calmed down. In terms of ability, Yu Tianjing was not inferior to the previous Emperor Yu. The last time he was defeated, it was because he fell into a trap. Under his iron fist, a war to quell the chaos broke out, and many of the restless elements in the Great Yu Celestial dynasty were eliminated. This was the first time he had shown his power since he became the new emperor, and it had indeed deterred many people. Many of the ministers who were critical of him also gradually shut up. They were not willing to provoke Yu Tianjing, who was at the peak of his power at this time. Some people even guessed that Yu Tianjing might have something to do with the Dark Heavenly Court. However, there were not many such guesses. After all, there was no evidence to prove that the group of black-cloaked cultivators who had killed Xianxia that day had anything to do with Yu Tianjing. While the situation in the outside world was changing, in the depths of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty, in a grand and ancient palace, the new Emperor Yu Tianjing stood there and reported something in a low voice. He wore a purple gold crown on his head and a wide dragon robe on his body. His sleeves were decorated with many star patterns that flowed with a misty light, making him look like an unparalleled son of heaven. However, his expression was extremely humble and respectful, and he did not dare to show any disrespect. Today, 60% of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty is in my hands. Apart from the country guarding general and the former grand tutor, the other ministers have all submitted. In front of Yu Tianjing, Xianxia was wearing a white shirt. He held a white jade wine cup in his hand and gently shook the thick wine within. His expression was really casual and natural. "It seems like you did not disappoint me." He smiled and passed the white jade wine cup to Yimei, who was beside him. As the new emperor of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty, Yu Tianjing's methods could be said to be iron-blooded. Any courtier who had a rebellious heart was imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Hence, compared to the previous Emperor Yu, he admired Yu Tianjing more. Such a person was easier to control and more obedient. He would not choose to provoke him or do anything stupid without any benefits. Of course, Xianxia did not have such worries. After all, Yu Tianjing's life was always in his hands. Now, he was the true ruler of the vast territory of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty. "I dare not disappoint you." Yu Tianjing's expression turned cold when he heard this. He could not forget how Xianxia killed Emperor Yu with just a lift of his hand. His methods were really cold and cruel. Today, the various heavens in the upper world were extremely wary of the dark celestial court. If he did not know that those black-cloaked Dao enlightened cultivators were sent by Xianxia, Yu Tianjing would suspect that this matter had nothing to do with Xianxia. It was hard to imagine how deep this matter was. Furthermore, his life was always in the hands of Xianxia. When he looked for Xianxia to work together, he was also planning to ask a tiger for its skin. Today, he got what he wanted and became the new emperor of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty, taking revenge for hundreds of years ago. "Oh right, young master, Xianxia seems to be suspicious of you. She thinks that there are many strange things about Yu Tianyong's death, and even a conspiracy. These days, she has been stationed outside the sovereign's tomb. She wants to see the old emperors and tell them about this matter. Do you think we should find a chance to make a move on her?" Then, Yu Tianjing thought of another important matter and said in a low voice. Xianxia was the eldest princess. Even though the previous Emperor Yu was dead, she still had a respected status in the palace. Even he did not dare to make a move on her. Many of the imperial family disciples knew that on the day of Xianxia's birth, they had activated the Great Yu Celestial scripture and gave her a secret technique. Golden lotuses fell from the sky, and clear springs gushed from the ground. Divine light shone brightly, illuminating the sky. There were auspicious signs within 10,000 miles, and there were even strange phenomena such as dragons and phoenixes leaping and immortal cranes holding Ganoderma. A few old emperors who had reached the Tao attainment realm were also alarmed and personally gave cultivation techniques to Xianxia. In terms of cultivation talent, eldest Princess Xianxia surpassed the younger generation of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty without a doubt. Therefore, many of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty's elders saw Xianxia as their future successor. On the contrary, they did not think highly of Yu Lai. If something happened to Xianxia, many of the elders would be alarmed, and it would cause a lot of trouble. Hearing this, Guchanga's eyes flashed with a strange light. He then shook his head and said, "It's fine. You just need to tell Xianxia that you're working for me. She's very smart and will know what to do." What? Yu Tianjing was shocked. When did Xianxia become Guchanga's person? If Xianxia knew that her father was killed by Guchanga, what would she think? He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. In the next few days, Guchanga stayed in the palace. He claimed that he was recuperating, but he was actually building the prototype of the heavenly court in the inner verse. In fact, he had this plan a long time ago. However, the prototype of the inner verse was not complete at that time. Even if the ancient heavenly court and southern heavenly gate manifested, the effect was minimal. Guchanga still remembered that when he was in the immortal ancient continent, he was looking for the inheritance left behind by the reincarnation ancient celestial. He happened to meet a good-for-nothing youth from the Black Sky Eagle clan named He Ming. It was not right to call him a good-for-nothing youth. After all, in terms of talent, he was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. However, he was a little mediocre in his clan. Through that youth, he spread the wedding dress immortal art and used it to control the entire clan in the immortal ancient continent. The way he manifested that time was through the prototype of the heavenly court in the inner verse that was not yet mature. Later on, he instructed He Ming to gather believers from all over the universe so that he could contact the Supreme Existence. However, after such a long time, there was no sign of it. It was obvious that this was not going well. After all, Guchanga was just trying and did not expect to succeed. Now that the dark heavenly court had appeared, it was like a shadow shrouding the upper realm. To him, it was an excellent opportunity to gather believers. Boom! In the next moment, there was an explosion of bright light in front of Guchanga. A silver door appeared. It was shockingly bright, as if it was connected to another ancient world. Behind the door was a completely different world. The three ancient words Southern Heavenly Gate were reflected in the long river of time and space. It had a brilliant and indelible power. The majestic and solemn immortal palace stood on top of the clouds. Just one of the pillars seemed to be able to support the heavens and earth. The surrounding clouds rolled, and the chaotic aura surged. It was like the peak of the ancient universe. This was a scene that was enough to make all living things tremble. Just a trace of zero. Two of the aura here seemed to be able to crush all spacetime and destroy all eternity. As Guchanga stepped in, the energy here was even more dazzling. It surged like a vast ocean. At the peak of the immortal palace, a blurry figure slowly condensed and sat there. It was extremely hazy and could not be seen clearly. There were 3,000 ancient worlds surrounding it. Countless true dragons, celestial phoenixes, white tigers, and black tortoises were lying on the ground. They seemed to be overlooking all eternity. The long river of time surged under its feet. It was as if it had gathered and flowed through all the realms in the universe. The Taoist body in the dark heavenly court was far from impressive. It's far from enough to awe the world. Guchanga frowned as he looked at this scene. However, it was still in its embryonic form. It was still waiting to be perfected. Then, in the inner universe, ancient planets with life gathered together according to Guchanga's thoughts. They turned into a majestic universe and surrounded him. In these ancient planets, buildings, pavilions, palaces, and pagodas began to rise. They were grand and ancient, and they were filled with the aura of the great Tao. The various cultivation resources that Guchanga had collected before, such as the seven-colored altar, the immortal ancient sacred tablet, the emperor's scriptures, and the supreme being's insights, all flew out and turned into a rain of light. They fell into those buildings and filled the foundation. Those who recite the true name can lead a trace of the true soul to this world and enter the dark heavenly court to attain eternal life. I am the supreme emperor of the great freedom of the beyond heavens. Xianxia burned the sacrificial runes to strengthen the rules of heaven and earth in the inner universe. At the same time, he summoned the vast power of faith from the human ancestors' palace to resonate with the cultivators in the outside world. Although he was like the master of heaven and earth here and could control everything, it was inevitable that he would cause accidents. Now that the immortal path was about to appear, all kinds of old monsters began to appear. Who knew when the aura of the immortal domain would descend and touch this world and bring some trouble? As Xianxia ignited the sacrificial rites, the vast power of faith gathered in the ancestral hall was activated. In the boundlessly vast upper realm, there were all sorts of shocking phenomena appearing. Many cultivators vaguely saw a group of ancient and majestic palaces floating at the end of the sky. They were richly ornamented, dazzling with immortal light. It was like a celestial capital that never fell. What was more, they heard the sound of hundreds of millions of deities chanting sutras. It was incomparably loud. Such a scene lasted for a long time. It was reflected in the sky of every heaven, causing countless cultivators to discuss in shock. They were all guessing whether this was a sign of heaven and earth. Of course, there were also people who heard the ancient welcoming voice of the dark heavenly court and crossed the river of time to come. It was as if there was a voice telling them that they could obtain eternal life if they found the dark heavenly court. Such a voice was not only heard by ordinary cultivators. Even some supreme existences in seclusion and those who had achieved Tao sensed it. They were extremely shocked. They knew that this not only required the caster's profound cultivation base, but also an unimaginably vast amount of power of faith to be able to trigger the senses of all living beings. 17 Did this mean that the dark heavenly court already had countless believers? This guess made the various forces and orthodoxies even more fearful. This also means that the dark heavenly court has already infiltrated many corners without us knowing. Even our loved ones could be believers of the dark heavenly court. Many cultivators felt chills running down their spines. Their scalps were numb. This was too terrifying. After all, from what happened in the great Celestial dynasty's imperial capital. That day, the dark heavenly court even dared to attack Xianxia. Thinking of this, was there anything in this world that the dark heavenly court did not dare to do? Some older cultivators sighed. I already have a premonition that the upper realm will face great changes in the near future. Perhaps the dark turmoil of ancient times will be brought by the dark heavenly court. When that time comes, even those who have achieved Tao might not be able to protect themselves. The upper realm will become even more chaotic. No one will be spared. Endless darkness will envelop the land. While the undercurrents were surging in the upper worlds, Xianxia had already left the great Celestial dynasty and returned to the Longevity Gu family. Although he announced that his injuries were serious, he should be fine judging from his battle record of fighting against 3 black-clothed Tao achievers on his own. Therefore, after returning to the Longevity Gu clan, only his father and a few others came to see him. The rest of the clan elders did not appear. Today, Xianxia was like the sun in the sky. Whether it was in the upper realm or in the Longevity Gu family, it was the same. Even those enlightened Tao patriarchs who usually appeared and disappeared mysteriously had to treat him with respect. They would not treat him as a junior. He left many matters regarding the great Celestial dynasty to Yin Mei and Yu Tianjing. Yin Mei, who was in charge of the business alliance of 10,000 Daos, was very concerned about this matter. After all, the great Celestial dynasty was not comparable to the business alliance of 10,000 Daos. This was an everlasting celestial dynasty with an extremely long history in the upper worlds. The power it contained was too terrifying. Xianxia had only begun to control it and had not completely infiltrated his own people. After all, those who were in closed-door cultivation and many of the old antiques were not blind. It was impossible that they did not notice the abnormality. He could only plan slowly and not be too anxious. However, to Xianxia's surprise, Qingyi actually took the initiative to look for him. Although it was only a few simple words, it was extremely rare for her. The celestial gate is about to open. The former celestial realm will appear again. The earth isolation barrier will disappear, and everything will return to the celestial ancient realm. It seems that the upper worlds will be in chaos soon. This era is definitely not ordinary. Not only is there an opportunity to become an immortal, but there are also many strange things in the future. Guqingyi stood on a blue stone. Her appearance was exceptional, and she was as cold as the moon fairy. Her long sleeves fluttered in the wind, and her hair danced as she spoke softly. She seemed to be saying this intentionally, and it was rare for her to say so many words. What kind of chaos is this? Could it be that you're going to enter the celestial realm? Guchunga's expression was somewhat inexplicable, and then he asked. Even now, he could not see through Guqingyi's cultivation at all. One had to know that even a ruined immortal would find it difficult to conceal all of their aura in front of him. Moreover, Guqingyi had never concealed her aura from beginning to end. Her existence was like a cool breeze and bright moon, incomparably natural, but also like an impenetrable nothingness. She was one with everything in the world to begin with. However, Guchunga had long guessed that Guqingyi had a great relationship with him. Her origins were naturally extraordinary. Hearing this, Guqingyi raised her eyes that were like limpid autumn waters, glanced at him, lightly shook her head, and then nodded, not saying much. She understood Guchunga very well, so she was not worried that the chaos in the upper realm would affect Guchunga. Even if the immortal region appeared, it would be the same. On the contrary, little Plenilune, who was following behind her, wrinkled its small nose and said, "You irresponsible master, Sister Qingyi is here to say goodbye to you." Say goodbye to me? This time, Guchunga was a little stunned. He looked at Guqingyi with some confusion. You're leaving the Gu family? Although Guqingyi was an ancient freak of the Gu family, her true origins were unknown even to many of the ancestors. When she said that she was leaving, was she going to the immortal region? Or somewhere else? I'm not leaving the Gu family. I'm just returning to where I should go. Guqingyi said softly. She stretched out her slender fingers and twirled the hair that fell on her temples. Guchunga was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "Then accompany me for a walk?" Guqingyi nodded softly, then waved her sleeve lightly. Little Plenilune's figure immediately disappeared, sent back to the small world she was in before. Then, the two slowly walked down the mountain peak side by side, towards the foot of the mountain. Clear light sprinkled down, fog lingered, wind blew in the mountain forest, deer softly chirped, and hundreds of birds sang softly. Guchunga did not speak, and Guqingyi did not speak either. The two of them casually walked on the ground, mountains, and rivers under their feet. There seemed to be an indescribable tacit understanding between them that had been maintained for thousands of years. Even though they had crossed countless epochs and trekked through endless years, it was still clearly engraved in their bones. In one day, the two of them walked through countless mountains and rivers, crossing countless divine mountains and ancient peaks. Finally, under the warm afterglow, they arrived at a vast grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The mountain wind blew, and the green grass here rose and fell. The sky was low, and the moon was slightly bright. It was a beautiful sight. It's been a long time since I've carefully looked at this land. Looking at all of this, Guqingyi's eyes seemed to be filled with some kind of emotion. It's also been a long time since I've looked at this land like this, Guchunga said with a smile. You once said the same thing. Guqingyi's lips curled up slightly as she said, "Do you still remember the bet we made?" Bet? What bet? Guchunga raised his eyebrows. You'll remember it sooner or later. Guqingyi shook her head, her eyes suddenly becoming incomparably deep. After all, that's your ultimate goal. P.S. Kevin is seriously stuck. Tonight, I'll sort out the follow-up plot and do my best to fill in all the holes that should be filled. Guqingyi left just like that, taking little Plenilune with her. Other than Guchunga and a few people in the Gu family, no one knew where she went. Of course, not many people in the Gu family knew of Guqingyi's existence, let alone care about her. What exactly is this bet? Why can't I remember? On the way back to the Gu family, Guchunga kept thinking about this matter, his brows furrowed. He had a very deep premonition that this matter involved a lot of things. It could even be said that it involved a huge secret. However, Guqingyi did not go into detail. She only mentioned it and then left. Her figure turned into a rain of light and dissipated on the spot, taken away by the wind as if she had never appeared. Even the traces of her existence in this world were personally erased by her at that moment. She said those words to Guchunga more like a spur of the moment, not a deep meaning. I'll remember it sooner or later? Are you referring to the memory of the Devil Lord? Guchanga shook his head gently and quickly put this matter aside, not continuing to think about it. As the saying goes, things will be straightened out when the time comes. It was useless for him to think too much now. On the contrary, Guchingi reminded him that the upper realm was about to be in chaos, and the immortal territory had appeared, which interested Guchanga. On the one hand, the epic Tao fruit he obtained was about to mature, and he could set up a shocking situation, attracting the foundations of various orthodoxies in the upper realm to help him enter the immortal territory. On the other hand, the chaos in the upper realm was a rare opportunity for the dark heavenly court to appear. The opportunity to become an immortal in the upper realm is actually the epic Tao fruit. Without my permission, who can become an immortal? Many thoughts flashed through Guchanga's mind, but he was not worried about this. After all, the epic tree that various orthodoxies in the upper realm went on a large-scale campaign to find. Now, it was standing in his inner universe, pouring down boundless chaos chi, condensing the essence of heaven and earth, majestic and immortal. The epic Tao fruit contained the precepts of heaven and earth that the upper realm lacked. Guchanga didn't doubt in the slightest that so long as he spread the news related to the Era tree, it would definitely cause a stir in the upper dimensions, and it would give rise to a boundless rain of blood. Therefore, before that, he needed to be fully prepared to deal with anything. Although the immortal Tao has yet to appear, the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies definitely have their own immortal Tao forces. Even more so for those forces that are inextricably linked to the immortal region. They definitely don't lack immortal Tao artifacts. According to the ancient records, the upper realm is actually also known as the ancestral land. Even after the Forbidden Era, the immortal domain and the upper realm were cut off from each other. However, after countless eras, there must have been many existences who used various methods to enter the lower realm or enter the immortal domain. There is never a lack of connection between the two. Thinking of this, Guchanga frowned slightly. The Longevity Gu family's foundation was unimaginably deep, and they had many connections with the immortal region, making them the most difficult force in the upper realms to pry into. However, this didn't mean that the Longevity Gu family had the power to go against the entire upper dimensions. This was simply unrealistic. After returning to the Longevity Gu family, Guchanga went to the scripture pavilion to flip through many ancient records, hoping to find some scattered records about the immortal region. In the end, he found a secret that interested him very much. 80 million years ago, a force had appeared in the immortal region, wanting to guide the Gu family of this world. However, this matter had failed because the laws of heaven and earth were extremely incomplete at that time, and the immortal path was broken. This matter was clearly recorded in the ancient records. At that time, there was even a guiding immortal gate that appeared, wanting to guide the many elites and fresh blood of the Gu family. It seems that something unexpected has happened in the immortal region. Guchanga raised his eyebrows slightly. If he wanted to confirm the immortal path's tracks in this life, he would probably have to rely on others in the end. It would be very difficult to find its location with just his own strength. Thinking of this immortal path was probably not easy to find, and the clues in this life were basically broken. Even those remnant immortals were barely hanging on, unable to determine the location of the immortal path. Some ancient existences who were proficient in the Tao of divination didn't dare to take the risk of life backlash to divine matters related to the immortal path. Since ancient times, because of divulging the secrets of heaven, there had been countless cultivators who had been struck to death by one lightning. Bai Lianer's father, Bai Kuan, and her junior brother, Bai Hua, are good at divination. Maybe I can let them try. Guchanga thought of the method he used to threaten Bai Lianer before going to the demon realm. If he remembered correctly, Bai Lianer's father was the demon master Bai Kuan, who had the talent to pry into the secrets of heaven. Back in the chaotic star region, he had ordered the 13 bandits to intercept his primordial purple mirror. As for his disciple, she was the extremely mysterious celestial body, who had inherited his legacy and had the ability to see through mysteries. He didn't kill either of them, using them as hostages to threaten Bai Lianer. Although Bai Lianer didn't have any intention of rebelling, Guchanga had always been cautious and had always left a backup plan on the two of them. I wonder if the mystic mirror and spacetime steel can be used to return to the immortal ancient through the spacetime coordinates. Otherwise, it's also a method. The matter of the immortal path made Guchanga think of the two divine objects he obtained after killing the Child of Fate. However, if he wanted to use these two divine objects and traverse the long river of time, not only did he need to be extremely strong, he also needed the exact spacetime coordinates. Otherwise, it was extremely easy to get lost in the long river of time and it would be difficult to return to the real world. Moreover, even if he could return to the immortal ancient, he couldn't do anything to change the past. He could only be a passerby and witness the traces of the past. Otherwise, the slightest movement could cause a landslide or tsunami-like reaction, causing the Tao to backfire. The matter of the immortal path isn't urgent. My current strength hasn't reached the late stage of the Nirvana Tao realm. When I step onto the immortal path, I need to at least have the strength of the immortal realm. Xianxia shook his head and temporarily put this matter aside. After arranging the matters at hand, he began to think about another matter. When he stepped into the immortal realm, he would definitely head to the immortal domain. The huge forces and energy left behind by the upper realm would definitely be handed over to others. The human ancestors' palace would undoubtedly be handed over to Xianxia. As for the myriad Tao Business Alliance and the immortal ancient continent, they would be handed over to Yin Mei. It seemed like the remaining forces would be handed over to Yu Mingkong. It wouldn't be long before she would truly take over the Wushuang immortal dynasty. A while ago, the Moon Queen of the Wushuang immortal dynasty had already sent someone to inquire about the wedding date of the two. Xianxia had also promised Yu Mingkong that after the matters at the Great Yu immortal dynasty were settled, he would discuss this matter with her. However, it seemed like he still had many things to deal with. He was afraid that he would have to delay it for a while. After all, he would have to make a trip to the Enend royal court sooner or later. No matter what, the Enend origin was a substance that was comparable to the origin of the world. It was extremely rare and could help Xianxia refine the Great Tao treasure bottle. This was something that Xianxia would definitely want. In addition, he had previously asked Lin Xiaohan to find out about the elixir formula of the extreme purple immortal pill. As an immortal pill that only existed in legends, the extreme purple immortal pill had endless magical effects. It was even said that it could allow a cultivator to ascend to heaven. Although this was only a rumor, one could see how mysterious it was. There were a total of 9 great immortal pills in the upper realm. One of them was the extreme purple immortal pill. The elixir formula used to refine this elixir was once envied by the heavens. It was once struck into ashes by 81 heavenly thunders and disappeared in the long river of time. Later on, the Supreme Great Medium tried all kinds of methods to gather it, but it was still lost. Although Xianxia himself might not need this elixir, he might step into the immortal realm someday and leave the upper realm. Many of his family members and lovers in the upper realm might need this elixir. Therefore, he was still quite concerned about this. After Lin Xiaohan sent back the news from the extreme purple pill sect, he sent people to search for traces of this elixir formula. In the following few days, Xianxia arranged the many things at hand one by one and began to set off for the Wushuang immortal dynasty. Previously, when he was still in the Sword Profound Great World, he had sent the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts to Yu Mingkong, asking her to help condense the key. Now, he was not sure how far Yu Mingkong had gone. The Wushuang immortal dynasty was located in the central region of the upper world. It was vast and had the title of the #1 immortal dynasty in the upper world. Even the Great Yu immortal dynasty was far inferior to the Wushuang immortal dynasty in terms of national strength. There were many ancient countries and divine dynasties in this world. Since they dared to use the name Wushuang, they naturally had to bear the karma that they should bear. They needed a great amount of courage and foundation to suppress it. From this, one could see the confidence and strength of the previous emperor of the Wushuang immortal dynasty. Throughout the tens of thousands of eras, the Wushuang immortal dynasty had existed for a long time. And the most prosperous place in the Wushuang immortal dynasty was none other than the imperial city. It was majestic like a celestial palace in the mortal world. It was brilliant and shrouded in immortal fog, making it difficult to see clearly. Too many divine mountains and ancient peaks rose and fell, silver waterfalls fell, and cornices hung, shrouded in chaotic fog. It was incomparably grand. During these years, Chu Di Yu Mingkong established the Immortal Department, and the Starnet Department. She assigned 365 commanders to be in charge of punishment, patrolling, and defense. It could be said that they each had their own duties. The entire imperial city was under her management. It was orderly and orderly. She combined many of the previous emperor's methods and concluded a new method of governing the common people, which made many of the older generation exclaim in admiration. Now in the Wushuang immortal dynasty, there was no cultivator who didn't have a look of reverence when they mentioned Yumingkong. In the future, she would be the Empress Wushuang. This was basically the consensus of everyone. Yumingkong's father, who was the current Moon Emperor, had already retired behind the scenes. Therefore, many of the affairs of the Wushuang immortal dynasty were handed over to Yumingkong. In the eyes of many ministers, Yumingkong's prestige was even greater than that of her father, the Moon Queen. At such a young age, she already had the peerless charm of an empress. At this moment, in the depths of the Wushuang immortal dynasty's imperial city, there was an extremely majestic and ancient palace. Yumingkong wore a loose robe and sat on a phoenix couch. Her face was like a painting. Her black hair was tied up, revealing a delicate snow-white neck. Her eyebrows were like jade, and her eyes were deep and calm. She was flipping through many memorials. Below her were a few female officials who had been selected through layers of selection and were highly regarded by her. Currently, he was reporting in a low voice about the unparalleled immortal dynasty, the various orthodoxies in the upper realm and Xianxia. News about the dark heavenly court is spreading among the orthodoxies, causing great panic. Your Majesty, should we make preparations to prevent the dark heavens from infiltrating our unparalleled immortal dynasty? A female official softly asked as she looked up at Yumingkong. Her tone was filled with respect. Dark heavenly court, 520. When Yumingkong heard this, she did not raise her head. She only opened her mouth slightly and said, "Don't worry about it." During this period of time, she had never left the royal capital of the Wushuang immortal dynasty. However, nothing that happened in the upper realm could be hidden from her eyes. In Yumingkong's opinion, the appearance of the dark heavenly court was definitely related to Xianxia. There was even a high possibility that Xianxia was the one behind all this. He was actually the master behind the scenes of the dark heavenly court. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, although the female official was puzzled, she did not dare to ask more. Although the appearance of the dark heavenly court had the tendency of causing chaos in the upper realm, it was still far from enough to shake the foundation of a supreme immortal dynasty. In her opinion, Yumingkong was so confident that they did not need to worry about the dark heavenly court at all. "Oh right, Your Majesty, I heard news from the Gu clan that young Master Chang's injuries are almost healed. A few days ago, he left the Gu clan. Looking at the direction, it seems that he is coming to see you." The female official seemed to have suddenly thought of something else and reported softly. "I know." Yumingkong nodded. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, but she quickly recovered. In fact, as early as a few months ago, when she received the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts sent by Xianxia from the Sword Mystery Great World, she understood that Xianxia was already planning to make a move on the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. In her previous life, it was also right before the two's wedding date that Xianxia started to send people to search for all the clues of the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts. Therefore, it seemed that the timeline had been pushed forward by a full 3,000 years. Although Yumingkong was reborn, many things had changed in her previous life. However, the development of many things in this life had deviated from the original track, making it impossible for her to determine if it would still be the same as what she had experienced in the future. Moreover, during this period of time, especially when she closed her eyes to rest, inexplicable scenes would always appear in Yumingkong's mind. She saw herself, but it was not her. Instead, it was in a distant and unknown place, deep and sacred, vast and ancient. Eternal sky, one day of wind and moon. At that time, she seemed to have changed into a different person. She was cold and aloof, like a god, standing above the 9 heavens, overlooking the vast expanse of life. Those scenes were not very clear, so much so that at times, they were only a few blurry fragments. She also guessed that these scenes were memories left behind from her previous life, but after thinking about it, the possibility was not high. After all, from when she was killed by Xianxia to when she was reborn half a year before Xianxia returned from the lower realm, she clearly remembered everything that happened during this period of time. It was as if it was engraved in the deepest part of her soul. Therefore, how those blurry scenes came about was obviously unrelated to her previous life. A dream of thousands of autumns. What year is it today? The dream of reincarnation, immortal technique. Yu Mingkong thought of this and suddenly felt a little tired. She waved her hand and dismissed all the female officials and maids in the palace. This was an extremely mysterious technique, which appeared together with the scenes that appeared in her mind during this period of time. She did not know the origin of this technique at all. This made Yu Mingkong very puzzled, and even worried about this. She was guessing what was going on with her rebirth. Where did this mysterious technique come from? Why did it appear, from the various things that happened today? If she really was reborn thousands of years ago, then why did so many things evolve and develop, always deviating from the trajectory of her previous life? Just by looking at Guchunga's various actions, she could see a lot of things. Not to mention that sometimes, some things that she thought were already destined would always have unexpected changes. Although the Battle of the Eight Desolates 10 regions in the upper realm did not change the outcome much, it was brought forward by nearly 1,000 years. The birth of the Immortal Academy and the Imperial Court of Juyin was the same. Therefore, sometimes, Yu Mingkong could not help but wonder if the scenes she experienced in her previous life were real. Was it a dream of golden millet, or was it the moon in the mirror, or the butterfly in Zhuangzhou's dream, or was it a corner of the future that she caught in the unseen? Even if she did not take the initiative to think about these questions, during this period of time, they would involuntarily appear. If I confess to Chang'e about my rebirth, how will he think of me? Will he think that I approached him with the intention of revenge from the beginning? It was not easy for him to trust me. I don't want to destroy our current relationship. Yu Mingkong actually had her own thoughts in her heart. Regardless of whether her rebirth was real or not, her current relationship with Guchunga could not be faked. Guchunga also promised her that after the matters in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty were settled, he would come to the Wushuang Celestial Dynasty to discuss the wedding date with her. This was the thing that she looked forward to the most after waiting for 3,000 years in her previous life. Now that it was in front of her and was about to be within reach, she was a little worried about her gains and losses. Just as Yu Mingkong's thoughts were in turmoil, outside the palace, a light laugh suddenly sounded. I haven't seen you for a few months, I miss you. Mingkong, are you missing your husband? Guchunga walked over slowly with many female officials following behind her. They looked hesitant and conflicted. According to Yu Mingkong's instructions, without her permission, no one was allowed to barge in. However, the person who came was Guchunga, and also Yu Mingkong's fiancé. In such a huge Wushuang Celestial Dynasty, who dared to stop him? Hence, they were also very conflicted and were a little worried that Yu Mingkong would scold them. Chang'e, you're here? Yu Mingkong did not expect Guchunga to come so quickly. She looked up with some surprise. She thought that Guchunga would take a few days to arrive here. However, on second thought, Guchunga's current cultivation was comparable to that of a remnant immortal. Tearing through the universe and rushing over was also a matter of a blink of an eye. Although this journey was vast, it was nothing to him now. I'm here. Guchunga smiled and waved his hand to signal the female officials behind him to leave. The two of them had actually been separated for a long time. Although they were in contact with each other through letters, how could it be compared to meeting again? As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. It was not without reason. At this moment, even Guchunga had a lot of things to say to Yu Mingkong. He had to admit that in the beginning, he treated this woman with the mentality of making use of her. However, as he gradually got to know her, he understood what deep feelings were. After all, he was not really heartless to face such a passionate and sincere woman who was willing to go against the entire world for him. How could he be indifferent? I thought you would only arrive in a few days. Have you been tired from the journey? Yu Mingkong stood up from the phoenix couch. Her originally serious and beautiful face could not help but reveal a smile. She walked over naturally and smoothed out Guchunga's wrinkled collar. Guchunga smiled and said, coming to see you, how can I be tired? As he spoke, he very naturally held her slender waist. Yu Mingkong glanced at him, but did not pay attention to his actions. Instead, her eyes rippled with some expectation and said, You came to see me, is there something you need? In fact, she already knew the answer, but she just wanted to hear the answer from Guchunga's mouth. Naturally, it's to discuss our wedding date. I don't want you to wait too long. Chang'e smiled and tucked a strand of hair on her forehead behind her ear. Don't want me to wait too long. Yu Mingkong's heart suddenly felt a little sour. If she could hear these words earlier in her previous life, then she really would not have to wait 3,000 years and then be cruelly killed by him on their wedding night. You're not lying to me this time, right? Yu Mingkong stared blankly at him and suddenly said softly. Chang'e did not seem to notice the again in her tone. He smiled and said, Mingkong, why would you say that? When have I ever lied to you? He knew that Yu Mingkong's words were actually filled with the emotions of her previous life. However, for the sake of the harmony between the two of them, Chang'e did not want to reveal the secret of her rebirth. After all, some things buried in the ground would sooner or later rot and scatter, as long as they were not dug up. Just like how Yu Mingkong had always known his methods, how he had previously trapped and killed many supreme martial artists, how he had put the blame of the inheritor of the demonic arts on others. But she had never said anything, pretending not to know. Between the two of them, from beginning to end, they had maintained this tacit understanding of clearly knowing everything, but pretending to be ignorant in front of each other. You've lied to me about many things. Yu Mingkong also quickly noticed the loophole in her words just now. However, she did not care. She glared at Chang'e and said, You've never told me about the relationship between you and the saintess of the human ancestor palace, Xianxia. When you went to the Yao realm, you were also entangled with the Yao realm's Empress Xiao. You also did not tell me, and, don't say anything else. I know everything. Chang'e felt a slight headache. Then he gently shook his head and smiled, saying, If you want to know, I can tell you. But I think that you would not care about these things. When did even you become jealous? I also think that I would not care. After all, whether it is now or in the future, I will be your legal wife, and the others can only be considered concubines at most. But when I think about how when I am not by your side, there will always be orioles and swallows around you, I will even want to kill them. Yu Mingkong also shook her head and said this in a very calm tone. Her personality had always been strong and domineering. In some aspects, she was even a little indifferent, so it was not surprising that she would do such a thing. Moreover, Chang'e had not reached the level of indifference that was carved into his bones like in his previous life. He had always welcomed all kinds of beautiful women around him. Then why don't you always stay by my side? Chang'e could not help but chuckle when he heard this, as if he did not hear the hidden bitterness in her words at all. But you will eventually leave the upper realm. If I leave with you, who will take care of the foundation that you have built all these years? Or do you not care at all, and just let the foundation that you have destroyed collapse just like that? Yu Mingkong shook her head and rolled her eyes at him. She understood the meaning of Chang'e's teasing. With Chang'e's cultivation at this level, he would break through the immortal Dao realm sooner or later. And now that the immortal path was about to appear, the ancient existences of various forces and orthodoxies were eager to find that path. In the near future, the upper realm would be in chaos. Chang'e would definitely take this opportunity to take that step and then leave the upper realm. Therefore, she had to think of a way to at least let Chang'e leave without any worries. Mingkong, you are so kind, so considerate of me. Hearing Yu Mingkong's words, Chang'e was stunned at first, then he smiled and could not help but reach out and pull her into his arms. In fact, he did not expect Yu Mingkong to have this plan long ago, and he was still a little touched in his heart. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? In the next few days, Chang'e stayed in Yu Mingkong's bedroom leisurely and did not show up. Although many cultivators in the Wushuang immortal dynasty knew that Chang'e was here, no one dared to come and disturb him. Even the Moon Queen and many ancient existences of the Wushuang immortal dynasty were happy to see this scene. The marriage alliance between the Longevity Gu clan and the Peerless Immortal Dynasty had already caused dissatisfaction among many orthodoxies more than 10 years ago. However, they were intimidated by the ancient power of the two clans and their unfathomable foundation. The various orthodoxies did not dare to say much, for fear of being retaliated by the two clans. Now, Chang'e and Yu Mingkong had also reached the marriageable age. Both clans wanted to let the two of them get married. Chang'e came all the way from the Longevity Gu clan to the Peerless Immortal Dynasty. He did not deliberately hide his tracks, so the orthodoxies all noticed him and guessed his purpose for coming here. Some people felt that the reason why Guchanga went to the Wushuang immortal dynasty was because she wanted to discuss the wedding date with Yu Kong. The two of them were a match made in heaven, a match made in heaven. In terms of reputation and status, it was difficult to find someone comparable to Guchanga in the entire upper realm. Even the patriarchs of the various clans and forces had to be polite in front of Guchanga, not daring to overstep their boundaries. To the younger generation, Guchanga had already become a terrifying demonic mountain that was difficult to surpass. There was a huge gap between the two of them, and it was difficult to see their backs. Although Yu Kong was also part of the younger generation, in terms of power, she had already surpassed almost all of her peers. They were on equal footing with many sacred masters and sect masters of the great sections. Other than her, there were probably not many in the younger generation who were worthy of Guchanga. The orthodoxies in the outside world were discussing this matter and paying close attention to the peerless immortal dynasty. However, in the next few days, even the ministers and female officials in the court could not see Yu Kong. The Moon Empress was personally handling the several court meetings. She did not retreat behind the scenes like she did in the past. Regarding this, various guesses appeared. Some said that the Crown Prince Yu Kong was cultivating a divine skill and needed to go into seclusion for a period of time. There were also people who said that she and Guchanga were together and were discussing cultivation methods. They discussed with each other so that they could go further on this path. However, during this period of time, Guchanga and Yu Kong did not do anything. Naturally, they did not cultivate. He accompanied Yu Kong as they left the royal capital of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, traveling to many corners of the upper world. The two of them were like a celestial couple. The mountains and rivers were magnificent, and the world was beautiful. Their footprints were left behind. All over the place, there were creatures and cultivators who discovered the traces left behind by Guchanga and Yu Kong. Many young cultivators were even more excited and worshipped those places, leaving them for future generations to worship. Regardless of whether it was Guchanga or Yu Kong, they would definitely be the main characters of this world in the future. They could reach an inconceivable realm. The tracks they left behind were naturally no small matter. Yu Kong was very satisfied and very happy. The smile on her face almost never stopped. Guchanga made up for many of her regrets. Whether it was in her previous life or now, she never thought that there would be a day like this where she could be together with her beloved and their traces spread all over the world. Walking in the mortal world, living in seclusion by the lake, living in seclusion in the mountain village, like an old couple. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. The man plowed and the woman weaved, peaceful and peaceful. This kind of life also made up for the many years that Guchanga owed Yu Kong in his heart. Compared to the mutual deception between cultivators, he actually liked this kind of life, but he understood that this kind of life would not last for long. The two of them traveled all over the upper world and also went to some forbidden areas. They stopped outside and had the intention to continue, but in the end they gave up. Guchanga only wanted to quietly accompany Yu Kong through this world and did not want to cause any more trouble. At his current level, even if there were many forbidden areas in the upper world, he could safely enter them as if they were flat ground, unless there was a hidden power that surpassed the immortal realm. Just like this, half a year later, Yu Kong and Guchanga returned to the peerless immortal dynasty. On the day she returned to the imperial capital, the Moon Empress appeared and personally passed down the throne to her daughter Yu Kong in front of all the civil and military officials of the immortal dynasty. This decision shocked the entire peerless immortal dynasty, including all the orthodoxies who were paying close attention to this matter. They were also shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. In their opinion, although Yu Kong was the crown princess, she was still young, only in her 20s. Even her cultivation was not enough, so how could she completely control the entire immortal dynasty? After all, not everyone in the younger generation could be like Guchanga. At such a young age, he had the strength to dominate the older generation. Although Yu Kong had managed the Wushuang immortal dynasty well during this period of time, she was still lacking something. Compared to the leaders of the imperishable sects and supreme Taoism orthodoxies, she was too young, inexperienced, and weak. However, on the day the Moon Queen gave the order to abdicate the throne, begging for fresh flowers, Guchanga, who had disappeared for a period of time in the upper world, appeared once again. He accompanied Yu Mingkong to the unparalleled Immortal Dynasty's imperial palace. After he appeared, he did not do anything. He simply told the officials about the matter and announced the date of his marriage with Yu Mingkong. The two of them decided to hold their wedding in half a year's time. When the time came, they would invite almost all of the orthodoxies in the upper realm. The moment this matter was announced, it instantly caused a huge commotion. The officials of the unparalleled Immortal Dynasty were all shaken. The news spread quickly as if it had grown wings, causing a huge earthquake everywhere. In almost every ancient city, there were cultivators discussing this matter. They were looking forward to the wedding of Xianxia and Yu Mingkong in half a year's time. Many orthodoxies that were extremely far away from the territories of the unparalleled Immortal Dynasty and the Longevity Gu clan began to send their disciples and elders over on that day with heavy gifts. They planned to make it in time for the wedding in half a year's time. The marriage alliance between the unparalleled Immortal Dynasty and the Longevity Gu clan was an unimaginable matter. Especially when Xianxia was among the two of them who were getting married, he was fully deserving of being the leader of the upper realm. This news swept through like a hurricane. All the cultivators who heard about it were shocked. After Xianxia appeared in the unparalleled Immortal Dynasty, many of the officials who had objections to the Moon Queen's abdication of the throne also shut up. After all, with Xianxia supporting Yu Mingkong, who would dare to say a word, from then on, Yu Mingkong became the new empress and was respectfully called Mingkong Empress by the entire unparalleled Immortal Dynasty. She became one of the few people in the history of the upper realm who ruled an unparalleled Immortal Dynasty in her 20s. The orthodoxies of the various orthodoxies also sent congratulatory gifts at the first moment to express their goodwill. Half a year later, Yu Mingkong would be Xianxia's wife. The power behind her was simply beyond imagination. Hence, the various powers did not dare to offend her easily and tried their best to curry favor with her. And just as a huge commotion was caused in the upper realm because of this matter, in a palace in the unparalleled Immortal Dynasty's imperial capital, Yu Mingkong was frowning slightly. She shook out several brilliant divine lights from her jade-like hands and floated in the air. She spoke to Xianxia, who was behind her. Of the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts you sent, I have only condensed 4 of them so far. There are still 3 that are very difficult to condense. They are the heaven-wielding pagoda, heaven-wielding sword, and heaven-wielding bottle. Inside the palace, divine light shone brilliantly, illuminating the surroundings like a ball of flowing starlight, interweaving and gathering in the void. There was an indescribable rule of law condensing. Heaven-wielding artifacts appeared one after another, emitting different halos and Tao laws. They floated up and down, containing unimaginable power, as if they could collapse the void and obliterate everything. These were heaven-wielding artifacts that had been passed down since before the immortal ancient era. They were known to have the power of heaven-wielding, and the refining method was unknown. There was even a saying that the heaven-wielding artifacts were innate objects. However, such sayings were very rare. As for whether it was true or false, there was no way to know. Gathering 7 heaven-wielding artifacts could even condense a heaven-wielding key to open the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. The Immortal Palace's secret treasure had always been a rumor in the upper realm for countless years because it involved the Immortal Palace before the Forbidden Era. At that time, the Immortal Domain and the upper realm had yet to be separated. The entire world was ruled by the Immortal Palace. Its territory was endless, unimaginable. All the cultivators and creatures were the citizens of the Immortal Palace. They were protected and worry-free for thousands of years. If it wasn't for the great calamity that swept through the entire world, causing the Immortal Palace to collapse and the river of time to dry up, everything would have collapsed in the chaos. Even the world was buried and destroyed, becoming a taboo era. No one dared to mention it again. The people of the later generations called that era the Forbidden Era. And the Immortal Palace's secret treasure was the treasure that the Immortal Palace had accumulated over countless eras. The immortal treasures and divine objects hidden within exceeded the imagination of all the cultivators in this world. To put it bluntly, if the news of the Immortal Palace's secret treasure leaked out, it would definitely set off a boundless rain of blood. Perhaps even the Immortal Domain would be alarmed. Only by gathering all 7 heaven-wielding artifacts could it be possible to find the location of the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. However, during this period of time, Yu Mingkong had used many methods and only condensed 4 heaven-wielding artifacts. If she wanted to completely condense all 7 heaven-wielding artifacts and refine the key, she would need to spend more time and effort. It's fine. Leave the heaven-wielding sword, heaven-wielding bottle, and heaven-wielding pagoda to me. It seems that I have underestimated the difficulty of this matter. However, there is no need to rush now. I'm afraid that the treasure of the immortal palace is not in the upper realm. Xianxia shook his head and said. He looked at the many halos that were flashing gently in the void. With a sweep of his sleeve, he collected them all. Since Yu Mingkong couldn't refine the key now, he could only wait until there was time. Xianxia, do you think the secret of the immortal palace is real or fake? Why did the celestial palace that once ruled the heavens collapse? Even the immortal master of the celestial palace was buried in the river of time. Yu Mingkong frowned and couldn't help but ask. In truth, from the perspective of origins, the Wushuang immortal dynasty had a great connection with the immortal palace of the past. When she was young, she had flipped through ancient scrolls and learned of the death of the immortal palace lord. At that time, she was extremely shocked. She didn't expect that the master of the immortal palace, who once ruled the heavens, didn't die at the end of his life. Instead, he suffered an unimaginable Dao injury. In the end, he was buried in the coffin of the 9 heavens, buried in the river of time. At that time, the palace of the immortal palace lord was buried in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the Wushuang immortal dynasty. That palace was extremely mysterious. Usually, one wouldn't be able to see it. Even the master of the Wushuang immortal dynasty didn't have the qualifications to enter. It was said that the palace was connected to a mysterious river. Following that river, one could send one to the depths of the universe. Maybe the immortal palace lord encountered a great enemy. Hasn't this been a guess all along? Xianxia laughed when he heard this. He actually knew a lot about the Forbidden Era. After all, the Devil Lord was his previous incarnation. But why would the Demon Lord cut off that era and destroy the world? Until now, he didn't have any memory of it. He also didn't know the reason. Naturally, in Xianxia's opinion, it was just that the time wasn't right yet. Even the master of the immortal palace lord encountered an unimaginable great enemy? There are truly too many things in this world that we don't understand. Yu Mingkong's gaze was a little absent-minded. She thought of the scenes from a while ago. If that was really the case, then was there really an invisible existence in this world that was controlling everything, including her rebirth? Otherwise, how could she explain the great dream reversal immortal art that suddenly appeared in her mind during this period of time? Instead of thinking about this now, why don't you think about how to hold our wedding in half a year? Xianxia smiled. He held her jade-like hand and gently squeezed it to make her come back to her senses. Yu Mingkong glanced at him, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Half a year later, she had been looking forward to it. After leaving the imperial capital, Xianxia took Audiobook and tore through the universe, heading directly to the heavenly region where the human ancestors' hall was located. Whether it was the dark heavenly court's divine manifestation or going to see Xianxia, he couldn't avoid returning to the human ancestors' hall. News of his wedding with Yu Mingkong had already spread throughout the upper world. Xianxia, who was cultivating in the human ancestors' hall, definitely knew about it as well. With his personality, if Xianxia didn't tell him about it, he might even hate her out of love. Unlike Yu Mingkong, who dared to love and hate, Xianxia hid his thoughts in his heart most of the time and didn't express them. So sometimes, he would do impulsive things without caring about the consequences. Moreover, the golden cauldron of fortune that had been placed in the human ancestors' hall back then should have absorbed all the fortune by now. Xianxia planned to conduct the second dark heavenly court's divine manifestation. During this period of time, he could already sense strands of telekinesis gathering in this world. They came from the living beings and cultivators who had heard the sacrificial rites a while ago. Although these telekinesis were still very weak and not enough to touch the dark heavenly court hidden in the inner universe, it was more like a strand of true soul entering. However, to Xianxia, these telekinesis represented great potential in the future. They were all his future devout believers. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, in the human ancestors' hall at the center of the heaven region, Xianxia, who was dressed in white and had black hair like a waterfall, sat cross-legged in the hall with a cold and calm expression. However, he seemed a little thin and haggard. A hazy female immortal figure appeared around him, and a terrifying aura filled the air. In the hall, strands of silver power of faith gathered from various heavens in the upper world. It was incomparably vast, and it turned into a silver Wang that floated here. During this period of time, the Een Heaven's calamity in many places had been quelled, and the human ancestors' hall's reputation had risen to another level. However, at this moment, Jiang Chuchu, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, suddenly let out a muffled groan. Her face suddenly paled, and dark red blood stains spread out on her white robes. It was extremely glaring. She slowly opened her eyes. Her originally clear eyes were now filled with tiredness and blood. "Am I possessed again?" Jiang Chuchu murmured softly. She frowned slightly, as if asking herself. However, very soon, she took out a clean handkerchief and wiped the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth. She looked very familiar and natural. During this period of time, she had always found it difficult to enter a meditative state. Even if she forced herself to enter a meditative state, she would be disturbed by various distracting thoughts that appeared in her mind. This was something that she had never dared to imagine in her past years of cultivation. She had the 7 orifices exquisite immortal heart, and she had the talent to see through all the truth and falsehood in the world. The so-called inner demons did not exist in her eyes at all. However, in these few days, she had been possessed by the devil. Her heart was in a mess, and she could not calm down. Jiang Chuchu even felt that her Taoist heart was broken. It was no longer as perfect as before, and many cracks had appeared on it. "He's going to marry his fiancée in half a year's time. But he promised that he'll marry me." When she thought of this, Jiang Chuchu's eyes suddenly became a little dazed, and the light in her eyes dimmed. She clutched her chest, feeling waves of suffocation and discomfort. In the human ancestors' hall, Jiang Chuchu's hair was like a waterfall. Her small face was thin, and she looked extremely haggard. She muttered softly, but her mind was elsewhere. All this time, she had been telling herself that Guchanga's fiancé was Yu Mingkong. Both of them had completed their cultivation, so it was only natural that they would hold their wedding half a year later. What did this have to do with her, an outsider? However, she could not hide the disappointment, confusion, unwillingness, and helplessness in her heart. Everyone in the upper realm knew about the relationship between Guchanga and Yu Mingkong. She was the saintess of the human ancestor hall, representing purity and purity. She was untainted by the mortal world, so how could she possibly fall in love like a mortal? How could she fall in love with the great demon Guchanga without hesitation? Moreover, she hated Guchanga to the core from the very beginning. She was also very familiar with Guchanga's background. Guchanga was the most well-hidden inheritor of the demonic arts. He was the driving force behind the changes in the upper realm. He was an out-and-out demon. Not only did he kill the young supremes of various clans and steal their origins, but he also schemed against the human ancestors' reincarnation and destroyed it in the lower realm. He then replaced it. Countless cultivator orthodoxies in the upper realm were toyed within the palm of his hand. Such a person was destined to stand on the opposite side of her, to be her enemy from the moment she was born. However, in the end, she fell in love with him as if fate had played a trick on her. She could not extricate herself from this and was obsessed with him. "Your Highness, Saintess, what happened to your Dao injury?" Just as Jiang Chuchu's heart was filled with melancholy, the elders outside the hall heard the commotion and walked in. They could not help but sigh softly when they saw her haggard appearance. During this period, they had seen Jiang Chuchu's various abnormalities. Naturally, they knew what was going on. As the human ancestors' hall's saintess, she fell in love with a man. Furthermore, this man turned out to be Guchanga, whose power and influence shook the entire upper realm. Jiang Chuchu should never have fallen in love with Guchanga, especially when Guchanga had another identity, which was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Many of the human ancestors' hall elders knew that the human ancestors' reincarnation was a lie. It was only to stabilize the pious hearts of the upper realm's cultivators and living beings. However, to the outside world, Guchanga was the reincarnation of the Ren ancestor. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely shake the hearts of the people. It might even cause the mortal ancestral hall to be mocked by the various races and factions, becoming a laughingstock. Furthermore, according to the rules of the human ancestor palace, as the saintess, Jiang Chuchu had to maintain her purity. She had already violated the rules. In fact, she would be punished and stripped of her position as the saintess of the human ancestor hall. But within a short period of time, the human ancestor palace was unable to find a second suitable candidate for saintess. There had been no news of the other saintess, Wang Zijin, ever since she returned to the longevity Wang family. Now, even the human ancestor palace did not know her whereabouts. Everything was handled by Jiang Chuchu alone. In this regard, the various elders could only turn a blind eye and pretend that they did not know anything. My injury is not serious. Jiang Chuchu waved her hand. Her expression had returned to normal. It was cold and calm, as if she did not eat the food of mortals. The elder sighed in his heart and shook his head. Of all the things in the world, only love is the most hurtful. I hope your saintess has already thought it through and will not continue to be so stubborn. With that, she turned and walked out of the hall. However, she had only taken a few steps when her eyes suddenly widened. She was extremely shocked, as if she had seen something unbelievable. The human ancestor palace elder's mouth was half open. He looked at the tall figure walking in from outside the hall and was speechless for a long time. Didn't Xianxia just set a wedding date with the Mingkong Empress of the Peerless Immortal Dynasty? Why did he come to the human ancestor palace? Was he not afraid of arousing suspicion by doing this? However, she was also a shrewd person. After living for so long, her eyelashes were empty. She did not dare to think too much and hurriedly cupped her hands and bowed. This old one greets young Master Xianxia. Hearing this voice, Jiang Chuchu, who was thinking about something with her eyes lowered, was suddenly stunned. She wondered if she had heard wrongly. She quickly reacted and hurriedly turned around to look at the entrance of the hall. Her originally calm and cold eyes seemed to be wrinkled by the wind, and ripples appeared. A man in black walked in slowly with a smile on his face. He had a gentle feeling that made people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. His every move seemed to carry the charm of Tao and immortality. Chang. Xianxia, Jiang Chuchu muttered, as if she could not believe the scene before her eyes. Just as the wedding date was approaching, Xianxia actually traveled hundreds of millions of miles to come here to see her. All of this seemed like a dream to her. She found it hard to believe that it was real. Was Xianxia not afraid of arousing Yu Mingkong's dissatisfaction or arousing suspicion by doing this? However, such thoughts only flashed through her mind for a moment before they were quickly filled with surprise and joy. Chuchu, I'm here to see you. Xianxia did not seem to notice the elder beside him. He smiled and spoke. The elder of the human ancestor palace was a little stunned and felt a little awkward. However, he still pretended not to hear and hurriedly left quietly. He did not dare to stay for long and disturb the two of them. Although the human ancestor palace had a rule that the holy maiden had to maintain her purity, in the face of absolute strength, any rule could be broken. Obviously, Xianxia now had such strength. Even though the other elders knew about this, they did not dare to say anything. Soon, the palace fell silent. Only the vast sea of silver power of faith surged and churned. Jiang Chuchu stared blankly at Xianxia, who was right in front of her. At this moment, she seemed to have thousands of words to say. Why are you here? However, in the end, all the words were gathered into one sentence. She lowered her eyes and her black hair fell, making her face seem even thinner. How did you get a Dao injury? During this time, did anyone hurt you? Xianxia did not directly answer. He glanced at her and frowned. He did not answer the question directly. Naturally, he could see that 523 Jiang Chuchu's injury was caused by qi deviation. If he did not ask, he definitely could not ask so directly. No, how could anyone hurt me? My injury is fine. It won't affect me. Jiang Chuchu was a little stunned. She could sense the worry and concern in Xianxia's words. Originally, she still had some resentment towards him, but her tone could not help but lower, and she seemed a little soft. After all, Xianxia had rushed over at this time and was so concerned about her. How could he not care about her and casually leave her behind? Is there a problem with your cultivation? I have the million-year-old heavenly spirit Xuanji that I brought from the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Even if it is a Dao injury, it can heal. Gu Changge heard this and sighed softly. Then, without waiting for Jiang Chuchu's permission, he took out a crystal-clear jade box and handed it to her. I know. During this period of time, I was a little confused, but I should be fine now. Jiang Chuchu nodded and raised a pair of sparkling eyes. With the unconcealable joy of a deer, she carefully put away the jade box. Then, seeing that Gu Changge seemed to be slightly relieved, she could not help but ask with some expectation and caution. You promised me, you won't leave me behind, right? Although in front of outsiders, she was the cold and proud holy maiden of the human ancestor hall, in front of Gu Changge, she was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. You won't leave me behind, right? Jiang Chuchu's expression was a little hopeful. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Gu Changge, as if she was afraid to hear any rejection from him. She grew up in the human ancestors' hall and was instilled with the ideals of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. She lived to protect the righteous path and the human ancestors' hall. Before she met Gu Changge, she had always thought so. However, some things, like light, would always shine through the broken barrier, bringing her novelty and joy. Since then, she understood that good and evil were not the only things in this world. If one simply judged a person based on good and evil, it would be too arbitrary and too casual. To the heavens of the upper realm, Gu Changge was a heinous devil. However, every time she encountered a crisis, trouble, or life-threatening danger, Gu Changge would always appear to solve everything for her and take care of all problems for her. For her, could she say that Gu Changge was evil in this way? Therefore, even though she knew that she would violate the rules of the human ancestors' hall by being partial to Gu Changge, she would betray her master. However, she still did it without hesitation. I came to see you to tell you about this, so that you won't think too much. When Gu Changge heard this, he seemed to sigh softly. He reached out and tucked the strands of hair on both sides of her face behind her ears. You've lost so much weight. What? What do you want to tell me? Jiang Chuchu stood rooted to the ground in a daze. She lowered her eyes and allowed Gu Changge to tuck her hair behind her ears. She was inexplicably looking forward to it, even though she knew that their relationship was difficult to make public. However, Gu Changge rushed over from hundreds of millions of miles away just to prevent her from thinking too much. This showed how much she meant to Gu Changge. You should have heard about my marriage with Ming Kong, but there are some details that I want to tell you. Gu Changge gently shook his head. If this matter was not handled properly, Jiang Chuchu would inevitably have a conflict with Yu Mingkong in the future. Even though the mortal ancestor palace was located in a transcendent place, in terms of strength, it was far inferior to the peerless immortal dynasty and the other orthodoxies. If there was a conflict because of such a small matter, it would not be worth it for Gu Changge. He didn't want to see such a situation. Furthermore, no one knew if he was still in the upper realm at that time. Details? Jiang Chuchu blinked, as if he was listening to Gu Changge. Although Mingkong's methods are shocking, wanting to control the unparalleled immortal dynasty at such a young age, there are many criticisms. She lacks a strong backing, and if I didn't help her, those officials wouldn't have kept their mouths shut. Gu Changge sighed as he explained. So, your marriage with her is actually just to stabilize her current position and help her sit on the throne of the peerless immortal dynasty faster? After hearing Gu Changge's explanation, Jiang Chuchu suddenly understood and said in a daze. After all, Gu Changge and Yu Mingkong were only a fiancé and fiancée. Even if there was such a relationship, it couldn't change anything. But once Gu Changge and Yu Mingkong got married, their relationship would naturally be different from before. Many of the ministers who had been critical of Yu Mingkong before could only shut their mouths and remain silent, not daring to say anything more. Thinking about it this way, her mood suddenly became much better. With such a relationship, the upper realm is about to change. Maybe in the near future, I will leave the upper realm. So, there are some things that I need to tell you. Of course, I also don't want you to worry. Gu Changge nodded. Then, you promised me that you would marry me. When is that? Although Jiang Chuchu was as pure as a blank piece of paper when it came to relationships, it didn't mean that she was stupid. At this time, she really wanted to get a definite answer from Gu Changge. When there are no more obstacles in the upper realm. Gu Changge said softly. Jiang Chuchu softly nodded. A blush appeared on her face. She was a little absent-minded, but more than that, she was happy. She knew that Guchanga had another hidden identity. Once that identity was exposed, he would definitely become the enemy of the entire world. Even if the human ancestors' palace, longevity Gu family, and many other orthodoxies stood behind him, it would be difficult for them to go against the entire upper realm. Then I'll wait for you. Jiang Chuchu looked at Guchanga and said. She knew that with her current strength, it would be very difficult for her to help Guchanga. However, one day in the future, she would definitely be able to help him, just like what Yu Mingkong could do now. Trust me, that day won't be too far away. Guchanga smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. No words were spoken, but everything was said in silence. In the next few days, Guchanga stayed in the human ancestors' palace and had a very leisurely time with Jiang Chuchu. Although many of the human ancestors' palace elders knew about Guchanga's arrival, they didn't dare to ask too much. They could only pretend that they didn't know. Jiang Chuchu was the saintess and had a close relationship with Guchanga. Who in the huge human ancestors' palace dared to say that she wasn't? Even those ancient existences who were part of the foundation turned a blind eye to it. During this time, apart from accompanying Jiang Chuchu in cultivation and discussing the way, Guchanga actually didn't idle around. He had placed the golden cauldron of destiny in the human ancestors' palace a long time ago. Now, it had gathered and condensed a lot of power of faith. The power of faith was enough for him to make the dark heavenly court appear in the human world again. Moreover, Guchanga had other plans. The upper realm was the hub of all the worlds in the heavens and was connected to hundreds of millions of lower realms. In those hundreds of millions of lower realms, there was no lack of existences similar to children of destiny. Therefore, he could try to absorb those children of destiny as his believers and strengthen the dark heavenly court's power. After all, along the way, many children of destiny had died at his hands. There were endless children of destiny from various sections. Guchanga was also very familiar with these methods. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to find those children of destiny in the hundreds of millions of lower realms. Although it sounded crazy to gather believers from all over the heavens and lower realms, it was a piece of cake for Guchanga now. Condensing a Dharma body of faith doesn't mean much to me now. The power of faith can be used as a medium. Through this medium, I can create something similar to a Goldfinger. Then, let's rain down a Goldfinger. In the Silver Palace, Guchanga sat cross-legged. His eyes were deep, and many terrifying scenes were evolving in them. There was a vast aura surging around him, as if ancient worlds were rising and falling. He said softly with a thoughtful look in his eyes. A golden cauldron of destiny stood in the center. It was simple and majestic and ancient. Hundreds of millions of strands of silver power of faith gathered. This was the power of faith that the human ancestors' palace had absorbed and gathered over many eras. The amount was unimaginable, like a boundless ocean. With a thought from Guchanga, an inexplicable power of laws appeared in the space in front of him. Then, there seemed to be an invisible net that spread out between the heavens and the earth, crossing hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. At this moment, countless cultivators and living beings in the entire upper realm had a feeling in their hearts. It was as if there was a voice in the unseen world telling them to chant the true name of a certain supreme existence, and to find a certain world, they could obtain eternal life. Hundreds of millions of strands of silver light fell into the hundreds of millions of lower realms. It was like a silver rain of light. In those lower realms that were infinitely far away from the upper realms, there were youths who suddenly found mysterious ancient rings and broken jade bracelets. There were also people who mistakenly entered strange ponds and obtained ancient techniques. The silver rain of light sprinkled down from the skies of the upper realm, along the space barrier, all the way to the vast lower realm. On this day, countless cultivators and living beings saw this vast and dazzling silver meteor shower. Some powerful cultivators tried to deduce its origin, but in the end, they suffered a great backlash and were extremely shocked. Many aristocratic families who were good at divination and deduction recorded this astronomical phenomenon. They felt that in a few years, the upper realm would once again experience a dazzling golden age. This dazzling silver meteor shower was the young seeds that were about to blossom in that golden age. It was different from the shock and horror of the various orthodoxies in the upper realm. In the many lower realms that were infinitely far away, because of this silver rain of light, there was an upheaval. Xianxia sat cross-legged in the human ancestors' hall. His Dharma body was grand and simple, and his eyes were bright. Images of the evolution of the heavens appeared in his eyes. Buzz. Following his thoughts, many blurry images appeared in the void in front of him. These images were densely packed and uncountable. It was as if they were connected to the world of an unknown dimension, and there were billions of living beings and cultivators reflected in them. This is a Goldfinger rain specially bestowed upon them, but how many children of destiny can really reach that step? Xianxia said softly. There were billions of karmic threads in the unseen world, spreading from him to the myriad realms. Although this Goldfinger rain was just a whim of his. However, at his current level, every move and thought would produce unimaginable 527 consequences. With the power of faith as a medium, he would shape the Goldfinger and guide the children of destiny in the myriad realms to become his believers. The consequences of this slight action could be said to be as unimaginable as landslides and tsunamis. However, Xianxia was looking forward to the arrival of that day. Xianxia was a little confused. She did not understand what Xianxia was doing. From her point of view, the images reflected seemed to come from the corners of the heavens. There was a bustling mortal world, a myriad of living beings, and an incomparable mix. She understood that this was the use of the power of faith. The human ancestors' hall's martial arts legacy could do the same, but it could not manifest the entire heavens like Xianxia. Not only did this require a huge amount of faith power as a medium, but it also required a terrifying amount of spiritual power to support it. An ordinary Tao attainment cultivator would most likely be far from being able to reach this level. Interesting, at this time, Xianxia's eyes suddenly reflected an image, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What's wrong? Xianxia came up to him curiously and stared at the image in front of him. I saw an interesting young man. Maybe he will give me a big surprise in the future. Xianxia said with a smile, his eyes warm. The scene in front of him was very blurry and unclear. He could only see a faint outline. There was a heavy downpour between heaven and earth, making it look extremely gloomy. A young man in ragged clothes, covered in blood, was being pursued. His face was filled with anger and arrogance. Even though the road in front of him was a cliff, he still refused to give up and continued to fight with the people pursuing him. This should be some distant lower realm, right? Looking at these images, Xianxia frowned. She also noticed the young man that Xianxia was talking about. But just by looking at him, she couldn't see anything special about him. In fact, she even felt that he was a piece of trash. But since he was valued by Xianxia, there must be something extraordinary about him. Even an ant has the ambition to devour a dragon, let alone a mortal. Xianxia smiled. His gaze was fixed on the image, as if he could see through the boundless space and land on the young man. Ah, Xuxiwe, I see you as my true love. Why are you treating me like this? Why don't you dare to come out and see me? At the top of the cliff, the young man was covered in blood. He let out a desperate and unwilling roar, like a desperate beast. The pursuers behind him surrounded him and blocked him at the edge of the cliff. A bone-chilling wind blew, bringing with it the smell of blood. It made people shiver in fear. Wang Qi, you really are a piece of trash. At this moment, you can't even tell the difference. I will gladly accept your Xian breakthrough pill. When I reach the Divine Sea realm, I will be able to join the Xianling sect and live with senior brother Song. I will always remember your kindness to me. Hearing these words, a slender girl with delicate features shook her head and slowly walked out from behind the pursuers. Beside her, there was a tall and elegant young man. He was looking at the young man with a cold and mocking expression. The two of them were wearing clean and luxurious clothes, but their expressions were extremely cold. They were like people from two different worlds compared to the embarrassed young man in front of them. When the young man named Wang Qi saw the two of them appear, his eyes were filled with hatred. He clenched his teeth and his entire body was shaking. He was tricked by the girl named Xuxiwe in front of him. He went to the mayor's palace in the middle of the night and risked his life to steal the Xian breakthrough pill. He wanted to help the girl reach the Divine Sea realm. He thought that after doing this, he would win the girl's heart. However, when the girl saw the Xian breakthrough pill, she changed her mind. Not only did she want to steal the pill, she also wanted to kill him to prevent any future troubles. Because the Xian breakthrough pill was no small matter, the moment Wang Qi stole it, he was already noticed by the powerful cultivators of the mayor's palace. The girl only wanted him to be a scapegoat while she enjoyed the fruits of his labor alone. Her heart was extremely vicious. However, it was too late for Wang Qi to think it through. The powerful cultivators of the mayor's palace had already gone to the Wang family to ask for the pill. If I can survive this calamity, I will definitely kill you. Wang Qi stared at Chu Shui with hatred and murderous intent. He said word by word. You'll have to survive first. Tonight, no one will be able to save you. The Wang family behind you will also be buried with you because of your actions. Chu Shui seemed to be infuriated by Wang Qi's gaze. Her originally cold and indifferent face also showed anger. She shouted with a sharp voice, "A piece of trash like you dares to like me? You are courting death. I can't let you die so easily. Men, destroy his dantian first, then kill him and throw him off the cliff." Following Chu Shui's order, many men of sacrifice stepped forward and grabbed the heavily injured Wang Qi. Under his resentful and furious gaze, he destroyed his dantian. Under the cliff, there was a vast fog. After being washed by the heavy rain, it appeared even darker and colder. Then, the young Wang Qi was directly thrown down. Without a sound, he was quickly swallowed by the vast darkness. After the young man Chu Shui and the others left, no one saw that a silver bolt of lightning suddenly shot down from the heavens and earth. It was incomparably dazzling, and like a silver dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, it directly smashed into this precipice. Could this be that young man's fortuitous encounter? In the human ancestor's palace, Jiang Chuchu had been watching what was happening in the image. After seeing the silver lightning strike, she couldn't help but ask softly. She knew that Guchanga wouldn't pay attention to such a person for no reason. Moreover, in her opinion, the young man who was supposed to be dead seemed to have a new life at this moment. Fortuitous encounter? Actually, that's right. But in my opinion, this should be called a cheat. Guchanga smiled casually and looked away from the image. In fact, he had already predicted what was going to happen next. The young Wang Qi was at the bottom of the cliff, and mysterious lightning entered his body. His broken dantian was repaired, and he obtained a mysterious heavenly skill. Then, he killed the young Chu Shui and took revenge. This was the script of a son of destiny. However, in order not to affect his plan, Guchanga injected a lot of information about the dark heavenly court into the silver lightning. Once the young Wang Qi woke up, he would understand everything. In this vast heavens, all the sons of destiny would become his chess pieces. When Jiang Chuchu heard this, she nodded, not fully understanding. She felt that Guchanga seemed to have a deeper meaning. However, this was not something that she should consider. The next son of destiny, Guchanga then looked at the other images. There were actually many sons of destiny like Wang Qi. They were born with the destiny of a world and could stir up thousands of storms. Moreover, a great world would not only give birth to one son of destiny. To Guchanga, this was not only his chess piece, but also a good tool for him to harvest destiny. After staying in the human ancestor's palace for almost a month, Guchanga finally left. Although Jiang Chuchu was very reluctant to leave, she didn't insist on staying. To her, she was already very satisfied that Guchanga took a month to accompany her despite his busy schedule. She didn't want to ask for more. After leaving the human ancestor's palace, Guchanga originally planned to go to the Peach Village to see his chief disciple Yao Yao. However, considering that Gu Xian'er's whereabouts were unknown, it wasn't very appropriate for him to go to the Peach Village, so he gave up. After Guchanga left the human ancestor palace, he did not go to the Peach Village, nor did he return to the Gu family. Instead, he went to the headquarters of the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower to find Bai Lianer, who had broken through the Supreme Realm, and gave her some instructions. Until now, the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower had not completely eliminated the two veteran assassin organizations, Hell and Futu, in terms of assassination missions. Therefore, he had to do something about it. However, Hell and Futu were very well hidden, and the contact between their assassins was also very strange. If he did not find their contact address, it would be very difficult to find them. Besides, the headquarters of these two forces were said to be hidden in a certain lower realm, and they had avoided the pursuit of many enemies for countless years. Even the immortal forces and the everlasting families were very wary of them. When Hell and Futu were at their peak, the number of people who had died in their hands was not small. Xianxia felt that there was no lack of immortals in these two forces. With the current strength of the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower, if they really went head-to-head with them, only death would await them. The rapid rise of the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower had made it a thorn in the side of Hell and Futu. During this period of time, they had been thinking of all kinds of ways to find their headquarters and destroy them. Although the business alliance of 10,000 Daos has been providing information to the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower, which greatly increased the success rate of the assassination, Hell and Futu are very deep and cannot be underestimated. Many of our people have been assassinated and died in the mission. Because of them, I have lost many young seeds. Bai Lian was wearing a long black dress, and her face was enchanting. Her skin was white and delicate, and her skin was lustrous. She stood in front of Xianxia, and there was a bit of anger in her words. As long as we find where Hell and Futu are, it is not difficult to destroy them, but the difficult part is to find their headquarters. Xianxia put down his cup, and there was a look of contemplation in his eyes. After all, he was the real master behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower. Hell and Futu were in his way, so he naturally had to destroy them. I have already sent people to investigate the location of their headquarters, but there is still no clue. Bai Lian was also having a headache about this. Her strength was still a far cry from the true Lord of Hell and Buddha Lord. Therefore, even if they found traces of him, it would be difficult to do anything. They could only report these matters to Xianxia and let Xianxia think of a solution. It's not unreasonable for Hell and Buddha to be able to hide for so many years, but I don't believe they can hide for an entire lifetime. Xianxia shook his head and planned to ask Mei to pay more attention. In addition, Ada and many Dao attainment puppets were sent out by him to investigate the contact points of the two forces together with Bai Lian's subordinates. Then, he sent people to find Bai Lian's junior brother and father, Bai Kuan, to have them divine the location of the immortal path. Xianxia did not have the slightest clue about the immortal path, so he could only try his luck. The territory of the upper realm was extremely vast and boundless. It was as if countless ancient worlds and star regions overlapped with each other. Even the most powerful cultivators would not be able to reach the other side of the upper realm. They would not be able to cross this vast territory even if they spent their entire lives. Therefore, no one knew what was in the depths of the upper realm and the outermost regions. For ordinary cultivators, it would be difficult for them to leave the star region they were born in. If it weren't for the teleportation arrays built in ancient times between the major star regions, the time it took to cross the star regions would be the lifetime of many cultivators. At the same time, in the territory of the Dao Immortals Alliance, Xianxia Star Region, an incomparably majestic ancient warship with dazzling brilliance and flowing divine talismans was like a terrifying demonic mountain crushing the sky. It carried many goods and crossed the starry sky. This was the cargo ship of the Dao Immortals Alliance. During this time, many of the cultivation resources that the Dao Immortals Alliance had enshrined and worshipped. The Dao Immortals Alliance was the absolute ruler of the Xianxia Star region and the surrounding star regions. Its history spanned many eras. In ancient times, there was even an ancient existence called the Xianxian who established the Dao Immortals Alliance here and ruled over all areas. This was a powerful force that had once produced a perfected immortal. Its foundation was unfathomable. Even ordinary imperishable Dao Immortals were not willing to provoke it. Moreover, the Dao Immortals Alliance was deeply rooted and intertwined. They were dependent on many ancient families and sections. A slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. At this moment, in the northwest direction of this ancient warship was a cluster of pavilions, palaces, and pagodas. Divine light shone brightly and dazzlingly. It was incomparably grand and majestic. A tall young man in a blue robe was walking over, surrounded by a group of young cultivators. His face was elegant and clean, and his eyes were clear. From time to time, there would be wisps of golden light flashing in them. Even his hair had a hazy radiance falling down. His entire person exuded a transcendent aura. He was one with heaven and earth, natural with Tao. His state of mind was peaceful. Even his walking and breathing seemed to carry some kind of special Tao rhythm. Many of the older generation around him could not help but feel a little shocked when they saw this blue-robed man. Their expressions changed slightly, and then they retreated. As the Taoist of the Tao Immortals Alliance, Lan Yifei kept a low profile in front of him. However, in this Azure Immortal Starfield, there was no one who did not know of him. He rarely made a move, but every time he did, it was extraordinary. Some time ago, someone even saw him enter an abandoned starfield and subdue a quasi-supreme ferocious beast as his mount. One had to know that among the current younger generation, apart from Guchanga, the strongest person with the cultivation base was only at the Supreme Saint realm. Moreover, they were those ancient freaks with special bloodlines that had been sealed since ancient times. Among the current generation of prodigies, there were not many who had the strength of a Supreme Saint. Lan Yifei's physique was very special and mysterious. Almost no one knew about it. They only knew that he seemed to be able to borrow the power of all things in heaven and earth. It could be said that he was invincible. Even when facing a powerful enemy that he could not fight, he could think of a way to escape unscathed. It's said that the Taoist is in charge of escorting the goods of the Tao Immortals Alliance this time. I wonder what's in the goods that the sect is so concerned about. On the ancient warship, a cultivator from the Tao Immortal Alliance couldn't help but whisper when he saw Lan Yifei leading his junior brothers and sisters. Begging for fresh flowers. Not only were there people from the Tao Immortal Alliance on the ancient warship, but there were also other orthodoxies and many itinerant cultivators. However, other than the people from the Tao Immortal Alliance, no one else dared to approach the area responsible for escorting the goods on the battlefield. They could only guess in their hearts. It's all thanks to senior brother Lan. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have been able to discover such a large mining area. There's actually millions of years of profound jade immortal essence hidden within it. If we can successfully escort this batch of mysterious jade immortal essence back to the sect, we will have made a great contribution. At that time, we will definitely be praised by the elders and the sect master. Lan Yifei and the others walked towards the depths of the ancient warship. One of the many junior brothers and sisters beside him couldn't help but reveal a smile when they heard the discussions in the distance. They seemed extremely excited. When the others heard this, their bodies trembled, and their eyes revealed joy. After all, the profound jade immortal essence was an immortal treasure that could only be born in profound jade. Even if it was only a drop, it could help a cultivator to cleanse his marrow and bones and increase his cultivation greatly. Even many of the older generation existences would fight for a drop of profound jade immortal essence. This great contribution doesn't belong to me alone. If it wasn't for the help of my junior brothers and sisters, I wouldn't have found the location of the profound jade immortal essence. Lan Yifei shook his head lightly and smiled in an extremely humble manner. He looked extremely aloof. Even when he walked, there was an indescribable Tao rhyme that made it difficult for others to ignore his existence. Senior brother Lan is really too humble. If it wasn't for you holding back the ferocious beast guarding that mining area, how could we have gone in deep? If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we would have been buried in the mouth of that ferocious beast. However, everyone didn't agree with Lan Yifei's words. Their words were full of admiration and some fear. Lan Yifei still shook his head lightly when he heard this, and he seemed to be rather indifferent and didn't take this matter to heart. After that, he bid farewell to everyone and walked towards the courtyard he usually cultivated in. This area was filled with pavilions and halls, and it was similar to a small city. Even if he was a Tao disciple of the Tao Immortal Alliance, his residence seemed to be extremely simple, and it was only decorated with a few bamboos. Who is it? However, right at the instant Lan Yifei returned to his courtyard, his brows suddenly knit together slightly, and then he asked this question without batting an eyelid. At the same time, an indescribable fluctuation of magic energy arose from his body, and then strands of the laws of the heavens and the earth surged and seeped into every single corner in the surroundings. In merely an instant, it seemed like boundless talisman markings were interweaved here, and large expanses of order surged while terrifying killing intent filled the surroundings. As expected of the true Tao physique. You were born in harmony with the Tao and fused into one with the heavens and the earth. Your perception is shocking. I was almost killed by you when you pursued me that day. Did you ever think that I would be able to escape death? A calm and indifferent voice resounded. It didn't differentiate between a man and woman, and it was even to the extent that others were unable to distinguish its direction. It's you? The inheritor of the devil technique? Lonnie Fei seemed to be slightly surprised when he heard this voice, and his brows raised before he shook his head and said, "No, it's you. But you aren't the inheritor of the devil technique. Who exactly is the true inheritor of the devil technique? He wouldn't be so weak like you. Tell me. Who are you? Or are you just a pawn used by the true inheritor of the demonic arts to deceive others? Even if you survived, you're no match for me now. You were able to escape back then, so do you think you'll be so lucky today?" In the quiet courtyard, Lonnie Fei stood with his hands behind his back and spoke lightly. His whole body seemed to be surging with endless light. He was extremely confident. He did not turn around, but there was a faint smile on his face as if he knew that the person was no match for him. As a true body of Dao Yuan, this extremely mysterious physique had only appeared a few times in the upper realm since ancient times. He indeed had such confidence. This physique was naturally compatible with the path. When one was born, the true vitality of Dao was born in the body and could absorb the power of all things in the world. As long as one's spirit was not destroyed, one's magical power would not be exhausted. It could be said to be endless and invincible. Even if he faced an opponent who was far stronger than him, he had the means to protect himself and escape. He was not worried about dying. Previously, he did not know what happened, but the news of him possessing a true body of Dao Yuan was accidentally leaked. Then, when he was out on a trip, he was ambushed by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Originally, because of the many rumors, Lonnie Fei was extremely afraid of the inheritor of the demonic arts. He knew that his origin was very rare and precious. If word got out, he was bound to be coveted by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Therefore, when he was ambushed by the inheritor of the demonic arts, he was prepared to fight to the death. However, he did not expect that he had greatly overestimated the strength of the inheritor of the demonic arts who came to ambush him. His opponent's cultivation base was even lower than his by a large margin. In the face of such an opponent, Lonnie Fei did not dare to be too relaxed. After all, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Who among the younger generation in the upper realm would not be afraid of the inheritor of the demonic arts? However, in the battle that followed, he realized that this so-called inheritor of the demonic arts was not as scary as the rumors said. Although the opponent's methods were tricky and unpredictable, it was not to the point where he could easily defeat the younger generation. After all, in Lonnie Fei's opinion, the inheritor of the demonic arts was the only one who had escaped with his life from Xianxia many times. How could such a person be simple? In the vast upper realm, who had the confidence to escape unscathed from Xianxia and leave their lives behind, but the inheritors of the demonic arts had done it. Just thinking about it made his scalp go numb and his hair stand on end. However, he soon realized that he was wrong again. This inheritor of demonic arts who dared to attack him seemed to realize that the situation was not right and began to retreat, intending to escape. Lonnie Fei understood that it was because he had been too low-key and had never displayed his strength in the outside world that the inheritor of the demonic arts had underestimated him. Therefore, he chased after him without hesitation. What happened next was no surprise. After a round of battle, this inheritor of demonic arts who had stirred up the winds and clouds of the upper realm was no match for him. He fled all the way and was almost killed by him. In the end, he still managed to escape to the outskirts of the Devil Mountains territory. He was afraid of the ferocious red-clothed female devil, so he decided to give up. After the incident, Lonnie Fei returned to the sect. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He felt that the inheritor of the demonic arts who had attacked him was only a fake or an impostor. If it was the true inheritor of the demonic arts, he would have been killed long ago. After all, in front of the true inheritor of the demonic arts, no matter what kind of physique one had, they were all prey. Since ancient times, there had never been a situation where the so-called prey could escape from the hunter's hands. Although Lonnie Fei was confident in his strength, it did not mean that he was blindly arrogant. All these years of low-key cultivation, he had not made a name for himself in the outside world because of this reason. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that he must have accidentally stumbled upon a shocking secret. He hadn't told anyone about this matter, not even the elders or his master. Until today, the inheritor of the demonic arts who he thought was a fake had appeared again and was planning to take revenge on him. This made Lonnie Fei feel that it was ridiculous. However, he wanted to know if the true inheritor of the demonic arts was hiding behind him. Who was the true inheritor of the demonic arts? You're so confident that I can't kill you this time? That I can't take your origin? A cold and calm voice sounded. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman, only revealing a dense murderous intent that made one shudder. In the courtyard, it was extremely quiet and secluded. A small bridge murmured, rockery, and pavilions were arranged in picturesque disorder. If it were not for the shocking murderous intent, this place would be exceptionally elegant. Returning to his thoughts, Lonnie Fei turned around calmly and looked toward the source of the voice. Then you can give it a try. I want to know how much progress you've made in these few months. However, I want to know who you are even more, he said indifferently, appearing extremely calm and natural. He had already set up an inescapable net here, connecting heaven and earth with divine patterns, linking the rules and order, and sealing the heaven and earth. Even a fly would not be able to escape. The other party was so bold and fearless to break in like this, which made him feel that it was ridiculous and stupid. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you're going to die today. The voice in the dark was still cold and emotionless, as if it did not contain the slightest emotion. After that, a terrifying black gale swept up bursts of runes of the Great Path and flew toward Lonnie Fei. This was a shocking murderous intent that contained the terrifying sound of the Great Path, which was enough to shatter a cultivator's spiritual soul and annihilate all tangible things. However, Lonnie Fei seemed to have sensed this murderous intent long ago and raised his eyebrows. Then brilliance rushed out from under his feet and condensed into a thick mountain of runes, blocking this shocking murderous intent. As the true body of Taoist Yuan, he was born to be one with the Great Path. Standing under heaven and earth, he was the favorite of heaven and earth. His mana was endless, enough to suppress everything. He could feel that the other party's strength had greatly improved compared to a few months ago. It was very likely that the other party had been instructed by an expert during the period when he was injured. However, if the other party wanted to defeat him, he was still too naive. You're no match for me. Tell me who the real inheritor of the demonic arts is, and I may consider letting you go and keeping you alive. Lonnie Fei said lightly. Xianxia, who had not shown herself in the dark, frowned when she heard this. She felt that the situation was still very tricky. She thought that after this period of time in the Demon Mountain, after being instructed by the ancestor of the demonic arts, the red-robed woman, Xianxia, her cultivation had improved a lot. Then, she could come and take Lon Yifei's origin to take revenge for being hunted down. However, Lonnie Fei's strength was still very strong. It seemed that she was not the only one who was improving. In today's upper realm, almost every younger generation was thinking of all kinds of ways to catch up with that person. The real inheritor of the demonic arts? Even you think that I'm a fake? Xianxia said coldly. Thinking of this period of time, she had been fooled and deceived by Xianxia, and was under his control without knowing it. She could not help but have some hostility and hatred in her eyes. She knew that her hatred for Xianxia was more or less influenced by Xianxia. If Xianxia did not tell her, she was afraid that until today, she would still be in the dark about Xianxia, thinking that she was the real inheritor of the demonic arts. And he was the leader of the righteous path, the current leader of the upper realm. His celestial brilliance was as bright as the sun in the sky, and his brilliance covered all eternity. The deeper her love was, the deeper her hatred after knowing the truth. After she left the Demon Mountain, she once thought of looking for Xianxia and asking him all these. However, Xianxia was more afraid of seeing Xianxia's cold and ruthless eyes after he tore off his gentle disguise. Back then, he was the one who brought her up from the lower realm, allowing her to gradually understand this world. To put it bluntly, if it was not for Xianxia, she would not be who she was today. Xianxia had single-handedly created her today. The person who once gave her infinite hope and warmth, after taking off his mask of hypocrisy, left behind only endless indifference and cruelty. Oh, it seems that until now, you've also realized that you're a fake inheritor of the demonic arts? If that's the case, you've been taking the blame for me all this time? Lonnie Fei seemed to find this extremely funny. His eyes were full of undisguised mockery and ridicule. Suchinga's eyes turned cold. There's no point in saying more. Today, I'll definitely take your origin. Seeing that Suchinga, who was hiding in the dark, was about to continue her attack, Lani Fei's expression turned cold as well. He said, "You don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that your little strength is comparable to the true inheritor of the demonic arts? You want to kill me? Just you?" Suchinga's face turned colder as his words poked at her sore spot. She clenched her fists, and a terrifying aura of hostility lingered around her. She knew that after she merged with another soul, her state of mind was no longer as calm and peaceful as before. Usually, many things would trigger an unimaginable murderous aura in her heart. It seems that you're just a pitiful chess piece. You don't know who the true inheritor of the demonic arts is. Lani Fei shook his head and then sneered. Suchinga suddenly fell silent. She could not refute this. Although it was too late for her to understand now, what Lani Fei said was an indisputable fact. In Guchanga's eyes, she might be such a chess piece. I know who he is. Suchinga's expression returned to calmness and indifference. She was still hiding in the dark as she spoke. You know? Lani Fei was stunned. Then, he seemed to be in disbelief. He asked in a low voice, "How can I believe you?" Not only him, perhaps everyone in the upper realm now wanted to know who the true inheritor of the demonic arts was. For a moment, there was a kind of unconcealable excitement in his heart. Perhaps after seeing Suchinga's means, he had a clearer understanding of his own strength. I've been unknown for 20 years. Once I appear, the world will know. If the true inheritor of the demonic arts is exposed by my hands, then all my years of keeping a low profile and forbearance will be useless. Lani Fei's eyes lit up. He was quite excited and thought of many things at once. Of course, I know. To me, he's my enemy. Suchinga said lightly and put forward her request. I know you want to know who he is too, so let's make a deal. I'll tell you everything you want to know, and you'll collect the origin of physique for me as the Taoist of the Taoist Alliance. Hearing this, Lani Fei sneered and seemed to be quite disdainful. You're really fearless. If I want to know these things, I can just search your soul after killing you. Why do I need to make a deal with you? He was not stupid. Once the fact that he collected the origin was exposed, the Taoist Alliance would not be able to protect him. 2. Since I dare to show myself here, I'm not worried that you can kill me. If you don't agree, then I'll add another condition. I'll tell you everything I know about the immortal devouring demonic technique. Suchinga did not seem to be surprised by Lani Fei's reaction. Her lips curled into a sneer as she continued speaking lightly. Since Guchanga used her as a chess piece, why couldn't she learn from Guchanga and use others as chess pieces? Hearing this, even with Lani Fei's state of mind, he suddenly fell silent at this moment. He frowned and seemed to be struggling. Although the orthodoxies of various forces in the upper realm hated the inheritors of demonic techniques and could not wait to completely obliterate them. However, if the inheritance of demonic techniques fell into his hands, who would not be tempted? Suchinga looked at his expression. She was not surprised and did not speak. The courtyard fell into a dead silence for a moment. It seemed that the silence lasted for a full incense's time before Lani Fei's expression returned to normal. Okay, I promise you. He agreed. Something like a wildfire was burning and spreading in the depths of his eyes, but it soon calmed down. He was calm and confident. Looking at him like this, Suchinga sneered in her heart and called him an idiot, but her expression did not change. Even if Lani Fei knew that Guchanga was the true inheritor of demonic techniques, what use would it be? Would he dare to question or investigate further? The outcome would be nothing more than cultivating demonic techniques and attracting Guchanga's attention. Then, he would become the new scapegoat. Suchinga was not surprised that Lani Fei agreed to her condition. In the face of this taboo devil technique, even those ancient existences would be envious. It was impossible for them to wait. After all, Lani Fei was only a young man. Even if he appeared indifferent and confident, it was impossible to hide his ambition. The taboo devil technique was terrifying enough to make the entire upper realm afraid. How could he hold back? This is the first half of the taboo devil technique. I can pass it to you first. When the time is right, I will naturally pass the second half to you. You can rest assured. Suchinga said faintly. She waved her hand and a drizzling black light flew towards Lani Fei like a seed. Seeing this, Lani Fei's eyes flashed. He did not completely believe it. After carefully looking at the seed, he nodded. He was worried that Suchinga had done something to the black seed. But it seemed that Suchinga was quite sincere and did not want to harm him. So he was slightly relieved. After closing his eyes and absorbing the black seed, Lani Fei's whole body shook. He suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment, as if he had opened the door to 17 new worlds, which made his mood quite excited. Then who is the real inheritor of the taboo devil technique? But he did not forget this matter and asked again. The real inheritor of the taboo devil technique was his goal. Lani Fei even had a feeling that perhaps Suchinga herself did not have the complete taboo devil technique. Hearing his words, Suchinga glanced at Lani Fei with disdain. She said lightly, "You are too greedy. Today, I have given you this scripture, which is enough. I will tell you the identity of the inheritor of the taboo devil technique sooner or later." Hearing this, Lani Fei did not ask any more questions. After all, he had to show his sincerity. "Okay. Since you want the source, I know a place where you can devour it. East of the Azure Immortal Sky Domain is the 100-realm battlefield. Almost every day, heaven's prides from various worlds come here to fight. Maybe you can enter it." Lani Fei's eyes moved slightly. He took out an ancient token with the words Tao Immortal on it and handed it to Suchinga. The 100 Realms battlefield was a general term. In fact, it involved countless realms, not just the 100 realms. Some of those worlds were affiliated to the various orthodoxies of the upper worlds. Their territories were equally vast, and many geniuses were born there. There were even some who were extremely powerful. And the 100 Realms battlefield was a place where the geniuses of various realms could fight for the qualifications to enter the upper realms orthodoxy. If one could stand out in the 100 Realms battlefield, not only would they be valued by the upper realms orthodoxies, they would also be accepted into the sect. They could even bring glory to the sects and families behind them, like carps leaping over the dragon gate, rising to the heavens in one fell swoop. Therefore, even if the 100 Realms battlefield was incomparably cruel, there were countless geniuses who died in it. But every day, there would be cultivators from the lower realms passing through the transrealm teleportation array and going there to fight and temper themselves. Moreover, there were many opportunities in the 100 Realms battlefield. There were stone steels left behind by ancient experts, as well as lost scriptures, emperor's runes, immortal techniques. Even the successors of immortal orthodoxies from the upper realms have fallen in the 100 Realms battlefield. They were no match for the terrifying geniuses there. After all, every once in a while, unimaginable geniuses would be born from the lower realms. These geniuses would carry the destiny of the entire realm with irresistible force. If the rest of you want to enter the 100 Realms battlefield, you'll have to go through the 4 directions suppressing cities investigation. But this is my identity token. You can enter with this token. Nobody will investigate your origin. Seeing Suchinga's puzzled expression, Lani Fei faintly smiled and explained. He wasn't stupid. He didn't directly help Suchinga find the source of the geniuses. After all, that would leave traces behind, which would be disadvantageous to him. All right. Suchinga thought for a moment and then agreed. She accepted the token and then quickly disappeared. She knew that this token had Lani Fei's spiritual sense imprint. It could track her whereabouts. Therefore, after leaving the courtyard, she wrapped the token with her magic power and sealed it in her storage ring. The 100 Realms battlefield was very far from here. Even if she traversed the major transmission formations, it would still take her nearly a month. She wanted to enter the threshold of the Great Sage Realm the next time she saw Guchanga. At least then she would be qualified to stand in front of Guchanga and ask him about the things that happened in the past few years. Half a year later, he will marry his fiancée, Yu Ming Kong. Suchinga took a deep breath and calmed her mind. She actually heard some rumors. The ancestor of the devil arts, red-clothed witch Imo-chan Hongi, might take action at the wedding. As for whether she would destroy the wedding or participate in the ceremony, she didn't know. In the courtyard, Lani Fei was aware of Suchinga's actions. He wasn't surprised, but he didn't have time to think about it. Right now, he just wanted to study the second half of the taboo devil art. Everything else would be put aside for the time being. The black seed contained a very mysterious cultivation method. It involved so much that it subverted his imagination and cognition. But Lonnie Fei felt that as long as he studied it thoroughly, his strength would increase greatly. He would be able to sweep through the younger generation. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, Gu Changge asked Bai Lianer's father, Bai Kuan, and his disciple, Bai Hua, to deduce the location of the immortal path. The result was as expected. Both of them suffered a lot of backlash, especially Bai Kuan. He was already blind, and now he almost died. If it wasn't for Gu Changge's help at the critical moment and blurred the heavenly mystery for him and cut off his Dao injury, he would have died tragically on the spot. As for Bai Hua, because of his celestial body, he suffered a lot less backlash. But the deduction was also very vague. It only said that the immortal path was related to a tree. As for what kind of tree it was, he didn't know. He directly fainted with blood flowing out of his mouth and nose. When he woke up, it was already 7 days later. Gu Changge guessed that the tree might be the epic tree. When the epic Dao fruit matured, the heaven and earth rules would be complete, and the immortal path would appear. As for where the immortal path would appear, that was another unknown. The matter of the immortal path can be put aside for the time being. But I have to deal with hell and Buddha first. Gu Changge considered another matter. Before leaving the upper realm, he had to annex and annihilate this force. Otherwise, it would affect his subsequent plans. Finally, he thought of Bai Hua. As a celestial body, he had the ability to pry into the heavenly mystery. If he could combine it with his Hongming purple mirror, he might be able to deduce something and find the hiding place of hell and Buddha. After all, the primordial purple mirror was an immortal treasure with the ability to deduce. Even Bai Kuan had been killed because he coveted this treasure. Gu Changge felt that with this treasure, the celestial body could have an unexpected effect. Buddha, hell, I don't believe that you can continue to hide. Gu Changge shook his head and asked someone to call Bai Hua over. Soon, Bai Hua, who had just recovered from his serious injuries, was led by Bai Lianer to Gu Changge. Compared to before, Bai Hua was still very afraid of Gu Changge. His face was delicate, his figure was medium, and his skin was abnormally pale. Because he had deduced the location of the immortal path, he and Bai Kuan had been seriously injured. However, compared to Bai Kuan, his injuries could be said to be negligible. Young Master Changge, you're looking for me? Bai Hua stood in front of Gu Changge. His voice was slightly trembling. He still could not forget that he had been imprisoned by Gu Changge some time ago. Moreover, just 7 days ago, Gu Changge had asked his master to help him deduce the location of the immortal path. One had to know that the most taboo thing in the line of divination was to deduce things related to the heavenly Tao and the word immortal. This was because it would lead to misfortune and backlash. The reason why his master, Bai Kuan, was blind was because he had seen things that he should not have seen. There were 50 great Daos, 49 heavenly divinations, and one escaped. And the one that they often peeked at was the one that escaped. This one often contained unimaginable mysteries and great dangers. Therefore, when Bai Kuan was deducing the immortal path, he was almost killed by the one lightning because of this reason. I want you to help me deduce something, Gu Changge looked at Bai Hua and said casually. He could see that Bai Hua had completely recovered. The reason why he looked so pale and weak was nothing more than an act for him to see. Hearing this, Bai Hua's expression changed. He was a little scared, but more than that, he was uneasy. After all, even Gu Changge didn't know what it was that required him to deduce. One could only imagine what it was. If he was slightly careless, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. Life and death would be extinguished, and his body and soul would be destroyed. You don't have to worry. This matter isn't as dangerous as deducing the immortal path. Moreover, I will take out a supreme treasure to help you. Gu Changge saw through Bai Hua's worries and smiled faintly. At the side, Bai Lianer crossed her arms and looked at them coldly. She wanted to know why Gu Changge had found Bai Hua. The moment Gu Changge finished speaking, a hazy radiance filled his sleeves, followed by an astonishing purple light that intertwined. It was as if a vast region of stars was developing within it, and there was the scene of the primordial chaos flowing, the beginning of the chaos, and the beginning of the world. This aura caused Bai Hua's expression to change, and his eyes opened wide while he felt slight disbelief. He couldn't help but cry out involuntarily. This is that immortal artifact that Master deduced all those years ago. He couldn't forget the time when his master, Bai Kuan, was the military advisor behind the 13 bandits of the chaotic astral region. If it wasn't because he deduced this item and became greedy, how could the 13 bandits be eliminated by Xianxia? Buzz. A dazzling purple light filled the air. It was as if an ancient divine stone was floating up and down, surrounded by a dense purple primordial aura. This was a majestic aura that was as heavy as the heavens. It was abundant and vast, dazzling and eye-catching, making it difficult for people to look away. What a shocking and mysterious aura. This was the first time Bai Lian had seen this item, and she couldn't help but cry out involuntarily. With her current experience, she could naturally see that this item was extraordinary. There were traces of Tao condensing and intertwining. Young Master Xianxia, you mean to say that you want me to use this item to deduce? Bai Hua swallowed his saliva and couldn't look away from the primordial purple mirror. His voice was trembling and filled with disbelief. He didn't dare to have any greedy thoughts. In this world, if he dared to have thoughts of touching Xianxia's things, wasn't that courting death? I think you should be able to do it, right? Xianxia nodded slightly. Bai Hua took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He immediately promised, young Master Xianxia, don't worry. As long as I have this item, no matter what it is, I dare to deduce it. In front of such a treasure, especially one that was related to divination, how could he not be tempted, not to mention that if he was able to utilize this treasure, then it would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation in the Tao. Then, Bai Lian ordered people to clear out an area for Bai Hua. The cultivators in the surrounding mountains were all sent away. The primordial purple mirror floated in the air and let down strands of purple aura. It was like a mirror that could reflect thousands of worlds. Bai Hua finished his preparations and stood under it. His expression was serious as he put his palms together and chanted. The ancient words seemed to have a strange power. They shone brightly and appeared around him. In an instant, the mysteries of heaven here seemed to have blurred and became unclear. Streaks of tribulation clouds swept over from afar, thick and majestic. Terrifying lightning intertwined and even reflected the ancient palaces and pavilions. It was unimaginable, as if it could fall at any time. Even with Bai Lian's current cultivation level, she felt waves of fear and uneasiness. Is the hiding place of Buddha and hell so difficult to deduce? She frowned slightly. Just now, she knew that Xianxia wanted Bai Hua to deduce. This was the problem that had been bothering her all this time. If Bai Hua could really solve this problem, it would save her a lot of trouble. However, hell and Buddha had been hiding for countless years. The major forces and orthodoxies couldn't find them. Could Bai Hua succeed? Looking at the calm Xianxia on the other side, Bai Lian gently shook her head and put this thought aside. Boom! In the next moment, as the Hongmeng purple mirror emitted a few rays of bright purple light, rich karma energy appeared and turned into thousands of long silver lines that extended into the void. A terrifying lightning bolt pierced through the sky. It was as thick as a mountain ridge. It suddenly smashed down and went straight for Bai Hua. Bai Hua's expression changed slightly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was at the critical moment of his deduction and couldn't dodge the lightning bolt. However, at this moment, an inexplicable fluctuation appeared on his body. It was as if his aura disappeared from the world. The bolt of lightning that was about to strike down suddenly disappeared in the air like a cloud of smoke. It was as if it had never appeared. Seems like this is the mystery of the celestial body. It can hide from the mysteries of heaven. Noticing this scene, Xianxia nodded her head in realization. I saw it. At this time, Bai Hua also excitedly shouted. Only the whites of his eyes remained. Moreover, there was blood flowing out from his eyes. It looked extremely terrifying. However, he couldn't feel it. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen something shocking. After saying this, Bai Hua let out a muffled groan. His body trembled and then he spat out blood and white foam before fainting. It seems like there's news from hell and Buddha. Seeing this, Xianxia smiled. The 100 Realms battlefield was located in the east of the Azure Immortal Celestial Domain. It was extremely vast. There were countless mountains and ancient stars. It was a desolate scene. Many terrifying vicious beasts released heaven-shaking roars, causing the stars in the distance to rustle and tremble, as if they were about to fall. Looking from the sky, one could see a vast and mighty fog. Endless miasma was blowing from afar, covering everything. In some places, one could see eerie white bones. Some belonged to humans, while others belonged to other races. It was difficult to distinguish. Here, opportunities and dangers coexisted. There were divine abilities and cultivation methods left behind by ancient sages. There were also stone monuments and stone forests carved by sages and supremes. These records recorded the insights of their cultivation. There were even cultivators who found Tao arts and imperial scriptures left behind by Emperor Realm existences. However, if one wanted to enter the 100 Realms battlefield, they would need to pass through the 4 directions suppressing Realm City and obtain permission from the patrolling guards. The 100 Realms battlefield gathered the elites of the lower realms. It can be said that it was the best place for the various orthodoxies to absorb new blood. Some successors of great powers would also come here to look for followers or servants. However, chaos and slaughter were always the main colors of the 100 Realms battlefield. Rather than calling it a battlefield, it was more like a place used by the upper realms to raise poisonous insects. The 100 Realms battlefield was divided into 6 regions. Each region had many cities, but they hated each other and were always enemies. There were rumors that the rulers of the 6 regions ordered them to be enemies with each other. They couldn't coexist peacefully. Therefore, cultivators from the outside world who didn't have a strong background must join one of the 6 regions and be prepared to be enemies with the other 5 regions. This was even more so for cultivators who came from the lower realms. They had no choice. If they didn't join one of the regions, then they could only wander in the outside world or be killed by the cultivators of the 6 regions. Every 100 years, the 100 Realms battlefield would hold a great competition to select the young blood from the lower realms. The geniuses and forces that were ranked at the top would receive extremely generous rewards. Therefore, even if they knew that the 100 Realms battlefield was a place of no return, the lower realms would still nurture their young seeds and fight here. In the east of the 100 Realms battlefield, in front of the 4 directions suppressing Realm City, a lot of cultivators were gathered. They were waiting for the patrolling guards to check them and let them in. The auras of these cultivators were clearly different from the native cultivators of the upper realms. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. They stood there uneasily, unable to maintain their calm. Around them were some elders and teachers, but their expressions weren't much better. It was as if this was their first time seeing such a scene. In this boundless universe, there was a magnificent city in front of them. It was unimaginable. The roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes could be heard. Under the stars and the moon, it seemed to be immortal. Everyone was looking at this ancient city. It had a boundless atmosphere, flowing with immortal power. It seemed to be able to exist forever. Is this the first city to enter the 100 Realms battlefield? A lot of young cultivators were shocked as they muttered. It was majestic and mysterious. It wasn't located on a planet, but directly suspended in the starry sky, receiving the baptism of endless starlight. It was a very shocking sight. It occupied a very wide area. Its walls were like mountains, stretching endlessly. Its towers were tall and magnificent. It was like a wheat that stood at the end of the world. A pair of thick gates were closed, as if they could block thousands of soldiers and horses, as well as ancient sages. Are these people from the lower realms? Sure enough, they're all lowly and have weak cultivations. It seems like they'll only be courting death after entering the 100 Realms battlefield. After all, they're from the lower realms. I guess this is their first time coming to the upper realms. In another direction, many cultivators from the upper realms shook their heads as they looked at the people from the lower realms. Their gazes were filled with disdain and contempt. The price of using a transmission formation from the lower realms to the upper realms was extremely high. Therefore, only a small number of people could be brought over each time. For these sects, it would take a long time for them to recover. Moreover, after coming to the upper realms, they would still be contaminated with the aura of the lower realms. It would take a long time for them to get rid of it. Or the various major forces and orthodoxies could help them. The Four Directions World Suppression City stood at the end of the world. It was incomparably majestic, as if it could support this universe. The place was bustling with noise and excitement. Tens of thousands of cultivators had gathered here. There were those from the upper realms as well as those who followed their sects through the transrealm transmission formation. There were many young seeds who came to the upper realms for the first time. The two groups of people gathered together and didn't stay together. There seemed to be a clear line between them that didn't interfere with each other. Most of the cultivators from the upper realms were proud and aloof. They disdained and despised this group of heaven's prides from the lower realms. They didn't think that they could stand together with them. The people from the lower realms were aware of this situation, but they didn't dare to show it. In particular, many of the younger generation clenched their fists in humiliation as they tried their best to suppress the emotions in their hearts. In the lower realms, they were well-known figures who were invincible. In their sects, they looked down on everyone. No one could compare to them. But after arriving in the upper realms, their radiance dimmed and they became ordinary. Any random young heavens prides around them had a more terrifying aura. This made them feel extremely frustrated and their Tao hearts dimmed. However, there were still people who quickly recovered and told themselves that they weren't worse than the upper realms prides. It was just because they were born differently. As long as they could obtain good results in the 100 Realms battlefield, they would naturally be able to enter the immortal orthodoxy and obtain the immortality method. We aren't weaker than others, they said to themselves in their hearts. Third Elder, is our goal this time to obtain the Tao promotion token or to obtain the destiny of the 100 Realms battlefield? At the same time, among the people from the lower realms, a delicate young man in a green robe was asking an old man with a long white beard. The young man looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He had a medium build, but he had a temperament that was hard to ignore. He had delicate features and an upright appearance. When his eyes moved, he gave people a feeling that he was determined to achieve great things. Although his strength wasn't as good as the upper realms prides, he was still very conspicuous and outstanding among the lower realms prides. The young men and women around him looked at him with unusual gazes, as if they were afraid of him. The third elder that the young man spoke of frowned when he heard this. He seemed to have some misgivings. He looked around a few times before whispering to the youth, "Don't mention this matter for the time being. Before we enter the 100 Realms battlefield, don't mention anything about the realm's fate." 530. The young man frowned. Although he didn't understand, he didn't ask. He just rubbed his nose as if he was used to it. "Lu Ming, my father has told me about this matter. It's better if we don't leak the news." At this moment, a peerlessly beautiful young woman with snow-white skin and a slender and graceful figure in a red dress seemed to have heard these words and walked over. Her red lips parted slightly as she spoke in a low voice. "Sect leader said that?" The young man named Lu Ming was somewhat stunned. He did not doubt the young girl's words. After all, the peerlessly beautiful young woman before him was the daughter of the sect master of the Heavenly Rainbow sect that stood behind him. In terms of status, in the world they came from, it could be said that they were extremely noble. The world behind them was called the Green Flood Ancient World, and there were 4 overlord-level sects in that world. One of them was the Heavenly Rainbow sect. Including him, even though there were less than 10 young disciples that the Heavenly Rainbow Profound sect had dispatched to the upper dimensions this time, all of them were the top figures of their generation. The young girl, Shui Yan, had a close relationship with him, so it was unlikely that she would speak carelessly at this time. The 100 Realms War doesn't just compete for the Tao promotion token, but also for the realm's fate. The young man, Lu Ming, softly muttered in his heart. His eyes looked at the towering ancient divine city with a complicated expression. The Tao promotion token was a reward for obtaining a good ranking in the 100 Realms War. With the Tao promotion token, one could enter a sect in the upper realm. As for the realm's fate, it was related to the evolution, development, prosperity, and aging of the realm they were in. Not only the realm behind them, but the other realms would also do their best to obtain it, even if they had to pay any price. The realm's fate was controlled by the immortal orthodoxies and everlasting families in the upper realm. If they didn't want the realm behind them to collapse and be destroyed, they must find a way to obtain the realm's fate in order to maintain the stability of the next few million people. This kind of method was similar to raising go. It was also to let the lower realms nibble at each other in order to select the strongest Gu King. The geniuses from the green flood ancient realm this time don't seem to be very strong. None of them look like they can fight. I'll take advantage of the 100 Realms war to settle my grudges with them. In another direction, many young geniuses from the other ancient realms stared at the green flood ancient realm with unkind expressions. The various ancient realms didn't get along well with each other. Especially because of the 100 Realms war, they viewed each other as enemies. They were like fire and water, and couldn't wait to completely destroy each other. This situation wasn't completely against the green flood ancient realm. Once the geniuses of the ancient realms enter the 100 Realms battlefield, their life and death would be out of their control. Unless they were valued by the orthodoxies of the upper realms and were accepted in advance, they would face endless battles and battles. Everyone who wants to enter the city, come over here. Whether you're from the lower realms or other places, get your ass over here and obediently accept the inspection. At this time, the patrolling guards at the entrance of World Suppression City suddenly looked over and spoke. Their voices were extremely cold and contained some kind of Dao charm, causing everyone's blood to boil. Those with weaker cultivations almost couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. These patrolling guards wore dark iron armor and were tall and sturdy. They rode fierce beasts and held heavenly sabers and halberds in their hands. Their killing intent soared to the sky, and their strength was unfathomable. Even some Saint Realm cultivators didn't dare to say anything. They didn't dare to offend these patrolling guards and could only obediently follow the rules here. These people are terrifying. I reckon that even the sex elders wouldn't be their match. They would be killed in one strike. I feel like a single glance from them would shatter our souls. Many geniuses from the lower realms paled. This was their first time coming to the upper realms, and also their first time encountering such terrifying patrolling guards. They felt as if their souls were trembling in fear from the bottom of their hearts. I hope that one day we can be as strong as them. Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the others from the green flood ancient realm didn't dare to say anything. They could only obediently follow behind the crowd and wait for the patrolling guards to interrogate them and explain their origins. Not to mention the lower realms, even the people from the upper realms did the same. They were afraid of offending these patrolling guards. This was because these patrolling guards represented the rules of the 100 Realms battlefield. Behind them were various imperishable orthodoxies. Who would dare to underestimate them? Daoist token. At this time, a commotion was suddenly heard among the patrolling guards. They seemed to be quite shocked. A patrolling guard riding a large heavenly wolf was standing in front of a figure wearing a bamboo hat and a black mask. Seeing the token, the patrolling guard didn't know what to do with it. Since he has the Daoist token, there's no need to interrogate him. Let him in. Hearing the commotion, a tall man walked over from the patrolling guard. He glanced at the token to determine its authenticity and then said indifferently. Since the beginning of the 100 Realms battlefield, there were actually shadows of many orthodoxies behind it. Since the other party had the Daoist token, it meant that he was instructed by a Daoist. Naturally, the patrolling guards wouldn't ask any questions. This scene shocked everyone in front of the town of Suppressing World. Only a few people understood what the Daoist token meant. Although they looked envious, they didn't dare to say anything. Besides the successors of the Great Sects, the rest of the people who entered the 100 Realms battlefield were basically rogue cultivators who wanted to try their luck. Only the successors of the Great Sects would have a Daoist token. They simply couldn't come into contact with it. That person should be a big shot. He can actually enter without being interrogated. What's a Daoist token? Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the others noticed this scene. They were very surprised as they tried to guess the identity of the black-cloaked figure. This was their first time in the upper realms, so they were surprised by almost everything. But they also knew that such a person didn't belong to the same world as them. Roar. While the cultivators in front of World Suppression City were shocked by the Daoist token and were trying to guess the identity of the black-cloaked figure. In the depths of the distant sky, under the universe, the stars trembled. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded. It was incomparably clear, causing people's eardrums to be pierced. The azure dragon was like a mountain ridge. It stretched across the sky and crushed the stars, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble. The majestic and terrifying pressure was like an ancient beast awakening. Its ferocious might was unparalleled. It swept through the world and cracked the void. These azure dragons were at the great Saint realm. Just their bodies alone were like a thick mountain ridge that stretched endlessly. Behind it was a dazzling carriage that shone with immortal radiance. It flashed through the sky in an unbridled manner, intending to pass through the walls of World Suppression City and descend into the depths of the city. Azure dragons pulling a carriage. Could it be that person? Why would that person come to the 100 Realms battlefield? Besides him, no one in the upper realms would dare to make such a big show. At this moment, almost all the cultivators couldn't help but feel their legs go soft. They wanted to kneel down and worship the behemoths. Even though he was a Saint Realm cultivator, his expression changed greatly as fear appeared in his heart. They knew how terrifying the azure dragons were, but what was even more terrifying was the identity of the person sitting in the carriage. Who is that? They actually made such terrifying beasts pull the carriage. Who's in the golden carriage? It's too scary. All the lower realms beings felt as inferior as ants. Their faces were pale and their hearts were filled with fear. In their opinion, just one of the ferocious beasts pulling the chariot was enough to kill all of them here. If it appeared in their original world, it would definitely bring about a devastating disaster. But now, it was reduced to just a tool to pull a carriage. For a moment, their hearts were filled with fear and horror. It was hard to imagine, and they couldn't think about it. From the expressions of these people, they should know who's in the carriage. Breaking into the 100 Realms battlefield in such an unbridled manner, these patrolling guards actually pretended that they didn't know anything. In fact, they even looked frightened. Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the others felt their scalps go numb. They just came to the upper realms and they already saw such a terrifying scene. Everyone's hearts were covered with a shadow of fear. They couldn't forget that the attitude of these patrol guards wasn't like this before. In front of Suppressing World City, flying was forbidden. No matter who it was, as long as they broke the rules, they would become enemies with the entire 100 Realms battlefield. But the other party actually broke in under the watchful eyes of everyone without any scruples. These patrol guards didn't dare to ask any questions. They even pretended not to know anything. This made the lower realms cultivators feel their mouths go dry. For the first time, they experienced what true power was. Perhaps in the eyes of such a person, they and the ancient realms behind them were no different from ants. Why did he come to the 100 Realms battlefield? Did he get some news? But that shouldn't be. At this moment, the black-cloaked figure wearing a bamboo hat and a black mask seemed to be standing in place like the others. She couldn't help but clench her jade-like hands under her sleeves. She didn't expect to meet Guchanga in the 100 Realms battlefield. In the upper realms, there was no one like Guchanga who liked to use an azure dragon to pull his carriage. Nowadays, as long as one sees an azure dragon pulling a carriage, almost all cultivators would associate it with him. Moreover, Xianxia had followed Guchanga for a long time. Even though they were far apart, she could tell that the person sitting inside was definitely Guchanga. But Xianxia couldn't figure out why Guchanga would appear in the 100 Realms battlefield when the wedding date was approaching. Outside Suppressing World City, the appearance of an azure dragon pulling a carriage caused an uproar. Many people in the city received the news and were extremely shocked. There were 6 regions in the 100 Realms battlefield. They were clearly divided into 6 regions and were enemies. But this didn't mean that the rulers of the 6 regions were enemies. On the contrary, they often contacted each other in secret and their relationship was quite close. Guchanga suddenly appeared here. What's his purpose? In the dimly lit underground palace, an extremely skinny old man in a black robe was pacing back and forth. His face was somewhat sinister as he muttered to himself. There were piles of white bones in the underground palace. Even the stairs were made of sparkling skulls that flowed with a misty radiance. Around the underground palace, there were many shadows kneeling. Inexplicable killing intent intertwined and filled the air. Someone, go and inform the other 9 temple masters. Tell them to be vigilant and not leak the news. I always feel that the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion is related to Guchanga. Otherwise, why would he be able to receive so many messages and destroy our plans? The thin old man's eyes were cold as he waved his hand and ordered the shadows in the dark. Because of Guchanga's appearance, the undercurrent of the Hundred Realms battlefield surged. Regarding this matter, the rulers of the 6 regions frowned and didn't say anything. They were guessing Guchanga's purpose for coming. In their opinion, Guchanga's current status was at the peak of the upper realms. No one could compare to him. Could there be something in the Hundred Realms battlefield that Guchanga wanted? Why did he come here personally, to choose a suitable follower, a cultivation method, or a divine object? On the surface, although the rulers of the Hundred Realms battlefield seemed to be in charge of everything, they were actually working for others. The ones in charge of the Hundred Realms battlefield were the imperishable orthodoxies. Their foundations were unfathomable and their territories were boundless. There were some things that they didn't dare to ask too much for fear of incurring a fatal disaster. I heard that young Lord Changa personally came to the Hundred Realms battlefield. Do you think he's here to pick followers? It sounds unlikely. After all, young Lord Changa only needs to say a word and all the heavens' prides in the upper realms would move. Why would he come here to pick followers? In my opinion, he might be looking for someone or something. The cultivators and creatures in every ancient city had already received the news and were discussing this matter. The streets and alleys, and even the pavilions and halls, were filled with discussions. After all, in the upper realms, there was no one more famous than Guchanga. Even the ancestors of the various races had to bow in front of him. Ordinary cultivators might not even be able to stand in front of him. His every move would naturally cause a storm. In the east of the 6 regions, in the Vermilion Bird Square. Inside an extremely grand palace. As the person in question, Guchanga was blowing tea in his cup. His eyes were calm as he listened to the reports from his subordinates. Reporting to the young lord, the Hundred Realms battlefield is divided into 6 regions. They are respectively called Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, Underworld Phoenix, and so on. Every square has a total of 108 cities. They are enemies of each other, attacking each other to steal resources and women. Almost every month, a great war will break out. Slaughter and chaos have always been the principles of the Hundred Realms battlefield. If anyone doesn't follow this rule, they will be killed by the patrolling guards of each city. In the past, there was a person called Duguhua in the Hundred Realms battlefield. He almost broke the rules of the Hundred Realms battlefield by himself. But in the end, he was killed by the joint forces of various experts. After so many years, this place has been extremely peaceful. Those cultivators from the lower dimensions don't dare violate the rules of this place, and they can only fight obediently and become the fresh blood of the various squares. An extremely stout middle-aged man stood in front of Guchanga with a flattering smile and reported respectfully. He was the manager of the Myriad Dao Business Alliance's branch in the Hundred Realms battlefield. He was in charge of the transactions here and had a quasi-supreme cultivation. In the eyes of outsiders, he was extremely mysterious and rarely showed himself. He only arranged many things and kept everything in order. Even the big shots of the various squares would find it difficult to ask to see him. After all, he controlled a business network. The power behind him was terrifying. Needless to say, for the entire upper realm, the business alliance of 10,000 paths was able to move unhindered and connect the heavens. Its influence was terrifying. Even immortal realm cultivators wouldn't dare to offend them easily. Beside the stout man stood a charming young girl. She wore a soft yellow dress and had delicate white skin. Her eyes were big and her hair was like clouds. She had a crafty expression on her face. She was standing on her tiptoes with a curious look, looking at Guchanga, who was drinking tea with her back to them in the palace. Her eyes were full of undisguised admiration. This is a good place to raise Gu. I didn't think of coming here before. When Guchanga heard this, he put down the teacup in his hand and sighed softly. He seemed to be somewhat regretful. The reason why he came to the Hundred Realms battlefield was naturally because of Bai Hua's deduction from the Grand Mist Purple Mirror. The clues to Hell and Buddha were here. After arriving here, he sent people to investigate. Sure enough, it was true. By absorbing fresh blood, they would be able to replenish their assassin seeds. This was the foundation of Hell and Buddha. In order to cultivate killing intent, they even ordered the squares to fight each other every day. This is really a good method. Guchanga shook his head and sighed. Although he understood the origin of the Hundred Realms battlefield, it was still impossible for him to destroy Hell and Buddha so easily. Moreover, if he directly exposed his intentions, it would alert the enemy. He planned to sweep away all obstacles before the wedding, including the annihilation of Hell and Futu, the two ancient assassin organizations. When they were at their peak, they assassinated immortals and even immortals. Their foundation wasn't small. The stout man's expression changed. He was a core figure of the business alliance. He understood that Guchunga was the real master behind the alliance. Therefore, even if he knew that Guchunga's words contained unimaginable information, he didn't dare to ask. He could only stand there and wait for orders. During this time, I plan to stay here. Guchunga was not worried that the chubby man would reveal anything. She glanced at him casually and said, "Young master, don't worry. This subordinate has already arranged everything." The stout man's expression was solemn as he guaranteed. Guchunga nodded and waved his hand, indicating for the stout man to leave. However, the stout man looked at the girl beside him with an awkward expression. He hesitated for a moment before he clenched his teeth and said, "Young master, this is this subordinate's daughter, Xianxia. She has always admired you. Moreover, she grew up here. Can you let her take care of your daily life? She's very familiar with the 108 cities of the Hundred Realms battlefield. She can do a lot of things for you." The girl named Xianxia opened her eyes wide when she heard this. She clenched her jade-like hands. She couldn't hide her excitement. In the Hundred Realms battlefield, she was worthy of being called the eldest young Mississippi. Even the masters behind the 6 great squares had to give face to the business alliance. As the stout man's daughter, she could walk unhindered in the Hundred Realms battlefield. Nobody would dare to offend her. However, she still wanted to serve Guchunga. She was the one who took the initiative to ask the stout man. "Xianxia?" Guchunga didn't expect the stout man to say this. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl named Xianxia. "Familiar with the Hundred Realms battlefield? Alright, then you can stay here first." He didn't think for too long. He just glanced at her and then nodded. Since he just came to the Hundred Realms battlefield, he was short on manpower. This girl looked smart, so she should be able to save him a lot of trouble. Seeing Guchunga agree, Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. Her voice trembled as she said, "Thank you. Thank you, young master. Xianxia will not let you down." Towards the end of his speech became somewhat incoherent. The stout man's eyes widened in surprise. He thought that Guchunga would refuse. After all, what kind of status did Guchunga have? He had seen all kinds of goddesses in the world. If one wanted to serve him, they would need to be at least a saintess or divine daughter of an imperishable sect. How could his own daughter, Xianxia, catch his eye? Before this, he was worried that he would incur Guchunga's wrath. "Tell me about the rules of raising Gu in the Hundred Realms battlefield. I want to take a look." Then, after the stout man left respectfully, Guchunga looked at the restless young girl Xianxia and said with a smile, "Rules of the Gu raising?" Xianxia stared for a moment before she reacted. What Guchunga was talking about should be the rules of the Great Squares. For cultivators in the outside world, this rule was indeed the same as raising Gu. However, she grew up in the Hundred Realms battlefield, so she was very familiar with it. Her expression turned slightly solemn, and then she began to explain to Guchunga. Every month, the 108 cities between the squares will sound the horns. All cultivators and living beings who join the squares must participate in this battle. Otherwise, they will be killed before the battle and used as a sacrifice. Only the neutral forces can avoid fighting. As for the young cultivators from the lower realms, once they join the outposts, they will begin to fight for the realm fate. Even if they are in the same outpost, they will do the same. They will kill each other until the most powerful cultivator is left behind. After entering each square, they will be given a points token. Points will be accumulated according to the strength of the people they kill. Every day, in the Colosseum, in the depths of the Great Square, there are deathmatch matches. Some of the spectating cultivators are there to bet on the matches, while others are there to watch the fun. There are also those who come from the outside to pick servants or followers. Begging for fresh flowers. 0 Colosseum, points token? Guchunga nodded in understanding. After Qing'er's introduction, he had some understanding of the rules of the Hundred Realms battlefield. Speaking of it, it was like a survival game. Every cultivator who set foot in the Hundred Realms battlefield would become points. Only those with the highest points would be able to leave alive. In addition, the points earned in the Hundred Realms battlefield could be used as currency in the cities. They could be exchanged for various cultivation methods, divine abilities, pills, and even weapons. This was very much in line with the way assassins cultivate their young seeds. However, these cultivators were completely unaware of this. According to what you said, there will be a death match in the Vermilion Bird Square tonight? Xianxia asked with some interest. Qing'er nodded and said, replying to the young master, of the 108 cities in the Vermilion Bird Square, there will be death matches in almost every city. But the city we're in now has a bigger coliseum, so there will be more cultivators coming. The cultivators who participate in the death match will also gain more points. Oh, then I want to take a look at the so-called death match tonight. Xianxia showed a faint smile. He felt that behind these deathmatch arenas, there were forces controlling them. As long as he followed the clues, he would be able to find the Hell and Buddha. Young master wants to go? Then I'll arrange it. Qing'er was surprised when she heard this. She thought that Xianxia was only interested in the deathmatch. She didn't expect him to want to see it. She grew up in the Hundred Realms battlefield, so she had long been accustomed to these cruel deathmatch scenes. She didn't find it strange. Just as Xianxia was planning to find the Hell and Buddha in the Hundred Realms battlefield. Hundreds of millions of miles away, on an island filled with immortal qi. A young girl in green clothes with a slender figure and a face that was as beautiful as a fairy seemed to be slightly stunned as she looked in disbelief at the spirit pool before her eyes that was shrouded in mist. This is the rebirth pool. You can peek into the past and the future. As long as you think about what you know, it will show you. A bald big red bird stood beside the green-clothed girl and shook its head as it sighed. However, its voice was very tender, like that of a little girl, but it acted so mature. I passed your trial. However, the girl seemed to have not recovered from the previous matter as she muttered to herself. Her originally elegant and fairy-like expression now looked a little dazed. Because she believed Big Red's nonsense, she was deceived by it to this remote island. She didn't know how far away it was from the center of the upper realm. Furthermore, there were all kinds of terrifying formations and restrictions on this small island, as well as terrifying barriers that had been set up a long time ago. In order to pass these barriers and return to her original place, she didn't know how many times she failed. She even almost encountered a life-threatening crisis. Just like that, after a long period of time, she finally managed to pass through the checkpoints and break through the restrictions. She was finally able to leave this place safely. However, there were many benefits to doing this. Whether it was her cultivation or comprehension, she improved greatly. The girl even felt that after she left, she could go and challenge a certain loathsome guy. She could suppress him on the ground and make him not dare to bully her again. Stop daydreaming. This rebirth pool is about to disappear. Don't you have anything you want to see? The big red bird looked at the girl in disdain. It looked at her and urged her to quickly take a look at the spirit pool. Rebirth pool? Is this real? As long as I think about it in my heart, I can see the past or the future? The girl in green had a skeptical expression. Her crystal-like eyes fell on the spirit pool in front of her. She quickly closed her eyes and thought about the future. Compared to the past, she wanted to know what the future would be like. Wang. As the girl in green closed her eyes, ripples began to appear on the rebirth pool. Immediately after, the originally clear pool water became crystal clear. It was like an ancient mirror that could reflect the past and the future. Sensing this fluctuation, the girl in green opened her eyes. She was looking forward to it. However, when she saw the scene, she felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her face paled in disbelief. 2. Above the island, the air of immortals was enshrouded in divine light. Everywhere was filled with light and fog. It was like a dream, like a fairyland. Auspicious beasts roared, phoenixes flew, green pines and ancient trees were everywhere, and strange rocks were everywhere. On one side was a spirit pond that looked like an ancient well. It was clear and sparkling, surrounded by fog. There was a strange and inexplicable rhythm that intertwined with the principles of Tao. Is this the future? Gu Xian'er murmured. Her little face was pale from disbelief. She stood there in a daze, as if she was struck by lightning. The bald big red bird glanced at her from the corner of its eyes, as if it was disdainful of her reaction. What did you see in there? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? The childish voice that came out of its mouth was extremely childish. Then, it wobbled towards the spirit pool. Gu Xian'er was not very clear about what it saw in there, because it could not see. The origin of the rebirth pond was mysterious. There was a saying that it was created in ancient times by an almighty person who was proficient in the principles of time and reincarnation. The big red bird's origin was not simple. It knew many secrets and knew about many mysterious places in the upper realm. That was why it brought Gu Xian'er here to try its luck, to see if it could find anything good. In the end, Gu Xian'er and it accidentally triggered the test array left behind by the previous owner of this place, and were trapped on the island. If not for Gu Xian'er's exceptional talent and strength, they would not have been able to break through these restrictions and array patterns in a short time. As for the rebirth pond, the big red bird only recognized it after looking at it for a long time. At first, it did not believe that a divine object like the rebirth pond would appear in such a place. One must know that even the existence of immortals had no secrets in front of the rebirth pond. Their past and future would be exposed. Now, Gu Xian'er was only a saint. Naturally, it could not escape the mysterious power of the rebirth pond. Why is it like this? Why is the future like this? However, at this moment, Gu Xian'er did not seem to have recovered from the state just now. It kept muttering, unable to imagine what it saw. Girl, what did you see? The big red bird moved over and asked in confusion. Gu Xian'er's face was pale. She seemed to be in pain. She shook her head. Suddenly, she grabbed the big red bird's wings and said, "Hurry up and tell me that everything I see is fake. None of it is real." The big red bird seemed to have a headache. What exactly did you see inside? Why are you reacting so strongly? This is indeed the pond of rebirth. It can reflect the future. Although you don't believe it, it is indeed true. Hearing the big red bird's words, Gu Xian'er seemed to deflate and slowly crouched down. Tears began to flow down her fairy-like face. Her appearance was heart-wrenching. This can't be real. Guchanga, how did he become like that? He won't do that. She muttered, but her voice trembled uncontrollably, as if she was in incomparable pain. Her voice carried a hint of sobbing. The future you saw is related to that guy Guchanga? After hearing these words, the big red bird seemed to immediately widen its eyes in shock. It was experienced and knowledgeable, and its origins were even more mysterious. However, it had never seen someone as unfathomable as Guchanga. It was to the extent where it couldn't even deduce him. That was why it had always wanted Gu Xian'er to stay away from Guchanga. It felt that Guchanga's intentions were impure, and that he was plotting something bad. However, Gu Xian'er didn't take its words to heart at all. Instead, she was extremely concerned about Guchanga, placing him in her heart. What exactly did you see inside the pond of rebirth? The big red bird's expression became serious as it asked again. Gu Xian'er shook her head. She didn't say much. Only after squatting for a while did she seem to have recovered. However, the rims of her eyes were still red. I am going to find him. She raised her beautiful little face and looked into the distance. Her porcelain-like skin was suffused with a sparkling luster. There were traces of tears that hadn't dried yet. Guchanga still didn't know that in a distant place, Gu Xian'er had seen a wisp of the future. Her emotions were greatly stirred and she was planning to look for him. Today, he was following Qing towards the arena in the depths of the Hundred Realms battlefields for Million Bird District. The color of the sky had darkened. The entire ancient city seemed extremely majestic and ancient. The various pavilions and halls were brightly lit. Brilliant multicolored light filled the air. The inns and restaurants on both sides were hung with lanterns. The flames were burning brightly, reflecting a kind of warm luster. Besides the cultivators who lived here, most of the people on the streets were patrolling guards who were in charge of maintaining the rules of this place. They rode terrifying fierce beasts and ran amok. All pedestrians had to avoid them. Actually, besides the fierce people who are accumulating points, there are also sinners sent here by various orthodoxies to atone for their crimes. On the way, Qing, who had put on a little makeup and a slender figure, was leading the way for Guchanga while explaining to him. There were actually many dungeons around the gladiator arena. There were many sinners from ancient aristocratic families, supreme sects, immemorial imperial clans, and even immortal orthodoxies. Because of some reason, they needed to obtain points in order to be pardoned and allowed to leave. Of course, there were also people who said that these people were the death knights of their orthodoxies. That's why they were specially trained in the arena. Here, these criminals kill each other for other cultivators to watch or bet on. Some of them are bought by customers and planted with slave imprints, making them slaves for the rest of their lives. Of course, there are also customers who personally enter the arena and fight with death row criminals to hone their life and death skills. Seeing Guchanga nod, Qing smiled and continued to explain. They walked along the main road of the city. Although it was night, the surroundings were brightly lit. Many of the patrolling guards recognized Qing, so they were shocked. They didn't expect that she would personally accompany another young man. Although Guchanga didn't use a secret technique to conceal his appearance, with his current realm, unless he wanted to, nobody could see his face. Although the patrolling guards couldn't see Guchanga's appearance, they could still faintly guess his identity from Qing's attitude. Their expressions were solemn and they didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. Guchanga appeared to be very casual about this. In fact, he did not want to be too high profile. Otherwise, if he caused a commotion here, it would be easy to alert the enemy. However, since he appeared in the Hundred Realms battlefield, the orthodoxies behind him should be keeping an eye on him. The arena was located in the deepest part of the city. It was actually an island where several formation grandmasters spent tens of thousands of years to seal the spiritual chi and the laws of the world. However, one would need to pass through a boundless lake on the way. There were many risks. It was said that the various powers behind the arena spent a lot of money to build it. They even engraved several powerful formation patterns. There were also many ferocious beasts in the lake. Even if a Saint Realm cultivator tried to break through, they would be seriously injured. As the night deepened, many silhouettes rushed over from all over the place. There were bursts of clouds that soared into the sky. Formation patterns lit up and flashed with killing intent. A layer of mist appeared on the surface of the lake, making it look like sparkling silver. Jade boats and phoenix boats flew past with great speed towards the small island at the center of the lake. Many cultivators were on their way as well. However, if one didn't have a certain level of cultivation, crossing the blue lake was very likely to be torn apart by the beasts in the water. Huge shadows swam under the water, waiting for an opportunity to devour people. Because of this, the cultivators were very cautious. If they accidentally fell into the water, nobody would save them. Among these cultivators, many came from the lower realms. They wanted to broaden their horizons and see how cruel the battles in the Hundred Realms battlefield were. A group of people from the Green Flood ancient world were here. There were Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the others from the profound Heavenly Rainbow sect. There were also young seeds from other powers. Their expressions were solemn as they were extremely careful. They chose to join the Vermilion Bird Square. They didn't want to clash with the ancient world that was hostile to them. Compared to the other squares, the Vermilion Bird Square was much more peaceful. It was said that this was because the ruler behind the Vermilion Bird Square was a woman. Compared to other rulers, her methods were much gentler. In a while, you guys will follow behind me. After entering the arena, just watch quietly. Remember, don't get into a conflict with others. No matter what happens, you have to be patient. Otherwise, if there's a life and death battle, I won't be able to protect you. Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the other young geniuses from the Green Flood ancient world were now following behind a man in a scholarly robe. The scholarly robed man's expression was very solemn. On the way here, he constantly warned everyone, worried that they would cause trouble here. He warned them again and again. He was incomparably cautious. Although his ancestor was related to the Green Flood ancient world and he received a lot of benefits from these people, he was still a nobody. But in the huge ancient world battlefield, he was just an insignificant minor character. He didn't dare to offend the others at all. The only thing he could do was be a guide. Right now, his palms were covered in cold sweat. He felt that there were a lot of thorns among the geniuses behind him. They could easily cause trouble. What made him most uneasy was that there were a few girls who were extremely beautiful. In the chaotic 100-realm battlefield, it was easy to attract the covetous eyes of other experts. Resources, cultivation methods, women, territory. These things had always been fought for in the 100-realm battlefield. As for the elders behind these geniuses, he couldn't count on them. Their cultivation wasn't enough. Is this the gladiator arena? Why does it look even more glorious than those romantic places from the outside? I've really broadened my horizons today. Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the others stepped on a jade ship and passed through the center of the lake. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone's eyes widened in shock. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. They even held their breaths, wondering if they had come to the wrong place. In front of them were palaces and pavilions. They seemed to be standing in the void, the aura of formation runes around them seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. There were a lot of cultivators coming and going in an endless stream. From the outside, it was difficult to combine this place with the arena and the death row. It was like a heavenly palace. Don't make a fuss. The spatial laws here are very mysterious. There's a universe inside. You'll know when you see it. The Confucian-robed man shook his head, ignoring the country bumpkins as he explained. Then he planned to lead the group inside. From the outside, one couldn't see anything special about the arena. Boom, at this time, while everyone was talking, a burst of aura rose from the east. A wave of sky-piercing aura came. Numerous young disciples, who had horns on their heads and wings on their backs, and looked very different from human beings, showed up on the jade boats and stepped onto the island. Each of them had a proud and faintly disdainful expression. They didn't put the surrounding cultivators in their eyes as they rampantly walked into the palace. They're from the ancient imperial clan. We should avoid them so as to avoid clashing with them. If that happens, we'll be the ones to regret it. Many cultivators were afraid and quietly retreated. They didn't expect this group of people to appear here. There were many powerful forces in the Vermilion Bird Square, and one of them was the ancient imperial clan. It wasn't a single clan, but many. Sometimes, even the successors of the great sects who came here to train were afraid of this group of people and didn't want to clash with them. Hurry up and move aside. Don't block their way. Otherwise, they won't be reasonable with you later. The group of geniuses from the green flood ancient world were still standing in the same place. They seemed to be sizing up this group of ancient imperial clan disciples. The Confucian-robed man's expression changed and turned pale. He hurriedly said, wanting them to move aside. Move aside? The group of geniuses from the green flood ancient world also reacted quickly and hurriedly moved aside. The reason why they were curious was because it was the first time they saw such a young ancient imperial clan member with such shocking vitality. In their world, only the ancient imperial clan with a bloodline that was countless times thinner than the ancient imperial clan could stand on their own. Their strength was extremely terrifying. The group of ancient imperial clan disciples in front of them all had unimaginably dense bloodlines. However, although they moved aside in time, they were still an eyesore in the eyes of the group of ancient imperial clan disciples behind them. They were much slower. Where did these insects come from? How dare they block our way? An extremely tall and sturdy young man who looked like a golden rhinoceros said coldly with a flash of killing intent in his eyes. He was extremely cold. In their eyes, the group of geniuses from the lower world in front of them were insects. They were even inferior to ants. They actually dared to block the way and obstruct them from entering the arena. They were simply courting death. He's going to kill us. Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the others' expressions changed when they felt the terrifying killing intent enveloping them. Everyone couldn't help but tremble as their souls turned cold. The Confucian-robed man's face turned pale and he couldn't help but tremble. Oh no, we're in big trouble, the tall and sturdy man among the group of ancient imperial clan disciples snorted coldly. He was from the ancient barbarian elephant clan and his strength was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, he swept his long trunk, and it was as if a mountain had turned around. It contained shocking power. A genius from the green flood ancient world who couldn't dodge in time exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a boom. He didn't even have time to scream. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed drastically and they hurriedly moved aside, afraid that they would be implicated. They looked at the group of geniuses from the lower world with pity and sympathy in their eyes. They couldn't blame others for this. They could only say that they were too unlucky to have angered the group of ancient imperial clan disciples. At this time, no one could protect them. Although the Green Flood ancient realm could barely be considered famous among the hundreds of lower realms, its overall strength was ranked in the top 30. But compared to the ancient imperial clan, it could only be described as insignificant. The two simply couldn't be compared. Not to mention the fact that these young disciples of the ancient imperial clan represented more than just a single clan. In the Hundred Realms battlefield, there was no cultivator who didn't fear them. Although the situation in the Vermilion Bird Square was relatively peaceful compared to the Azure Dragon Square and the White Tiger Square, there were fewer fights. But this didn't mean that this place represented absolute peace. The law of the jungle and life and death battles were common in the eyes of the cultivators here, and they'd long since become accustomed to it. Although Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the others from the Green Flood ancient realm only blocked the path of the group of ancient imperial clan disciples. In the eyes of many people, this wasn't a big deal. But in the eyes of the group of ancient imperial clan disciples, this was a provocation. Such a lowly worm actually dared to block their path and block their way into the arena. Even if they killed these insects, it wasn't enough to quell the anger in their hearts. Brother Zhao, Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and the others looked at their fellow disciples behind them. They didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, they would be ruthlessly killed by the other party. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, turning into a bloody mist. They didn't even have time to scream. This caused their eyes to turn red. They clenched their fists and trembled from anger and helplessness. The other young geniuses from the Green Flood ancient realm were also frightened by this sudden scene. Their faces turned pale and their lips trembled. Many of the women's faces turned pale as they trembled incessantly. Some of the more timid ones even felt their legs go soft and they fell to the ground. In the Green Flood ancient realm, they were young geniuses revered by countless people. They had boundless glory and were hard-pressed to find a match for them. As long as someone mentioned their title, they would be in awe. But after arriving in the upper realms, they could only be lowly ants. Their life and death were controlled by others. They didn't even have the qualifications to resist. Falling from the clouds to dust was something they weren't willing to accept. Damned bug, how dare you splash blood on my clothes? You guys should go down and accompany him. Among the ancient theocrats, an extremely arrogant golden-robed man frowned. Looking at the bloodstain on his clothes, his expression quickly turned cold. He had a pair of wings on his back, each golden feather shining brilliantly like divine swords. They contained a terrifying sharpness that seemed to be able to cut through the void. Many cultivators who recognized him shivered inwardly, understanding that this was a heavenly genius from the golden-winged Peng race, possessing terrifying talent. Although he couldn't compare to the descendants of this clan, he still couldn't be underestimated. Some of the older generation cultivators couldn't even gain the slightest advantage against him. When the other immemorial royal family disciples heard this, they also walked over and surrounded everyone from the green great ancient world. Their expressions were either mocking, disdainful, indifferent, or mocking. Not good, no one can leave now. The Confucian-robed man's complexion turned pale as he looked at this scene and fell to the ground. He was terrified to the extreme. In the Hundred Realms battlefield, he was just an insignificant person. How could he have the ability to become an enemy of the ancient theocrats? At this moment, he was completely disheartened. His heart was filled with regret. Why did he get greedy at that time and accept all the benefits? As a result, he attracted so much trouble. Now, he might even lose his life here. The surrounding cultivators also stood indifferently in the distance, quietly watching the situation. They just treated it as a lively scene. Many big shots were also watching indifferently in the dark. They didn't care about what was happening. In the Hundred Realms battlefield, lives were like grass, let alone cultivators from the lower realms. Without power or influence, they were doomed to live here. Their lives were not in their own hands. How can the heavenly geniuses of the upper realms decide the life and death of others so easily? Why don't you be reasonable? Just because I accidentally blocked your way? Compared to the other heavenly geniuses from the green great ancient world who were trembling in fear, Lu Ming was still rational. He took a deep breath and calmed his anger. Then he stared at the group of ancient theocrats in front of him and said in a deep voice. The pressure that the other party gave him was terrifying and dangerous. In some ways, this was the most terrifying opponent he had encountered so far. He could even hear the terrifying sound of the other party's blood flowing like lava. It was like thunder, causing his soul to tremble and his body to feel cold. There wasn't only one of these ancient theocrats. He didn't know if he was a match for them. Before this, he had never fought with someone from the ancient theocrats with such a rich and pure bloodline. A little bug like you dares to stop me? I think you're tired of living. The golden-feathered man's expression was indifferent and contemptuous. He glanced at Lu Ming with contempt, completely not putting the other party in his eyes. Naturally, he didn't put these heavenly geniuses from the lower realms in his eyes. It must be known that even the disciples of the great powers weren't his opponent. What's more, these ants from the lower realms didn't understand anything. He only needed one hand to crush all of them. The other ancient theocrats' disciples sneered when they saw this. They didn't hide the mockery on their faces. They looked at Lu Ming and the others as if they were looking at a group of prey waiting to be slaughtered. Don't go too far. Lu Ming's expression was slightly ugly. He looked around and saw that he was the only one who stood out among all the heavenly geniuses from the green flood ancient world. The others were all terrified and even trembling in fear. How could they have the courage to resist the ancient theocrats' disciples? However, at this moment, a slightly trembling but still pleasant voice sounded beside him. Do you really think that there's no one in the green flood ancient world? The young girl, Shui Yan, gritted her teeth and stood out resolutely. She was wearing a fiery red dress. Her black hair was like clouds, and her slender figure exuded a sense of heroism. Her beautiful face was also filled with anger as she glared at the ancient theocrats' disciples in front of her. Junior sister Shui Yan? Lu Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Shui Yan to stand out as well. This made him feel warm in his heart. The other heavenly geniuses from the green flood ancient world also looked ashamed when they saw this. However, they didn't have the courage to stand out in such a life and death situation. Oh, another idiot has stood out. You look pretty good. I can spare your life. It just so happens that I lack a female slave by my side. I didn't expect such a beautiful girl to be born in such a desolate lower realm. The golden-feathered man didn't expect that someone would dare to stand out and disobey him. He looked at the young girl, Shui Yan, in surprise. He had to admit that even though he was used to seeing beautiful girls, he couldn't help but be a little stunned at this moment. This kind of pure and unsullied elegance was a rare sight. Since Brother Jean likes this girl, we'll help you catch her. You can take her away when the time comes. Hearing this, the other ancient theocrats' disciples laughed and walked forward casually. They didn't take Lu Ming and the young girl Shui Yan seriously at all. While they were talking, one of them had already made his move. A dazzling brilliance spread out in his palm and released a dazzling Dao La divine chain that shot toward Lu Ming. The terrifying aura was like a thunderstorm that was about to drown all the heavenly geniuses from the green flood ancient world. It was suffocating. So powerful. Lu Ming's face changed. Although he had many extraordinary techniques and even a mysterious item to help him, he felt that he was at a disadvantage. But at this moment, he also felt the strain. There was a huge pressure that was like a terrifying demonic mountain shrouding over him. This was because the difference in strength between the two of them was too big. They weren't in the same realm at all. Boom, Lu Ming didn't have time to think and took out a silver shield. Streaks of purple lightning crackled as they condensed into a ferocious silver serpent. It opened its huge mouth and bit at the far ancient imperial family disciple. Is this the lower realms technique? How ridiculous. However, in the face of Lu Ming's powerful attack, the ancient theocrat's disciple only sneered in disdain. He continued to punch. His vast blood and chi were as terrifying as an erupting volcano. It directly caused the void to explode and spread out terrifying spiderweb-like cracks. Gotcha! The silver shield that Lu Ming took out to defend himself couldn't withstand the power of the punch at all. The silver snake collapsed and even the shield couldn't withstand it. It exploded into pieces in an instant. Oh no, I'm no match for this person. Unless, Lu Ming felt the terrifying difference in strength and his face changed drastically. He wanted to neutralize the shockwave. However, he was too slow. He took the punch and his ribs instantly cracked. His internal organs were almost all destroyed. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a broken sack. How unlucky. He didn't die. This guy can actually withstand my punch. He saw that Lu Ming was only sent flying with serious injuries and didn't explode into a cloud of blood like he had expected. The ancient theocrat's disciple who attacked had a slightly ugly expression. Senior brother Lu Ming, Shuiyan's face changed when she saw this. She didn't think too much about whether she was a match for this person and immediately took out a fiery red doctrine sword. Buzz, the sword emitted a dazzling brilliance as if a fire god had awakened and could burn everything. She charged towards the ancient theocrat's disciple in front of her. Her figure transformed and cold light intertwined. However, her opponent was obviously not a person who would go easy on her. His eyes were cold and his terrifying blood and chi surged like a little demon god. He threw out a punch that was filled with Dao inscriptions. It directly hit the fiery red doctrine sword and sent it flying. Shuiyan cried out and spurted out a mouthful of blood. She followed in Lu Ming's footsteps and was sent flying like a withered leaf. She fell miserably. Dark red blood spread out and made her dress look like it was on fire. Although the doctrine sword in her hand was a rare doctrine artifact that contained doctrine marks, it couldn't do much in the face of such a huge difference in strength. Why is it like this? Shuiyan coughed out another mouthful of blood. Her entire body was in intense pain and she felt as if her internal organs had shifted positions. If it wasn't for the mysterious soft armor, she would have exploded into a bloody mist under this punch. At this moment, she deeply experienced the terrifying cruelty of the upper realm. Here, she was no longer the prideful girl that countless people worshipped. She was even worse than an ordinary female cultivator. Just as Shuiyan struggled to stand up, she was stunned. Suddenly, she was a little stunned. Her eyes widened slightly as she discovered something strange. The entrance of the arena that was extremely noisy and the center of the lake that was not far away suddenly quietened down. It even seemed a little dead. All the cultivators and living beings that were watching the commotion in the surroundings also stopped talking. The expressions on their faces were extremely shocked, as if they had seen something inconceivable. They appeared very uneasy. The far ancient imperial family disciple who had attacked her earlier paled as well. His entire body was trembling and he couldn't help but retreat. Then, he fell to the ground with a thud. His face was ashen. Many of his companions from the ancient theocrats also changed drastically and lost all color in their faces. Someone even directly knelt in her direction with a thud and said with a trembling voice, "We didn't mean to disturb, what happened?" Shuiyan was very confused and tried her best to turn her head and look behind her. Only then did she discover a delicate girl with a frosty expression standing behind her. There seemed to be a terrifying murderous aura condensing on her body, causing everyone to involuntarily shiver. Beside the delicate girl stood a white-robed man whose appearance couldn't be seen clearly. He seemed to be shrouded in fog like a young god. Only a pair of deep and calm eyes could be vaguely seen. They were as vast as a deep universe that could reflect the past, present, and future. In those eyes, Shuiyan even saw herself and all living beings in the world. She almost lost herself in them. His cultivation was simply unfathomable and indescribably terrifying. She didn't dare to think about it. She shuddered violently. "You really deserve to die. You actually dared to bring that bug here and disturb the young master." Qing's eyes were cold and filled with terrifying killing intent as she stared at the ancient theocrat's disciple who attacked her. Her identity wasn't a secret in the Vermilion Bird Square. Naturally, the group of ancient theocrat's disciples recognized her. They weren't stupid. They understood that the only person in the 100 Realms battlefield who would accompany Qing like this was the person who appeared yesterday. At this moment, their hearts were filled with regret and fear. They didn't expect that the damned girl in red would fall in front of that person and block his path. So it turns out that I was blocking the path of those two. Shui Yan looked at the scene in front of her in shock. She couldn't tell what kind of mood she was in at this moment. In the depths of the Vermilion Bird Square, there was a magnificent palace surrounded by clouds. It was like a fairyland. The blue lake was as if it had just been washed. Under the moonlight, it appeared even more limpid and translucent. However, right now, it was deathly still. All the cultivators and living beings widened their eyes as they watched this scene in shock and horror. Qingruo's identity wasn't a secret in the Vermilion Bird Square or even the entire Hundred Realms battlefield. Many of the cultivators and living beings who had stayed here for a period of time actually recognized her. However, such a person who could be called the young miss of the Hundred Realms battlefield was actually accompanying a young man. Therefore, when combined with what happened in Suppressing World City yesterday, the identity of this white-clothed man was self-evident. Xianxia. Young Lord Xianxia, why is he here? Many cultivators' minds were buzzing at this moment. Their eyes widened as they felt that this was too inconceivable. No one would have thought that one day, they would actually see Gu Xianxia in person under such circumstances. It's really young Lord Xianxia. Something big has happened. Many of the great figures in the dark held their breaths. Then, they didn't dare to hide anymore and hurriedly revealed themselves with respectful expressions. To be blunt, Gu Xianxia was the most powerful person in the upper realm. There was no one who could compare to him. He only needed to say one word to change the world in the upper realm. Even the holy lords of the imperishable sects and supreme Taoism would have to be respectful in front of him. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even be able to stand in front of him. This group of arrogant and despotic ancient imperial clan disciples was the best proof of this. They actually dared to beat the girl in the red dress in front of Gu Xianxia, blocking his way into this place. In everyone's eyes, this was courting death. For a time, the cultivators present looked at the group of ancient imperial clan disciples with sympathy and schadenfreude. Usually, they were so rampant. But today, they finally hit an iron plate. Let's see how they can continue to be arrogant. What's going on? Why did the attitude of this group of ancient imperial family disciples suddenly change so much? Just who are this girl and the white-cloaked man? The people from the green flood ancient world, who had been waiting for their deaths, were also stunned by this sudden scene. Everyone widened their eyes and looked behind them with puzzlement. In their opinion, this was a situation of certain death. Even if the elders behind them stepped in, they would absolutely not be able to save them. But judging from the current situation, the group of far ancient imperial family disciples had an incomparably terrified expression, as if they had offended some extremely terrifying character. I unintentionally disturbed young Master Xianxia. Young Master Xianxia, please be magnanimous and spare our lives. In front of the arena, the group of ancient imperial family disciples stared at Gu Xianxia, their faces deathly pale. They were so scared that their souls were about to fly out of their bodies. The ancient imperial family disciple who had attacked Shui Yan earlier was paralyzed on the ground. His face was deathly pale, as if all the blood had drained from it. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Even if the patriarch behind him stepped in, he would not dare to save him. Despair filled his face. You're courting death. No one can save you today. Qingru coldly looked at the ancient imperial family disciple who had attacked her earlier. She didn't even give any orders. Her many subordinates who had been secretly following her immediately stepped forward. They turned into shadows and swept over, instantly taking away the ancient imperial family disciple in front of her. Accompanied by a series of terrified and despairing screams, a splash sounded from the mirror-like lake in the distance. Suddenly, blood splashed out. Terrifying fierce beasts leaped out from the depths of the lake like sharks that had smelled blood. They opened their bloody mouths and bit down on the ancient imperial family disciple. The terrifying force of the bite was like a mountain range crushing down. In an instant, the bones and organs were bitten apart and ground into a bloody mist. He died just like that. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but shiver. They were as silent as cicadas in winter. Perhaps there were even more fierce beasts living in the depths of the lake. The ancient imperial family disciple who was incomparably arrogant and tyrannical just a moment ago had become food for these fierce beasts. Not even his corpse was left intact. The other ancient imperial family disciples paled. They were also incomparably frightened. They were worried that they would be caught and fed to these fierce beasts like their companion. Young master, how do we deal with them? Xianxia grew up in the 100 Realms battlefield. Naturally, she wasn't a pushover. She had seen all kinds of life and death battles. Killing these primordial imperial family disciples was nothing to her. Moreover, she had Xianxia backing her up today. Even if she killed an ancient imperial family disciple or an elder, she wouldn't bat an eyelid. While asking, she coldly swept her gaze over the cultivators in front of her. Even some big shots didn't dare to look her in the eyes. One by one, they lowered their heads. Forget it. Since they didn't do it intentionally, I won't kill them. I'm not a bloodthirsty person, so I'll spare their lives. Hearing this, Xianxia gently shook his head. His expression didn't change much. He originally planned to watch the show from afar. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. But he didn't expect the girl in the red dress to be sent flying and fall in front of him. If it was before, Xianxia would have been interested in the other young man. After all, he was a genuine child of destiny. His level of destiny wasn't too low. It had already reached the blue level. However, now that his cultivation had reached this level, he really didn't care about ordinary sons of Providence. Even if he killed it, he wouldn't get much luck or destiny points, and the system's presence was getting lower and lower. Many thanks to young Master Xianxia for your magnanimity. On the other side, hearing Xianxia spare their lives, the group of ancient imperial family disciples felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They immediately knelt down in gratitude. They also hated their companion who was thrown into the lake to feed the beasts. If it weren't for the other party, they wouldn't have offended Xianxia for no reason. The surrounding cultivators originally thought that there would be a good show to watch. They didn't expect Xianxia to let the group of ancient imperial family disciples go so easily. This made them feel disappointed. Then, because of Xianxia's appearance, many of the big shots also came over. Whether Xianxia was willing or not, they all came to pay him a visit. They didn't want to leave a bad impression on him. Naturally, there were also people who were curious about why Xianxia suddenly appeared in the 100 Realms battlefield. Why did he come to the arena? Could it be that he really came here to pick a follower or a servant? Everyone had their own guesses. Their mood was quite complicated. Many of the cultivators in the dark were also quietly spreading the news of this place to the people behind them. The Vermilion Bird Square was very big. There were also many forces in the dark. They were intertwined and depended on each other. Their allegiance was also different. Thank you, Lord. Lord, for saving my life. Shui Yan, who understood that the crisis had been resolved, quickly reacted and hurriedly cupped her hands in thanks to Xianxia behind her. She didn't know how to address Xianxia. She originally wanted to call him young master, but she was worried that the other party would think that she was trying to curry favor with him. Many thanks for saving our lives, sir. We are very grateful. The other young geniuses of the ancient green flood domain quickly reacted and ran over to express their gratitude. They weren't stupid. They could see that Xianxia's identity was terrifying. They were afraid that he was the person they saw at the city gates. He was the person who pulled the 9 dragons into the city. Therefore, even if they knew that Xianxia didn't do anything, they still didn't want to let go of this opportunity to speak to him. I'm so lucky to be saved by young Master Xianxia. This is unbelievable. The man in a scholarly robe, who had thought that he would die a horrible death tonight, was extremely excited. The people of the ancient green flood domain didn't know Xianxia's identity, but he knew. We're saved. In the distance, Lu Ming, whose entire body was in severe pain and dyed red with blood, walked over shakily, his face full of disbelief. He was prepared to fight to the death, but he did not expect the disciples of the ancient royal family to be so unlucky to have offended the mysterious and terrifying sir in front of him. A bunch of lowly insects. Don't bother young master here. Get lost. You're lucky to have met young master here tonight. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died, Xianxia said coldly. She glanced at the people of the ancient green flood domain in front of her. She did not treat them as equals at all. Regardless of whether it was her or the other cultivators, they treated the geniuses of the lower domain as if they were insignificant ants. They would not treat them well. In her opinion, these little bugs were not qualified to talk to Xianxia at all. Qing, don't be rude. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled and waved his hand to interrupt her. He looked at the girl in the red dress in front of him and said, "This is the world. The strong preys on the weak, and the survival of the fittest. If you don't want to end up like you did today one day, being reduced to a knife and at the mercy of others just because you blocked the path of others, then you should first train your fist a little bigger. At least you won't fall as badly as today." As he spoke, he took out a clean handkerchief and handed it to the girl in front of him. Thank you for your warning, sir." The girl stared at the handkerchief in front of her in a daze, and her eyes widened. Her face, which was pale because of her serious injuries, suddenly turned red and she was at a loss. She did not expect Xianxia to take the initiative to warn her and even hand her a clean handkerchief to wipe the blood at the corner of her mouth. All the surrounding cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief. They could not believe what they were seeing. After regaining their senses, everyone looked at Shui Yan with envy and jealousy. Even Qing was extremely envious. She could not understand why young Master Xianxia would say such words to such a small insect and even hand her a handkerchief. Could it be because this girl was beautiful? However, one had to know that there was no lack of beautiful women in the upper realm. Junior sister Shui Yan, Lu Ming, who was limping over in the distance, was also shocked when he saw this scene. An inexplicable anger rose in his heart. It was reasonable to say that because of their relationship with Xianxia, they were saved and survived. He should be deeply grateful to Xianxia, but for some reason, there was an unspeakable hostility in his heart. It was as if the two were destined to clash. Especially after seeing such a scene. Thank you, sir." Under the envious gazes of her companions, Shui Yan reacted and carefully received the handkerchief in front of her. In her opinion, this wasn't a simple handkerchief. After all, this was given to her by Xianxia in front of everyone's eyes. Although she did not know about Xianxia's identity, she knew that it was only natural. But looking at the expressions of the people around her, she understood that after tonight, nobody in the 100 Realms battlefield would dare to make things difficult for her. Even those big shots of high status were now giving her a kind smile. For a moment, Shui Yan was in a daze. How could she be so lucky? While she was in a daze, Xianxia took Qing and walked past her, heading towards the depths of the palace. It was as if he was giving alms to a little beggar on the street. Unexpectedly, Shui Yan didn't know where her courage came from. She turned her head and asked Xianxia, "May I ask sir's name? If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay sir's kindness." After saying this, she felt her heart beating wildly. She was incomparably nervous. She felt that with her lowly status, she shouldn't ask such a question. Hearing her words, everyone was envious. She was inexplicably valued by Xianxia and didn't even know his name. How lucky was she? Even if her ancestors' graves emitted smoke, it was still far from enough. "Oh? There's no need to repay me." Xianxia smiled faintly when he heard this. He didn't turn his head as he casually said, "As for my name, I think someone will tell you." After that, an envoy from the arena respectfully walked over and led them inside. Why is he doing this? In the distance, a slender figure wearing a bamboo hat and black clothes was paying attention to this scene. When she saw Xianxia enter the depths of the palace, she silently withdrew her gaze. She could vaguely see a shadow of herself in the red-dressed girl. At that time, she also came from the lower realms and was looked down upon by many cultivators. If she wasn't valued by Xianxia, who knows how many grievances and humiliation she would have suffered. Young master, when she thought of this, the expression in her eyes became more painful and conflicted. Then, a hint of hostility appeared and gradually covered the remaining clarity. On the other side, under the guidance of the person arranged by Qing, Xianxia quickly entered the inner palace. It was completely different from the pavilions outside. This was a roundabout underground passage, layers of stairs led to the inside. Spirit oil lamps were lit on both sides, and the atmosphere was a little dead. The location of the arena was obviously underground. The walls here are engraved with formation patterns. At the critical moment, they will erupt with great power. They can trap Saint Realm cultivators and also prevent accidents. Xianxia saw Guchang's gaze fall on it, so she explained. Such a layout is quite deep. Guchanga nodded and casually glanced around. The range was more than 1,000 miles. The layout was similar to the Colosseum. There were seats on both sides. However, there was a special barrier in the middle, so it was impossible to see the situation on both sides. No one would have thought that such a large arena would be hidden on such an elegant and quiet island. The number of death row prisoners and cultivators who died here every day could be said to be countless. As for why he wanted to help the girl in the red dress just now, he just wanted to see if something interesting would happen between the destined girl and the original protagonist after his interference. After all, what he did just now was Guchanga's bad taste. The arena was extremely large, containing a heaven and earth within. Spatial fluctuations pervaded the air. Both sides of the arena were filled with cultivators from all over the world. They stared excitedly at the arena in front of them. It was very lively. Although the seats were isolated by a layer of special spirit array, in the eyes of cultivators with profound cultivation bases, this barrier naturally didn't exist. They could easily spy on the movements of the surrounding cultivators. However, doing so would be seen as a provocation in the eyes of some of the old monsters. Therefore, if it wasn't necessary, no cultivator would be stupid enough to do so. After learning of Guchanga's appearance, the person in charge of the arena personally came and arranged the best seat for him so that he could see the situation in the arena. Inside the room, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Many beautiful maids came to serve tea as well as various sparkling and translucent spirit fruits. Not far away, many big shots intentionally or unintentionally approached Guchanga's seat. They wanted to know why he came to the 100 Realms battlefield. In their view, Guchanga's every move had an unusual meaning. They needed to carefully analyze it. When the time comes, the person in charge of the arena will open the entrances on both sides of the arena and release the prisoners and criminals who participated in the fight. Sometimes, he will introduce the origin and strength of the two participants to the audience so that the audience can place bets. Sometimes, the disciples of the great sects will directly buy the prisoners or criminals. However, the main purpose of many people participating in the arena is to get points. The Vermilion Bird Lane, the Azure Dragon Lane, the White Tiger Lane. Behind them, there is a points hall that specializes in exchanging points for various divine abilities and cultivation methods. Many ancient and forbidden techniques that have been lost in the outside world can be found here. Therefore, many cultivators think of ways to come here to try their luck. Maybe they can exchange for a holy scripture or a supreme technique. In the private room, immortal mist lingered, blocking the view of the surroundings with a curtain. Guchanga sat behind the curtain, holding a white jade teacup and gently blowing the steam on its surface. His expression was very leisurely. Xianxia explained to him while looking at the arena below. She ordered the person in charge to bring the list of people who would be participating in tonight's deathmatch. The 100 Realms Great War had not yet begun. Therefore, even if many of the geniuses from the lower realms appeared here, they would not participate in this battle. They only wanted to experience the cruelty of this place before 533. Would the headquarters of the Hell and Buddha really be hiding here? When Guchanga heard what Xianxia said, he was thinking about something else. His purpose in coming to the 100 Realms battlefield was to find Hell and Buddha's headquarters and then eliminate them. As for the outcome of the various lower realms, it was not within his scope of consideration. Young master, the cultivators on the list are all those who will be participating in tonight's battle. Some are prisoners on death row in Vermilion Bird Lane, while others are prodigies from the outside world who came here to seek tempering. Very soon, Xianxia received the name list of all the participants in the Vermilion Bird Square main city's battle arena. She presented the jade slip in front of Guchanga. The territory of the 100 Realms battlefield was incomparably vast, and the cultivators there were all sorts of people. Even though she was the young mistress of the business alliance of the 10,000 Daos, she could not guarantee that the list in her hand was complete. Therefore, after a few glances, Guchanga put it down. This list alone wasn't enough for him to determine the location of the Hell and Buddha, let alone their contact points and headquarters. This difficulty was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Maybe I need to change my method. If the hell and Buddha are smart, they should be alert to my intentions and not reveal any clues. At this time, the deeper I dig, the harder it will be to find any clues. Xianxia frowned and suddenly thought of another possibility. The Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion's rise in recent years was like a wildfire that was hard to stop. The hell and Buddha had long regarded it as a thorn in their side. They couldn't wait to get rid of it. Therefore, they must have investigated the origin of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion and even tried to infiltrate it. The business alliance of the 10,000 Daos had a close relationship with the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. The masters behind the hell and Buddha were bound to connect the two. There were too many shadows behind the business alliance of the 10,000 Daos. Actually, the hell and Buddha had already noticed me when I showed up here. Too much investigation would be counterproductive, so it's better to go with the flow and do the opposite. Xianxia shook his head gently and sighed in his heart. He thought of a loophole that he had not noticed before. When he put it this way, he realized that he had underestimated the situation. After all, the hell and Buddha had been able to avoid the revenge of countless orthodoxies for so many eras. Naturally, they had their own way of settling down. He had underestimated these two forces too much. That was why he had come to this place so brazenly, but he had neglected the foundation of his life of being cautious and cautious. Take the hell as an example. It was said that there were 10 halls in the hell, and each hall had its own duties. They were in charge of the assassination and shady transactions in the upper realm. 30 million years ago, the Hell Hall Master, who was King Qingguang, was attacked by a powerful enemy at Mangyin Mountain and was severely injured. Because of this incident, the Hell Hall almost fell apart. Even the infernal judge, Granny Meng, Black and White Impermanence, and other high-ranking officials in charge of life and death were killed by the other palaces of hell. Because of this incident, the orthodoxies in the upper realm discovered that the Hell Hall was not very stable. They had their differences and were not united. Of course, this was something that Xianxia saw in the ancient records of the Gu family. Later on, the Lord of Hell established a new rule and established a new Hell Hall. Even King Qingguang was personally chosen by the Lord of Hell from among his disciples. Now that 30 million years had passed, if the Hell Hall had not changed its master, King Qingguang's cultivation would have already surpassed the average Dao enlightened expert. The other hall masters were even more unfathomable. Not to mention, the Lord of Hell had never changed his position. The Lord of Hell has lived for at least several eras. Such a person is unlikely to act recklessly. Any movement that would affect his plans would fall into his eyes. Xianxia put down his cup. He was more interested in this matter. He underestimated the Lord of Hell. He was afraid that the Lord of Hell had already tightened his grip on the 100 Realms battlefield. If he wanted to follow the vine to the melon, it would be difficult to solve this matter before the wedding. It just so happens that all the powers are guessing my intentions. Let's play a game. Xianxia smiled faintly as he looked at the arena outside. Fences made of special divine gold were slowly being pulled up. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, two figures slowly walked into the arena and began their terrifying battle. In the spectator stands, all the cultivators and living beings stared at the scene before them. Their eyes flickered with bloodthirst, excitement, and excitement. Some revealed uneasiness and worry. There were all kinds of expressions. After the host of the arena announced the rules and the purpose of the two people's arrival, the battle finally began. Brilliant and dazzling brilliance filled the air. Formation runes spread out like restrictions, sealing off the surrounding void in an instant. All kinds of terrifying killing moves crisscrossed. Divine flames surged, sword chi split the air, and blood mist filled the air. The scene was incomparably terrifying. If it weren't for the formation engraved here, the shockwaves from the battle would have been enough to destroy the space here. It has to be said that the cultivators who dared to enter the arena weren't ordinary people. At the very least, it would be difficult to find an opponent in the same realm. The two people fought back and forth for hundreds of rounds. It was incomparably tragic. One of the people's body was torn apart. Blood spurted out like a fountain. However, his expression didn't change as he continued to fight. Such a shocking and tragic scene made many people who came here for the first time tremble. They couldn't calm down for a long time. In front of the audience, the person in charge of the arena was betting. Piles of spirit stones, saint medicines, and even cultivation methods were placed on the stage. Divine light shone in all directions, causing the eyes of many cultivators to turn red. They were incomparably eager. The battle between the two people in the arena wasn't just about their life and death. For the spectators, it was about indescribable wealth. Why are the two people in today's battle so terrifying? If it was in the past, they would be able to hold down the fort. Could it be that because of young Master Xianxia, the owner of the arena arranged for these experts to come here in advance? Many important figures frowned slightly as they watched the frightening battle taking place in the arena. They could be considered to be frequent guests of this place, so they were already used to this kind of killing. In their opinion, this should be the last battle. But today, they saw it in the first battle. This made them speculate. Could it be that Xianxia came to the 100 Realms battlefield to pick death row prisoners? Is this the battle we're going to face? The people from the green flood ancient world looked at the terrifying battle in the arena. Their expressions were somewhat sluggish. They didn't dare to believe it. Many people quietly swallowed their saliva to calm themselves down. Under such a terrifying battle, they did not have the slightest chance of surviving, let alone obtaining a good ranking and obtaining the fate of the realm. This was simply unrealistic. At this moment, they even wanted to give up and return to their original world. The upper realm was too terrifying and cruel. It simply didn't belong to frogs at the bottom of a well like them. I need this kind of tempering to become stronger. However, compared to the fear of the crowd, Lu Ming, who had recovered from his injuries, was full of fighting spirit. He clenched his fists. He thought about a lot of things. The reason why he was humiliated and looked down upon was because he was too weak. Facing this kind of opportunity to temper himself, how could he easily give it up? Junior sister Shui Yan, with many thoughts in his mind, Lu Ming couldn't help but turn his head to look at Shui Yan, who was still in a trance. Ever since she was saved, Shui Yan had been absent-minded. She had a lot of things on her mind. Lu Ming knew that this was because of the big shot called Xianxia. They had already learned a lot about Xianxia from the Confucian-robed man. It was impossible for them not to be shocked. Until now, their scalps were still numb. Lu Ming also understood why the group of arrogant and despotic far ancient royal family disciples had such an attitude in the end. It was because such a person stood at the top of the upper realm and looked down on the heavens. He could decide the life and death of thousands of worlds with a single word. He could change the upper realm with a single word. To put it bluntly, he could destroy the green flood ancient world behind them with a single thought. Such a person had interacted with them and even spoke a few words to junior sister Shui Yan. This was simply unimaginable. It was like a dream. Before this, the Confucian-robed man had a cold and aloof attitude towards them. But now, he was trying to curry favor with junior sister Shui Yan. Those big shots in the Vermilion Bird Pavilion had also sent people to deliver many good things to junior sister Shui Yan to express their goodwill. The news here had already spread to the encampment behind them. They believed that the few elders were also on their way here. It could be said that they were wild with joy. "Senior brother Lu Ming, are you calling me?" Shui Yan, who had been in a trance, heard Lu Ming's voice and regained her senses. She looked at him and asked. Until now, she still felt that it was a little unreal. Even in the green flood ancient world, she was the daughter of a sect master and was sought after by countless people. But she still felt that it was all a dream. It was unbelievable. "Junior sister, Lu Ming was a little stunned. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face and he fell silent. He had a lot of things to say, but for some reason, he couldn't say anything. It was as if the junior sister in front of him was separated by an endless distance. He was no longer familiar with her. "Miss Shui Yan, let me tell you this. Since that individual has already noticed you, you must definitely think of a way to come into contact with him again. To you, the sect behind you, and even the world that you're in, it will be endlessly beneficial. You don't even need to participate in the 100 Realms battlefield. You can easily obtain the destiny of your realm." The Confucian-robed man didn't notice the change in Lu Ming's expression. He still had a flattering smile on his face as he gave advice to Shui Yan. But when he heard these words, Lu Ming couldn't help but clench his fists under his sleeves. What did he take Junior's sister Shuiyan for? Was he planning to get her to curry favor with that person? Soon, the first battle in the arena ended. The winner lived and the loser died. They also took all the points of the other side. Behind the fence, another death row prisoner appeared and began the second battle. And so on. Xianxia watched the fourth battle. In the end, he shook his head regretfully and left. The people who were paying attention to his actions were shocked. They felt that Xianxia came here to pick something. The scene of Xianxia getting up and leaving was noticed by almost everyone in the arena. Many people came here tonight because they heard about Xianxia's appearance. Since he wasn't interested in staying, they naturally didn't want to stay either. From Xianxia's attitude tonight, many people guessed that he came here to pick some battle-hardened death row prisoners or servants. After all, with Xianxia's current status, he wouldn't be interested in ordinary Heaven's Pride followers. The followers that he wanted to choose were at least at the Saint Realm, or even at the Quasi-Supreme Realm. Even in the 100 Realms battlefield, Quasi-Supremes were extremely rare and hard to find. Of course, this was the opinion of everyone. As for the truth of the matter, no one knew. After Xianxia left, the eyes of the host in charge of the arena moved slightly. He quietly passed down an order for the death row prisoners to not go on stage. Did that person leave? The people from the green flood ancient realm were also surprised. Xianxia wasn't from the same world as them, so they didn't dare to have any other fantasies. They just couldn't help but look at Shuiyan and feel envious of her. Soon, news about this place was passed back by the spies of the various powers. Many Heaven's Prides who felt that they were strong began to rub their hands together. They were eager to participate in this battle and become Xianxia's follower. Xianxia's undercurrent had already swept through the entire 100 Realms battlefield. Besides the Vermilion Bird Square, the other squares, such as the Azure Dragon Square, the White Tiger Square, and the Underworld Net Square also received the news. Could it be that Xianxia came here to pick followers? Are we being too cautious? Or is he doing this just to deceive people? Does he have an ulterior motive? In the depths of the 100 Realms battlefield, there was an extremely dark palace. Several terrifying figures shrouded in a monstrous fog stood there. Their eyes were flickering as terrifying scenes played out. The moon sank, the stars were destroyed, and the world was collapsing. Their cultivations were extremely terrifying, boundless and boundless. It was as if one was situated in a Wangyang abyss, endless and boundless. Beneath their feet were piles of white bones. There were the skulls of saints from the ancient era, as well as the corpses of supreme beings from the recent era and the bones of those who had attained the Tao. Every single one of them was crystalline, translucent, and hard like divine iron. Moreover, divinity that hadn't dispersed suffused them. To the assassins who walked in the dark, every piece of bone here represented a glorious achievement. The owner of each and every bone had an illustrious status and origin. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to be listed in this hall as part of the collection. There were a total of 10 halls in Hell, and each hall was located in a mysterious space. Even the hall masters could not find each other's spatial coordinates. This was also the reason why Hell had been able to avoid being hunted down and annihilated by various orthodoxies since ancient times. But today's gathering of 6 hall masters of the 10 halls could be counted on one hand in the history of the infernal realm. Moreover, every time, it was because of a major event that concerned the life and death of Hell. We can't rush this matter. We don't know why Xianxia is here, so it's best if we don't act rashly. The energy behind Xianxia is too terrifying. If we were to confront it head-on, we would only end up with our bodies smashed to pieces. A terrifying figure shrouded in black fog spoke. His entire body was filled with endless blood and murderous intent. His eyes were deep, but he appeared to be extremely cautious. Hell had made countless enemies since its existence. If the location of its headquarters was suddenly exposed, it would inevitably be hunted down and annihilated by various orthodoxies. This was not a situation they wanted to see. If he's only here to pick followers, then it's fine. I'm afraid he has other plans. If the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion has nothing to do with him, I don't believe it. Another hall master spoke. His figure was also shrouded in fog, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Beside him, there was a vast wave of mana and murderous intent intertwining. Hell's 10 great hall masters were all people with monstrous killing intent. The number of cultivators who died in their hands was innumerable. Everyone who reached this point naturally wasn't simple. They were extremely cautious and wouldn't take risks easily. If it was someone else, they would naturally have the means to make them disappear silently from the 100 Realms battlefield. However, it just so happened that this person was Xianxia. Her strength was so strong that there were probably not many people in the upper realm who could contend against her. Even if he was heavily injured, he could still fight against several black-clothed experts in the Great Immortal Dynasty. They didn't dare to have such thoughts at all. It's a pity that the Hall Masters haven't reached that level yet. Otherwise, the 10 of us could join forces and lay down the heavenly extinguishing hell immortal evil formation. We're sure to be able to fight Xianxia. If we can kill Xianxia, hell's prestige would return to its peak. Why should we be afraid of him? At this time, a hall master who hadn't spoken until now shook his head regretfully. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. The heavenly extinguishing hell immortal evil formation was a secret of hell that had been passed down since ancient times. However, it required the cooperation of the 10 great hall masters to maintain it. Its power was unimaginable. It could even kill immortals. But 30 million years ago, the previous hall master was ambushed and was heavily injured. Later, his whereabouts were unknown. The current hall master was much weaker than the previous hall master. It was difficult for him to maintain the heavenly extinguishing hell immortal evil formation. Of course, they didn't want to have a conflict with Xianxia until the last moment. Just as the hall masters of hell were discussing how to solve this problem, the hall masters of hell, east of the Vermilion Bird Square, in a pavilion. The people from the green flood ancient world returned from the arena. After explaining to the elders behind them, they returned to their own courtyards and planned to rest. After Lu Ming returned to his room, he carefully looked around. After confirming that no one was around, he closed all the doors and windows. At the same time, he set up a restriction to prevent prying. You promised me that when I came to the upper realm, you would give me a great opportunity. Lu Ming's expression became very calm. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but it was more like he was talking to someone else. I didn't expect that I would return to the upper realm one day. I really didn't expect it. Just as Lu Ming finished speaking, a ball of misty light suddenly lit up under his sleeve. Then, a piece of broken stone that looked like a crystal and like amber appeared. It was extremely dazzling and brilliant. There was an unpredictable fluctuation in this piece of broken stone. It reflected the void here and made it look very mysterious. At the same time, a middle-aged man's voice was heard. It sounded very calm, but also very weathered, as if he had experienced the world. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was already used to it. His expression was very calm as he said, "Senior, you promised me that if I could come to the upper realm, you would give me a great opportunity. Senior, don't tell me you have forgotten?" This piece of broken stone was found by him when he was young. One day, it suddenly streaked across the night sky like a meteor and smashed into the backyard. In the beginning, this mysterious piece of broken stone would attract the spirit chi of his cultivation. Then, it would feed him more pure and profound dharmic powers. Because of this relationship, Lu Ming, who was born in a small place, had an extremely solid cultivation foundation since he was young. Even when he faced the disciples of the major sects later on, such as the young girl Shui Yan, he still had the strength to fight. To put it bluntly, his achievements today were inseparable from this mysterious piece of broken stone. Later on, by chance, he found that this mysterious piece of broken stone actually contained an internal space. In this mysterious space, the flow of time was very slow. Usually, he would need to spend a few months or even a year to study the secret manuals of cultivation methods. It had only been less than half a month since the outside world had entered this mysterious space. Because of all these reasons, Lu Ming's cultivation was like the help of God. His reputation rose, and he became a slightly famous genius in that place. Later on, he joined the sect that Shui Yan belonged to and obtained the qualifications to enter the upper realm to participate in the 100 Realms Great War. Of course, he'd only found out that there was actually a wisp of a remnant soul hidden within the shattered rock space after he joined the sect that the young woman, Shui Yan, was from not too long ago. Begging for fresh flowers at that time, this remnant soul had tried to seize his body, but because his body was too weak, it was unable to accommodate that remnant soul, so he had no choice but to give up. Although Lu Ming was lucky enough to survive, he was still extremely wary of that remnant soul. Although the other party said many words and promised many conditions, he did not agree to any of them. In Lu Ming's opinion, bringing him to the upper realm was the most reliable option. Hee, little fellow, when I was roaming the upper realm, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet. How dare you question my words? The middle-aged man in the mysterious rubble couldn't help but laugh when he sensed the long-lost laws of heaven and earth. His appearance was very faint, and it was difficult for him to maintain his original appearance. However, one could still see some of his former grandeur. His figure was tall, his eyes were deep, and there was a majesty that shook one's soul. Even if it was just a wisp of remnant soul, he still had an invincible aura that looked down on all directions. When he was at his peak, his cultivation could not be said to be all-conquering, but he was invincible in the upper realm. It was definitely easy for him to do so. I don't dare to question Senior's words. I only hope that Senior can keep his promise and give me the opportunity that you promised me. Lu Ming's attitude was still neither servile nor overbearing. He knew that the other party had the means to easily end his life. However, at that time, the other party had sworn with his Taoist heart, and it concerned the life of his soul, so Lu Ming was not worried that the other party would go back on his word. Don't worry. Back then, I was someone who stood on equal footing with the Saint Lords. Even though I was ambushed by my enemies and experienced the greatest danger of my life, I still managed to survive. How could I miss out on such a small opportunity? The middle-aged man's voice was still very calm, but it was filled with the aura of an ambitious person. He was extremely disdainful of Lu Ming. Lu Ming just stood there silently without saying a word. He understood that in the current upper realm, the middle-aged man in front of him was perhaps the only opportunity he could grasp. After experiencing the battle in the arena tonight, he even felt that his junior sister Shui Yan, who was extremely close to him in the past, had become a stranger and would eventually leave him. Therefore, he had to become stronger to be able to grasp everything that belonged to him. The stone in your hand was something I found in a barren galaxy back then. It contains the divine mark of time. Later on, I sacrificially refined it and turned it into a divine weapon. It originally had 7 layers, but when I was in that life and death battle, it was shattered. Only the last one is left. Since you were lucky enough to obtain it, I'll tell you the method to sacrifice and activate this stone today. The middle-aged man looked at the stone that was still floating in the void and suddenly said to Lu Ming. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a ray of dazzling golden light fell between Lu Ming's eyebrows. An extremely obscure and ancient scripture spread out in Lu Ming's heart. Every word was dazzling and had a brilliant might that could not be looked directly at. He widened his eyes in shock. It was the first time he had come into contact with such a profound scripture. When he was in the green-flood ancient world, the most profound scripture he had come into contact with was just some general explanation. It was not considered profound. If I had obtained this scripture earlier, would all of this be different? Looking at all this, Lu Ming was extremely shocked, but it was followed by a burst of joy and ecstasy. Don't be happy too early. What I want to give you is not just this. Remember what I told you before? After coming to the upper realm, go and find an organization called Hell. Find the contact person there, and then I will give you a greater opportunity. What does a mere 100 realms war amount to? The middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming's shocked expression and seemed to be quite proud. Then, he restrained his expression and said something else. 30 million years ago, he had an identity that everyone feared. Even the sect masters of the great sects were incomparably fearful of him. At that time, he moved unhindered in the upper realm and killed countless heaven's prides, prime sages, supremes, and quasi-emperors. Everywhere he passed, everyone trembled. 2. Lu Ming hadn't been in the upper realms for long, so he didn't know what hell the middle-aged man was talking about. However, he was still cautious and agreed. After all, he really did benefit from the middle-aged man. As for what hell was, he would spend some time to inquire about it. After explaining these matters, the middle-aged man turned into a ray of light and flew back to the gravel. Now that he was just a remnant soul, he wouldn't easily reveal his existence until he met someone he could trust. Tens of millions of years ago, his strength was monstrous and he looked down on everyone. However, he also had countless enemies. Later on, he was ambushed and almost died. Only a remnant soul was left. For ordinary cultivators, a remnant soul like him was tantamount to a walking treasure. Lu Ming's cultivation and experience were relatively shallow. Therefore, the middle-aged man chose to stay by his side. He wasn't worried that Lu Ming had other tricks up his sleeve. Moreover, the middle-aged man had methods to control Lu Ming, so there wouldn't be any accidents. In the following days, the lower realms geniuses who came to the 100 Realms battlefield began to fight. Every day, a large number of geniuses died in this battle. The situation could be said to be extremely tragic. In addition, in the middle of the night, horns would be blown, causing people's blood to boil and killing intent to surge. Large numbers of soldiers gathered outside the city. They beheaded the cultivators who provoked the 100 Realms battlefield and used them as sacrifices. Then they began to fight. Compared to the battles between the lower realms geniuses, the battles in the cities were much more terrifying. Smoke billowed and blood soared into the sky. The gates of the cities opened and groups of cultivators rushed out like a flood. It was as if they had accumulated hatred for several lifetimes. Their eyes were red and they didn't care about life or death. This was the tradition and rule of the 100 Realms battlefield. On the last day of every month, battles would break out in the cities. Xianxia wasn't interested in this matter. He knew that this was a method used by Hell or Buddha to raise poisonous insects. Therefore, during these few days, he still appeared in the arenas of the major districts. Occasionally, he would pay a high price to buy a few passable death row prisoners. In this way, in the eyes of many cultivators, the news of Xianxia coming here to choose servants or followers was just a matter of time. Compared to the other places in the upper realm, the death row prisoners in the 100 Realms battlefield were much stronger. Moreover, they had more experience in killing. After figuring out Xianxia's goal, many forces heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They were no longer as anxious and worried as before. First pick some prisoners on death row, then plant people among them. Naturally, we'll be able to infiltrate Hell. Xianxia had another plan in mind. He was waiting for Hell and Futu to relax their vigilance. After all, this was Hell and Buddha's breeding ground. In the end, these prisoners on death row or geniuses who had fought each other would become the fresh blood of these two assassin forces and be injected into them. Thus, in the past few days, while he appeared to be selecting death row prisoners, he was actually secretly placing his own people among those death row prisoners. Although Hell and Futu had always been cautious, Xianxia's methods had always been hard to find traces of. Just like the wedding dress immortal art, it was impossible to guard against. He didn't believe that Hell and Buddha would be able to find out. As long as he followed some clues, he would be able to uncover their headquarters. Xianxia didn't seem to have many people by his side, but he had a lot of Tao-enlightened puppets. This was a powerful force. If one didn't have an immortal artifact or foundation to contend with, they would be able to sweep through a supreme sect. Just like this, half a month later, the battles between the various geniuses of the 100 Realms battlefield had finally come to an end. Some of the weaker ancient realms were basically annihilated. Only the higher-ranked ancient realms had more geniuses who survived. They had more hope to compete for the fate of their realm. Among them, the most unique one was the Green Flood ancient world. The strength of this world couldn't be considered as the strongest. However, the number of geniuses who had survived this great war was actually one of the best. Because of what happened in the Vermilion Bird Square, many people remembered the red-dressed girl from the Green Great Ancient Realm. Even the big shots in the 100 Realms battlefield gave her a kind look. The other ancient realms didn't dare to act rashly. After seeing the geniuses from the Green Great Ancient Realm, they all chose to avoid the battle. It's all thanks to junior sister Shuiyan. This time, our Green Great Ancient Realm was able to enter the top 30. Her contribution cannot go unnoticed. Yes, without junior sister Shuiyan, we wouldn't even be able to enter the top 100, let alone the top 30. This is simply unimaginable. In the courtyard where the people from the Green Great Ancient Realm were resting, many geniuses were gathered. Their words were filled with excitement and joy. Although coming to the upper realms was a blow to their Tao heart, it was still a pleasant surprise that they were able to reach this point. Even if they returned to the lower realms, they would still be able to obtain a lot of rewards. Not to mention, there was also a chance to stay in the upper realms and be accepted by other powers. After the 100 Realms battlefield ends, does junior sister Shui Yan have any plans? While talking, many of the geniuses here were curious. They looked at the red-dressed girl who had been drinking silently. Me? The young girl, Shui Yan, regained her senses. She frowned slightly and said, maybe I'll think of a way to stay in the upper realms. After witnessing the ancient and unfathomable upper realms, she felt even more insignificant and powerless. If she returned to the green great ancient realm, she reckoned that she would not have the chance to come to the upper realms again. Not to mention her cultivation base after she came into contact with it. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel envious. In the past few days, many powerful orthodoxies from the upper realms had already extended an olive branch to the young girl, Shui Yan. To them, this was simply a dream and an unbelievable thing. However, it was now right in front of Shui Yan, and she was within reach. After all, she had met a benefactor. Her luck was something that they could not envy, and they had no right to envy. Senior brother Lu Ming is powerful. It shouldn't be a problem for him to stay in the upper realms. With that thought in mind, they looked at Lu Ming on the other side. In the past few days of battles, Lu Ming's performance had shocked them. It was obvious that he had become much stronger compared to when he was in the green great ancient realm. I'll definitely stay in the upper realms. Lu Ming clenched his fists. Hearing the discussions around him, a strong sense of confidence grew in his heart. In the past few days, he had secretly investigated the origins of hell. After learning about everything, he was extremely shocked. He did not expect the middle-aged man in the rubble to have such a powerful background. It was one of the most powerful assassin organizations in the upper realms. It had a long history and spanned across many eras. It had once killed so many orthodoxies in the upper realms that they feared. While the geniuses of the green flood ancient world were discussing their future plans, someone knocked on the door of the mansion. May I ask if Miss Shui Yan is here? A middle-aged man with a smile on his face stood outside the mansion and asked. There were many cultivators following respectfully behind him. There were humans as well as archaic foreign races. Every single one of these cultivators was extremely powerful. Their qi and blood surged like the sun, and it was extremely intimidating. The servant in charge of guarding the mansion had never seen such a scene before. His expression changed as he hurriedly asked, is Miss Shui Yan really here? May I ask who you are? From the middle-aged man's appearance, one could see that he had been in a high position for a long time. His identity wasn't simple. His eyes were faintly dignified. I'm the third manager of the business alliance in the 100 Realms battlefield. I'm here to look for Miss Shui Yan according to the young master's instructions. The middle-aged man smiled. The third manager of the business alliance? After hearing the servant's report, the people from the green flood ancient world who had rushed to the entrance of the mansion couldn't help but gasp in shock. The third manager of the business alliance wasn't any lower than the master behind the Vermilion Bird Pavilion. He was extremely mysterious. Normally, one wouldn't be able to see him in person. Who would have thought that he would appear here today to look for junior sister Shui Yan? Moreover, the young master that he was talking about was probably only that one person, right? Thinking of this, the people from the green flood ancient world trembled as they looked at Shui Yan with envy. Sir, you're looking for me? Shui Yan was stunned for a moment before she understood the identity of the middle-aged man in front of her. She walked forward and respectfully asked. I'm not looking for you. It's the young master who's looking for you. The middle-aged man smiled gently. Come with me. Don't make the young master wait. His tone was easygoing, but it contained an unquestionable tone. He didn't care if Shui Yan agreed or not. Naturally, in his opinion, nobody would dare to refuse. It must be known that even the goddesses of the immortal orthodoxies would be ecstatic if they knew that Guchanga wanted to see them. What did this little girl from the lower realms have to make Guchanga send people to look for her? That lord is looking for junior sister Shui Yan? All the geniuses from the green flood ancient world were filled with envy and jealousy. Over the past few days, they had gathered quite a lot of information about Guchanga by beating around the bush. Such a figure who held the most authority in the upper realm actually wanted to see junior sister Shuiyan. What did this mean? They didn't even dare to think about it. They were so envious that they were about to go crazy. Junior sister Shuiyan, quickly go. Don't let that lord wait for too long. When you become rich in the future, don't forget about us. The geniuses of the green flood ancient world spoke one after another, their words full of flattery. Junior sister Shuiyan, Lu Ming, who had originally decided to ask the remnant soul in the mysterious stone tonight, saw this scene today. It was like a basin of cold water was poured over his head. His whole body was a little cold, and he was stunned on the spot. Which big shot came to look for junior sister Shuiyan in the middle of the night. In an instant, he had already imagined countless possibilities in his mind. In the end, some scenes that no one dared to think about appeared. Immediately, he clenched his fists tightly under his sleeves, and a creaking sound was heard. Lu Ming took a deep breath, but he couldn't calm himself down. He knew that no matter what, junior sister Shuiyan couldn't refuse. Even if she didn't want to go, she wouldn't dare to refuse. Such a big shot only needed to say a word, and he could destroy the green flood ancient world behind them thousands of times. In the face of such a rare opportunity, there was probably no woman who could refuse. While Lu Ming was thinking, Shuiyan smiled cheerfully and cupped her hands to the elegant middle-aged man. Thank you for your trouble, Lord. When shall we leave? Young Master Gu summoned me in fear and trepidation. I dare not let young Master Gu wait for even half an hour. Let's go now. The elegant middle-aged man nodded. He didn't expect Shuiyan to be neither servile nor overbearing. She didn't look like she was smashed by a huge surprise. This made him take a second look. He could only say that young Master Gu was indeed worthy of his reputation. The people he thought highly of were all extraordinary. Soon, the elegant middle-aged man left with Shuiyan. Their figures gradually disappeared at the end of the long street. They entered the depths of the main city of the Vermilion Bird Market, the most glorious place of the palace. Lu Ming looked at this scene with a slightly ashen face. He felt as if something that belonged to him had been snatched away. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Boy, if you find the contact of hell, I can help you take back your love. At this moment, a slightly mocking voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's ears. His pupils shrank, but he quickly recovered. He understood that the middle-aged man in the mysterious stone was talking to him. How can you help me? Lu Ming asked in a deep voice. I can help you become this generation's successor. This way, your status will be comparable to that young Master Gu. The eyes of the middle-aged man in the mysterious stone moved slightly as he smiled. His tone was filled with confidence. Although he had never left the mysterious stone, he had learned a lot of news from Lu Ming over the past few days. Although the many rumors about that young Master Gu were frightening, in his eyes, they were too unreal. It was as if they had been exaggerated countless times. How could someone of the younger generation reach such a level at such a young age? Perhaps even the ancient records wouldn't dare to record it. Successor of hell? Lu Ming's breath suddenly quickened. He naturally knew what this meant. During this period of time, many geniuses in the Hundred Realms battlefield have mysteriously disappeared. On the other side, in the deepest part of the Vermilion Bird Square, Gu Changge looked at the jade slip in his hand and raised his eyebrows. The business alliance had spies all over the Hundred Realms battlefield. Therefore, many things that were difficult for ordinary people to notice would fall into the network of the business alliance. He did not expect that when investigating Hell and Buddha, these two forces, he would actually have an unexpected harvest. Mysteriously disappearing geniuses? Coincidentally, they all have some kind of special constitution? If Xianxia is here, why didn't she come to see me? Gu Changge frowned slightly. He felt that things were a bit out of his expectations. Besides Xianxia, he couldn't think of any other inheritors of demonic arts in the upper realm. Of course, only inheritors of demonic arts would devour the source of geniuses. Other orthodoxies wouldn't dare to do so. In the upper realm, it wasn't strange for some strange techniques to appear. It was similar to taboo demonic arts. However, Gu Changge had a feeling that Xianxia should have been in contact with Chan Hongyi. She should be in the Hundred Realms battlefield right now. That's why she didn't come to see him. So she already knew the truth? But this isn't the thought of a qualified and well-behaved tool. Gu Changge put down the jade slip as his gaze gradually deepened. Young master, the girl from the green-flood ancient world that you're looking for has been brought here. Just as Gu Changge put down the jade scroll in his hand, a servant's voice sounded outside the palace. You brought her here? Let her in then. Gu Changge's expression returned to normal as he nodded. Soon, Shui Yan, who was led by the third shopkeeper of the business alliance of 10,000 Dao, arrived at the palace. She was wearing a red dress and her face was fair and delicate. Her eyes were like water and her hair was like clouds. However, she looked a little nervous as she gripped her sleeves tightly. As the most splendid palace in the Vermilion Bird Square, there were many experts here and too many terrifying experts were hiding in the dark. Their divine senses were as vast as the ocean and their chi and blood were like erupting volcanoes, suppressing the sky to the point that it was about to fall. Their gazes alone were enough to suffocate her and make her divine soul tremble. To put it bluntly, everyone here was like an ancient deity who could easily defeat the green flood ancient world behind her. Miss Shui Yan? While Shui Yan was having all kinds of thoughts in her mind and could not calm down, Gu Changge, who was in front of the palace, smiled and spoke. He was dressed in white and wore white socks. His black hair was loose, and his figure was tall and slender. He looked very simple and clean. On his handsome face, there was a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. It was very easy for people to calm down. Looking at the otherworldly white-robed man in front of her, Shui Yan was stunned even though she felt that she was not an ordinary person. Her cheeks blushed and she only recovered after a few breaths. Greetings, young Master Gu. She bowed respectfully and looked behind Gu Changge. Qing'er stood respectfully behind Gu Changge and was making tea for him. The 1,000,000-year-old spring water in the heart of the tree was boiling and the enlightenment tea leaves were rolling, emitting a strong tea fragrance. Many strange phenomena appeared. Dao laws were intertwined and light filled the air. There was a small golden sword, a palm-sized ancient bell, a small golden cauldron. In terms of value, this cup of tea was definitely worth a city. Shui Yan had only read about this legendary divine item in ancient records. It could help a cultivator comprehend the Dao. Even a whiff of the tea's fragrance would allow one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. She had never thought that she would be able to see it one day. Moreover, it was only used as an ordinary tea for people to drink every day. Even if it was extravagant, it was still extremely weak. I'm afraid that only those existences who can overturn the world and watch over the ages can do that. Shui Yan quickly recovered from her dazed state and wasn't disturbed by these things. May I know? Young Master Gu, why have you summoned Shui Yan today? She cupped her hands and asked Gu Changge. I'm looking for you because I need your help. Gu Changge smiled and gestured for her to sit. Shui Yan hesitated. She did not understand what was going on that required Gu Changge to look for her. Even Gu Changge couldn't do it, so how could she? However, she still sat down and waited for Gu Changge's instructions. When Qing'er saw this, she went over and poured a cup of Dao comprehension tea for him. Then, she walked back and stood respectfully behind Gu Changge. She knew that Gu Changge seemed to be playing a big game of chess, and Shui Yan was an extremely suitable chess piece. Dao comprehension tea. Shui Yan was stunned when she saw the tea in front of her. She really did not expect that she would be able to drink Dao comprehension tea one day. The tea of Dao comprehension bubbled, emitting an intoxicating aura of Dao. A palm-sized bell appeared, ringing leisurely. The divine sword clanged, and celestial light shone brilliantly, as if they were real. She felt as if every pore on her body was relaxing and even her soul was absorbing this Dao comprehension aura. Her bottleneck also showed signs of loosening. This thing is too precious. I'm afraid that I won't be able to enjoy it. However, she still looked away with great difficulty. She did not waver because of the Dao comprehension tea. It's just a cup of tea. It's nothing compared to what I need your help with. Gu Changge waved his hand and smiled. There seemed to be some admiration in his eyes. Then, young Master Gu, what do you need me for? Shui Yan was very curious and could not help but ask. I want you to help me keep a close eye on someone. Gu Changge smiled and tapped the table in front of him unhurriedly. Tell me his every move and every movement around him. A person? Shui Yan was stunned again. What kind of person needed her to keep an eye on? And report his every move truthfully to Xianxia? You should know this person. Xianxia smiled and said. He was not surprised by Shui Yan's reaction. After saying that, Qing who was behind her, stepped forward and passed a jade slip to her. This is Senior Brother Lu Ming? Shui Yan scanned the jade slip with her divine sense and saw the figure that appeared. She was stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Miss Shui Yan, you should be familiar with him. Xianxia didn't expect that the child of destiny that he didn't care much about would have an inexplicable connection to hell. The business alliance had spies all over the 100 Realms battlefield. There were many things that couldn't be hidden from them. Although Lu Ming had been carefully inquiring about hell in the past few days, it was still very obvious in the eyes of those who paid attention. In particular, Xianxia was also investigating the traces of hell. However, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, Xianxia didn't directly send people to capture Lu Ming. Therefore, he pondered for a moment and decided to make a move on the destined woman beside the son of destiny. He wanted to see if he could follow the vine to the melon and find out what item Lu Ming used to contact hell. Young Master Gu, can you tell me the reason? Shui Yan's expression was somewhat conflicted. She didn't dare refuse Xianxia's request. She was a smart person. She knew that she didn't have the qualifications to talk to Xianxia as an equal. Xianxia didn't need her consent. He had thousands of ways to control or threaten her. However, this person was actually Senior Brother Lu Ming, whom she was extremely familiar with. The two were quite familiar with each other. They often exchanged pointers and discussed the Tao. Their friendship wasn't shallow. In her opinion, she still had some inexplicable feelings for Lu Ming. Because he has the mark of someone I'm looking for. So I want to find that person through him. Don't worry. I have no malice towards your senior brother. Xianxia smiled and took a sip of tea. He naturally wouldn't say that he wanted to find hell through Lu Ming. Shui Yan didn't need to know about this. So that's how it is. Shui Yan's expression turned slightly serious. She nodded, but she didn't completely believe Xianxia's words. She also knew that with her status, Xianxia couldn't possibly tell her all the reasons. The only thing she could do was to obediently follow Xianxia's instructions. Although Xianxia looked gentle and refined now, from the many rumors, his ruthlessness was definitely not inferior to that of a peerless demon. Then, Xianxia instructed Qing behind him to give Shui Yan a communication jade talisman. There was a special restriction on it that could be used to detect her tracks and actions. Apart from that, many things about Lu Ming could be transmitted through this communication jade talisman. Of course, the most important thing was that if Shui Yan dared to reveal any of this, Xianxia's people would be able to immediately notice and deal with it. When the time comes, you'll naturally be rewarded for working for young master. Qing placed the communication jade talisman in front of Shui Yan. There was a smile on her delicate face. Shui Yan was still no different from an ant in her eyes. However, because of her relationship with Xianxia, she could no longer casually look down on her and mock her. I understand. Shui Yan nodded and took the communication jade talisman, but her heart was a little heavy. She originally thought that Xianxia had other intentions for summoning her in the middle of the night. In the end, she was thinking too much. With Xianxia's status, he had seen all kinds of women in the upper realm. Why would he be moved by a woman from the lower realm? Miss Shui Yan, take this pot of Tao comprehension tea back to your senior and junior brothers. After seeing that, Shui Yan agreed. Xianxia smiled and began to chase her out. He had no intention of continuing to ask her to stay. Shui Yan was a little hesitant. She didn't dare to imagine the value of this pot of Tao comprehension tea. However, since Xianxia casually gave it to her as if it was an ordinary spirit fruit wine, she didn't refuse. After thanking him, she took the pot of tea and left. The third shopkeeper who led her here was still waiting for her at the entrance of the palace. When he saw Shui Yan coming out with the Tao comprehension tea in her hand, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. With his status, he also had to pay a high price to have a taste of the Tao comprehension tea. In the huge upper realm, apart from Xianxia, there were probably not many people who could be so extravagant. Of course, tonight was an exception. Gu Changde instructed Qing'er to make 2 pots of tea. He would naturally have a chance to taste the mystery of this tea later. After Shui Yan left, in the palace, the smile on Gu Changde's face also disappeared. His gaze was a little deep, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Then, he instructed Qing'er behind him. Keep an eye on everyone in the green flood ancient world for the next few days. Also, I want to know everything about that genius named Lu Ming. Send people to capture all of his friends and family in the green flood ancient world. Don't let a single one of them go. After all, he was a child of destiny. Who knows what would happen? Therefore, in order to be absolutely safe, Gu Changde decided to control his friends and family first. Even if Shui Yan was exposed, he still had ways to make Lu Ming compromise and lure him out of hell. Qing'er's heart trembled. With a serious expression, she nodded and said, "Young master, don't worry. I'll arrange it." The green flood ancient world was extremely far away from this place. It was one of the countless lower realms around here. It was like a tiny speck of dust in the quicksand of the Ganges. Even if Gu Changde destroyed it with a wave of his hand, it would not cause the slightest ripple. Since you appeared in the 100 Realms battlefield, you didn't come to see me. Then I'll come to see you. After Qing'er gave the order, Gu Changde dismissed the rest of the people in the palace. He looked at the shining moon outside and gently shook his head. Then he took a step and disappeared. Su Qingge's matter surprised him. Naturally, he had to deal with this matter personally. Although the 100 Realms battlefield was vast, if Gu Changde really wanted to find someone, especially someone who cultivated a forbidden devil art, it would be easy. The Taoist token I gave you is still useful. It's worthy of being a forbidden devil art. In just a few days, your aura has grown so much stronger. At this time, in a very quiet courtyard in the 100 Realms battlefield's Ming Luo Square, the Taoist disciple of the Tao Immortal Alliance, Lan Yifei, appeared here. His figure was tall and his elegant face carried a hint of admiration. "How did you know I was here?" Su Qingge stood in the distance. Her whole body was shrouded in black fog. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Her figure was very vague. Her expression was cold and her voice was very hoarse. It was hard to tell whether she was male or female. "Behind Ming Luo Square is my Tao Immortal Alliance. So you can't hide from me." Lan Yifei smiled and said. Su Qingge's eyes returned to normal. "You came to see me. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" "I'm not afraid. You don't have the ability now. I came to see you because I want to know the identity of the true inheritor of the forbidden devil art." Lan Yifei shook his head. During this time, he had studied the forbidden devil art that Su Qingge gave him. He felt that a door to cultivation that he had never seen before was slowly opening in front of him. He didn't restrain his desire to try. In the end, he couldn't help but look for several experts' corpses to cultivate. As a result, he couldn't stop. He even had the thought of destroying his previous foundation and rebuilding it with the forbidden devil art. Therefore, he wanted to know the identity of the true inheritor of the forbidden devil art and get the complete forbidden devil art. "When the time is right, I will naturally tell you. Now is not the time," Su Qingge said lightly. She didn't want to tell Lan Yifei about this. Lan Yifei frowned and said, "Do you really think that I won't do anything to you?" Now he had some doubts whether Su Qingge knew who the true inheritor of the forbidden devil art was. Perhaps she was just a chess piece that was kept in the dark. That was why she came up with such a reason to delay him. "Then you can give it a try." Su Qingge's expression was calm without the slightest change. Although she wasn't Lan Yifei's opponent before, she had devoured a lot of Heaven's Pride origins in the 100 Realms battlefield during this time, which made her cultivation progress quite a lot. "You really won't give up until you see the coffin. Unless the true inheritor of the forbidden devil art shows up, you can't be my opponent, especially in the territory of my Tao Immortal Alliance." The smile on Lan Yifei's face gradually turned cold. His tone was not polite. "Oh, you can give it a try. See if I can kill you." A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Su Qingge's mouth. Unfortunately, her beautiful face was shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see clearly. Lan Yifei frowned tightly. To be honest, he didn't want to fight with Xianxia here because he didn't know whether she had any trump cards or not. Then why didn't you tell me the true identity of the inheritor of the forbidden devil art? His tone was unkind and somewhat suspicious. A trace of disapproval flashed through Xianxia's eyes. But she quickly recovered and said lightly, "You only need to know that you are not qualified to know who he is." If Lani Fei knew that Xianxia was the true inheritor of the forbidden devil art, would he still have the courage to snatch the complete forbidden devil art from him? Even if he was given 100 times more courage, he still wouldn't dare. Lani Fei didn't know what Xianxia was thinking. He only felt that he was despised by her. His face turned slightly ugly. He was so angry that he almost laughed. He really wanted to attack and let Xianxia understand the gap between their strength. "It seems that you want to find me?" But at this time, a strange spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in the courtyard, accompanied by a young man's voice. Xianxia's face under the mist suddenly changed dramatically and turned pale. Along with this voice, the entire courtyard seemed to be covered by a layer of unknown latitude. The breeze stopped, time stagnated, and even the moonlight in the distance seemed to become blurred and hazy. This kind of terrifying pressure and aura made Lani Fei's complexion change. His whole body felt cold and his soul couldn't help but tremble. He turned his head to look at the source of the voice. The world seemed to be trembling. Time and space were distorted. Everything turned into fragments. Young master, on the other side, Xianxia, whose face was covered by the black fog, turned pale all of a sudden. For her, this voice couldn't be more familiar. But she couldn't figure out how Xianxia knew that she was in the 100 Realms battlefield. How did he find this place? Since Xianxia took the initiative to look for her today, then even if she grew wings, she wouldn't be able to escape. With Xianxia's current strength, although he couldn't sweep through the entire upper realm, there weren't many people who could be his opponent. At this moment, many memories of Xianxia appeared in Xianxia's mind. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a bitter and sad expression. In the end, she was just a chess piece. In the courtyard, a slender figure seemed to appear out of thin air and slowly walked over. He seemed to be standing in another distant world. His body was extremely blurry, and his face could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of eyes that seemed to be filled with interest could be seen. "Who the hell are you?" Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, Lani Fei couldn't help but take a few steps back. His scalp was a little numb. He felt like he was in a vast sea or a boundless void. Standing in front of him, he was like a withered leaf under a raging wave. He could be crushed at any time. This aura was countless times more terrifying than when he faced the Tao-enlightened old ancestor of the Tao-Immortal Alliance. "Who am I? Didn't I just hear that you were looking for me?" Xianxia appeared here and looked at Lani Fei with interest. He didn't expect that following Xianxia's aura would lead to another harvest. This man even wanted to trick him. He wanted to know the identity of the real inheritor of the demonic arts through Xianxia. Ever since he entered the Tao attainment realm, he hadn't thought about this matter for a very long time. You are the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Why are you here?" Lani Fei forced himself to calm down, but his voice was still trembling slightly, containing an unbelievable fear. This was completely different from the original body of the inheritor of the demonic arts. With such an aura, even a true Tao-enlightened one would tremble in fear in front of it. The mysterious man in front of him was definitely a Tao attainment realm cultivator. Moreover, he was no ordinary Tao attainment realm cultivator. How could a true inheritor of demonic arts have such strength? It's unbelievable. At this moment, he didn't dare to think about what Xianxia had said. He only felt creepy and even felt that Xianxia was scheming against him. No matter how one looked at it, the inheritor of the demonic technique who had wreaked havoc and devoured the origins of the successors of various orthodoxies was only of the younger generation. Then how could he link it to the person in front of him? A true inheritor of the demonic arts? Xianxia chuckled, then shook his head. "You're not wrong to think so." After saying that, he ignored Lani Fei, whose face was as pale as a sheet and extremely frightened. Instead, he looked at Xianxia, who had been silent on the other side. "What's wrong? Now that you've seen me, are you not going to see me with your true face?" "Xianxia?" He smiled and said. "Young master." Xianxia was silent for a while. The mist covering her face suddenly dispersed, revealing her beautiful face. However, her eyes were filled with mixed feelings. There was sadness, struggle, and pain. However, these emotions quickly disappeared. She was calm and untainted, just like the moment when she first met Xianxia. Lani Fei was stunned when he saw this. He didn't expect Xianxia's true form to be such a beautiful woman who was as cold as the moon fairy. However, in the next moment, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He suddenly felt that Xianxia looked very familiar. He seemed to have seen her somewhere before. Back in Kunwa City, although I didn't participate in the Godstone convention, I saw the appearance of Xianxia's maidservant. This is impossible. After coming to his senses, Lani Fei's voice trembled. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. When he looked at Xianxia again, his eyes were full of horror and disbelief. He felt cold all over and his hair stood on end. It was as if the top of his head was opened and endless ice water poured down from it. How could this be? You're Xianxia's maidservant, Lani Fei couldn't help but ask Xianxia. His eyes were full of horror and disbelief. He felt that he had discovered a terrible secret that could shake the entire upper world. He didn't dare to ask Xianxia. He still had a last hope in his heart. I am indeed your maidservant. Xianxia looked at him calmly. Her voice didn't fluctuate. She could only say that Lani Fei was pitiful. Even she didn't expect that Xianxia would come here tonight. Lani Fei even wanted to know the identity of the real inheritor of the demonic arts. As a result, he was caught by Xianxia. She had nothing to say except for courting death. Xianxia didn't care about the change in Lani Fei's expression. He looked at Xianxia and smiled gently. Xinga, it seems that you still remember your identity. Then why are you still hiding from me? His tone was very easygoing. There was no killing intent in it, as if he was talking with an old friend. Xianxia's eyes fell on Xianxia's face. Then she lowered her eyes gently and said, I'm afraid that you will kill me. Xianxia was so smart that it was impossible to hide the fact that she had contacted the red-robed woman, Emo-chan Hongi, from him. Until now, she still remembered that when she was in the Immortal Academy, her whereabouts were almost exposed. She asked Xianxia what he planned to do if she was really the inheritor of the demonic arts. At that time, Xianxia said in a half-joking tone. Of course, he would eliminate the demonic arts and restore peace to the upper bound. But then he would come and accompany her. At that time, Xianxia didn't know that Xianxia already knew that her so-called identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts was fake. He was even moved by her words for a long time. After that, it was difficult to hide her identity. She thought that Xianxia would kill her, but he didn't. He still gave the same answer as before and helped her to solve her worries and cover her identity. She was very moved by this. But who would have thought that all this was nothing more than Xianxia using her to play with the upper bound? Once upon a time, Xianxia was her only hope in the vast upper bound. He was her only thought when she was hunted down by many enemies. If it wasn't for Xianxia, she wouldn't be who she was today. But in the end, she was told the truth. Even she was played and deceived by Xianxia. She was just a pitiful chess piece. All her feelings and hopes collapsed overnight and turned into ashes. During this period of time, she hated and resented. She was also clear-headed and confused. She even thought about the meaning of her existence in the future. Was it like what the red-robed woman, Emo-chan Hongi, said, to take revenge for Xianxia's actions of hurting her? Or was it to walk in front of Xianxia openly and ask him why he did it in the first place? But all of this seemed to be meaningless. Because to Xianxia, he would only smile lightly and then abandon her without hesitation. Everything she had done all these years, even now, was to make Xianxia look at her seriously. She didn't want to be dispensable in front of Xianxia. Kill you? I've never thought of that. Xianxia heard and shook his head. Then do you hate me? Then, he reached out his hand and placed it on Xianxia's fair and delicate face. He whispered. I did. Xianxia's eyes were filled with sadness and pain, but she quickly recovered and said, but I don't hate you now. I'm useless and can only be a pitiful chess piece. You're still as obedient as ever. Xianxia seemed to sigh. Then, he looked at Lani Fei. It seems that he has already cultivated the demonic art. Then, you should take a rest during this time. Young master, Xianxia did not understand the meaning of Guchang's words. She wanted to say something. However, in the next moment, she felt her vision turn black and her consciousness blurred. She fell into Guchang's arms limply. You're Chang'e. Young Lord Chang'e? After witnessing everything in front of him, even though Lan Fei was the Taoist of the Tao Immortals Alliance and was unrivaled among his peers, his voice was filled with fear and his soul was trembling. He was very sure of Guchang's identity, not to mention him, even the Taoist Immortals Alliance's great ancestor could not escape from this place. There was no chance of survival. Who would have thought that the inheritor of the demonic art and the current leader of the upper realm, Guchang'e, were the same person? In other words, all this time, Guchang'e had been keeping everyone in the upper realm in the dark and playing them in the palm of his hand. He was the real behind-the-scenes person. The Taoist of the Tao Immortals Alliance? Guchang'e's gaze fell on him. His tone was calm. This identity suits you. Coincidentally, you've also come into contact with the demonic art. I'll give you a chance to live. Young Master Chang'e, please spare my life. As long as you can spare my life, I'm willing to do anything. Lan Fei's face was pale, and he could not hide the fear in his eyes as he begged for mercy. Although he was the Taoist of the Taoist Alliance, it did not mean that he was stupid. Even those who had attained the Tao would die if they faced Guchang'e. What else could he do in this situation? Although the Taoist Alliance was behind Ming Luo workshop, and there were many experts from the Taoist Alliance here, he could not be sure that those experts could threaten Guchang'e. Since Guchang'e dared to show up here, he naturally had full confidence and competence. You've cultivated the forbidden demonic technique, but that part of it is not complete. Guchang'e glanced at him and said calmly. He was not worried that Lan Fei would play tricks. I know. That's why I want to find out the identity of the true inheritor of the demonic technique from your maidservant. Lan Fei took a deep breath to prevent his voice from trembling. In fact, he was not sure what grudge Guchang'e had with Xianxia. But he was not lying. He wanted to know who the inheritor of the demonic technique was because he wanted the complete forbidden demonic technique. Then I'll give you the complete forbidden demonic technique now. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Guchang'e's mouth. He did not give Lan Fei a chance to refuse and pointed with his other hand. Buzz. The next moment, the void trembled, and a black light appeared. It was as thick as a dark seed that could not be dispersed. It intertwined with the aura of the great path and suddenly rushed toward Lan Fei's forehead. What is this? Lan Fei's expression became extremely frightened, and he could not avoid it at all. He felt a cold and terrifying aura enter the top of his head, and then it settled in the deepest part of his spirit. A strange power kept spreading down from his forehead, penetrating his skin, lungs, and bones, and finally fell into his spiritual sea as if it had taken root in it. This was a black seed, and it was extremely mysterious and complicated. It contained many runes of the Great Path, and many mysterious scenes were evolving. One could even see the collapse of the universe and the shattering of stars. It was more like a terrifying black hole that devoured everything around it. Lan Fei felt as if his divine soul and even his vitality were being devoured by this darkness seed. His life, death, and thoughts were completely out of his control. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands clenching his soul. Young Master Chang'e. Young Master, what is this? Lan Fei felt a little uneasy. He forced himself to calm down and asked in a trembling voice. Naturally, this is the complete demonic art that you want. From today onwards, you are the inheritor of the demonic arts. Don't disappoint me. Guchang'e smiled faintly. In terms of identity, Lan Fei was the Tao child of the Tao Immortal Alliance. All these years, he had kept a very low profile and there were very few rumors about him. Therefore, Guchang'e planned to let him temporarily replace Xianxia's identity to confuse the orthodoxies of the upper realm. Even if this matter were to be exposed, he was not worried that he would be implicated. Inheritor of demonic arts? Young Master Chang'e, this, Lan Fei's expression changed. He instantly understood what Guchang'e meant. This darkness seed was not a complete cultivation method of the forbidden demonic art. Instead, it was a demonic seed that grew by absorbing his nutrients. He could use this darkness seed to devour the Skypride's origin to achieve the effect of cultivating the forbidden demonic art. However, this belonged to the demonic seed and not him. He was just a tool for someone else's disciple. He was just a parasite of the demonic seed. Moreover, this darkness seed could control his thoughts of life and death. When the origin that was devoured and refined matured, Xianxia would come and harvest it. I think you can do it. Even if you can't, you have to think about yourself and the orthodoxy behind you. Xianxia smiled faintly. Hearing this, Lanifei's face turned even paler. He slumped down as if the backbone that supported his backbone was taken away. The Tao Immortal Alliance was powerful and was the strongest and oldest force in the Xianxia celestial region. However, if they were to have a conflict with Xianxia, they would only face the possibility of being destroyed. I understand. I won't disappoint you, young Master Xianxia. Lanifei's expression was bitter and dejected. He did not dare to refuse and could only accept his fate in the end. He did not dare to risk his life and the Tao Immortal Alliance behind him. What had happened tonight had caused too much of a stir for him. Xianxia and the legendary inheritor of the demonic art were the same person. Moreover, he had unknowingly become a fake inheritor of the demonic art. He was going to attract the attention of various orthodoxies in the upper realm for Xianxia. After returning to the palace in the Vermilion Bird Lane, Xianxia ordered someone to send Xianxia to the Galaxy of Chaos. The Galaxy of Chaos was now the territory of his sister, Xianxia. Xianxia used a forbidden technique to seal Xianxia's cultivation so that she could stay in the Galaxy of Chaos for the time being. As for the matter with Chen Hongyi, he could vaguely guess. His wedding with Yu Mingkong in a few months' time would probably cause Chen Hongyi to make a move. However, Xianxia could only put this matter aside for now because he still had to deal with Hell and Futu. Qing'er, send someone to keep an eye on that young man in the green flood ancient world. He then called Qing'er and asked her to send more people. Xianxia felt that the connection between Lu Ming and Hell was probably a secret that would not be revealed easily. Aside from the luck aura, Shui Yan was just an ordinary girl. Lu Ming would not necessarily let her know where he was. Yes, young master. Qing'er left after receiving the order. She had just arranged for many experts to go to the green flood ancient world. She planned to control Lu Ming's friends and family according to Xianxia's request. This was a major matter that involved Hell and Futu, two ancient assassin organizations, and could not be careless. On the other side, the young woman, Shui Yan, held the Tao comprehension tea that Xianxia had given her, and she returned to the temporary residence in the green flood ancient dimension under the arrangements of the third manager. The rich fragrance of the enlightenment tea filled the air, and many strange phenomena appeared. There were gods and Buddhas chanting scriptures, small golden cauldrons, huge bells, and intertwining Tao swords. The place was bright and dazzling to the extreme, giving people the feeling that they were about to ascend. Every inch of their pores was comfortable as they greedily absorbed the Tao aura. What is this? Such a rich Taoist fragrance. Just by inhaling it, my cultivation is showing signs of breaking through. All the elites surrounded her in shock and stared at the teapot in her hand. Is the tea in Shui Yan's hand the legendary enlightenment tea? Even the elders who came to the upper world widened their eyes in disbelief. Although they had never seen the enlightenment tea before, they had only read about it in the ancient books. At this moment, they were almost certain that the tea in Shui Yan's hand was the legendary enlightenment tea. Even in the historical records of the green flood ancient world, not many people had drunk this tea. Not to mention someone like Shui Yan who returned with such a big pot. This was too unbelievable. They did not dare to believe it. Junior sister Shui Yan. Is this really? All the elites' breathing quickened. Their eyes were filled with passion, and even their voices were trembling. The elders could not sit still either. All of them stared at Shui Yan with fervent gazes. Shui Yan was not surprised by everyone's reaction. Even she could not calm down when she saw the teapot. It took her a long time to calm herself down. Young Master Gu gave this to me. He asked me to bring it back to my senior and junior brothers. She nodded slightly and explained that Xianxia had looked for her. Of course, she did not mention that Xianxia had asked her to keep an eye on Lu Ming. Hearing this, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. They had never imagined that it would be Gu Chang'e who had asked junior sister Shui Yan to bring it to them. What right do we have? This must have been bestowed upon us by that young Master Gu because he loves us. An elder spent a long time before he was able to speak. His face was full of emotions and complicated emotions. Through this incident, everyone could see how highly young Master Gu valued Shui Yan. Even they were able to bask in his glory and get a chance to taste this Tao comprehension tea. This is good stuff. Even when I was at my peak, I only drank this stuff a few times. Begging for fresh flowers. On the other side, Lu Ming was also staring at all of this. His fists were clenched tightly as great waves surged in his heart. The mysterious rock under his sleeve glowed with a lustrous light. The middle-aged man's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. It was filled with emotion and nostalgia. Is this really the Tao comprehending tea? Lu Ming was silent for a while before he asked in his heart. Of course this is the Tao comprehension tea. That young Master Gu is really generous and extravagant. The middle-aged man nodded and sighed. Lu Ming was silent again. Although nothing happened when Gu Chang'e summoned junior sister Shui Yan in the middle of the night, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. It was as if something that originally belonged to him was really leaving him slowly. Tonight, everyone in the green Flood ancient world was basically given a sip of the tea. Everyone was deeply grateful to Gu Chang'e and wanted to worship her like a living bodhisattva. However, when it was Lu Ming's turn, he rejected it. He felt that it was Gu Chang'e's charity. Even though he understood that this Tao comprehension tea was very helpful to his cultivation, he was still unwilling to accept it. Since senior brother Lu Ming is unwilling, then forget it. Shui Yan shook her head and did not force him. She was still thinking about the task that Gu Chang'e had instructed her to do. Previously, she had an inexplicable feeling for Lu Ming because she felt that he was more mature, determined, and responsible than other skyprides of the same age. But now, it seemed that Lu Ming was hiding many secrets that no one knew. For the next few days, Lu Ming practiced the hell secret technique that the middle-aged man gave him. These were techniques that only the core of hell's upper echelons could practice. They could sense each other. Therefore, he could use this method to find the other people hidden in the 100 Realms battlefield. However, he didn't know that Shui Yan had been paying attention to his actions. She also reported to Gu Chang'e through the jade slip. Just like this, half a month passed by. The 100 Realms war in the 100 Realms battlefield became more and more tragic. Even the people from the green flood ancient world were inevitably attacked. Many of the weaker disciples had died tragically in the battle. Every night, Lu Ming would take advantage of his rest time to go to the Vermilion Bird Square's arena and participate in the battles. He used this to sharpen his combat experience as well as his skills in life and death battles. After all, the secret technique that the middle-aged man gave him was related to assassination. It required a lot of killing to accumulate experience. During this process, Lu Ming finally found a contact from hell through the secret technique that the middle-aged man taught him. It wasn't accurate to call it a contact. This was because the other party also participated in the battles in the arena. As the two fought, they felt the familiarity of each other's methods. In the end, the battle ended in a draw. The two tacitly chose not to continue fighting. After the battle ended, they looked for an abandoned courtyard where no one would disturb them. Which palace do you belong to? In the abandoned courtyard, Lu Ming faced a thin man with a somewhat fierce appearance. His voice was very hoarse. Although this person looked ordinary, his methods were extremely terrifying and cruel. Many death row prisoners in the arena were cruelly killed by him in order to obtain their points. Lu Ming was silent for a moment as he thought about what the middle-aged man said about hell. Besides the incomparably mysterious Lord of Hell, there were also 10 other palaces. I don't belong to any palace. I obtained an inheritance from hell by chance. That's why I found this place. He replied. Then, according to the middle-aged man's request, he explained everything without leaving any loopholes. After falling for 60 million years, the middle-aged man wasn't sure if there was anyone in hell he could trust. Your methods are indeed very similar to my inheritance, but they're also very different from the other palaces. The thin man frowned. Although he doubted Lu Ming's words, he wasn't worried that Lu Ming had bad intentions. After all, his true strength was far greater than Lu Ming's. Seeing this, Lu Ming relaxed. He was worried that this person would be suspicious. Hell had always been mysterious. It was very difficult for outsiders to find a contact. Since that was the case, he could try and see if this person could take him there. 2. Is Hell's contact finally going to appear? In a quiet courtyard, Qing Shui received news about Lu Ming. Gu Changge was leisurely drinking tea. His clothes were as white as snow and his hair was like a waterfall. His hair was tied up with a simple hairband. He looked otherworldly and refined, as if he stood outside of the world of mortals. The 100 Realms battlefield was very restless. It was getting more and more chaotic. But he seemed very leisurely. Every day, he would drink tea and listen to music in the courtyard. Then he would order people to go to the great square to pick young seeds to confuse the public. Today, Qing Er and the higher-ups of the myriad Dao Business Alliance were standing in front of him. According to Miss Shui Yan's message through the Jade Talisman, Lu Ming has been in the arena all this time. He seems to be looking for someone. Especially tonight. After the duel ended, he didn't immediately return to his residence. Qing Er held a Jade Talisman and reported according to the message. If that's the case, then it's time for me to tighten my net. Gu Changge smiled faintly when he heard this. Then he put down the cup in his hand and stood up. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint terrifying fluctuation appeared in the void behind him. Then, a blurry space portal seemed to be torn open. A De and several figures shrouded in black mist appeared and stepped out. Apart from Ada, the other blurry figures all had the strength of a Tao enlightened one. Every single one of them had a terrifying pressure that could shatter the heavens and earth as they stood there. Everyone in the courtyard had a drastic change in expression. They were anxious and fearful. If it weren't for Gu Changge personally showing them, they wouldn't have imagined that so many enlightened experts were hiding in the dark, ready to listen to Gu Changge's orders at any time. Just this force alone was enough to sweep through the entire 100 Realms battlefield. Only the masters behind the Great Square would have the qualifications to contend with one of these enlightened experts. Naturally, they didn't know that these enlightened experts were all puppets refined by Gu Changge. Although they maintained their original realm, there was still a big gap between them and enlightened masters. It's time for the army to arrive. Gu Changge raised his head to look at the vast sky, his tone somewhat meaningful. Since the Infernal Realms contact had surfaced, it was time for him to dispatch an army. After all, this was a good opportunity for everyone to kick a man who was down. Since Hell and Buddha Temple existed, they had made too many enemies. Many orthodoxies hated them to the core. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't find the hiding place of their headquarters, they would have dispatched an army of experts to kill their way over. Over the years, they had experienced countless encirclements and annihilations. Young master, since we've confirmed that Hell and Buddha's hiding place is here, why don't we announce this news? I think Hell and Buddha have existed for many eras, so their hidden reserves are absolutely unfathomable. They will absolutely not give up or move away in a short period of time. He knew that Gu Changge was going to deal with Hell and Futu, these two ancient assassin organizations. Qing Er and the others still had many doubts in their hearts. They didn't understand why Gu Changge wanted to confirm where they were hiding before attacking. After all, the earlier the news of Hell and Buddha's hiding place was announced, the earlier the orthodoxies could prepare. If it's too early, Hell and Buddha would be prepared. What I want is to catch them off guard. Gu Changge smiled faintly when he heard this. Outside the 100 Realms battlefield, he had already ordered his people to wait in the dark. Now, as long as he gave the order, this army would kill their way into the 100 Realms battlefield and kill their way to Hell and Buddha's hiding place. At the same time, on the other side, according to the secret method taught by the middle-aged man in the mysterious stone, Lu Ming found the skinny man from Hell. He followed the other party, avoiding many eyes as he headed towards a group of palaces in the depths of the Vermilion Bird Square. On both sides were palaces and pavilions, richly ornamented and incomparably magnificent. An incomparably spacious river quietly flowed in the middle, sparkling with multicolored light and misty rain. There were many cultivators in the surroundings. Some were enjoying themselves in the brothels, while others were squandering money in casinos and taverns. Lu Ming didn't look around, trying his best to conceal his abnormality and not attract the attention of others. He knew that there were many experts in this place. A moment of carelessness could lead to unnecessary trouble. Soon, under the guidance of the skinny man, Lu Ming boarded an extremely large divine boat. It was dazzling in gold and jade, shining with divine light. There were also many people inside. A faint mist rose up in the surroundings, and as the wind blew, it began to spread out. Many jade boats floated on the river. A few voices could be heard, like weeping and complaining, tugging at one's heartstrings. Seeing the scene on the divine boat, even Lu Ming, who was used to seeing storms and waves, was shocked. He couldn't help but look away. Many male and female cultivators were gathered together. The air was filled with fragrant scents, and the air was filled with beautiful women. The skinny man leading the way couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. So it's still a virgin. What's so surprising about this? Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, but he quickly recovered. He had been cultivating for more than 10 years and had never experienced the matters between men and women. Especially when these cultivators didn't hide anything and were chatting and flirting on the divine boat. Why did you bring me to such a romantic place? He couldn't help but ask the skinny man leading the way. Aren't you looking for a contact person? Didn't I bring you here? The skinny man laughed with a hint of mockery. Hearing this, Lu Ming also understood a little. From the outside, this was indeed a romantic place. Who would have thought that this place had the contact point of hell? Be careful. Don't think that just because you obtained the inheritance of hell, the lords of hell will acknowledge you. The person I'm bringing you to later is a ruthless person who can easily take a person's life with a smile. The skinny man saw Lu Ming's expression and was worried that he would offend the Lord, so he specially reminded him. Lu Ming nodded with a solemn expression. He was nervous and expectant at the same time. From the layout of this place, he should be bringing you to see Meng Po's subordinates. The mysterious stone under his sleeve glowed faintly. The middle-aged man's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Meng Po. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He knew that there were 10 halls in hell, and the hall masters of each hall were called the 10 Yama Lords. Other than the 10 Yama Lords, there were also the 10 Yin Marshals and the 4 judges. Meng Po was another special person other than the 4 judges. Her status was not inferior to the 4 judges, and she was extremely mysterious. Of course, above the 10 Yama Lords, were there the ghost emperors of 5 directions and the legendary Yin Son of Heaven? He had no way of knowing these. The middle-aged man and the mysterious stone had never told him these things. A long time ago, hell was actually called the Netherworld. But later on, for some reason, it seemed to have violated some unseen taboo and had no choice but to change its name to hell. And just as Lu Ming's thoughts were running wild, the skinny man in front had already brought him to the private room on the lowest level of the divine boat. Here, he smelled a strange fragrance. It was like orchids and musk. It was intoxicating, and his blood flowed faster for some reason. I heard that you wanted to see me? A charming voice came from the front. It seemed to be a short distance away, and there was a misty fog spreading around. Lu Ming's heart trembled, but when he thought of the middle-aged man's instructions, he calmed himself down. He looked up and realized that there was another world in this place. There were spatial fluctuations that seemed to be able to envelop everything around. There was a curtain in the distance, blocking everyone's line of sight. He could only vaguely see a graceful figure lying on her side. Her head was half propped up, and she seemed to be smoking some kind of spirit cigarette. She looked extremely lazy. If you dare to look around, then dig them out. The charming voice sounded again. There was no trace of killing intent, as if she was just talking about a trivial matter. Lu Ming shuddered and hurriedly retracted his gaze. Then, he bowed his head respectfully and said, I want to see you because I have something to tell you. What is it? The voice behind the curtain sounded again. There was no impatience. I have once received the inheritance of a big shot in hell. Lu Ming thought of the middle-aged man's instructions. He did not dare to hide anything and repeated word by word. He did not directly say that he had received all the inheritances. He only said that the inheritances were still lost somewhere, and he did not have the ability to obtain all of them. Otherwise, he was worried. that this higher-up of hell would covet his inheritance and kill him. When the figure behind the curtain heard Lu Ming's words, she slowly sat up. There was some uncertainty in her expression. "Is what you said true? Do you know the consequences if you lie?" Her voice was no longer as charming as before. Instead, there was a hint of coldness in it. This was because from what Lu Ming said, the inheritance he received was most likely from the Lord Hallmaster who died 60 million years ago. In fact, all of Hell's higher-ups were secretive about this matter. The Lord Hallmaster's strength was unfathomable. If it was not because someone in Hell leaked his whereabouts, he would not have been attacked by other orthodoxies and died. Because of this, Hell's great formation of heavenly hell-destroying immortal fiends was difficult to set up. Otherwise, there would be no need to be so wary of Guchanga and choose to hide all this time. "I dare not lie to you, sir. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at this item." Lu Ming had long guessed the other party's reaction. Therefore, he took out a fragment of the stone realm that the middle-aged man had given him before. Buzz. The void trembled. Then, a jade-white hand reached out from behind the curtain and grabbed the fragment of the stone realm. "It's this item." The woman behind the curtain sized it up for a long time. After a long silence, there was a sigh. Lu Ming stood there with his hands by his side and did not say anything. He knew that since the other party had recognized this item, she would not suspect him. "You can go back first. If this is true, someone will come looking for you in 3 days." Soon, the woman behind the curtain gave the order to leave. However, compared to before, her tone was much calmer. She was the disciple of the extremely mysterious Mengpa of Hell and could be considered a higher-up in Hell. She knew more about some of the more secretive matters than others. Hearing this, Lu Ming sighed in relief. He felt that he was one step closer to becoming the successor of Hell. However, just as he was about to leave this place and return to his residence, outside the room, there was suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps and knocking on the door. "Reporting to my lord, something bad has happened. Outside the pleasure boat, there are many unfamiliar figures. An unimaginable existence in the dark has sealed all the space here. Not to mention cultivators, even divine sense can't be transmitted out at this moment." A pale-faced man stumbled over, his expression incomparably flustered. "What?" Hearing this, not only was the woman behind the curtain stunned, but even Lu Ming's expression changed. "Are you plotting against me?" Almost immediately, the expression of the woman behind the curtain turned cold. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness as she stared at Lu Ming. At this time, she had no choice but to think so. Otherwise, how could the timing be so coincidental? Lu Ming had just found his way here, and then a powerhouse had sealed this place. This lowly one definitely has no intention of plotting against my lord. This lowly one is willing to guarantee with his life. Lu Ming only felt a terrifying murderous aura enveloping him, causing him to suffocate. His skin hurt as if it was about to burst open. He felt that if he did not explain, he would probably collapse under this aura and turn into a bloody mist. "Who exactly is that?" The woman behind the curtain appeared. She was wearing a long green dress, and her cold and exquisite face was uncertain. She did not think that Lu Ming would dare to lie to her. However, at this time, she did not have time to think. This was because a terrifying and majestic divine sense suddenly crushed down as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. The void within a radius of a few hundred miles was stagnant because of this, as if it had been turned into a domain. Dao attainment? 0, 2". The expression of the woman in the green dress changed again. She turned pale, and she felt as if her divine sense had turned cold. Her entire body trembled. She knew that an unimaginable and terrifying existence must have descended here, and in order to prevent news of this place from spreading, he had turned this place into his domain. This kind of method could only be done by existences like the 10 great hall masters of Hell. Could it be that someone is following me? Lu Ming thought of this possibility. In fact, he had been feeling like he was being watched these days. However, when he asked the middle-aged man also said that he did not sense it. Boom! At this time, the entire divine boat trembled. Terrifying energy poured down in torrents, and the black giant hand fell horizontally, crushing over in an instant. Countless runes engraved on the walls glowed, trying to resist this power. However, it did not last long. Like snow under the scorching sun, it quickly melted and collapsed. All the cultivators and living beings did not dare to move. They were trembling in fear. Void forbidden technique. Feeling this fluctuation, the woman in the green dress in the boat paled even more. She was filled with fear. She already understood. The other party must have come prepared, and it was specifically for the matter of hell. That was why this place was isolated immediately to prevent news from spreading and alerting the enemy. Thinking of this, she did not hesitate. She reached out her hand and was about to destroy her spiritual altar to prevent news of hell from spreading. However, a burly figure covered in a dark iron armor was faster than her. He tore through space and appeared beside her. Then, he raised his hand and suppressed her. Everything happened too quickly. It happened so quickly that the woman in the green dress was in despair. She could not resist this power at all. The figure wearing the nether iron armor stood there like an iron tower. His eyes were cold and emotionless, and there was a kind of soul-stirring pressure. He raised his hand to suppress the woman in the green dress. The soaring murderous aura condensed into chains that bound her hands and feet, making it difficult for her to move. Protect the Lord. Outside the room, a large number of figures rushed over with swords and sabers in their hands. They were full of murderous intent. However, before they could get close, they were crushed into blood mist by the majestic pressure, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The huge gap between their realms was not something that could be made up for with numbers. Ada just stood there without doing anything, but the pressure that filled the air was enough to destroy everything. Oh no, someone probably wants to attack hell, and you've been used as a pawn. The mysterious stone shone brightly. The middle-aged man saw everything and had a bad feeling. He was a hall master in hell back then. He had experienced many things, so he could see the cause and effect of the matter at a glance. In the end, it was Lu Ming's attempt to find a contact in hell these days that attracted the attention of someone in the dark. This made him a little angry. After all, he was only a remnant soul. If he was at his peak, how could he not feel the spying in the dark? Then what should we do now? Should we surrender or think of a way to escape? Lu Ming was also very uneasy and asked the middle-aged man. However, he felt that there was an even more terrifying aura outside the boat. The middle-aged man did not have time to answer him. He hurriedly hid his aura and hid in the deepest part of the mysterious stone space. Since Lu Ming had long been targeted, then if he did not pay attention, he might be caught by the other party. Senior, Lu Ming continued to call out, but the middle-aged man did not answer him. His heart gradually sank. Today was probably going to be a bad day. The other cultivators on the boat trembled in fear and knelt on the ground, not daring to move. They could only watch as several figures walked in from outside the divine boat. The person in the lead was dressed in white. He was tall and straight, and his eyes were deep. He had a handsome face, like a young immortal, and light flowed all over his body. Quite a few cultivators recognized him, and their faces were filled with fear. During this time, Guchunga's arrival in the 100 Realms battlefield caused endless waves. No one would have thought that he would appear here tonight, and with an unfriendly look on his face. There were many people following behind Guchunga. The higher-ups of the 10,000 Dao Business Alliance and the young lady of the Green Flood Ancient World, Shui Yan, wore solemn expressions. The reason why the young lady, Shui Yan, had come along was actually because she was worried about Lu Ming. She wanted to advise him not to go against Gu Chang'e. Although Gu Chang'e had promised that he would not harm Lu Ming, Shui Yan was still worried. Lu Ming's whereabouts were exposed tonight. A large part of the reason was that she had truthfully reported to Gu Chang'e what Lu Ming had done in the past few days. Young master, how should we deal with these people? Qing'er's gaze slowly swept over everyone on the pleasure boat. Her expression was cold and indifferent as she respectfully asked Gu Chang'e. Among these people, no one could be sure that there weren't people from hell. Capture them all. Seal their sea of knowledge and cultivation. Gu Chang'e said casually. He didn't care about these people. His attention was actually still on the big fish in the pleasure boat. Soon, a large number of soldiers in black armor swarmed over from the surroundings of the pleasure boat and captured all the people here, regardless of gender, age, or age. Because of the Forbidden Void technique, this place had become a domain. Only the cultivators and living beings who entered this place would know what happened here. Furthermore, the cultivators and living beings in this place couldn't send out any information. Master, the people inside have been captured. How should we deal with them? All the cultivators on the pleasure boat kept quiet out of fear as they looked at Ada, who was wearing a dark iron armor. He was also holding the ashen-faced woman in his hand. Lu Ming and the others followed behind, not daring to make a move. Is this the contact from hell? Take her back first. Gu Chang'e looked at the woman in green but didn't interrogate her in front of everyone. Gu Chang'e, looking at the white-robed man in front of her, the woman in green's face was pale, and her voice was trembling. There was only despair left in her heart. If it was someone else, she would think that there would be a chance for tonight's matter to turn around. However, the person in front of her was actually Gu Chang'e. Even if her master, Meng Pe, was here, she could only obediently be captured. Why is it him? Why is junior sister Shui Yan here too? Could it be? At this moment, Lu Ming naturally recognized Gu Chang'e, and his eyes involuntarily widened. In particular, he also saw junior sister Shui Yan behind Gu Chang'e. In an instant, he thought of many things, and his face turned pale. He immediately figured it out. Impossible, how could junior sister Shui Yan do this? Lu Ming's eyes were a little red and filled with blood. He clenched his fists and wanted to rush forward and question him personally. In his impression, junior sister Shui Yan was sensible, smart, mature, and steady. Why would she secretly scheme against him? Why would she tell Gu Chang'e about his whereabouts? However, Lu Ming did not have time to go forward and question her. After seeing him, the young girl, Shui Yan, heaved a sigh of relief and walked straight to him. She said with a guilty tone, "Senior brother Lu Ming, I'm sorry, I have my reasons. I'll explain to you later. But you must not go against young Master Gu, otherwise, no one will be able to protect you." Her words were very sincere and carried a deep sense of guilt. After all, if she had not leaked Lu Ming's whereabouts, he would not have been reduced to such a state. Why did you do this? Why did you scheme against me? However, Lu Ming no longer had the rationality to listen to her. His eyes were filled with disappointment and pain, and endless anger surged in his heart. I'm sorry, but I had no choice. Shui Yan's eyes dimmed, and she felt very guilty. Although Lu Ming hid many things from her, he had never hurt her. Her actions could even push Lu Ming into the abyss of eternal damnation. I understand now. Gu Chang'e must have threatened you to do this, right? That night, he called you over. Was it because of this matter? Lu Ming was not an ordinary person after all. He quickly figured out the ins and outs of the matter. His angry gaze landed on Shui Yan's face, and it was filled with disappointment. Shui Yan was at a loss for words when she heard that. She fell silent, not knowing how to explain. Master, there's an obscure god's soul fluctuation on this person. Ada glanced at Lu Ming and spoke in a low, muffled voice. I know. Gu Chang'e smiled. He did not interrupt Lu Ming and Shui Yan's conversation. He watched from the side with interest on his face. When he first saw Lu Ming, he knew that this son of Providence must have had many fortuitous encounters and must have something like a cheat finger. Now, it seemed like his cheat finger had a lot to do with hell. Perhaps someone's remnant soul was hidden in it. Miss Shui Yan, according to our agreement, I won't harm your senior brother's life if you help me with this. I want to find someone through him. Now, that person is hiding in his body. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and slowly walked toward Lu Ming as he spoke. Naturally, he was just casually saying that without Shui Yan's consent. Whether it was Lu Ming or Shui Yan, they were all the same in his eyes. Senior brother Lu Ming, you saw it too. Young Master Gu said that he won't harm your life. He just wants to find someone, Shui Yan said sincerely. Shui Yan spoke sincerely when she saw this. She hoped that Lu Ming wouldn't be unable to tell what was good for him and lose his life. Lu Ming stared at Gu Chang'e with a conflicted expression on his face. He knew that Gu Chang'e did not care about him. Instead, he cared about the mysterious rock. Of course, to be more precise, it might be the middle-aged man in the mysterious rock. Otherwise, why would a lowly nobody like him deserve Gu Chang'e's attention? I understand. After a moment of silence, a conflicted expression flashed across Lu Ming's face. At this point, he knew that he had no choice but to hand over the mysterious rock. However, just as he finished speaking and made his choice, the mysterious rock that he had hidden in his sleeve suddenly shone brightly. The dazzling light intertwined as if it had been ignited. It was incomparably hot. "Damn brat, how dare you betray me?" The middle-aged man's face was incomparably gloomy. He did not want to resign himself to death. He could only use his final method to merge his soul with the mysterious rock. At this moment, Lu Ming also started to scream miserably. A terrifying burning pain was emitted from his palm. Even if he wanted to throw the mysterious rock away, he could not do so. The item that had helped him all this time, allowing him to reach the peak of his peers in the green-flood ancient world, seemed to have burned through his palm and merged with it. Scarlet flames immediately spread out from Lu Ming's palm and instantly devoured his entire body. He rolled on the ground and continuously cried out in pain, trying to alleviate the pain. However, the mysterious rock contained a special power that kept devouring his flesh and divine soul. It wanted to use his flesh as a catalyst to break free and escape from this place. Senior brother Lu Ming, Shui Yan, was also stunned by this sudden scene. She could not help but cry out in alarm, wanting to save Lu Ming. However, Gu Changge's action was faster than her. He shook his sleeve lightly, and a gust of clear air shook. It was like a drizzle of rain, directly extinguishing the scarlet flames on Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming was also burned beyond recognition. He was on the verge of death and had already fainted. "You're quite smart. You want to use this method to escape. Speaking of which, does this count as the backlash of the cheat card?" Gu Changge's gaze fell on the terrifying hole in Lu Ming's palm that was burned. He smiled lightly. Naturally, he would not let the remnant soul in it escape. The vast power of the rules, as vast as clouds and smoke, appeared. Then, an inexplicable aura surged in this space. Everything slowed down. Regardless of whether it was the crowd's thoughts or their gazes, they seemed to be in a state of stillness. Then, time was reversed. Tiny fragments of light that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the surrounding void. They were mysterious fragments of broken rocks that contained the middle-aged man's remnant soul. However, under the control of Gu Changge's will, they began to show signs of reversing. Countless tiny fragments of light slowly gathered and fell into Gu Changge's palm. Soon, they turned into a palm-sized fragment of rock. Time reversal. Let everything return to its original state. The many senior executives of the Myriad Daos Business Alliance who were following behind Gu Changge widened their eyes in shock. They were in disbelief. It was as though they had just witnessed a miracle. Even those who had attained the Tao would not be able to do such a mysterious technique. They would definitely not be able to reverse time and return everything to its original state. After all, the time rule was one of the most mysterious and unfathomable supreme rules in this world. Of course, Gu Changge also knew that he had only just mastered this rule. He could only reverse time for a short period of time. The true power of time was far more vast and mysterious than anyone could imagine. "You. Who are you?" The middle-aged man's remnant soul appeared on the fragment of rock. It was filled with shock and fear. He did not expect that his remnant soul had already merged with the fragment of rock. To a cultivator, this was equivalent to having one's body and soul destroyed. However, in Gu Changge's hand, his remnant soul was reformed. This technique was no different from resurrecting 537. He has touched the threshold of the immortal state, he's still a young man. At this moment, the middle-aged man thought of the only possibility. His heart was filled with shock. He was extremely shocked. A remnant soul at the level of a Tao attainment, Gu Changge looked at the middle-aged man who appeared on the fragment of rock. He was enlightened. It turned out that this was what Lu Ming relied on to contact hell. However, he did not interrogate the middle-aged man in front of everyone. Instead, he waved his hand and put the middle-aged man into the Sumeru space. Gu Changge was not worried that he would not be able to get anything out of the middle-aged man. The strength of a Tao attainment cultivator was equivalent to that of a hall master in hell. Even if there was a forbidden technique to seal one's divine consciousness and not reveal many things. However, to Lu Ming, it was easy for him to find hell. Soon, the divine boat and all the cultivators and living beings within 100 miles were taken away. This place fell into a strange dimensional void. Unless a Dao attainment cultivator showed up to investigate, no one would know what happened here. After all, Guchanga wanted to catch everyone off guard to avoid alerting the enemy. Naturally, he had to set up everything here. As long as the hell hiding world appeared, everything would be easy to handle. What happened tonight was only spread among the higher-ups of the business alliance. This was because Guchanga had ordered them to keep this matter under wraps. Of course, there was no doubt that there were spies from hell in the business alliance. Therefore, after returning to his previous residence, Guchanga asked everyone to leave. "If you spare my life, I'll tell you everything I know." The middle-aged man's remnant soul was released. He took a deep breath and looked at Guchanga in front of him as he promised in a deep voice. After surviving for 60 million years, one could see how strong his desire to live was. Naturally, he did not want to die at this time. "I don't need you to tell me what I want to know." However, Guchanga had no intention of saying anything to him. His expression was calm and indifferent. As he raised his palm, dense black light filled the air. Runes of the Great Tao appeared and turned into a Great Tao treasure bottle. Then, it suddenly swallowed the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man originally wanted to negotiate with Guchanga. However, he did not expect Guchanga to ignore him completely. Moreover, as a former hall master, he was very knowledgeable. He recognized the Great Tao treasure bottle immediately. His face was filled with fear. Soon, the screams in the palace stopped abruptly. A hall master from 60 million years ago, Guchanga closed his eyes and quietly went through the middle-aged man's memories. There were restrictions in the depths of the middle-aged man's divine soul to prevent him from revealing the secrets of hell. However, in the face of the devouring power of the Great Tao treasure bottle, the restrictions collapsed like snow. They were completely useless. The middle-aged man's memories were now in front of him. He was flipping through them casually like pages of a book. In the palace, Guchanga stood with his eyes closed as he flipped through the memories of the first hall master. In fact, what he was most concerned about was the foundation of hell. Most of the orthodoxies in the outside world only knew that hell had 10 great hall masters, named after the 10 great halls of hell from ancient times. But above the 10 great hall masters, were there the ghost emperors of the 5 directions and the most mysterious son of heaven? This was unknown. But it was undeniable that each of the 10 great hall masters had an exceedingly high cultivation base. Even if they were in the same realm, it was difficult to find an opponent. 6,000 years ago, the first hall master almost died because he was besieged by many Tao attainments experts. From these memories, he learned that the location of each of hell's halls was actually very mysterious. Even the hall master of each hall didn't know the location of the other halls. The communication between each hall depended on the transmission altar in each hall. Of course, there were definitely benefits to doing this, and that was to avoid danger as much as possible. The 100 Realms battlefield is indeed a place to cultivate Gu, but for hell, it's definitely not the only place. Guchanga obtained another piece of extremely useful information. There were countless lower realms around the 100 Realms battlefield, and many of them were controlled by hell. And those lower realms were specially left as backyards for hell, nurturing large amounts of fresh blood. This was a tradition of hell, and also the reason why hell was able to stand at the peak of the assassin world. Flipping through the middle-aged man's remnant soul allowed Guchanga to learn a lot of hell's secrets. In some ways, these secrets involved a lot of things, and there were even shadows of several immortal orthodoxies behind them. From the memories, the ancient Kanglan world should be hell's hiding place, but hell should be hiding in a world within a world, and the entrance to a world within a world is in the ancient Kanglan world. Guchanga had a general understanding of hell's hiding place. So the next thing to do was much simpler. First, eliminate hell's headquarters, then the rest of the Buddha would be easier. This was because hell was more mysterious and difficult to deal with. Then, Guchanga ordered people to bring the woman in the green dress from the pleasure boat, and personally interrogate her. The infernal realm had a special secret technique that could prevent its members from leaking any information related to the infernal realm. The woman in the green dress was Granny Meng's disciple. She was one of the higher-ups in the infernal realm. The restrictions in her god soul were even more complicated and profound. However, even a former hall master could not stop Xianxia from prying into his sea of consciousness. So what if she was just a woman in a green dress? Soon, the screams and wails came to an abrupt end. The green-dressed woman's face was distorted with fear, and she almost fainted. While she was awake, Xianxia was reading her mind. The degree of pain was tantamount to repeatedly tearing one's divine soul apart. It was unimaginable. Ada, take the 3 Dao enlightened experts and go to the 100 Realms battlefield according to the information in this person's sea of consciousness. After pondering for a while, Xianxia called Ada and the others and gave them the order. From his sea of consciousness, he obtained a lot of useful information. There were indeed a lot of communication points in the 100 Realms battlefield. But because of Zhao Hai's arrival, they were sealed off. Only one of the communication points was still open. The 10 hall masters weren't present. Even if they wanted to discuss something, they could only send their avatars. This made Xianxia feel somewhat regretful. Yes, Lord. Ada received the order and left with the 3 Dao enlightened puppets shrouded in black mist. In the following days, the 100 Realms battlefield fell into an atmosphere of foreboding. Almost all of the cultivators and living beings felt a sense of unease and oppression. What happened in the Vermilion Bird Square that night was not hidden from everyone. This was because the next day, Xianxia gave the order to remove the restrictions. The communication points in the Infernal Realm were destroyed by Ada on the same day. Such a big matter naturally attracted the attention of many orthodoxies in the Upper Realm. News about the Infernal Realm spread as quickly as possible, causing a huge commotion. In the communication points, Ada found a lot of underground palaces with hidden transmission altars. These transmission altars were not destroyed by the higher-ups of the Infernal Realm. They could easily lock onto the other side through spatial coordinates. Many experts of the Infernal Realm tried to resist. But in the face of the 3 Dao enlightened puppets, everything was futile. In the end, only death awaited them. On the same day, a large number of ancient warships arrived outside the 100 Realms battlefield. According to the information from the communication points, they began to wipe out the Dao temples left behind by the Infernal Realm. This was a storm-like assault that swept through the entire 100 Realms battlefield, causing countless cultivators to tremble in fear. On that day, many cultivators didn't even have time to react before they saw the majestic fleet of ancient warships arriving outside World Suppression City. The soldiers on the ships were like black clouds, rolling in endless numbers. In the 100 Realms battlefield, all of the Dao temples left behind by the Infernal Realm were destroyed. 2 Dao enlightened puppets appeared, but they didn't have any effect. Under the joint attack of Xianxia's Dao enlightened puppets, they quickly fell. None of the cultivators thought that Xianxia had already made arrangements for this thunderous attack. This huge battle also alarmed the various powers in the Upper Realm. Xianxia's appearance in the 100 Realms battlefield wasn't a secret. But nobody thought that his final target would be the assassin organization, the Infernal Realm. This move made many powers who had enmity with the Infernal Realm unable to hold back. Under the banner of a crusade against the Infernal Realm, they sent an army here. Naturally, many powers also wanted a share of the pie. This was because the Infernal Realm's accumulation and background were unfathomable. Their wealth was even more astonishing. In the past, the Infernal Realm hid very well and avoided many crusades. But today, they were directly exposed. In just a few days, the elites of many orthodoxies gathered outside the 100 Realms battlefield. It seems like the Infernal Realm's good days are coming to an end. After occupying the 100 Realms battlefield for so many years, the Infernal Realm's training grounds have been wiped out. In the various cities of the Upper Realm, many cultivators and living beings who received the news were extremely shocked and discussed animatedly. There was no doubt that this was a major event that swept across the Upper Realm. After all, in recent years, many geniuses and great figures have died at the hands of the Infernal Realm. The Infernal Realm and the Buddha clan were well-deserved overlords of the Dark World. They even dared to assassinate experts. Now that Xianxia found the Infernal Realm and wanted to launch a crusade, it naturally attracted the attention of countless people. No one knew what kind of enmity Xianxia had with the Infernal Realm that led him to make such a decision. However, the news of the 100 Realms battlefield being the Infernal Realm's place of cultivation still caused a great sensation. Of course, there were certainly shadows of other orthodoxies behind this. It wasn't just the infernal realm's place of cultivation. But at this time everyone's attention was on the infernal realm. Naturally, they ignored this. At the same time, in a vast space filled with darkness and gloomy clouds, a voice rang out. Palaces and islands floated in the air. The divine mountain range stretched out endlessly. This place was like the underworld of ancient myths. The world was vast. Only a layer of gray fog could be seen. There were also few signs of human habitation. There were almost no signs of life. The earth was devastated. It was as if a terrible war had happened. There were traces of destruction everywhere. Some traces of meteorites still existed. They were hundreds of miles wide. The cracks that spread out formed large rifts. Baleful chi rushed out of these rifts, shaking the heavens. It swept through the dim blood moon in the distance. It was like an ancient battlefield. The Dao field and many communication points in the 100 Realms battlefield have been destroyed. I knew that Xianxia didn't come with good intentions. He must have some other purpose. He's definitely behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. In the deepest part of the palace, a terrifying figure wearing nether steel divine clothes and holding a heavenly saber stood tall. He looked at the distant sky. His eyes were cold and full of anger. That pitiful disciple of mine was also killed. Only now did I know of her death. I should have let her leave the 100 Realms battlefield and not stay there for long. Below the palace, an old woman in black spoke softly, but her words were filled with a shocking chill. Her robe was wide and embroidered with many complicated patterns. The patterns seemed to come alive. There were enchanting spider lilies and surging yellow springs. She was the mysterious Mangpa of the infernal realm. And the terrifying figure in front of her was the third hall master of the infernal realm. He had monstrous strength. The environment here was extremely dark and misty, just like the legendary hell. Large stars floated in the sky, each surrounded by thick gray fog. They were majestic and heavy, enough to crush everything. Large groups of killers from hell were hiding in the mountains. Their auras were shocking and murderous intent spread. Xianxia attacked the infernal realm for no reason. Naturally, we have to teach him a lesson. All disciples of hell, listen to my order. We'll fight Xianxia to the death. The third palace master appeared from the depths of the palaces, wearing a nether iron armor and holding a heavenly sword in his hand. Mangpa was next to him. There were 10 palaces in hell. This was only the small world where the 3 palaces were located, not the upper world. Now, the third palace master had received news that he was going to lead the disciples of hell to kill Xianxia's army. The palaces of hell didn't communicate with each other. They would only act together when there was a great crisis. It's a pity that the first palace master's cultivation isn't high enough. Otherwise, he could set up the deity demon array and make Xianxia surrender. Mangpa sighed. She was also a Dao attainment cultivator, but her cultivation wasn't as high as the 10 palace masters. But over the years, many peerless overlords had died in her hands. Even some sect masters of the supreme sects had been assassinated by her. Today, those skulls were still placed in her bedroom. Kill. Show the might of hell. As the third palace master gave the order, murderous intents appeared on the mountains and islands, piercing through the clouds. 537 ancient warships dyed in blood appeared one after another. They stretched across the world, covering the sky and covering the sun. Some fierce beasts let out shocking roars and walked out from afar like a flood. Their eyes were red and filled with endless murderous intent. Countless killers from hell appeared. Some came through the space portal, while others came out of seclusion. There were more than 10 million of them. There was an endless number of them. Many of them were also brought onto the ancient battleships. The ocean-like waves of divine will made everyone's heart palpitate. This was an unimaginably terrifying force that could sweep through any great sect. And this was only one of the 10 great halls of hell. Similar scenes were playing out in various minor worlds in hell. Shocking armies were being assembled in various palaces in hell, ready to crush all enemies. Of course, the higher-ups of hell were also furrowing their brows and making other decisions. Many of hell's hidden treasures and inheritances were secretly taken away by them. They were worried that something unexpected would happen at the end of this battle. This was because the entire upper realm was alarmed. Many orthodoxies were trying to get a share of the pie. Many cultivators and creatures felt that it would be difficult for Hell to escape this time. Even if they weren't wiped out, they would suffer disastrous losses. It would be difficult for them to return to their previous peak. Many of the upper echelons of Hell hated Xianxia to the bone. They had no idea why Xianxia was doing this. In any case, they had always minded their own business with Xianxia. As a result, Xianxia suddenly sent people to clean up Hell's training grounds in the 100 Realms battlefield. This move could be said to be unexpected. It was fast and ruthless, causing everyone to be unable to react. By the time the temple masters recovered, their eyes and communication points in the 100 Realms battlefield had been completely uprooted. From this, one could see that Xianxia had been planning this for a long time. It wasn't a sudden move. Boom! A majestic army gathered in the upper realm. They passed through a large transmission formation and arrived outside the 100 Realms battlefield. On top of these ancient warships were countless cultivators. They were holding various weapons and riding fierce beasts. They were waiting for an order to rush into the ancient worlds below and start a purge of Hell. Besides the deep-sea realm, there are also traces of Hell in other realms. On top of the ancient warship, Xianxia listened to his subordinate's report. He was somewhat pensive. He didn't intend to make a move himself. He wanted to let the orthodoxies behind him confront Hell first. When the time was right, he would be the fisherman who reaped the benefits. Therefore, he wasn't stingy in sharing information about Hell to the orthodoxies. Of course, with Xianxia's current strength, it was more than enough for her to sweep through Hell. But he didn't want to cause too much damage. Wouldn't it be foolish to not use the tool in front of him? Young Lord Xianxia. When we were encircling Hell, there was also news from Futu. It seems like he was frightened. There was a fluctuation in the void. The mysterious owner of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, by Lian appeared on the ancient warship and said to Xianxia. She had a rare smile on her face. Obviously, one of her worries was solved. Once Hell and Futu were dealt with, the entire dark world in the upper realm would follow the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion's lead. Oh, Futu also showed up? Xianxia was somewhat surprised. But after thinking about it, he wasn't surprised. After all, the various orthodoxies in the upper realm were encircling Hell. Futu's foundation wasn't as good as Hell, so it was natural for him to feel uneasy. I've already sent people to investigate. It shouldn't take more than a few days to find out where Futu is. Bai Lian replied confidently. This was because she asked her junior brother Bai Hua for help. Using these clues, they deduced where Futu was most likely to be hiding and got a rough estimate. Xianxia nodded and didn't say anything else. In the upper realm, besides the Dark Sky Court and the Epic Tao Fruit, there was still no one left. Only the Hell sect and the Buddhist sect were left to deal with. But he believed that it wouldn't take long. The Epic Tao Fruit's signs of ripening were getting more and more obvious. Some of the world's laws were even seeping out from his inner universe. The entire upper realm's laws were undergoing obvious and huge changes. Some ancient existences with profound cultivations who stood at the peak of the upper realm could feel it most clearly. After dealing with Hell and Futu, Xianxia began to arrange everything related to the Epic Tao Fruit. Things went as expected. Half a month later, shocking battles broke out all over the 100 Realms battlefield. Hell's army arrived through transmission formations and fought with the various orthodoxies. Vast waves of battle shook the heavens and earth as they wreaked havoc everywhere. It was as if the sky had been pierced through. Large planets were crushed into ashes. Chaos Chi soared into the sky and spread out in all directions. Endless blood and corpses piled up. It was a scene of misery and suffering. Just as Xianxia expected, Hell's army divided into two groups. Some appeared outside the 100 Realms battlefield to intercept the various orthodoxies. As for the others, they seemed to be escorting something and did not participate in this battle. It seems like Hell knows that there's only one outcome to this battle. They're already thinking of a way to retreat. Xianxia didn't appear, let alone make a move. He just watched everything from an ancient planet. He raised his hand and smashed a distant ancient warship into countless pieces. However, he didn't find any traces of Dao attainment experts. In this battle, the strongest expert sent by Hell was only at the quasi-emperor level. True Tao attainment experts were very smart. They chose to hide in their hiding realms, not to mention the 10 temple masters. Hell's 10 temple masters are said to have a joint attack formation called the Fiendish Immortal. It's a good material for refining puppets. Guchanga smiled. He was waiting for the various orthodoxies to finish fighting with Hell before making a move. The army sent to subjugate Hell was vast and majestic, seemingly endless. Experts from various orthodoxies drove ancient warships from the ends of the universe. Their shouts shook the heavens and the earth, causing many starfields to tremble. Towards the end, even supreme martial artists and quasi-emperors would no longer be able to stay out of harm's way and would have to take action. This was an extremely terrifying and chaotic war. The territories involved could only be described as endless. Even Saint Realm cultivators couldn't keep their lives in this war. Ordinary cultivators fell in droves like weeds, falling one batch after another. At the end of the world, Supremes fought. Supremes floated above their heads, radiating dazzling light. The aftermath of their battle could destroy the heavens and the earth. For ordinary cultivators, Supremes were no different from gods. With a raise of their hands, they could destroy millions of miles of territory and shatter countless stars in the outer realms. The shockwaves from the battle between quasi-emperors were even more terrifying. Their avatars were magnificent and tall, standing in the clouds of stars. Around them, many doors of light stood tall. They were filled with shocking spatial fluctuations that connected the various universes. A torrent of troops rushed out from the gates of light. They were like terrifying black pythons shuttling through the universe. Such a war was extremely rare. Almost all orthodoxies participated. Even the War of Longevity between the Longevity Gu clan and the Purple Mansion wasn't as tragic and terrifying as this. This war almost swept across the entire upper realm. Hell's traces spread to many corners of the upper realm like a spider web. Although the Hundred Realms battlefield was the center of the Hundred Realms battlefield, it involved a vast territory. Even Guchanga couldn't guarantee that she would be able to completely eradicate Hell. As long as Hell exists, we won't be at peace. Today, we must destroy Hell. Give me back my grandson's life. In the war, an old man roared. His whole body glowed as he pushed his chi and blood to the extreme. It could be said that he hated this assassin organization to the bone. The grandson he doted on the most had died at the hands of the underworld. Even now, he didn't know who paid a lot of money to hire Hell's assassins to kill his grandson. In fact, there were quite a few cultivators who had deep enmity with Hell, and their hatred for Hell was boundless. Apart from the imperishable factions and Supreme Taoism factions, the descendants of some powerful rogue cultivators were also assassinated by the underworld. It's about time. Hell may have a strong foundation, but it won't be able to escape this time. Guchunga's expression didn't change much as he looked at the tragic scene. His figure vanished with a single step, tearing through the cosmos and heading towards the world where the headquarters of Hell were located. The ancient Azure Wave realm was one of the countless lower realms surrounding the Hundred Realms battlefield. In terms of ranking, he wasn't even in the top 100. And it was precisely this ancient world that actually hid the greatest secret of Hell. Boom, the spatial altar appeared, as if it had been summoned from ancient times. It moved through the universe passage, tearing apart the primal chaos and the void. In this universal passage, there was also a mighty army descending to attack the ancient Kanglin world. This was a shocking scene that was like a flood. Shouts of war shook the sky dome, as if all ancient realms were fighting. The world gate of the hidden realm was found and then destroyed by several mysterious Tao attainments cultivators. As a result, the halls of Hell could no longer hide and could only be exposed under the sky. From the broken world gate, countless Hell assassins rushed out. They usually hid in the dark world, but from the moment the war broke out, they had nowhere to hide and could only fight against the powerful cultivators of various races. Hell's fate has declined and will be destroyed today. You still don't want to give up? In the sky, a boundary emperor spoke. A golden bell hung above his head, and a wisp of bell pattern spread out like ripples. As it swept across, all the Hell cultivators vomited blood and exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed. In front of him was a boundary emperor from Hell, hidden in the darkness. Only a divine sword dripping with blood seemed to be able to open up the world. When it slashed out, endless blood and primal chaos chi flooded everything, Even if hell will be destroyed one day, all of you will pay a heavy price. Moreover, my hellfire will never be extinguished. Wherever there is darkness, there will be hell's inheritance. The Boundary Emperor from hell sneered. He didn't care about life and death at all. You are so stubborn. Now that you are facing the crusade of all the forces in the upper domain, do you still think you have a way out? In the face of a Boundary Emperor from hell, even as a Boundary Emperor of the same realm, the Boundary Emperor's expression was solemn and he didn't dare to be careless. Soon, the two of them fought again. Light rushed into the sky in all directions, crushing all living beings in the surroundings. In addition to the war between the Boundary Emperors, the other battles were equally cruel. In addition to the Dao attainment cultivators, almost all the cultivators of the same realm were fighting. A strong smell of blood wafted, and the entire sky seemed to be dyed red with blood, emitting a blood-red light that made one's heart palpitate. The people are plunged into misery and suffering. Unfortunately, it's not very useful to me. Xianxia appeared here and looked at the scene, gently shaking his head. If his cultivation had not reached the Dao attainment realm, he could use the great Dao treasure bottle to condense the broken source here and make it his own. Unfortunately, his current cultivation was almost at the late-stage Nirvana Dao. Even the source of an ordinary Dao attainment cultivator was useless to him. Buzz. Xianxia walked over, his figure seemed to be faint as he passed through the battlefield. None of the people fighting in the surroundings seemed to be able to see him. Even the Boundary Emperors couldn't sense the slightest bit of Xianxia's aura, even if Xianxia paused for a moment around them. Here, Xianxia paused for a moment, but he didn't stay for long. Instead, he stretched out his hand and drew a line in the world below. Buzz. Boundless divine power erupted at this moment, as if opening up the chaos. The world in front of him suddenly split open, and even this universe was separated. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. Even the Boundary Emperors who were fighting were terrified and trembling all over. In another deep and vast space, there were palaces everywhere, and black fog was rolling. Figures with monstrous killing intent stood tall, like unchanging demonic mountains. But at this moment, they felt a chill all over. They couldn't help but look up at the sky, as if there was a gaze slowly falling from there. He still found his way here. A tall figure sitting in the center of the hall said calmly, then slowly got up with a black heavenly halberd in his hand. A monstrous aura surged, as if it could cut through eternity and pierce through time. Fourth Palace Master. All the figures knelt down, their eyes filled with killing intent and determination. Hell had a total of 10 palaces, but the fourth Palace Master was recognized as the strongest. The fourth Palace Master was called Yan Luo. No one knew how long he had been alive, and no one even knew what level of cultivation he had reached. They only knew that he had existed before Hell was still called the Underworld. Even the Lord of Hell was very polite when he summoned the fourth Palace Master. Today, I want to meet the most incredible person since ancient times. The fourth Palace Master was tall, and he stepped out of the hall with his heavenly halberd in hand. He looked into the distance, and there was a thirst for battle on his valiant face. He knew that Xianxia had definitely found this place. Otherwise, there would not have been such a terrifying aura that made him feel danger. One had to know that his cultivation base was already at the level of a crippled immortal. Although he had not been able to take another step forward for countless years, it was enough for him to defeat the strongest cultivators from various orthodoxies in the upper realm. We are willing to fight against the enemies together with the fourth Palace Master and destroy everything. The moment the fourth Hall Master Yama stood up, a thunderous roar rang out behind him. Many of the Hell's higher-ups were shouting with murderous intent. All right. The fourth Palace Master, Yama, let out a furious roar. With the heavenly halberd in his hand, he charged toward the end of the sky. He had already sensed that Xianxia was tearing apart this world and was about to descend. Begging for fresh flowers 0-inch chi, however, this sword light was even faster than the fourth Palace Master Yama. It was like the first ray of light before the creation of the world, sparkling and dazzling. The beam of light was incomparably resplendent. Sword chi spread out like a sea, shaking the ancient starry sky. This world was collapsing and disintegrating, unable to bear the power of this sword light. All of the higher-ups of Hell were trembling in fear. They were like ants, unable to control their own life and death. It's actually a crippled immortal, he really didn't disappoint me. Following this sword light, Guchanga appeared, tearing apart the barrier of this world. He stared at the fourth palace master Yama with interest. The fourth palace master Yama's gaze was solemn. He had the ominous feeling of being stared at like a prey. At this time, in a place extremely far away from the Hundred Realms battlefield. In another part of the sky, there were also many figures with terrifying auras standing tall. They were looking at the battle in the distance. Their gazes were deep and vast. It was as if a universe was evolving. Many scenes of the moon sinking and the stars being destroyed appeared. Since Guchanga is secretly promoting this purge of hell, he must have another purpose. We still have to be careful. In recent years, the rise of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion is unstoppable. I suspect that the reason why Guchanga made a move against hell is largely related to the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. They spoke softly, discussing the pros and cons of encircling hell. There was no doubt that these people were all enlightened experts. They were the ancestors of their respective orthodoxies. Although they did not personally go to the battlefield, they were very clear about the slightest movement of the wind and the blowing of the grass. There's no doubt about this. The one behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion is certainly Guchanga. On the surface, he's purging hell, but in reality, he's eliminating dissidents. It's a pity that we only discovered it now. Another ancient existence shook his head, his voice filled with regret. In just a few years, Guchanga's wings have grown. I think it won't be long before he makes a move against us. Another terrifying figure that looked completely different from a human said indifferently. His words contained a bit of killing intent. This wasn't a baseless guess, but an inference made from various clues. Although Guchanga appeared gentle and elegant in front of everyone, he was not a man of honor. However, the various orthodoxies could see how many things he had done in secret. Just the fact that he launched a crusade against hell in a split second made everyone tremble in fear and unease. What if Guchanga didn't attack hell this time, but the other forces instead? Who could guarantee that the outcome wouldn't be the same as hell's? Many of the imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects had plenty of enemies since they existed. Moreover, the upper realm was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Everyone kicked a man when he was down, and no one would show mercy. In the end, it was Guchanga's current power and influence that made everyone fearful. Guchanga is definitely not a good person. Today, the immortal path is about to manifest, and the upper realm is about to undergo a drastic change. I don't know if it's good or bad. He's grown to the point where he's a threat to all of us. If we don't deal with him, I'm afraid he'll cause endless trouble and break the balance that has existed since ancient times. Another figure that was shrouded in golden divine flames spoke. His eyes were bright like two brilliant suns, carrying with them a terrifying pressure. The Longevity Gu clan's foundation is unfathomable, and they're inextricably linked to the immortal region. We can't rush this matter. If we don't arrange it properly, I'm afraid we'll suffer heavy losses. The Longevity Gu clan only showed part of their foundation when they destroyed the Purple Mansion last time. Hearing this, another female Dao enlightened being spoke. Her voice was soft, but it made everyone's expression turn cold. Although they were all Dao enlightened beings, there was still a big gap between them. This female Dao enlightened being in front of them was a ruthless figure who had killed many people in the past. She hadn't shown her traces for tens of millions of years, and now it seemed that her strength was even more unfathomable. She was probably not far from the threshold of the immortal path. 2. The upper realm's orthodoxies have been troubled by Guchanga for a long time. This was the consensus of everyone present. Now, hell was besieged and schemed against by Guchanga. No one can guarantee that the orthodoxies behind them would not face such a situation. Therefore, the only way was to take advantage of the fact that Guchanga was not invincible and nip this threat in the bud. If I remember correctly, a peerless genius appeared in Dark North Lake tens of millions of years ago. It is said that he was the son of the Kuan-Pung. In just a few thousand years, he reached the Tao. After that, he suppressed his peers and even the older generation. Dark North Lake was about to restore its former glory, but that peerless genius somehow fell in an unknown place. This matter will forever be taboo for Dark North Lake. Today, Guchanga's power is far more terrifying than that genius of Dark North Lake. But no one dares to make a move against him. It's ridiculous. In the sky, a terrifying aura surged like a vast sea. It was overwhelming and suffocating. Many experts spoke coldly as they looked in the direction of the Hundred Realms battlefield. They planned to deal with the threat of Xianxia. Although each of the orthodoxies had their own prodigy successors behind them, there was still competition between them. But there was a tacit understanding and balance between them that would not be easily broken or destroyed. Naturally, they would not make a move against their descendants. But now, Xianxia's appearance had broken this ancient balance. They had no choice but to think about what to do. Otherwise, when Xianxia becomes invincible, he would become a nightmare for all orthodoxies. To reach this level at such a young age, it's only natural to say that he's the reincarnation of an immortal king. If the immortal gate reappears, I'm afraid that Xianxia will be the first to take that step, the expert shrouded in golden flames spoke. He was like a god of fire. His eyes seemed to burn with inextinguishable flames. He came from an immortal power, the endless fire country. When he was young, he was also a peerless genius. It was difficult to find a match for him in his generation. After achieving the Tao, he also fell into a bottleneck shackle, and it was difficult for his cultivation to advance even half a step. Now that they saw Xianxia, at such a young age, his cultivation level was catching up to the ancient existences like them. It was impossible for them not to be envious. If you want to make a move against Xianxia, what kind of method do you have in mind? That female cultivator asked indifferently. Her eyes were calm, and not many ripples could be seen in them. Isn't that simple? Unless the longevity Gu family really wants to make the entire world their enemy and fight against the entire upper realm with their own strength, they can only think of a way to compromise in the end. Another cultivator spoke. He had a pair of dragon horns on his head, and his eye sockets were sunken. He was incomparably shriveled, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. He came from Heavenly Emperor Mountain, his seniority was extremely terrifying, and his cultivation was unfathomable. In the open or in the dark? Someone who had attained the Tao raised his eyebrows, carefully pondering the meaning of these words. Suddenly, he thought of something, and a bright light flashed in his eyes, and his smile was somewhat strange. That's right. Since Xianxia's cultivation has already reached this level, then all we need is a reason to silence everyone. It just so happens that there's no trace of the inheritor of the demonic technique recently. This basin of black water can only be poured on Xianxia's head. Hasn't he been looking for the whereabouts of the inheritor of the demonic technique? It just so happens that we can give everyone a different explanation. The reason why Xianxia was able to break through to such a realm in such a short time is actually because he's the true inheritor of the demonic technique. These words caused the expressions of many cultivators here to change slightly, and some of them even shuddered. Being able to reach this step, they were naturally not kind people, and the killing intent they had created was absolutely terrifying. However, such blatant framing and slandering still made them fall silent, and they felt that this method was really vicious and cold. However, this method was indeed effective. As long as this reason existed, they could naturally hold the banner of justice high and carry out a crusade to kill Xianxia. When the time came, even if someone felt that Xianxia was framed, they could still put the hat of covering up for the inheritor of the demonic technique on him. As for the so-called evidence, the voices of the various orthodoxies were the best evidence. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. A tree that is too hard is easy to break, and a tall tree catches the wind. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too eye-catching. Many of the cultivators' eyes flickered, and their figures quickly disappeared into the sky, disappearing from sight. They were here to discuss, on one hand, the distribution of Hell's resources later, and on the other hand, to deal with Xianxia. The upper realm's precepts were slowly changing, and many existences that had been in hibernation since ancient times were awakening. They originally thought that this era belonged to them, and they had the hope of becoming immortals. However, they did not expect that the limelight would be overshadowed by a younger generation, and even their path was suppressed, causing their hopes of reaching immortality to become even slimmer. On the other side, fog lingered, the world was dark, and a terrifying rift valley appeared. The small world where the fourth hall of hell was located was collapsing, and cracks like a spider web appeared at the end of the sky. This place was lifeless, and there was not much life, just like the legendary underworld. White flowers took root on the dried-up yellow river bank, and they were both beautiful and enchanting, emitting a heart-palpitating brilliance. Everyone was screaming and trembling, and they were incomparably desperate. They were suppressed by the terrifying aura of heaven and earth, and their bodies felt like they were about to collapse. Even the cultivators could not see clearly that earth-shattering battle. They could only faintly feel the unparalleled aura, as if it was opening up heaven and earth, opening up chaos, and tearing apart eternity. Any one of the rays of brilliance was enough to tear apart space, break open the universe, and destroy all living things. Xianxia appeared in this world, and started a shocking battle with the fourth hall master, Yama. "Is this all you've got? Xianxia? This is really unbelievable." The fourth hall master, Yama, who was already standing in the ruined immortal realm, roared. His cultivation was unparalleled, and he held a black heavenly spear in his hand. Endless red runes bloomed as he slashed, like a vast sea, pressing down, wanting to drown Xianxia. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be treated as prey. However, only sword chi interweaved around Xianxia's body, as if it was transforming into a sword that could slay immortals. With clanging sounds, it destroyed all the runes in front of it, shattering them into ashes. This was an unimaginable fluctuation. Tao laws interweaved, divine abilities collided, and as he raised his palm, it was as if an ancient world was evolving and disappearing. Even an indistinct river of time appeared, with millions upon millions of fragments fluttering in it. The past interweaved, and the future disappeared. Waves rushed over, and all traces were erased. "Swear loyalty to me, and I will spare your mind today." Xianxia's expression still did not change much. The long sword in his hand that was formed from Tao laws collapsed, and after a violent collision, it turned into fragments that filled the sky. However, he did not care. A vast world appeared behind him again. Dazzling light was dazzling and blazing. Endless divine weapons, giant bells, giant cauldrons, appeared as if they were real. They flew out together and pressed down. Such means had already surpassed the understanding of those who had achieved the Tao, and began to touch the threshold of the immortal Tao. Life and death, the condensation of Tao laws, it was a Tao law in itself. Every word contained unfathomable divine power, and it could command everything in the world. Under the fluctuations of the battle between the two, this world collapsed quickly, and too many palaces and mountains were turned into dust. Many of the Fourth Hall's members did not even have time to scream before they dissipated like a puff of smoke, and all traces of their existence were erased, including their divine souls. "Don't be complacent. Today, I will definitely kill you." The Fourth Hall Master Yama's expression was cold. His heavenly spear slashed again, cold and cold, shattering all the rules and order in front of him. A great millstone of life and death appeared behind him, spanning between heaven and earth, infinitely large. It was black and white, like yin and yang, containing an inexplicable power. As it slowly fell, it turned life and death, reversing everything. Wang! Black and white intertwined ripples spread out, and the void disappeared. The Tao laws scattered, and the divine ability also collapsed quickly. Even those who had achieved the Tao could only face death when facing this great millstone of life and death. Their body and soul would be destroyed, and their Tao would disappear. Facing this forbidden technique of the Yama, Xianxia's expression did not change, and the light of absolute beginning bloomed around him. It was incomparably dazzling, and 3,000 worlds faintly appeared, hazy and indistinct, making him look like a young deity. He raised his palm, and the light of absolute beginning became more and more resplendent, and a world-suppressing might pervaded the air. At this moment, countless immortal steels appeared around the Yama, towering into the universe, surrounding him, and the scene was shocking. These immortal steels were too large, and they continued to expand. In the end, the sun, moon, and stars surrounded them, solemn and dignified, awe-inspiring, and terrifying. Each immortal steel represented an ancient world, and a total of 3,000 immortal steels descended. The boundless power was unimaginable, and it directly caused the Yama's great millstone of life and death to collapse. The Yama himself even spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling, already injured to the core. The heavenly spear in his hand also trembled continuously. It was originally forged from darkness immortal gold, but now, it seemed like it could not withstand this kind of power. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's figure disappeared from his original spot, as if he stepped through space and time, and he raised his palm and slapped down. The Llama was caught off guard, and it was difficult for him to resist. He could only fly out with a furious roar, the bones in his chest broken, and blood exploded in heaven and earth. Moreover, the space between his eyebrows was also brushed by the aftermath of this palm, his frontal bone shattered, and his soul palace almost collapsed. Even now, you still can't see the difference between us? Hell's destruction is inevitable. Even if you are a ruined immortal, what can you do? It's nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Xianxia slowly walked over from the end of heaven and earth. The range of the two's battle was very wide, already affecting the deepest part of this world's universe. He looked at the Llama who was trying to heal his body with some pity, and his tone was neither fast nor slow. He still had many methods that he had not used. He only used the power of the rules that he currently controlled, and this Llama was not his match. Hearing this, the Llama's expression was filled with unwillingness again. Looking back, the world behind him had already collapsed, drowning in the vast chaos. Although the battle between him and Xianxia seemed to be short, to the surrounding living beings and cultivators, it was a catastrophe that could be said to be the end of the world. Almost all the troops of the Fourth Hall were wiped out. Even if their numbers exceeded tens of millions, it was difficult for them to resist Xianxia's will. Only a few higher-ups who had reached the Tao attainment realm dragged their heavily injured bodies and escaped. They were lucky enough to survive the aftermath of the battle just now. However, Xianxia's spiritual will had already locked onto them, and he was not afraid that they would escape. A few Tao attainment realm puppets secretly chased after them, sealing off all their escape routes. Who are you? The Llama stared at Xianxia. He had lived for a long time, and what kind of geniuses had he not seen before? Even when the underworld existed and ruled the netherworld, there had never been such an incredible person. It was as if this person was not supposed to exist in this world. Although there were now 10 halls in hell, he was already the second most powerful person, the most powerful person among the 10 hall masters. Although the extremely mysterious Lord of Hell's cultivation base was much higher than his, it was impossible for him to hurt him so easily. To put it bluntly, in the current upper realm, unless a real immortal artifact was summoned and revived, it would be impossible for him to fight against Xianxia. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you only have 2 choices now. Either you die, or you bind your hands and feet and pledge your loyalty to me. Xianxia smiled faintly, still looking as calm as ever. To be honest, the Llama was a genuine remnant immortal, standing at the peak of the upper realm. Xianxia was somewhat reluctant to erase his consciousness and turn him into a puppet. After all, after being turned into a puppet, the Llama's strength would decrease a lot, and it would be difficult for him to regain his current strength. He still had many plans to implement. If a remnant immortal was willing to serve him, he could avoid a lot of trouble. Serve you? The Llama's face showed a lot of struggle. Who was he? Even when the underworld existed and ruled the netherworld, he was a peerless figure who commanded everything. Now that he was asked to submit to Xianxia and work for him, how could he be willing? Even the Lord of Hell had to be polite to him and wouldn't overstep his boundaries. Looks like you're not willing? Although Xianxia still had a smile on his face, the Llama already felt a bone-chilling coldness. He knew that if he did not make a choice, he might really die here today. His intuition told him that Xianxia still had more terrifying tricks up his sleeve. I promise you, but you have to let go of the remaining subordinates of the Fourth Hall. The Llama's face was full of unwillingness, but he had no choice. He did not want to die just like that. In this world, the immortal gate appeared, so he still had a chance to fight for the immortal path. The remaining subordinates of the Fourth Hall? Of course. Xianxia smiled faintly and did not reject his request. Even the Lord of the Fourth Hall had submitted. No matter how unwilling the remaining powerhouses were, they could only choose to surrender. Of course, Xianxia was not a kind person. He would naturally use a secret technique to control everyone's lives. This was especially true for the many existences above the Supreme Being realm, including those who had achieved the Tao who had escaped. Thank you. The Llama took a deep breath and calmed himself down. From today onwards, your name will be Aer. Xianxia glanced at him with an inexplicable smile. As he spoke, a thick black light appeared in his palm. Then, strands of the great Tao intertwined and turned into a black mask that fell into the Yama's hand. The Yama was shocked. He felt a terrifying power that made his heart palpitate. It was as if after he put on this mask, he would become a completely different existence. However, even if he knew that the black mask represented a strange and ominous thing, he would not accept it. There was no reason for Yama to refuse. After a brief moment of silence, he put on the black mask. The next moment, an inexplicable and strange aura appeared on his body, as if there was a hazy black light circling around him. He looked like a peerless war immortal who had killed his way through the underworld. "Ah, air greets my lord." This aura changed very quickly. In just a breath, Yama's expression had returned to normal, and he bowed respectfully to Xianxia. Compared to his appearance just now, he was like a completely different person. At this time, even the subordinates who were most familiar with him would find it hard to imagine that this person was the fourth palace master they were loyal to, the second strongest expert of hell. An invincible existence of the immortal realm. Speaking of which, Ada is only a quasi-emperor now. It just so happens that the scattered origins of this collapsed world can help him break through. He looked at Aer, who was standing respectfully behind him and was as silent as a demonic mountain. Xianxia smiled faintly and thought of Ada, who had taken the initiative to submit to him at the bottom of the demon burial abyss. Compared to Aer, Ada was born from the aura of a drop of the demon lord's true blood. Therefore, as long as Xianxia did not die, Ada was almost immortal. He would not fall and had no natural enemies. There were many benefits to this. However, Ada's progress was still too slow. He still had the strength of a quasi-emperor. This time, countless experts had died in the encirclement of hell, and even some who had achieved the Tao were not spared. In Xianxia's opinion, the scattered origins of various worlds could help Ada break through the shackles of his cultivation. Then, Xianxia sent a thought to Ada, asking him to find the right time to break through. It would not be long before the dark heavenly court reappeared, and Xianxia was currently lacking people. If the Hall Masters of Hell were to submit, Xianxia would naturally spare their lives and not erase their consciousnesses. The strongest expert of Hell seems to be the most mysterious Lord of Hell. But he still hasn't shown himself? What is he waiting for? Xianxia glanced at the ruins of the broken world before him, then took a step forward and quickly disappeared. The ancient Kanglan realm had been reduced to ashes during the battle between Yama and him. It had been drowned in the boundless chaos. Only a few broken world barriers were left floating in the void. It looked like an ancient world that had collapsed and decayed, and it had lost all vitality a long time ago. However, there was one thing that Xianxia still couldn't figure out. Logically speaking, the foundation of hell should not be weaker than any of the imperishable sections. However, when he attacked the fourth hall, he did not find any trace of a foundation. Although a remnant immortal was already comparable to any foundation. However, the empty fourth hall still made Xianxia feel that things were a little strange. Speaking of which, the fourth palace of hell should be the strongest of the 10 great palaces. Yet, it doesn't even have an immortal artifact to suppress its foundation. Rumor has it that countless years ago, a great change happened to hell. It was originally called the Underworld, but in order to avoid the taboos of the unseen, it had no choice but to change its name to Hell. Could it be that Hell's foundation was lost in that great change? Xianxia raised her eyebrows slightly. Thinking of this possibility, she was a little thoughtful. However, he did not ask Aer. Since it involved taboos, it was something that could not be said. There were too many things that could not be said in this world. It was as if there was a strange and unknown power controlling all of this. Before the Forbidden Era, the immortal region and the upper realm were not separated. The immortal palaces ruled the heavens, and the immortals looked down on everything from high above. Their lifespans were almost endless, and they were immortal. At that time, too many unimaginable lives and existences were born. After the immortal ancient era, the laws of heaven and earth were incomplete, and the Tao was vague. Life and matter were not as common as before. Therefore, if one wanted to extend their life, they had to do everything they could to delay the passing of life. However, in the unseen world, there were still the laws of the Forbidden Era that affected this world. In the depths of the broken starry sky, The remnants of the fourth hall fled in all directions, trying to go to other ancient realms to find the other hall masters of hell and seek protection. Their faces were full of despair and fear. Even the invincible fourth hall master was defeated, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Guchunga's strength was beyond their imagination. Even now, that terrifying aura still remained in everyone's hearts, making them tremble. We are too weak. We don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle, let alone help the fourth hall master. The fourth hall will no longer exist from today onwards. Some of the fourth hall's elders were full of grief. They had personally witnessed the scene of the ancient realm being torn apart by Guchunga's sword. Countless heavenly fire meteors fell like a world-ending catastrophe, destroying everything. Even the many runes that the fourth hall had inscribed over countless years collapsed under the aura that soared into the sky, scattering like a torrent. Guchunga was too strong. Just the wisp of aura he emitted suppressed everyone, making them unable to move, and their bodies were about to collapse. We don't know whether the fourth hall master is dead or alive. The only thing we can do now is to find the other hall masters and tell them everything. Otherwise, when Guchunga finds the location of the other realms, it will be too late. A few of the Dao achievers who had suffered heavy Dao injuries looked behind them with a solemn expression. They were the remaining ancient existences of the fourth hall other than the hall master, and their cultivation was also unfathomable. However, in the battle between Guchunga and the fourth hall master just being brushed by the aftermath caused their bodies to explode, causing blood to spurt out, and their Dao achievers to suffer heavy injuries. This made them feel shocked and terrified. Was there really anyone in the upper realm who could be Guchunga's opponent? However, just as they were talking, in the depths of the distant stars, several terrifying auras rose. A vast black fog swept in from all directions. Several figures dressed in black whose faces could not be seen clearly appeared in the surroundings. Dao achievers, when the remaining subordinates of the fourth hall master of hell saw this scene, their expressions could not help but become solemn as they felt an extremely dangerous aura. And there are quite a lot of them. The few Dao achievers of the fourth hall felt their hearts sink. They looked at each other and saw the worry and uneasiness in each other's eyes. Their Dao achievers were injured, and they were no longer at their peak. The few Dao achievers in front of them had auras that were no weaker than when they were at their peak. If a great battle broke out, they would definitely not be a match for them. The fourth hall master has surrendered. If you don't want to die, obediently bind your hands and feet and follow us back. You may still have a chance to live. Just as the remaining members of the fourth hall were waiting vigilantly, the few Dao achievers in black who appeared in front of them had already spoken. Their voices were cold and emotionless, as if there was no trace of emotion. They were the Dao achievers' puppets sent by Guchunga. They were more than enough to deal with the remaining members of hell. Hearing this, the remaining members of the fourth palace were stunned. They could not believe what they had just heard. Many people felt their heads buzzing, as if they had been struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens. The fourth palace master had surrendered. How was that possible? As one of the oldest existences in hell, the fourth palace master had unparalleled cultivation. Even the most mysterious lord of hell had to show him some respect. In their opinion, the fourth palace master could die in battle or be defeated, but he would never surrender. Such a person was indomitable and would rather die than submit. His heart was higher than the sky. How could he choose to submit to Guchunga? Impossible. No matter how strong Guchunga is, even if he can defeat the fourth palace master, he can never make the fourth palace master surrender. The confidants of the fourth palace master, Yama, could not believe what they had just heard. Their voices were trembling. Many of them felt as if the sky had collapsed. Their belief in invincibility was crumbling bit by bit. If you don't believe me, you can try. Let's see if you can escape alive today. The several enlightened beings in black stood at the edge of the starry sky with cold eyes. Their bodies emitted a monstrous pressure that almost caused the sky to collapse. They were just puppets without emotions. They could only follow Guchunga's orders. Therefore, if this group of people dared to have any thoughts of resistance, they would be facing a thunderous attack from them. Impossible, let's fight them. The fourth palace master will never surrender. He must be recuperating somewhere. Once his injuries are healed, the fourth palace master will summon Us again. Some people could not believe what they had just heard. They roared and charged forward. They burned their blood essence and their bodies seemed to be ignited by flames. Although they came from the kingdom of assassins, they were not focused on survival. At this point, their only thought was to fight to the death with their opponents. They had no regrets even if they died. Seeing this, the others hesitated for a moment. Then, they also charged forward to fight the enlightened beings in front of them. How stupid. The enlightened beings in black looked on coldly. They were not moved at all. They raised their palms and pressed down. The entire sky seemed to have become something in their palms. They slowly pressed down. Countless bloody mists exploded in the area once again. Over the next few days, the halls of hell in the other realms were attacked by various forces. At a time like this, even those who had attained the Tao would find it difficult to protect themselves. In the end, they could only flee with serious injuries. However, it wouldn't be long before his enemies would find him. They would either be captured and suppressed, or perish. At this point, even the Hall Masters of Hell were powerless to reverse the situation. They could only watch as the experts of Earth Prison were harvested like weeds and fell all over the battlefield. This was an incomparably tragic battle. The world was dyed in a blood-red color. The ancient realm collapsed and corpses drifted about. Skeletal remains and ancient warship wreckage could be seen everywhere. Hell had paid the heaviest price in countless years. The various ancient realms that were hidden in the dark were completely destroyed, uprooted. Of course, what caught the attention of the various orthodoxies was the foundation of hell. Even when the various halls were destroyed, no one from hell had been invited out. In the eyes of many supreme beings, this was extremely strange. After all, in terms of age, hell didn't lose out to most orthodoxies in the upper realms. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have no foundation. But until now, even after the fall of the Hall Masters, hell hadn't brought out a single immortal artifact. Even if it was a Tao attainment artifact, it was still very rare. In the depths of the sky outside the Hundred Realms battlefield, a dense fog shrouded the ancient warships. A few blurry and tall figures stood there, like ancient demonic mountains that would never be destroyed. They came from various imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies in the upper realms. All of them were Tao attainment experts. Could it be that hell doesn't have a foundation? Or are they playing tricks? Looking at the ruins of the ancient realm, a terrifying figure shrouded in red light slowly spoke. Endless lightning seemed to intertwine around his body. His voice was cold and filled with cold killing intent. He had an unresolvable hatred for hell. When he was still young, the strongest prodigy of his clan, his elder brother, was assassinated by the underworld. Later, it was said that his skull was made into a wine cup and placed in hell. This time, in order to suppress hell, he personally resurrected himself to find his elder brother's remains. Unfortunately, even after searching through all the halls of hell, he still couldn't find the legendary palace where the skulls and skeletons of the ancestors of various races were stored. He suspected that hell had other strongholds. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Not to mention, this was a country of assassins that had existed since ancient times. All the Hall Masters of Hell have been killed. Only a few people escaped. It doesn't seem like they still have some tricks up their sleeves. On the contrary, the Lord of Hell hasn't shown any trace of him until now. Even after witnessing Hell's destruction, I still haven't heard any news about him. Could it be that the Lord of Hell has already passed away? The other ancient existences here whispered. They were still quite afraid of the Lord of Hell. However, they were also very cautious. They didn't really go deep into hell and only sent an army to kill him. Every Tao enlightened cultivator who had reached this stage cherished their lives. He wouldn't risk his life for no benefit at all. By the way, where is Guchanga now? Logically speaking, since he wants to destroy hell, it's impossible for him to be indifferent to the whereabouts of the Lord of Hell. Suddenly, someone thought of this and couldn't help but ask. During this time, we haven't heard any news about him. It's said that the 4th Hall of Hell was destroyed by him alone. Another Tao attainment expert spoke slowly. As he opened and closed his eyes, the terrifying scene of the universe opening was playing out. The Hall Master of the 4th Hall, known as the second most powerful person in Hell, is now unknown. I'm afraid that he has been killed by Xianxia. The few Dao attainment experts here all had their own guesses. They were extremely afraid of Xianxia. Early on, when they were conquering the 8 Desolation 10 regions, Xianxia had displayed strength that could crush ordinary Dao attainment experts. In just a few short years, Xianxia's strength had become more and more unfathomable. It was an unbelievable miracle that they couldn't understand at all. No matter what, Xianxia has already made many people afraid of him. After the matter in hell is settled, I'm afraid that someone will make a move on him next. We just need to watch the show. The fog was heavy, and a cold laugh that made one's eardrums hurt echoed in this universe. In fact, this was already a tacit agreement between the various imperishable orthodoxies. As great ancestor-level figures, they had naturally heard the news long ago. Although the Longevity Gu clan had kept a low profile in recent years, their foundation was definitely not to be underestimated. The battle that destroyed the Purple Mansion a few years ago had alarmed the entire upper realm. Later on, when they were conquering the 8 Desolation 10 regions, the Longevity Gu clan also had a remnant immortal-level ancestor appear. However, no matter how strong the Longevity Gu clan was, could they be enemies with so many imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects in the upper realm? Broken bones stained with blood splattered everywhere, and flesh turned into mud. This was a terrifying battlefield. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils, making one feel nauseous and palpitating. Wails filled the air. In the bloodstained scene, corpses fell into piles of corpses one after another. Killing and terrifying battles were everywhere. It was not an exaggeration to say that rivers of blood flowed and mountains of corpses were piled up. This was the ancient world where the third hall of hell was located. At the same time, it was also hell's last place of defense. The majestic army of various races and forces descended. They drove ancient warships, tore through the sky, and fought from the outer space. There were traces of great battles along the way. All the cultivators and living beings were fighting, regardless of life or death. At this time, even supreme beings and quasi-emperors were fighting until their eyes turned red, their bodies were covered in blood, and their bodies were broken. Terrifying fluctuations surged like a vast ocean, rushing towards the world in all directions, shattering everything, turning them into ashes. Today, hell will be destroyed here. No one can stop this. A giant surging with golden light stood between heaven and earth. His voice rang out like a bell, intimidating all directions. Under his strike, the golden fist seemed to have penetrated this decaying world, causing all the corpses and blood mist to collapse into ashes. The living beings and cultivators in front of him all exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed. This was the supreme being of the Golden Ancient God clan. His chi and blood overflowed into the sky, like an unparalleled furnace. Just a wisp of fluctuation was enough to crush everything. He looked at the bloody scene in front of him, continuously punching down, fighting desperately with a supreme being of hell. His expression did not change at all, and there was no mercy or sympathy. All the experts who had come here were like evil spirits from another country of death. They showed no mercy to the assassins of hell. It could be said that they hated them to the bone, and there was an irreconcilable hatred. This was already the 7th ancient world that they had destroyed. In the past, the various assassin organizations ran rampant in the world, killing countless heaven's prides. But today, they finally suffered retribution and ushered in the day of destruction. In the sky above, ancient warships rumbled as they pressed down, covering the sky and covering the sun. A majestic aura descended from them. Xianxia stood on the ancient warship and looked down at the scene below with a calm expression on his face. Although hell was destroyed because of him, he would not feel any psychological burden. After all, hell could only blame itself for blocking his path. Now, in the third palace, the only higher-ups left are the palace masters, Mengpa, and the others. I wonder if the Lord of Hell is in the third palace now. Bai Lian stood behind Xianxia, looking at the scene in front of her with eyes full of ambition. Boom! On the ancient warship, beams of divine light shot out, and layers of great Dao runes shrouded it, turning into the light of the god of death, reaping all the lives below. Altar. It seems that the Lord of Hell still has no intention of showing himself. Xianxia glanced at the ancient world that was filled with blood and slaughter and scanned it with his divine sense. With the exception of a few who had perished and been executed, the rest of the 10 hall masters of hell had all submitted to him without exception. Apart from them, there were a few who were too arrogant and would rather die than submit. In the end, Xianxia erased their consciousnesses and turned them into puppets. He had gained a lot from this battle to destroy hell, and the number of Tao masters under him had increased by several folds. After absorbing many broken essences, Ada was still one step away from becoming a Tao master. However, Xianxia gave him a strand of true blood, which helped him break through the shackles. Of course, in Xianxia's opinion, the most important thing was to clear hell out of the way. As for Futu, that was not part of Xianxia's consideration. Once hell was destroyed, Futu was no longer a concern. This will be hell's last resistance. Today, we will destroy hell. The ancient warship rumbled past. Many of the orthodoxy's flags fluttered in the wind as they unfurled in the void, emitting a biting cold intent. Everyone roared and charged forward, turning into an invincible torrent that shook heaven and earth and swept across all directions. The terrifying energy was like a dam bursting, surging, and unimaginable. Hell's destruction was inevitable, and that was the consensus of almost all cultivators. At this point, 9 of the 10 halls of hell had been destroyed, and only the 3rd hall was still resisting. However, it was true that all of hell's remaining experts were gathered here. Even if you can destroy us, you will pay a heavy price today. 540 supreme beings stood in front of the collapsed ancient world, looking coldly at the ancient warships descending from the sky. They were the backbone of hell's forces, and the strongest after the Tao masters and boundary emperors. In the face of the divine light falling from the sky, countless experts stepped forward. They roared angrily, taking a step forward, their bodies releasing endless radiance. Although they were assassins, they were still courageous and would not surrender easily. Millions and millions of divine lights bloomed and interweaved here, like extremely dazzling fireworks. Small worlds were annihilated one after another, vanishing without a sound. In the depths of the heavens, the weapons of those who achieved the Tao floated up and down like suns. Endless strands of chaotic energy descended, crushing down on everything. This was a great battle that was desperate to the extreme. Blood and bones blossomed, turning into a surging sea of blood. The terrifying smell of blood mixed together was enough to make an ordinary person faint from fright. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens, shaking up this entire cosmos. Large amounts of great armies slaughtered their way over, entering the heart of this realm. None of the assassins were able to escape. This was a battle to the death. The orthodoxies of the upper realm were determined to destroy hell and uproot the dark nation. The flames of war reached the heavens, and blood dyed the earth. This world began to collapse, and the barrier between realms shattered. Countless cracks appeared. Although this world was ancient, it couldn't withstand the shockwaves of so many experts fighting, and was already on the verge of destruction. Rest in peace, ancestors. Today, we will destroy hell and bring back your corpses, so that their souls can rest in peace. Among the conquerors, many people's eyes were bloodshot. They kept shouting, wanting to vent their hatred towards hell. Not only their ancestors, but even their relatives had also suffered from hell's evil schemes. To hell, they didn't care about morality. As long as they could afford to pay the price, they would even kill their own brothers and fathers. Many of the orthodoxies and sects that killed each other actually had the shadow of hell behind them. To the upper realm, countries of assassins like Hell and Futu were actually malignant tumors that should have been removed long ago. Countless cultivators and living beings hated these two forces to the core. Shouts of war shook the heavens, and terrifying shockwaves swept in all directions. All the divine islands, mountains, and ancient palaces were crushed and quickly collapsed. How could the current hell resist such a terrifying army of the upper realm? This world was trembling. Hundreds of millions of great armies were galloping, trampling across the sky. They were like celestial soldiers and generals, or hell's soldiers. They were unstoppable. Hell's assassins were roaring and killing, harvesting like weeds. They didn't look like living beings at all, but more like weeds. Under the heavy cavalry of the great army, they fell in batches and died. Who is this hell? At that moment, Xianxia, who was high in the sky, suddenly noticed a tall figure walking out from the deepest part of this world. He asked with some interest. "Sir, this is the 3rd hall master of hell." A hall master who surrendered behind him explained respectfully. The third hall master of hell? The only hall master left? Xianxia was a little curious. Things had already come to this, so why was the third hall master still holding on? Could it be that hell still had some tricks up its sleeve? Was it hoping for the Lord of Hell to make a move, or was it still hiding something? The moment the third hall master of hell appeared, a dazzling light suddenly gushed out from his hand. An unparalleled aura appeared, like an eternal and indestructible divine cloud that pierced through the sky and connected to the deepest part of the universe. Boom! 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 Pieces of divine light flew up, and Taoist marks appeared. The aura was vast and boundless, as if a small world was erupting. The energy was monstrous, dazzling and blinding. The true palm world. The refined small world of gods. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. In this world, there were still traces of the small world of gods. This was beyond his expectations. After all, this kind of god was not the god who had ignited the divine fire in the future. Instead, it was an innate god, a true god whose cultivation surpassed that of an enlightened god. From a certain point of view, the small world of gods was so sturdy that it was beyond imagination. It could even evolve into a divine country. As long as the god did not fall, this divine country would not decay and exist forever. This was actually similar to Xianxia's current inner universe. And once the third palace master brought out the true world in his palm, the collapsing ancient world seemed to have become much more stable. It was as if there was some kind of power and rule that was slowly seeping in and mending the broken cracks. A strange and holy aura appeared between heaven and earth. A rain of light sprinkled down, blooming from an unknown void. It spread into blood-red vines that seemed to be absorbing the blood and origin of all places. The aura of this world has changed. Could this be hell's last resort? You want to lure everyone here so you can catch a turtle in a jar? Catching everyone in one fell swoop? Sensing this scene, Xianxia frowned slightly, and a subtle sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He felt that he seemed to have underestimated hell's ruthlessness. In some ways, hell's actions were actually the same as his thoughts. What happened? Why do I feel like the aura of this world has changed? The rules of heaven and earth are not as clear as before. At this moment, the enlightened gods of the various orthodoxies who had been standing in the depths of the sky and had not made a move all felt that something was wrong. Their expressions changed slightly, and they sent out their divine consciousness to scan the surroundings, trying to find the source of this strange aura. Many of the armies that were fighting were also forced to stop. They felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire and could not move. Every inch of the void around them seemed to have turned into a thick pool of blood. It was thick and bloody, and filled with an oppressive aura. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of useless smart alecks. Do you really think that numbers are enough? Today, all of you will be buried with hell. Do you really think that we have been lying low for so many years and were not prepared for this day? What a joke. Even if you destroy hell, there will be a second and third hell after that. We can't kill all of you. You are just being used by Xianxia. Do you really think that the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion has nothing to do with him? If you destroy hell, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion will soon become the second. A bunch of laughable idiots. In the Supreme Palace in the deepest part of hell, cold laughter rang out, and it swept across the surroundings like a huge bell. Apart from the third hall master, the rest of the enlightened gods also showed themselves at this time. There were not many of them, but each of them was filled with a terrifying murderous aura. They were like the masters of darkness, cold and terrifying, as if they had slaughtered hundreds of millions of people. They glanced at the many orthodoxies' armies in this world, and their eyes were full of undisguised mockery. Hell was originally no different from an ordinary ancient world. However, when fresh blood and heroic souls were spilled on every inch of the void and land, the ancient sacrificial runes engraved in this world were ignited. The third hallmaster's true palm world did not belong to anyone else. It belonged to the most mysterious lord of hell. When the true palm world overlapped with this ancient world completely, the life and death of all living beings who stepped into this world would be decided by the Lord of Hell. This was the reason why hell dared to make all the orthodoxies pay such a heavy price. The Lord of Hell was a true ancient deity who had lived from the ancient past until now. This sudden scene caused all the orthodoxies to fall into a state of shock and fear. Everyone noticed that the laws of heaven and earth in this world were changing. Rays of crimson light shot up from all corners of the world, piercing through the heavens and connecting with the dark clouds everywhere. It was as heavy as a tidal wave. It was as if there was some kind of horrifying power seeping into the world, causing many people to be unable to move. Even those who had achieved Tao were affected. Their expressions changed drastically as they felt that the vast sea of mana in their bodies had stagnated and was no longer circulating like before. This is not good. Hell has already set up an ancient formation, waiting for us to step into this world and sacrifice enough living beings before activating it. When that time comes, I'm afraid that everyone will die here and be buried with hell. Seeing this, the expressions of the older generation who were well versed in the art of formations changed drastically. They soon saw what the crimson light that lit up the world was. It was a type of sacrificial incantation from ancient times. It contained a mysterious power that could change the world. With so many sacrificial incantations lit up at the same time, the entire world would become one with the sacrificial incantations. The consequences were unimaginable. Guchanga was also paying attention to all of this. Compared to everyone's worries, compared to the others, he wanted to see the Lord of Hell at this moment. Judging from the true world in a palm controlled by the third Hallmaster, the Lord of Hell obviously had a great background. He had been around for an unimaginable amount of time. If the laws of heaven and earth allowed it, his cultivation base would definitely surpass those who had achieved Tao and even reach the immortal state. If the Lord of Hell is really an ancient deity, then his origin would be of great use to me. It might even help me break through to the later stage of the Nirvana Tao realm. Guchanga's gaze was slightly moved. He looked at the depths of hell, intending to wait for the Lord of Hell to appear. He knew that hell had no way out now that things had developed to this stage. The only way was to destroy all of the invading armies. All the orthodoxies would suffer great losses and lose a lot of blood. Therefore, the Lord of Hell would definitely not be able to hold himself back at the last moment. He would either find a way to escape or attack. Could this be Hell's plan? The expressions of the many who had achieved Tao also changed. They were very knowledgeable, so they naturally knew the terrifying consequences of this. When that time came, not only the armies behind them, but even they would die here. Dang, right at this moment, the terrifying sound of a bell rang out from a palace in the depths of hell. A long bronze bell appeared, reverberating for millions of miles. All of a sudden, the entire world was filled with murderous aura. Then, the sword aura crisscrossed. Billions of sword lights covered the sky and covered the earth as they slashed in this direction. Pooh! The imperishable sect called Purple Cloud Valley was the first to be affected. Several warships hovering in the sky suddenly turned into fine powder. All the experts inside didn't even have time to scream before they exploded into a bloody mist. Chi! The sword chi swept over, destroying everything in its path. Multicolored light streaked across the sky. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, their bodies were aching. Their soul lights were swaying as if they were going to be annihilated here. Not good, the expression of the enlightened one from Purple Cloud Valley changed abruptly. Just as he was about to intervene, he felt a terrifying divine will lock onto him. The laws of order in the surroundings seemed to have transformed into divine chains that intertwined with each other, transforming into a giant invisible net that firmly locked him in all directions. You still want to make a move? Do you want to die? An enlightened one from hell stared at him. With a flash, he crossed an innumerable distance and appeared in front of the enlightened one from Purple Cloud Valley. The two of them quickly engaged in a fierce battle. When they raised their palms, a vast amount of law surged out. It was enough to crush any living being into minced meat and destroy both their bodies and souls. However, at that moment, the world was enveloped by a hazy blood-red light. The third palace master controlled the true world. With an aloof expression, he began to focus on dealing with everyone. Streaks of terrifying sword radiance fell from the sky, turning large swaths of cultivators into ashes. Whoosh! A shocking blade ray slashed down from the distance. An enlightened one from hell had also joined the battle. The blade ray was like an entire universe crashing down and sweeping through everything. For countless years, no one had ever barged into the depths of hell and forced it into such a state. And on that day, everyone saw the terror of hell. The awakened bronze bell was a broken immortal artifact. There was an invincible god sleeping within it. A matchless aura filled the air, and its mighty pressure alone was enough to crush everything. Tragedy after tragedy played out everywhere. Even though the infernal realm was no longer glorious, it was still shocking. Everywhere was filled with killing intent. No matter who attacked, they would have to pay the price in blood. Most importantly, the Lord of Hell had yet to appear. He had only brought out the true world in his palm and let the third palace master control it. From there, he could control and fuse with the true world and kill everyone. At this time, even an accomplished Tao master wouldn't be able to escape from this world. The true palm-sized world was the divine country of a true ancient deity. Once one entered this world, it meant that one's life and death would be firmly controlled by that god, and no one could avoid it. After all, the true palm-sized world had yet to completely fuse with this true world. The Tao enlightened cultivators from various factions of power were already having a hard time returning to their previous peak. Begging for fresh flowers. Boom. This final battle was unavoidable. With the support of the power of heaven and earth in this world, the people of hell became even more bloodthirsty. They killed all the invaders without any regard for their own lives. Soon, Xianxia noticed that the third palace master, who had been casting the true world in his palm all this while, had suddenly disappeared. Where did he go? He was slightly surprised. He took a step forward, and the space around him became blurry. He instantly followed the third palace. Master. The laws of the world in this world were not strong enough to affect him. Even if the Lord of Hell personally controlled the divine country, the result would be the same. On the other hand, Xianxia had a method to affect the environment around him. Even an accomplished Tao master would not be able to discover his tracks. In the deepest part of hell, the color of desolation was terrifying. Black fog flowed slowly in the world. Deathly stillness and coldness were eternal themes. There was not a single sound in this place. It was as if it was an eternal land of death. The third palace master passed through many seals and runes to arrive at this place. He was kneeling in front of a palace. His face was slightly pale. Controlling the true world in his palm was still too strenuous for him. It required him to use up a large amount of his mind and magic power. Although he was not completely exhausted, it was clear that he would not be able to last much longer. How is it? In truth, there was another person in the palace. It was a rather handsome young man. He was dressed in black, and there was a purple vertical eye at the center of his brows that was tightly shut. He looked at the third palace master who had rushed over and could not help but ask. His tone was filled with urgency. If other people from hell were here, they would discover that this person was a palace master who had disappeared since the start of the war. He was the only disciple of the Lord of Hell that all the higher-ups of hell knew about. However, the third palace master knew more. He knew that the person before him was not simply the Lord of Hell's disciple. He was the Lord of Hell's son. Many times, when he came here to visit the Lord of Hell, it was the black-robed man before him who had met him. Even the true world in his palm was given to him by the black-robed man. This made the third palace master slightly worried. He was afraid that something had happened to the Lord of Hell and that he might have already passed away. I've already delayed a lot of time and intimidated quite a number of people. After a moment of silence, the third palace master looked at the deepest part of the palace with a complicated gaze. P.S. Over this period of time, I've been distracted by my emotions. I haven't been in the right state. From tomorrow onwards, I'll put all my time and energy into writing and try to get back to 10,000 chapters. 2. The black-clothed man had a handsome face and a tall figure. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and the vertical eye between his eyebrows gave off an oppressive aura. Only for a while? The black-clothed man muttered to himself. His name was Qing Luo, and he was indeed the direct descendant of the Lord of Hell. In terms of background, Xianxia's background was definitely superior to that of countless other living beings. Even the descendants of those who had attained the Tao were far inferior. In ancient myths and legends, innate gods meant that they were born with a complete set of divine rules. He was born as a god, and his magic power was overwhelming. Originally, Qing Luo did not belong to this world. However, many years ago, he accidentally broke free from the seal of the celestial origin and had been quietly cultivating in hell ever since. Only a few people in hell knew about Qing Luo, and coincidentally, the third palace master was one of them. This time, hell had suffered a great calamity, and only one of the 10 halls remained. Now, it was barely hanging on, and it was on the verge of collapse. The third palace master had also fallen into despair. He planned to surrender like the other palace masters. But then, he suddenly thought of Qing Luo. As the son of the Lord of Hell, he should know the fate of the Lord of Hell. For so many years, other than the mysterious fourth hall master, Yama, almost no one had seen the true face of the Lord of Hell. Even the third palace master, who had lived for a long time, was the same. Therefore, he suspected that the Lord of Hell was still alive. Was he immortalized or was he in seclusion? When the third palace master asked Qing Luo about this matter, Qing Luo didn't know either. He only said that he could sense his father's aura. However, Qing Luo had no idea where the Lord of Hell was. That was why Greenchura wanted to see if he could get in touch with that father of his. However, the process of contacting the Lord of Hell was very complicated and would take a very long time. This was because the Lord of Hell's aura was not here. In Qing Luo's perception, it was an eternally empty dimension. There was an endless distance between the upper realm and the upper realm, as if there was a long river of time in between. However, the armies of the various orthodoxies from the upper realm had already arrived. The only way was to delay them as much as possible. In the end, he could even summon an avatar of the Lord of Hell to kill all his enemies. Once a true innate God had transcended this world, he would no longer be bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Even those who had attained the Tao were just slightly larger ants in front of it. How much longer will it take? The third palace master was silent for a moment before he asked. He swallowed a lot of longevity fruits that could help him recover his vitality. When one reached the peak of the Tao attainment realm, ordinary divine medicines would no longer be able to help them. Now, activating the true world in a palm required an enormous amount of energy. He needed to use his life essence to support it. Even he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold on. I don't know. I've already ignited the sacrificial text my father left behind. If he can sense this world, he should be able to see it. I was too incompetent and couldn't protect the foundation left behind by my father. When he reached the end of his sentence, he was also in great pain. He had originally thought that after he broke out of the divine origin, he would not be able to do anything. Not to mention looking down on the past and present, or looking down on all of eternity, but it was definitely not a problem for them to sweep through the current era. But who would have thought that Guchanga would appear, and with his strength alone, he would almost destroy the entire hell. Qing Luo was very clear about the background and strength of the fourth palace master. Now, even the fourth palace master's fate was unknown. It was very likely that he had been killed by Guchanga. How could he be a match for him? Then I'll continue to delay. I hope the Lord of Hell hasn't abandoned us yet. The third palace master sighed and looked at the ancient platform in the depths of the hall. Divine light shone from it, and ancient and dazzling runes of the great Tao flickered as if they were communicating with an unknown world. Once he finished speaking, he planned to turn around and leave to continue activating the true world in a palm. But at that moment, the third palace master and Qing Luo both felt something. Their expressions changed, and a chill ran down their spines. It was as if there was a pair of eyes watching their every move. The two of them couldn't help but look at the entrance of the hall. A man in black clothes was slowly walking over with an interested expression. At that moment, the third palace master's entire body trembled. It was as if the top of his head had been lifted. An endless amount of cold water poured down on him, making him feel terrified and terrified. Guchanga, he didn't expect that Guchanga would be able to follow them all the way here without them noticing. After all, the Lord of Hell had personally laid down the seal in this place. Even those who had achieved Tao wouldn't dare to casually step into it. Even if someone led the way, it was easy to trigger the seal and be discovered by the people inside. What a pity, so the Lord of Hell isn't in this world. Guchanga didn't care about the third palace master and Qing Luo's terrified expressions. He shook his head with slight regret. He naturally heard the conversation between the two of them. It was just that he hadn't shown himself yet. When did you follow us here? The third palace master asked sternly as he stared at Xianxia with great wariness. Xianxia glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Qing Luo. The son of the Lord of Hell? Is this the pure aura of a god? He asked with a smile. In Qing Luo's eyes, it was as if he was sizing up some prey. It was casual and calm, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. As a true innate god, Qing Luo had never been insulted like this before. His expression darkened. However, considering the huge difference in strength between the two of them, he calmed himself down. He said coldly, Xianxia, since you've followed us all the way here, I'll be honest with you. My father isn't in the upper realm now. But I can assure you that my father is still in this world. His aura hasn't disappeared. If you dare to kill me or destroy hell, my father will definitely come for you one day. A true innate god, without the constraints of the heavens and earth's rules, had reached a level that no one knew for sure. That was why Qing Luo was so confident when he said this to Xianxia. You're too cautious. I'm not interested in the current you. Xianxia only shook his head and smiled. There was no anger or change in his expression. What do you mean? Qing Luo was still very cautious. He frowned and asked. You're too weak now. It doesn't make a difference to me whether I kill you or not. Xianxia still smiled faintly, as if he was just stating a simple fact. Anger flashed across Qing Luo's face. He was once again looked down upon by Xianxia, which made him feel a little embarrassed. However, Xianxia wasn't wrong about this. He was now only a middle-stage enlightened one, and had yet to stand at the peak of the upper realm. With Xianxia's strength that could kill the fourth hallmaster, killing him was indeed as easy as killing an ant. Then why do you still want to destroy hell? What's your purpose? Qing Luo asked with a very unpleasant expression. In his opinion, there was no enmity between Xianxia and hell. But all of a sudden, he schemed against the infernal realm and even exposed the infernal realm's hiding place, causing the infernal realm to be killed. It's because we're in his way. The third hallmaster, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. His tone was full of bitterness and helplessness. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see. Xianxia was the master behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. Since he wanted to support the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion and control the Dark Kingdom. Then, Hell and Futu were thorns in his side, thorns in his flesh. He had to get rid of them. Hell didn't do anything wrong. If it did, it was because it was in Xianxia's way. You're a smart person. Xianxia looked at the third hallmaster with some approval. Then what do you mean now? Since it doesn't make a difference whether you kill me or not, why are you here? Qing Luo asked coldly. Xianxia walked into the hall and looked at the platform in the deepest part of the hall with a strange expression. Is this the ritual you use to contact the Lord of Hell? It seems that he has found a way to go to the immortal region and disappeared from this world. The third hallmaster and Qing Luo were not very clear about this. If it was really the legendary immortal region, then why didn't the Lord of Hell leave behind any words? Instead, it was as if he had suddenly passed away. Forget it. It seems that asking you is a waste of time. Xianxia shook his head dispiritedly. He didn't expect the two to know anything about the immortal region. I can spare your lives, but you must do as I say. In other words, we have a deal. Ignoring the shocked expressions on Qing Luo and the third hallmaster's faces, Xianxia once again smiled and said. Then, when they heard zero. To Xianxia's words, Qing Luo and the third hallmaster suddenly widened their eyes. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. The true palm world is not a simple small world. It contains the power of God's spiritual thought. If you don't have the corresponding cultivation and rules to control it, you will be devoured in the end. The third hallmaster's voice trembled slightly. He had only controlled the true palm world for a while, but he already felt that his origin was in a state of depletion. However, Xianxia's plan was even bigger. Although he didn't say what he wanted to do with the true palm world, the third hallmaster could already foresee endless blood and slaughter. Are you really going to do this? Qing Luo suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. There was undisguised fear in the depths of his eyes. Xianxia smiled faintly, ignoring the two's fear. Of course. Logically speaking, I can't be so ruthless, but there are so many people in the upper realm who want to attack me. How can I not do something? As he said this, Guchanga's eyes became a little deep, as if he could see through everything in the upper realm. During these days, the movements of the various orthodoxies in the upper realm could not be hidden from his eyes. End of chapter 699. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.